Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81_Rare Little Sweet. The upcoming Chunin exam. Time passed, and days passed in the blink of an eye. These days, apart from exercising his disciples and exercising himself every day, Lei Luo also went to the hospital to see Rin. Rin has been a full-time doctor at Konoha Hospital since the Third Ninja War. But the war is over, the casualties of ninjas are much smaller, and Rin is not too busy every day. Today, to Lei Luo's delight, Yuhi and Yugao completed their mission and returned to the village. Now Lei Luo is waiting downstairs in the Hokage building, waiting for Yuhi and Yugao to come down after submitting their tasks. The two girls who walked out of the Hokage building were also very happy to see Lei Luo, and ran towards Lei Luo directly. Lei Luo, on the other hand, held the two girls in his arms with one arm. Yuhi and Yugao's teammates, the unknown dragon set, looked at the scene in front of them with great eyesight, and said hello and left. Kurenai Yuhi said coquettishly in Lei Luo's arms, "Lei Luo-kun, long time no see, I miss you so much." Lei Luo bowed his head and kissed Yuhi's face. "I miss you and Yugao too. It's not a problem for us to stand here now, let's find a place to have dinner and talk." Kurenai Yuhi react. They were still downstairs in the Hokage building. Yuhi's face was instantly filled with shame, and he buried his head in Lei Luo's arms and refused to lift it up. Azuki Yugao stood aside and looked at Lei Luo with a smile. "Let's go." Lei Luo took Yuhi and Yugao out of the Hokage building and came to the yakiniku restaurant where Akamichi's house was when they had their first meal together. Looking at the scene that has hardly changed, the three seem to have returned to a few years ago. The atmosphere was filled with indescribable warmth. After a few days of such comfortable days, the usual hardships resumed. Because, Yuhi and Yugao are on a mission again. This made Lei Luo couldn't help complaining about Minato in his heart, "But you are already married and have a child. I'm still single, you just sent my girlfriend out 2 days after I cultivated my relationship. Do you have any sympathy?" But Lei Luo just thought about it this way. Now that Yuhi and Yugao have gone on a mission, he will return to the 3-point and 1-line life of training ground, hospital, and home every day. On this day, Lei Luo was brought to the Hokage office by Anbu as soon as he came out of the training ground. "Lei Luo-kun, this time I came to you because of one thing," Namikaze Minato said, looking at Lei Luo who walked into the office. "What's the matter?" Lei Luo looked puzzled. "The Chunin exam will be held in the Land of Winds in 2 months. Namikaze Minato said with a serious expression. This is the first time the Chunin exam has been jointly held since the end of the Third Ninja World War. This Chunin exam also invited daimyo from various countries. The performance of each village ninja in the Chunin exam will largely affect the number of tasks that each village can receive in the next few years. So this exam we Konoha have to show our strength." Lei Luo nodded, indicating that he understood the importance of this matter. Then Namikaze Minato continued. "Just today, I have received a message from Kazekage Rasa 4 Generations, asking us if Konoha will take the Chunin exam this time, and the list of those taking the exam. I came to you this time because I hope you can be Jonin, the leader of the Chunin team, to lead and protect them. And you're now the number 1 player in our Konoha younger generation, and even I'm not sure I can beat you." Lei Luo waved his hand. "Lord Hokage, you have passed the prize. My strength still has a lot of room for improvement." Namikaze Minato smiled. "Lei Luo-kun, you don't have to be so modest. Also, I hope Naoki and Shisui will also participate in this Chunin exam." Lei Luo was a little puzzled. Naoki and the others are already Chunin, right? Namikaze Minato shook his head. No, they haven't gone through the procedures for being promoted to Chunin. They are not Chunin now, and they are still eligible to participate. Lei Luo nodded. "If that's the case, then I agreed for Naoki and the others. As for leading Jonin, I also agreed." Namikaze Minato smiled. "Then you can go back first, Lei Luo-kun, I will send someone to send you the list of participants and the departure time later. I'll leave it to you this time. Lei Luo replied in a righteous voice. The duty lies. From the Hokage building, Lei Luo directly returned to the training ground. Looking at the three of Naoki who were still training hard, Lei Luo smiled, greeted the three of them to take a break, and then told them about the Chunin exam. I've already signed up for you to take the exam this time. How is it? Are there any problems? Lei Luo said, looking at the three people sitting around him. Don't worry, Mr. Lei Luo, it's just a Chunin exam. With our strength, it's just a piece of cake. Naoki's self-confidence is also rising as his strength grows. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is not a good thing. So Lei Luo was going to beat him up so that he could correct his attitude. Don't underestimate the opponents in this Chunin exam, otherwise, if you lose, not only will you be embarrassed, but the interests of the village will also be greatly affected. Uchiha Shisui has always been the most stable and mature of the three. He asked Lei Luo, Mr. Lei Luo, do you know the information about the contestants from other villages? Lei Luo shook his head. There are still 2 months before the Chunin exam, and the specific situation has not yet been determined. However, as long as you are strong enough, no matter who the enemy is, don't worry. Now, you have made great progress in taijutsu and ninjutsu, but you still have a lot of room for improvement in terms of actual combat experience. However, we don't have so much time to go out to do missions and fight, so I will give you special training before we leave the village. I will limit my chakra and strength to the same level as yours, and then each will practice against me once a day. I don't know how to release water. If anyone is too relaxed, they will suffer a lot. How is it? Do you have any questions? Looking at the serious Lei Luo, the three Naoki also corrected their attitudes and said, Mr. Lei Luo, no problem. Very good. A smile appeared on Lei Luo's face when he heard the sonorous and powerful answers from the three of them. Choosing the day is better than hitting the sun, so start today. The first one, Yamato, come first. Yes. So from today onwards, the three Naoki ushered in a life of bruises and bruises for a long time. Chapter 82 arrive at Sunagakure village. Chunin exam begins. As time passed by 10:10, after this period of special training, the actual combat experience of the three Naoki has been greatly improved. Lei Luo also received a list of people going to Sunagakure village from Namikaze Minato a week ago. This time Konoha sent a total of 8 teams to take the Chunin exam, but apart from Naoki and the others, Lei Luo had no impression of the other team members at all. On the contrary, there are 2 familiar names in the accompanying protection team this time, and they are the same, Morino Ibiki. Aren't these 2 guys Asuma's sidekicks at the beginning? Asuma hasn't seen him for so long, and I don't know where he went. Today is the day when the Chunin exam team set off for Sunagakure village. Lei Luo got up early as usual, and after finishing his daily blade meditation practice, Lei Luo walked towards the Konoha gate. When Lei Luo arrived at the gate of Konoha, there were already many people waiting there, and Lei Luo also found the figure of the same and Morino Ibiki in the crowd. After all, Lei Luo had to go up to say hello after a classmate. Long time no see, I'm the same, Morino Ibiki. Lei Luo greeted. After the baptism of war, the two have long lost their childishness and youthfulness. Lei Luo, long time no see. You are now an elite Jonin. Morino Ibiki replied, with a long scar on his face, but smiling makes people look a little scary. And Zusui just replied briefly, appearing a little silent. What about Asuma in your team? I remember you were in the same team when you graduated, right? Lei Luo asked. Asuma, he is now serving as the guardian of the 12 ninjas beside the daimyo. Morino Ibiki's answer solved Lei Luo's question and understood why Asuma hasn't been seen for so long after the Third Ninja War, even when Namikaze Minato succeeded Hokage. Then a few people briefly exchanged a few words. Lei Luo looked at the 3 Naoki who had arrived, and left. When the appointed time came, Lei Luo checked and confirmed all the participants and the accompanying people, and made sure that all of them had arrived and no one was late. So Lei Luo gave an order, and everyone set off. Although the Land of the Wind is vast, it is the largest country among the 5 ninja kingdoms, but the desert occupies most of the land. The Land of Winds does not receive much rainfall every year, so the cities and villages of the Land of Winds are generally built in desert oases. In the wind and sand, Konoha's people who came to take the Chunin exam finally arrived at Sunagakure village. Of course, when Lei Luo and the others were not far from Sunagakure village, they had already sent someone to deliver information to Sunagakure. Although the Third Ninja World War is over now, the situation between countries is still very tense. It is better to follow the rules and be careful of unnecessary troubles. Although Lei Luo is strong himself, he is now leading Jonin and is responsible for others. When Lei Luo and his party came to the gate of Sunagakure village, the receptionist of Sunagakure village was already waiting there. One person headed by the receptionist stepped forward and said to Lei Luo, "Hello, guests of Konoha village, I am Sunagakure Jonin Maki, and I am responsible for your arrangements in Sunagakure village this time." Lei Luo stepped forward and replied, "Hello, I am Jonin Lei Luo, the elite leader of the Konoha team this time, and I will trouble you with this arrangement." Lei Luo looked at Maki in front of him. Half of his face was covered by a turban, and the other half of his face was painted with oil paint. This appearance was very familiar. Maki appearing in the original book as Jonin, the elite of Sunagakure village in the Land of Winds. He is the master of Gaara, Tamari and Konkuro. He is deeply trusted by Kazekage in all dynasties and has rich leadership skills. He is an indispensable general in the Land of Winds. Later, after the death of the 4th generation of Kazekage, he also defied public opinion to support student Gaara to become a new generation of Kazekage. Of course, he is still very young in front of Lei Luo and should not be an elite Jonin yet. Maki and Lei Luo shook hands, then turned and walked towards Sunagakure village, saying, "Everyone, come with me." As a result, Konoha and his party stayed under the arrangement of Maki, and there was no such thing as the legendary dog blood deliberately making things difficult. After all, this is related to the face of the country and shinobi village. In the next few days, people from other villages continued to arrive, and some of the participants also had some impressions of Lei Luo. It seems that every village attaches great importance to this Chunin exam. That's right. After all, this is the first Chunin exam after the Third Ninja World War, and it concerns all the interests of the village. Lei Luo sighed as he looked at the list of contestants after the statistics sent by Maki just now. There are 8 teams from Konoha village, the country of fire, with a total of 24 people. There were 6 teams from Sunagakure village, the Land of Winds, with a total of 18 people. There were 6 teams in Kumogakure village, the Land of Thunder, with a total of 18 people. There were 7 teams from Iwagakure village, a Land of Soil, with a total of 21 people. The village of Kurigakure, the Land of Water, does not participate in this Chunin exam. This is the situation of the 5 major countries. From the perspective of the participants, it can be easily estimated that the overall strength of Konoha is still better. Since the Third Ninja World War, the water country has become a state of isolation and isolation. In addition, it is an island country that is isolated overseas. Now people can't collect much information about the water country. The only latest news I know is that after the end of the Third War, the 3rd generation of Mizukage in Kurigakure village was assassinated and killed. As for the new successor of the 4th generation of Mizukage, it is unknown. In addition to the 5 major countries, Omegakure village, Takiyan village, Shinyan village and other small ninja villages also sent a team to take the Chunin exam. Of course, before the Chunin exam officially started, Lei Luo was not idle either. He carefully observed the contestants from other countries and listed those who might have some threats to Naoki and the others. Take Kumogakure village, for example. Although the number of teams participating this time is the same as that of Sunagakure village, under the observation of Lei Luo, it is clear that Kumogakure village is much stronger. Jonin, led by Kumogakure this time, is a woman named Samui who is not inferior to Tsunade. There are two notable people on her team, Omoi and Karui. Both of them are disciples of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer Bee in Kumogakure village, not to be underestimated. Of course, there are several notable people in each country, such as Sunagakure's True Tree Roll, the disciple of Sunagakure Shikuden, Scorch-style Pakura who once played against Lei Luo, and many others. Lei Luo told Nawaki and the others all this information, to keep them vigilant. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, the Chunin exam officially started. Chapter 83 Chunin Exam Part 1. Chunin exam is basically the same. First of all, the first written test is screened. After all, if a Chunin is not good enough in basic quality, and the ability to collect and transmit information is not good, then what qualifications do you have to be a Chunin? And now is the first Chunin exam after the Third Ninja World War, and it shows hard power. The current written exam will not give you a correct answer and pass the last question. Of course, the current written test is also 10 questions, and if you answer one question correctly, you will earn 10 points, and if you answer the 6 paths question correctly, you will pass. When Nawaki and the others entered the examination room, Lei Luo also observed with great interest from the sidelines. After all, this was the first Chunin examination he had ever seen. After all, in the previous war, as long as you have enough ability and enough tasks to complete, you can be promoted to Chunin without exams. Lei Luo stood outside the field, turned on his 5 visions, and observed the scene on the field. What made Lei Luo curious the most was the content of the test paper. The first question, a team of ninjas went out to the village to perform a mission. They traveled at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. After walking for half an hour, a new piece of information was suddenly received in the village, which needed to be passed on to the mission team leader. Anbu the ninja started from the village and pursued the same path at a speed of 14 kilometers per hour. How long did it take to catch up with the mission team? Isn't this the pursuit problem in mathematics? Lei Luo looked bewildered. Look at the second question. The parabola B in the figure below is the maximum range of the enemy ninja standing on a 7-meter high tree to throw a kunai. Please write down the enemy ninja that will appear within the range of this kunai. Characteristics, and the maximum range in plain combat, and write the basis. Damn, what the hell is this question? Lei Luo couldn't look directly at the test paper. Question 3. Fourth question. Lei Luo roughly browsed the test paper. He felt that he was not well. Fortunately, he didn't need to take this damn Chunin test. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about those goddamn questions, and turned to observe other candidates. Look at Shisui first, easy writing and clear thinking. It seems that this test paper is still very simple for this kind of genius. Hey, this ninja in a Megakure village, why did you start drawing turtles on the test paper? Don't give up hope, but don't say it. The turtles are really well drawn. You can be a painter if you are not a ninja. Eat. This Takian village ninja here, your eyes are too big. If you stare again, you will not be able to stare at the limit of blood. Your head will fall on the table of that Iwagakure village ninja. Hey, look, cheating was deducted 20 points, why bother? It is interesting to just look at the performance of the candidates in the field without thinking about the questions in the test papers. Lei Luo enthusiastically commented on everyone's performance in his heart. If he is the examiner, he has to hand over a microphone to the examinee and ask if you have freestyle. That scene must be very interesting. Otherwise, when the Chunin exam is held in Konoha, I will apply to be an examiner. Lei Luo thought with great interest. The 1-hour exam time passed quickly. The results show that most of the people have been brushed down. Although many people are implicated by their teammates, there is no way to do it. This is the rule. The people of Shounen village were basically wiped out, and only Takian village was left with a small team. Konoha village went 3 out of 8, and Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure were all eliminated by 4 teams each. There are only 13 teams left to participate in the second round of the Chunin exam, with a total of 39 people. The second exam started right after, and the examiner this time was an acquaintance to Lei Luo. Yes, she was Pakura, the ambassador of Sunagakure Shikuden, scorched style. After all, in the Third Ninja War this time, Kurigakure was not as strong as in the original book, but left the scene early, so Pakura was lucky not to be betrayed by the village and could live until now. Pakura announced the content and rules of the second exam in front of the candidates. I am the chief examiner for the second exam of this Chunin exam, Pakura. The main content of this second test is the team competition. The test location is the Desert of Death. There are 10 specially made Sunagakure village tokens buried in the oasis in the desert. The first 7 teams who were able to successfully find the token and return to Sunagakure village, even if you pass this exam. Quote. Now the captains of the squads come forward to receive the Death Desert map, as well as the special keepsake-style drawings. Soon, the remaining 13 teams have all received their own maps and blueprints. Have all squads received maps and blueprints now? Pakura asked loudly. I got it, the teams replied. Then now the second exam officially begins, let's go. With Pakura's order, all the teams in the field left instantly. Although Lei Luo is the lead Jonin, he is not allowed to follow him during the exam. And Lei Luo could only take those teams that were eliminated in the first game and return to the resting place with the protection staff. After Naoki and Shisui left the village of Kurigakure, they did not rush towards the Desert of Death. Instead, I found a place, stopped first, and checked the map and drawings. Naoki, let's see what that drawing is first, Shisui said directly. Naoki nodded and unfolded the token drawing, only to see a puppet drawn on it, with the logo of Sunagakure village on the puppet's chest. This token really has the style of Sunagakure village. The three of them carefully observed every detail on the drawing, and made sure that they had clearly remembered the appearance of the token, then put away the drawing and took out the map. Looking at the 3 paths to the dead desert given on the map, Naoki asked, which one do you think is the right path for us to choose? Yamato opened his mouth and said, it's the same which way. It's all twists and turns. It should be to avoid the quicksand area in the desert. Shisui shook his head. No, I don't think it's that simple. Although he gave 3 paths, it's not necessarily without danger. As ninjas, it's also what we need to do to distinguish the authenticity of the information. Naoki nodded. Shisui, you have always been the more thoughtful of the 3 of us. How do you think we should choose? Shisui looked down for a moment and said, I think we have 2 options now. The first option, to follow a squad, but not be detected by them, let them find the way for us ahead, it will reduce a lot of risk. Well, good, what about the second one? Naoki and Yamato heard Shisui's words and thought this option was a good one, but still wondered what other options were available. The second option is that we don't go to the Desert of Death, but stop them at the place where they must go back to the village of Kurigakure. Anyway, the test content didn't say it can't be like this. Naoki listened to this choice and slapped his leg happily. We'll choose the second one, and when they come back, intercept them and let them eat sand. We just need to wait. With our strength, no team is our opponent. Chapter 84 Chunin Exam Medium. Those who go to the Desert of Death cannot come back in 3 days. So, according to the map, Naoki and the others found a place to hide from the wind and sand near the place they had to pass through and hid. This possession is 3 days. Aren't they back yet? Why are these guys so slow? Naoki was a little bored after staying for a few days, and he couldn't exercise for fear of being exposed. Calculate the time, it should be almost the same. It is estimated that someone should be able to come back tomorrow at the latest. Shisui replied. Yamato nodded, but his eyes kept staring at the book in his hand. The name of the book was, Architectural Space Combination Theory. Naoki sighed and leaned his head against the wall. Okay, I hope they can come back soon. In the oasis of the dead desert, it's a different story. Captain, come here, what do you think this is? Karui picked up the puppet in his hand, and the Sunagakure logo on it was so conspicuous. Oh, good man, well done, We finally don't have to eat sand here. Let's go back. Omui looked at the token in Karui's hand and was very happy. Another Kumogakure ninja in the team is also very happy. The weather in the country of wind is too bad, the wind and sand are too heavy, and now I can finally go back. At this moment, a kunai shot at Karui and went straight to the token in his hand. But Karui reacted in an instant and dodged away. Who of Kumogakure's team immediately became alert. At this moment, the kunai, who had already escaped, turned back in an instant and stabbed Karui's right arm. Ah! Karui instantly covered her right arm and couldn't help crying out. As long as you give me the token, I will let you go. The person who took the shot finally stood up. It was the Sunagakure village ninja. HMPH, with such a big breath, I want to see why you don't let us go. The people of Kumogakure village were always violent, and they couldn't help it in an instant when they were attacked and looked down upon. Ami charged directly at the ninjas of Sunagakure village, and kicked them directly in the head, apparently with murderous intentions. Then one person from the Sunagakure village team stood up, with a hand seal in his hand, the cloth on his back stretched instantly, and Kabuto came up to Omui's face, forcing him to stop. Raiden Thunder-style chakra surged on Omui's body, turned his palm into a knife and cut the cloth directly. Looking at the people from Sunagakure village, he said, "The strength is good, no wonder he dares to speak madly. Sign up. You are qualified to be my Amaui's opponent." The female ninja who used the cloth sneered, "Our strength is naturally good, but unfortunately your strength is not very good. Remember my name, Sunagakure Makamaki. If you don't hand over your token, don't blame me for being rude." Ha ha ha. Ami laughed loudly, "Just rely on your rags. In that case, don't even think about leaving." At this time, Karui has also pulled out the kunai in his right arm, and simply bandaged it. The Raiden Thunder-style chakra on his body surged. "Omui, let's go together." Then the two of them rushed up again in an instant. In the next second, it appeared on the head of the real tree roll, one left and one right, like two battle axes, it fell towards the real tree roll. Boom! The two Kumogakure's attacks hit the ground and smashed a big hole out, and Makamaki flashed and disappeared in place. "Bu done." Cloth binding technique, the endless cloth surrounded the two of them. When they finally cut off all the cloth, there was nothing in front of them. "Where's her?" Omui asked the Kumogakure in the team. "Captain Omui, that Sunagakure ninja just wrapped her and her teammates in cloth and left together," Kumogakure replied. Shit. Omui felt a little depressed, as if punching cotton. Unexpectedly, the other party said harsh words for a long time, and fled after a few fights. "Let's go. Go back. The exam is important." Karui pulled Omui and left with the team members. "Everyone get ready, someone is coming." Shisui pushed Naoki and Yamato next to him. Naoki regained his energy immediately, and Yamato put away the book. Damn, after waiting for so long, someone finally came back. Naoki rubbed his fists to check the account, obviously he couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at the distance, 3 people emerged from the sand, and one of them had a bandage on his right arm. It was Kumogakure's Ami and his party. Seeing that Omui and the others had entered the attack range, Naoki gave an order, the 3 of the team flipped the hand seal with their fingers, and the ninjutsu was released. Kaiden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Mokuden, wood style. Adamantine forest call. Mokuden, wood style. Adamantine forest call. In an instant, the fireball and the wooden gun had smashed into the faces of the 3 Kumogakure, and Omui could feel the heat wave coming from the fireball. In the desert environment, he instantly felt a dry mouth. However, Kumogakure village has been practicing ninjutsu for a long time, and the speed is quite fast. Once the Raiden Thunder-style chakra moves on his body, he has disappeared in place without any damage. Damn it, do we look so easy to bully? Omui almost couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Seeing that he was not far from Sunagakure village, he thought that he could go back and have a good rest. I just relaxed my vigilance, but I didn't expect to encounter someone else's ambush again. But he looked at the 3 people who appeared in front of him, and after all, he didn't rush directly to do it. He had already recognized the 3 people in front of him. It was the few Konoha ninjas that Kumogakure led the ninjas to be careful about. They were not even stronger than him. Although he has a bad temper, he is not a fool. Now they have just run all the way back, and their state is not comparable to the 3 Naoki who are waiting for work. I don't know how many people from Konoha, why are you ambushing us here? Omui looked at the 3 Naoki vigilantly and asked in a deep voice. So far, he still has a bit of luck, maybe it's not them that Konoha is ambushing. But what he didn't know was that Naoki really didn't target them on purpose. He could only say that they were lucky, and sometimes it's not a good thing to be too fast. Naoki looked at the 3 Kumogakure who were in a state of embarrassment and were facing a big enemy, and couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, they didn't go to eat sand with them at that time. Then Naoki said, "It can only be considered that you are unlucky, but if you give us the token, we will let you go." What token? We didn't find it. Omui also wanted to fool around by pretending to be stupid. But Naoki is an upright person and replied, "Whether you are real or fake, but if you want us to let you go, you must give us a token." Ami lowered his head and pondered for a while. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was not suitable for him to do anything anymore, so he opened his mouth and said to Karui, "Give him the token." Karui took out the token from her body, glanced at Omui, and threw it to Naoki. Naoki handed the token to Shisui and asked him to check to see if it was correct, while he continued to stare at the 3 Kumogakure. Naoki, "No problem, this is the token we want," Shisui said. Naoki nodded, then said to Omui, "Then thank you guys at Kumogakure." Then the 3 Naoki immediately left and rushed towards Sunagakure village. Looking at the 3 Naoki leaving, the 3 Kumogakure relaxed. "Captain, we don't have any tokens anymore, what should we do?" Karui asked Omui. Ami bit Kiba hard, "If Konoha can ambush here, so can we. Now have a good rest and recover, we also have to grab a token." Yes. Chapter 85 Chunin Exam Part 2. In Sunagakure village, Pakura and other examiners have been waiting for several days, and they are inevitably a little irritable. Just then, Naoki and the others returned. "Hello, examiner, this is the token submitted by our team." Naoki stepped forward and handed the test token to Pakura. Pakura just glanced at it and confirmed that the token was correct. So Pakura said, "Congratulations, you passed the second exam, you can go back to rest first. As for the information about the third test, we will contact you to lead Jonin after the second test is over." Naoki nodded and left with Shisui and the others, heading towards the place where the Konoha ninja rested. Anyway, they have passed the second exam, and the current situation of others has nothing to do with them. Konoha ninja resting place. Leiluo looked at the 3 Naoki who walked in with a smile on his face. "Mr. Leiluo, we didn't embarrass you, we were the first to do it." Naoki looked at Leiluo and couldn't help but ask for credit. Yes, Leiluo said with a smile, "Tell me what happened these days." Naoki, who was in high spirits just now, suddenly became a little embarrassed. Naoki said, "Well, we didn't go to the Death Desert for this exam, but found a place to ambush, stayed for 3 days, and then grabbed the token from a team of Kumogakure." "Oh yes, that Kumogakure team seems to be the Omui or something you mentioned earlier." Leiluo nodded and replied, "Isn't it good?" "Naoki, what are you embarrassed about? Is it because of ambush someone else?" The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans use their brains to exchange the least losses for the greatest benefits. This is a normal thing. "Teacher, I don't want you all to become reckless men. Of course, you can't forget that your own strength is the foundation. Hiding behind and being a person who only plays tricks and tricks will never be a big deal. If you don't have the strength, even if you ambush others, it's useless if you can't beat them, understand?" Listening to Leiluo, long speech, Naoki replied, I see, Mr. Lei Luo, when did you become such a mother-in-law, like my sister? Hey, if you say something about my mother-in-law and mother. Lei Luo couldn't help giving Naoki a dunk. Isn't it good for you that Tsunade-sama usually talks so much? Then Lei Luo turned his head to Shisui and Yamato and said, what I said just now wasn't just Naoki, did you two understand? Shisui and Yamato nodded obediently. Okay. Lei Luo continued, you guys have just come back from outside, so go get a good rest first, and then there is the third exam. The third test is the most important thing. When the time comes, the big names from many countries will come to watch. When that time comes, you will all show me your own style. Do you know? Got it. The three Naoki replied. Then they all went back to their rooms to rest. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. The second exam was all over 3 days ago, and these 3 days were reserved for the candidates who passed. Lei Luo has already received the results of the second exam. Of the 7 teams that passed the exam, Konoha had 3, then there was 1 Iwagakure, 2 Kumogakure, and 1 Sunagakure. Judging from this result, Konoha is still the biggest winner for the time being. But today, it is time to start the third exam. The passing teams have all come to a huge training ground, and there is a high stand next to the training ground. The big names of all countries and some rich people have already taken their seats. The examiner of this third exam is also a familiar face. That's right, it was the Sunagakure Jonin Maki who received Lei Luo and the others at that time. And the third test is no longer a team confrontation. This test is about personal strength. The number of candidates who passed the second round was 21. There will be a bye for one person to compete against each other. Now, the candidates will come up to draw lots to decide the order of the battle. Maki announced the exam arrangement in the training ground. Mr. Lei Luo, we're going to draw lots. Naoki turned his head and said to Lei Luo when he heard Maki's shout. Lei Luo waved his hand. Go ahead, I hope you have better luck and don't get a civil war. The result of the lottery did not disappoint Lei Luo. Although the 3 Nawakas did not draw in the team civil war, since there are 9 Konohas out of the existing 21 people, it is inevitable that they will fight with other Konoha ninjas. And Yamato was the luckiest one, and he got a bye. The draw is over, and the battle begins in order. The first one to play is Kumogakure's dragon set against Konoha passerby. The two sides first met with fists and feet, fighting physique, but Kumogakure's dragon set physique is better. So Konoha passer-A escaped an attack and released a futon, wind-style ninjutsu from hand seal to end the battle. Well, it's very boring, and now this level of battle is not interesting to Lei Luo at all. For Lei Luo, fighting at this level is just watching children fight. Next, the second group battle. The third group battle. Lei Luo looked a little drowsy and was thinking about squeezing for a while. He heard Maki's announcement of the next opponents, and he managed to cheer up. Next group of players, Kumogakure Village Omui vs Sunagakure Village Makamaki. Both sides play. Ami and Makamaki stood on both sides, and first let go of harsh words. Ami snorted coldly, you can't escape this time. Obviously, in the second game before, in the Desert of Death, the real tree rolled up to make a pass, and then slipped away when he saw the situation, which made him very uncomfortable. Makamaki looked indifferent and replied, now you don't have any teammates, and you alone are not my opponent. Hearing this, Omui's anger almost burst out of his eyes. At this moment, Maki gave an order, the battle begins. Omui rushed out in an instant and said, just let you have a good taste of my fist. The Radiant Thunder style chakra circulated, and the Radiant Thunder style armor had appeared outside Omui's body, causing his speed to skyrocket, and he appeared in front of the real tree in an instant. Although Makamaki appeared to be indifferent, in fact, he was already prepared. By the time Omui rushes in, she has already completed the hand seal. Clothing. The technique of blocking obstacles. The cloth on the back of Makazumi stretched out instantly, and it had blocked in front of him, forming a thick barrier layer upon layer, and there were still many gaps in it, which buffered Omui's strength. Then hand seal again in his hand, the barrier in front of him suddenly spread out, and then wrapped Omui. Chapter 86 Chunin Exam End. Bu done. Cloth binding technique. The cloth wrapped around Ami tightened violently, wrapping him into a zongzi. And different from the original in the Desert of Death, this time the cloth has some special charms, the seal of Sunagakure village. This is the complete cloth binding technique. Lei Luo also felt very interesting watching this scene. The combination of cloth and sealing. The effect is pretty good. Oh, right, didn't I get a seal scroll in the country of Vortex before? It seems that I have to study when I go back. I don't know if my light escape can be combined with the sealing technique to develop new abilities. Lei Luo's thoughts were flying off the court, while Ami on the court was already defeated. Omui, who was sealed with chakra, was already unable to resist, and he lost to his carelessness. After this battle is over, there is nothing else to see. Both Naoki and Shisui easily defeated their opponents and successfully advanced to the next round. When Naoki Mokuden wood style appeared, the big names and the rich in the stands still couldn't help exclaiming. Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood style reputation has been circulating in the ninja world, and the reappearance of Mokuden wood style reminds them of that legend all of a sudden. In the next draw, Yamato was not so lucky, and he drew Naoki. And then dedicated a showdown between Mokuden wood style for everyone in the stands. Although Yamato's Mokuden wood style mutated a bit when he awakened, his overall strength was still not as good as Naoki's, and he was defeated. And Shisui is the real tree roll of the battle. This time, her cloth escape can't produce any effect. When encountering Shisui, who is best at Kaden fire style, it can be said that she is naturally restrained. If it's a team battle, the sweetened water style ninja in Makamaki's team can also play with her. But fighting alone, she couldn't resist Shisui at all. After this round of battles, the final confrontation soon came. Naoki vs Shisui. As I expected, Shisui will be the one who will fight me in the end. Naoki said to Shisui with a smile. Naoki, we haven't had a good fight for so long. Shisui also had a mild smile on his face. Then let's have a good fight this time. Naoki's fighting spirit was already ignited. Come on. Shisui was also ready. Battle begins. Maki shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Shisui took out a few lily swords from his waist and threw them at Naoki. Naoki's body swayed slightly and flashed easily, but he didn't expect that after the shuriken collided with each other behind Naoki, they turned around and shot at Naoki's back again. Naoki sensed something was wrong when he heard the shuriken, ding ding ding. So he stomped hard, jumped into the air, and dodged again. Shisui, your Uchiha's shuriken control is really amazing. I'm going to do it for real. Naoki said excitedly. Then, Naoki charged directly towards Shisui, and a momentary body appeared on Shisui's head. Konoha Fluid Art. Gang Force Whirlwind. Naoki's legs are like battle axes, slashing at Naoki. Boom. A deep pit appeared on the ground, but Shisui was no longer there. Naoki, don't forget, I am also good at the art of blinking. Shisui's voice suddenly appeared behind Naoki, holding kunai directly to the back of Naoki's neck, Tomo spinning in Yuhi's Sharingan. Scoff. Shisui's hand had already pierced Naoki's body, but Shisui's expression didn't change. Because he already felt that there was something wrong with kunai's piercing voice. Sure enough, Naoki, who was stabbed by Shisui, turned into a wooden figure. It was Mokuden wood style. Wooden clone. Haha, Shisui, you've been fooled. Naoki's voice sounded from the sidelines, and it was clear that Shisui's attack was also expected. Mokuden wood style. Adamantine forest call. A soil gun broke out from under Shisui's feet and pierced him directly. However, Shisui banged and turned into a piece of wood. You're also very fast at doubling. Shisui. Naoki couldn't help but admire. The warm-up is over, Naoki, show your skills. Kaden, fire style. The art of the balsam. Shisui's cheeks bulged, and fireballs continued to spew out of his mouth, blocking all the positions Naoki could dodge. Naoki didn't panic at all. With the hand seal in his hand, several trees stood up from the ground, blocking Naoki's face, forming a wooden wall. Shisui's fireball hit it, leaving only a few black marks. But Shisui's figure appeared behind Naoki again, but the attack was not successful, but was blocked by Naoki again. You come and go between the two sides, Kaden fire style and Mokuden wood style, ninjutsu intertwined, and the fight is very beautiful, but many people watching off the court are sighing in their hearts. These two fouled, are they still going to be promoted to Chunin's genin? Their strength is comparable to the special jonin. Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Mokuden wood style, wooden wall. Shisui's attack was blocked again, his body trembled slightly, sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and the huge chakra consumption made him a little unable to hold on. The situation on Naoki's side is much better than him. After all, with the physique of the Senju family, the amount of chakra should be more. Shisui chuckled and raised his right hand, I admit defeat. Then he put down his hand and looked at Naoki and said, Naoki, it seems that you are stronger. This time you won, but I will not give up any chance to surpass you. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Shisui admit defeat, and then replied, Haha, Shisui, I am a few years older than you anyway, this time I won by chakra, your strength is no better than mine. Weak. At this time, Maki, the examiner of the third round, appeared in the field and announced loudly, I announce that the first place in this Chunin exam is Senju Naoki, and the Chunin exam is over. Lei Luo's face was full of smiles off the field, and these disciples still gave him a long face. The 4 generations of Keisuke Rasa in the stands were not so happy. After all, Konoha was better in the Chunin exam this time. However, he is not a person without grace. As the organizer of this Chunin exam, he also took the stage to express some official comments, and then announced that the Chunin exam was officially over. Ninjas from other villages can leave tomorrow. As for the final result of Chunin promotion, it is up to each village to decide. Originally, the purpose of this kind of examination was only to show the strength of one's own village, and whether or not to be promoted depends on various performances in the examination. But for Naoki and the others, it was a sure thing to advance to Chunin, and taking the Chunin exam was just for the sake of the village. When the exam is over, everyone can relax. After returning to the resting place, Lei Luo announced loudly to all Konoha's visit to Sunagakure village this time. Everyone has a good rest today. You can also go shopping in Sunagakure village and bring some Sunagakure village specialties for family and friends. We will leave for the village tomorrow. Chapter 87 Goodbye Kakashi. Iron Country. Konoha Village, 4th Training Ground. It has been more than a month since the Chunin exam. After returning to Konoha from Sunagakure village at that time, Namikaze Minato highly praised the performance of the 3 Nawakas, and Chunin's promotion procedures were completed on the same day. And now, Lei Luo is sweating with Naoki and the others, doing physical training. Lei Luo doesn't look down on physical skills like ordinary people. The body is the foundation of everything. If you want to become a real strong man, your physical fitness must also keep up. Therefore, in the spare time of the task, physical training is an indispensable practice item for Lei Luo class. 199. 200. Naoki threw the boulder over his head, stood up straight, and regulated his breathing. This is the weight-bearing frog leap in the basic practice of taijutsu. Now Naoki has been able to carry a 20-kilogram boulder for exercise. He deeply remembered every word that teacher Lei Luo said. After every strenuous exercise, he should not sit down and rest immediately, but should first adjust his breath to restore his blood to calm. Lei Luo naturally does not cherish himself. The secret technique of exercise and recovery he learned from teacher Chen was also handed over to the three of them. As long as they persist for a while and their physical fitness reaches the standard, he will hand over teacher Chen's secret bodybuilding boxing technique to them. My disciple of Lei Luo must not only be strong, but also tough and durable. At this moment, a masked Anbu appeared at the fourth training ground, but his silver-white hair instantly revealed his identity. Ouch, Kakashi, long time no see. Lei Luo took the initiative to say hello. Anbu in front of him took off his mask, revealing Kakashi's unchanging masked face of eternal. Long time no see, Lei Luo. Do you remember the advice you gave me after you saved me in Rin? After listening to Kakashi's words, Lei Luo thought for a while and then remembered. Then you are talking about a girlfriend now and want to share your joy with me. Or have you developed your own Raiden, Thunder style, ninjutsu and swordsmanship? Or, have you decided to go to the Iron Country to practice swordsmanship? Kakashi looked at Lei Luo who was winking in front of him, and said helplessly, I don't have a girlfriend, and I haven't developed a new technique. I'm going to practice in the country of iron. I'm here to ask if you want to go to the Iron Country with me. Lei Luo was very interested after hearing Kakashi's words. Oh, haven't you become Anbu now? Did Lord Hokage agree to your going to the Iron Country? Kakashi nodded. I applied to the teacher and he agreed. Lei Luo turned to look at the three of Naoki who were still exercising their physical skills, thought for a while, and then replied, if that's the case, then let's go with Lei Luo's class too, and let them see and experience the different ways of ninjas. Fighting is also good. Quote. Then I'll go to Lord Hokage to apply for a certificate of leaving the village. I don't want to be regarded as a missing nin for leaving the village without permission. Then we'll leave together tomorrow. Kakashi opened his mouth and replied, okay. Then an instant technique disappeared in the fourth training ground. The Kingdom of Iron is not within the 5 kingdoms, it is closer to the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder, and borders the Kingdom of Fire, Taki and Tien. There are no ninjas in the Iron Country, there is a profession called samurai. During the first Hokage period, the Iron Country and the 5 great ninja villages reached an agreement to always remain neutral. The coveted technology complied with the request of the Iron Nation. It was the last remaining holy place for samurai warriors after ninjas took over the mainstream. Even though the first 3 ninja wars were in full swing, they did not participate. The warriors of the Iron Country are good at swordsmanship and have a very terrifying swordsmanship. If you can practice swordsmanship to the peak, it will not be worse than the shadow of the 5 major countries, just like the general of the Iron Country Sanfune. Although they are samurai, they also have chakra, but they do not use ninjutsu. The magical swordsmanship, plus chakra, is enough to kill the enemy with one knife. Hatake Sakumo also visited the Iron Country when he was young. At that time, Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship had not yet been completed, and he came here to hone his swordsmanship. After staying in the Iron Country for a year, Hatake's swordsmanship mastered, and the name of Konoha White Fang began to resound throughout the ninja world. The country of iron is definitely a must-see for all knives who are good at it. For nothing else, come here, there will definitely be a great improvement in swordsmanship. Although ninjas also use swords, when it comes to the subtlety of swordsmanship, except for a few people, no one can compare with the samurai of the country of iron. On this day, Lei Luo and his party of 5 finally came to the country of iron. As soon as you step into the Iron Country, you will find that the people here, whether they are civilians or samurai, are wearing asterisk, and some people have several knives on their waists. Not to mention Naoki and the others, Lei Luo was also a little curious when he saw such a scene for the first time. Just as everyone looked left and right, a loud voice sounded behind them. Yo! Everyone, is this the first time you have come to the Kingdom of Iron? Lei Luo glanced back at the tall bald-headed man who was talking, and showed a harmless smile. Well, we are wandering warriors, and this is the first time we have come to the country of iron. That's right, the current Lei Luo 5 are all dressed as samurai, playing the identity of wandering samurai. Hearing this, the tall man's smile became even brighter. My name is Miyajiro, do you need a guide? Lei Luo smiled and replied, haha, it would be great to have a guide to lead you. You can just call me Yasuo. Then he pointed to Kakashi, Naoki and others around him and said, these are my juniors. I will bring them out to see the holy land of our samurai. That's right, Yasuo is Lei Luo's current name, which is suitable for the identity of a samurai, and has a free and happy atmosphere. It's really good. Miyajiro bent down slightly, then Yasuo-sama and everyone, come with me. While walking around the city with a few people, Miyajiro introduced the unique places in the city. Suddenly, Miyajiro seemed to remember something, turned his head to Lei Luo and said, dear guests, you just happen to be here. In a few days, we will be at the Iron Country's Blacksmithing Festival. Forge Festival. What festival is this? Kakashi asked. Don't the guests know? The group of 5 looked at each other, then shook their heads. Then let me explain it to everyone. The Blacksmithing Festival is a festival that our country of iron has held for hundreds of years. On this day, famous forging masters in the country of iron will show up to compete in the central square of the country of iron. At the same time, blacksmiths in other parts of the country will also open their furnaces to forge weapons on this day. As long as you have precious materials and money, you can harvest the most suitable weapons at the forging festival. Lei Luo nodded. So it is, then it seems that we have really caught up with the good times. Speaking of which, I really want to build something. The blacksmithing festival is just 3 days away, please wait patiently. I have something to do, so I will leave first. There are both in the street in front of the hotel and the hotel. I wish you all a happy time in the Iron Country. Chapter 88 Iron Country Blacksmithing Festival. White Fang Recast. Miyajiro's guide work has been completed. After receiving the guide fee and tip from Lei Luo, the smile on his face is more sincere. After sending blessings to Lei Luo and the others again, they left immediately. He still has to go to the city gate to see if he can pick up new guests. After Miyajiro left, Lei Luo and his party came to the street. Miyajiro said. Shops are lined up on both sides of the street, pedestrians are scattered, and the colorful light signs of the shops are dazzling and charming in the night. The casino tavern has also begun to have guests, and the sound of punching and clinking glasses is even more lively. Hey, let's play a game later. I've never been to a casino, Naoki said happily. Forget it, in case you lose every gamble like Master Tsunade, we didn't bring that much money. Lei Luo said with a teasing. Lei Luo walked around the street and found a nice-looking hotel to stay. After the room was opened, several people gathered in Lei Luo's room again. Do you have any plans? Lei Luo asked. We all listen to you, Teacher Lei Luo. The 3 Naoki said they had no idea, everything was up to the teacher. Don't call me wrong, remember who I am now, I am Yasuo the Wandering Warrior. Lei Luo replied. Got it, Lord Yasuo. Looking at the 3 Naoki who changed their mouths, Lei Luo nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head, looked at Kakashi who was bowing his head and asked, what about you? Silver, what are your plans? That's right, when Kakashi's current identity is the Wandering Warrior Sakata Silver, the name was given to him by Lei Luo, with the same white-haired dead fish eyes. Kakashi looked up at Lei Luo, then took out a short knife from his arms, but only half of it was broken. This knife is the white fang of my father, but it was broken during the previous battle with Iwagakure. My purpose in coming to the Iron Country this time is to find a master blacksmith and recast White Fang, in addition to practicing swordsmanship. It just happens that the Iron Country is holding a blacksmithing festival, and I must go and see it. Lei Luo nodded and said, since you want to recast White Fang, good materials and money are indispensable. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. But if you don't have the materials, I can't help you much. Kakashi shook his head and said, don't bother you. Although I'm the only one left in the Hokage clan, the forging money can still be taken out. Furthermore, my father still had a lot of materials left for forging White Fang, and I also carried them with me. They are all chakra-conductive metals with good properties, which are enough to recast White Fang. Well, since you're all set, there's no problem. Lei Luo replied with a smile. After 3 days, let's go to the Iron Country's blacksmithing festival together. Quite interesting. So, in the first 3 days of this blacksmithing festival, Lei Luo took Nawaki and the 3 around the country of iron. Kakashi, on the other hand, is a famous swordsman who has gone around to inquire about the Iron Country, and is ready to take the new White Fang to challenge after the blacksmithing festival to start his swordsmanship practice. On the day of the blacksmithing festival, Lei Luo and his party came to the square of the Iron Country. The square of the Iron Country was full of fires, and there were furnaces for forging iron, and the famous blacksmiths of the Iron Country had all come here to light the fire and prepare for forging. Kakashi entered the square and led Lei Luo and the others to a spot on the left side of the square. A burly man in his 30s was standing beside the stove, looking at the thick calluses on his hands. It must be a master forge. Kakashi turned his head and said to Lei Luo, when I was inquiring about the famous swordsmen these days, I also inquired about the famous forging masters in the Iron Country. This famous forging master on the east side of the square is called Santiao Zongyuan. He was born in a famous family of swordsmiths in the Iron Country. His ancestor Santiao Zongjin once forged the famous Sanria Zongjin. And the master of the 3 sects is considered to be the person whose craftsmanship is closest to the ancestor, but unlike the ancestor, what he is best at forging is not a big sword, but a short sword. So for recasting White Fang, Master Sanjo Zongyan is the most suitable blacksmith. At the time of speaking, Kakashi, Lei Luo and others had come to the front. Master Zong Yukin, Kakashi greeted. After all, people should be treated with respect. Sanjo Zongyu raised his head, looked at Kakashi, and asked straight to the point, young man, what are you going to forge? There is no superfluous courtesy. After all, the people who come to the forging festival are not for forging. Kakashi took out the White Fang and chakra-conductive metal and handed them over, and said respectfully, Master Zong Yukin, when I was in Silver Shimosakata, I hope you can help recast this short sword this time. Santiao Zongyu took White Fang and pulled it out of the scabbard. With a flick of his finger, he looked at the whirling blade and praised, good knife. This knife was originally made by a famous forging master, and the materials are also of the highest quality. Then he picked up the chakra-conductive metal that Kakashi handed over, felt it, and nodded. This piece of metal is the same material as this knife, suitable for recasting, and you are well prepared. The forging fee is 300,000 taels, and the remaining metal materials are mine. Come and pick up the knife in 7 hours. Is there any problem? Kakashi took out 300,000 taels from his body, handed it over to Sanjo Zongyu's case, and said, Master, then please. Everyone wandered around, watching the scenes of different famous masters forging weapons, and felt that they had also learned a lot. It is estimated that almost 7 hours have passed, and Kakashi can't wait to pull Lei Luo and the others back to the position of Sanjo Zongyu's case. Sanjo Zongyu's case was already waiting for them, watching Kakashi hand over the reforged White Fang, and said, Silver time, Kun, fortunately, I have finished the reforging of the sword, you try it out. How does it feel? Quote. Kakashi pulled White Fang out of the scabbard and looked at the restored White Fang, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. I played a few knives in my hand, and I felt very comfortable. It also had a transparent texture to mobilize the chakra to flow in the blade. Putting the White Fang back into the scabbard with his backhand, Kakashi said to Sanjo Zonyukin gratefully, Master Zonyukin, thank you very much, I am very satisfied with the recast sword. Santiao Zongyu waved his hand, you're welcome, you paid the forging fee, and you prepared the materials. Kakashi didn't say anything, just thanked him again, then turned around and left with Lei Luo and the others. Chapter 89 _ Knife Practice. A long-lost system task. Now that the White Fang has been recast, the Iron Country Blacksmithing Festival has no meaning to stay any longer. So, Lei Luo and everyone went straight back to the hotel. Silver, now that White Fang has been recast, when did you start practicing swordsmanship? Lei Luo asked Kakashi. From tomorrow onwards, I will begin to challenge various masters of swordsmanship and hone my swordsmanship. Kakashi replied. Well, yes. Lei Luo nodded. Is there a definite goal? Kakashi took out a booklet from his bosom, opened a page, pointed to it, and said, this booklet records all the famous swordsmen I've heard about in the past few days. From tomorrow onwards, I will follow this list to challenge all the way. The booklet in his hand kept flipping until it reached the last page. My last challenger is the current general of the Iron Country, Mifune. Hearing Kakashi's words, Lei Luo was about to answer, but the long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. And quat, ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the Peak of Swordsmanship. And quat. The Peak of Swordsmanship, without using other abilities, defeat the General Mifune of the Iron Country with swordsmanship alone. Task reward. God level lottery point *1. The sudden prompt of the system made Lei Luo froze in place. Damn it, system, you haven't been around for a long time. If the system space hadn't been available all the time, I would have thought you ran away. Lei Luo couldn't help complaining to the system in his mind. Don't worry, host, I have completely merged with you. As long as you don't die, I will always be here. The system finally answered. Okay, I won't tell you, I'm still fighting the landlord. Then the system becomes unresponsive. Fighting landlords, this system has become refined. Is it playing with other systems? This is too irresponsible. Lei Luo is also very speechless about his own Buddhist system, and there is no specific condition for the task triggering, it is completely random. Fortunately, the mission this time was very much in line with Lei Luo's wishes. The reason why he and Kakashi came to the Kingdom of Iron was not for fun. Challenge Mifune itself is one of the purposes of his trip. And after Kakashi finished talking about his arrangement, he found that Lei Luo was stunned and didn't answer. So I couldn't help but patted Lei Luo on the shoulder and woke him up. Lord Yasuo, what's the matter with you? Lei Luo came back to his senses and said, it's nothing, I decided that when you are going to challenge the 3 boats, I will go with you. Kakashi nodded. What about before challenging Mifune? Lei Luo turned a Byakugan. Before you challenge the 3 boats, we must be separated. I will take Nawaki and the others to practice. Is it possible that I will always be with you? Kakashi smiled awkwardly. Okay, let's get in touch later. Time has passed quickly for half a year. In the past 6 months, Kakashi has continuously challenged various famous swordsmen and set off a huge storm in the country of Iron. Many people now know that there was a young samurai named Sakata Silver who was going around the challenge. Many people are wondering when he will challenge the general of the Iron Country, Mifune. What they didn't know was that when they were concerned about Sakata Silver, he was now soaking in Izumi. Time flies so fast, Silver, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Lei Luo soaked in when Izumi and said lazily. The climate of the Iron Country is already very cold, and it is really comfortable to be able to soak in Izumi. That's right, I'm going to challenge the generals of the Iron Country, Mikun, in the next battle. Kakashi and Izumi also wore the same mask as Eternal, but the momentum around him was obviously sharper, and he felt that his spirit and energy had reached a peak. If he can defeat Mifune, he will be transformed, and his swordsmanship will be a complete success. Well, you know, didn't you mention this when you sent us a message? Lei Luo finished speaking. He buried his head in when Izumi and blew a burst of bubbles. The 3 Nawaki next to them are also enjoying this rare leisure time. After all, they have not been idle in the past 6 months, and they have followed Lei Luo to practice. Not only to practice body jutsu and ninjutsu, but also occasionally challenge some samurai and hone sword skills. And Lei Luo has also mastered all the breath of water in the past 6 months, and the final 11th form can also be used, but he is not very proficient. By the way, the teacher's child is about to be born. Kakashi's eyes were blank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But Lei Luo was disturbed by Kakashi's words. Kakashi is right, Naruto should be born soon, and Obito is still at Uchiha Madara. I don't know if the Kyuubi Nine Tails rebellion will happen. So Lei Luo opened his mouth and said, after challenging the 3 boats, this practice will be completed, so let's go back to Konoha. Kakashi nodded and said nothing. When Izumi also fell into tranquility, and everyone was enjoying this rare relaxing time. The Iron Country, the General's mansion. Knock knock knock, knocked on the door. Come in. A steady and heavy voice came from the room. The person who knocked on the door heard the reply from the room, pushed the door and walked in. My lord, I heard that the young wandering samurai Sakata Silver defeated Mr. Musashi yesterday. Sir Musashi is the second best warrior of our Iron Country. Assuming the next step, that Sakata Silver time will come to challenge you. At this time, the middle-aged man in the room raised his head from the desk and said with a smile on his face, if he comes to challenge, then I will accept it. When will our samurai avoid the challenge of others? My 3 ships can be the general of the Iron Country, but it is my strength. Have you found out the identity of this Sakata Silver? That's right, the middle-aged man in the room is the final target of Lei Luo and Kakashi's trip, General Mifune of the Iron Country. The subordinate who came in to report shook his head and replied, this Sakata Silver appeared suddenly. It is said to be a wandering warrior. The earliest I can find is that he appeared at the Iron Country Forging Festival half a year ago. Mifune sighed, hey, I hope he is really a samurai. Now ninjas are the mainstream, and talents from the 5 major countries are emerging one after another. We samurai have not had such good seedlings for a long time. Now the country of iron is still supported by me. If I die, who else can the country of iron support? If he comes to the general's mansion to challenge me later, don't stop me, bring him in. Let me try him. If his strength is good and he is really a wandering warrior, I am willing to accept him as a disciple. It may not be impossible for the future general of the Iron Kingdom to be him. Mifune's subordinate bowed his head respectfully and replied, this subordinate understands. Mifune waved his hand, then go down first. Yes. After Mifune's men walked out of the room, Mifune leaned back in the chair and sighed, and then the study fell into silence again. Chapter 90_Naruto is born. Just as Lei Luo and the others were preparing to challenge Admiral Mifune in the Iron Country, Konoha village was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Namikaze Minato has worked diligently since he served as Hokage for the 4th generation, and has also introduced some strategies that are beneficial to civilian ninjas. Now Namikaze Minato can be said to be loved by the villagers. The villagers in Konoha village all know that the 4th generation of Hokage's wife is about to give birth, and many people are ready to send their blessings after the child is born. What they don't know is that the day of Kushina production is today. Are you ready? Namikaze Minato asked Anbu beside him. Lord Hokage, everything is ready, and Lord Tsunade and Lord Bawako have also arrived, ready to help deliver the baby at any time. Anbu lowered his head and replied. You must know that Kushina, as a Kyuubi Nine-Tails person's Jinchuriki column power, is at its weakest when she is giving birth. Although it is no longer during the war, if other hidden villages know about this, they will definitely send people to make trouble. After all, they don't want to see a more and more powerful Konoha. The current Konoha can be said to be much stronger than the original. In addition to Orochimaru defecting and Jiraiya leaving the village to look for it, Tsunade still stays in the village, and there is an unexpected existence like Lei Luo. Now basically no village dares to touch Konoha. But what Minato didn't know was when a dark shadow appeared on the Hokage rock. Under the cover of night, it can be said that it is not noticeable. But if you look closely, you can still see the shadow of this shadow in the moonlight. Wearing a black robe, with a one-eyed spiral mask on his face, the most striking one is undoubtedly the one-eyed Sharingan of the bloody Yuhi. Exactly Uchiha Obito. Konoha village, now converted into a makeshift maternity ward. Not only was a barrier set up outside the room, but there were also many Anbu defending them. On the hospital bed, Uzumaki Kushina closed his eyes tightly, groaning in pain, clutching the sheets with both hands, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Ah! Uzumaki Kushina cried out in pain, and the sound echoed throughout the room. Well, it's the first time I've seen Kushina scream so loudly. Namikaze Minato asked a little embarrassedly, Kushina doesn't it matter? Don't worry, you just need to take good care of the seal of Kyubi, Nine Tails. Sarutobi Bawako replied inadvertently without looking up. But Namikaze Minato gave his wife a distressed look, sweat dripping from her forehead. You are also the fourth generation Hokage, why are you panicking? Sarutobi Bawako glared at Namikaze Minato, who was at a loss. If you men were suffering from this kind of pain, it would have been unbearable for a long time. But for women, the pain is still tolerable. While Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Lake Biwa were talking, a strange voice suddenly came from the seal of Uzumaki Kushina. It's so strong. Namikaze Minato pressed his hands on the seal on Uzumaki Kushina's belly and said with difficulty, Kyubi, Nine Tails, is trying desperately to escape. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's pained expression and feeling the tremendous pressure from Kyubi, Nine Tails, Namikaze Minato's heart unknowingly reached his throat. The head is out, work harder. Sarutobi Bawako, who was in charge of the birth, encouraged Uzumaki Kushina. Come on, Kushina. Tsunade, who was standing aside just in case, was also encouraging. Although she can be said to be the strongest medical ninja in Konoha at the moment, she still has no experience in delivering babies and can't help much. I can only watch the third generation Hokage's wife Sarutobi Bawako help Kushina deliver the baby, and she is preventing Kushina from giving birth to any problems such as hemorrhage. Time passed by minute. Uzumaki Kushina is still showing signs of dystocia. Kushina, come on. And Naruto, you have to cheer up too. Namikaze Minato's heart kept praying that his wife and son would be able to get through this difficult time safe and sound. That's right, Namikaze Minato still named the child Naruto based on Jiraiya's ninja perseverance. Wow. In the delivery room, the baby's cry sounded. Born. The nervous expression on Namikaze Minato's face suddenly froze, and a sense of joy for the rest of his life burst out from his heart. Congratulations, it's a healthy boy. Sarutobi Bawako said happily, holding the newborn Naruto. At this time, Naruto, wrapped in a quilt, was still crying loudly. From today, I'm going to be a father. Namikaze Minato cried with joy, taking a gentle glance at Naruto, who was still crying. Due to the particularity of Uzumaki Kushina's identity, Namikaze Minato has been worried about Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto during the process of childbirth, so that Namikaze Minato couldn't help shedding tears of joy after seeing the newly born Naruto. Who tilde. Uzumaki Kushina gasped and looked at the newly born Naruto with relief. I finally see you. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina turned his head with difficulty. During the 10 months of pregnancy, Uzumaki Kushina had countless fantasies about Naruto's appearance. He inherited the Yuhi hair and black eyes of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, or followed his father, Namikaze Minato, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Now, Naruto looks more like Minato. Namikaze Minato walked to Uzumaki Kushina's side, grabbed Uzumaki Kushina's hand, and said softly, Kushina, are you okay? Thank you for your hard work. Uzumaki Kushina didn't speak, looked at Namikaze Minato tenderly and smiled. I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato looked ashamed. Although you have been very hard after giving birth, but Kushina has to endure a little more, and now it is necessary to strengthen the seal of Kyubi, Nine Tails. After saying that, Namikaze Minato put his hands in front of Uzumaki Kushina again. However, at this time, the mutation protruded. Who? Tsunade shouted loudly and looked at the dark shadow that appeared at the door of the room, and two Anbu had fallen down beside the shadow. The shadow that appeared was the Obito who had been hiding for a long time. Tsunade didn't think about it. He punched Obito directly, but he didn't expect to go straight through Obito, smashing the door of the room behind him. In the next second, Obito had appeared beside Naruto and picked him up. Fourth generation Hokage, if you don't want this child to have any surprises, you should be more obedient. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Now Obito is wearing a mask, and after so many years, the body that merged with White Setsu has grown rapidly, and there is no trace of the past. Even though he was threatened, Namikaze Minato did not lose his sense and asked in a cold voice. Who the hell are you? Chapter 91 The Chaos of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Obito sneered when he heard Minato's questioning. Do you think I might tell me who you are? Namikaze Minato was talking to Obito, his body was adjusting, ready to shoot whenever he saw the opportunity. But Obito also noticed this and said in a deep voice. Don't move, if you don't want your newborn son to die, leave immediately from Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force, and remember to face me. The Kuwusheng in his hand glowed coldly, pointing at Naruto, but Sharingan stared at Namikaze Minato without blinking. Naruto. Kushina on the hospital bed exclaimed, her voice hard to hide her worry. Namikaze Minato's forehead, he slowly moved aside, and said in a low voice, don't be impulsive, everything can be discussed. Under the mask, Uchiha Obito's mouth curled into a sneer, and then he let go and threw Naruto out. Watching Naruto fall down quickly, Namikaze Minato rushed up without thinking, and appeared beside Naruto in a flash, holding Naruto in his arms. But Uchiha Obito was at full speed the moment Minato's figure appeared beside Naruto, and the next second he appeared beside Uzumaki Kushina, grabbed the opponent's arm, and ripples in the space appeared. As expected of Yellow Flash, he was so cautious that he set the Genin technique on his newborn son, but unfortunately, I accepted the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails first. Kushina. Namikaze Minato shouted, and in the Uzumaki in the space, the figures of the two quickly disappeared in front of him, and at this time Naruto began to cry again. As a first-time father, he has no experience in coaxing children at all, so he can only clumsily hold Naruto and shake it, whispering, Naruto, I'll bring your mother back immediately, you can sleep well at home, wait for you to wake up. Come to me and my mother will appear in front of you. In the soothing voice, Harishin's technique has been activated, and it is home again. Put Naruto in the prepared baby cradle. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, Naruto, stay home, my mother and I will be back soon. Quote. Turning around for a moment, his eyes were already sharp. Harishin had no mastery, and his figure disappeared in the golden light. At this time, the Konoha village outside had undergone drastic changes. Konoha village, and slapped the ground with a palm in the dark alley. Ninja, psychic art. A complicated psychic formation appeared, and the next moment, a terrifying roar sounded, and a terrifying demon fox appeared in Konoha village. With a swipe of its tail, the eaves were flying. I don't know how many villagers who had not yet reacted were thrown away together. Konoha suddenly became chaotic and chaotic. Faced with the sudden appearance of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, inside, the ninjas were at a loss, and it was difficult to organize a decent resistance. It was not until the retired three-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily took over the command and conveyed the orders one by one, there was a trace of order in the whole village. Anbu's ninjas appeared in every corner of the village, integrating the ninjas scattered everywhere. Shimura Danzo, who was at the root base, had already received the news from his subordinates and knew the situation outside, but Tae felt that this was his chance. If Minato dies in this slaughter, then he will bring someone out to solve the endgame and gain fame, so that he has a chance to ascend to the throne of Hokage. So he instructed the root ninjas under him to stay still and hide for the time being. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had already rushed towards Kyubi, Nine Tails. The Art of Psychic. Ape Demon. Hand seal in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, he summoned his psychic beasts and apes. Old man, time is urgent, you can directly become a golden hoop. The ape demon just appeared and didn't know the situation, but upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, it turned into a golden hoop without hesitation. Stretch it out, golden cudgel. With a loud shout, the golden cudgel transformed from the ape demon in the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage stretched fiercely. In comparison, the 3 generations of Hokage are like ants wielding a giant Jinchuriki column, but they showed terrifying power. They hit Kyubi, Nine Tails, in the back, and a roar of pain suddenly sounded. Shikaku. One turned to avoid Kyubi's, Nine Tails, claws and collapsed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was still commanding the battle. In fact, there was no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, and Nara Shikaku had already discovered the opportunity. Being on the front line, as the patriarch of the contemporary Nara clan, the captain of Ino Shikacho and the general assistant of Hokage in Konoha village, he does not rely on a simple mind. Secret art, shadow binding art. For the Nara family's shadow-type ninja art, night can be said to be the most suitable time. In the dim light, the shadows looked huge. A frenzied shadow emerged from Nara Shikaku's feet, swiftly attacked Kyubi, Nine Tails, and after a few seconds had touched Kyubi's, Nine Tails, huge body and controlled it. But in the second of contact, a huge pressure suddenly came from the shadow, and cold sweat appeared on Nara Shikaku's forehead. It was still too much for him to restrain a terrifying existence like Kyubi, Nine Tails. Now, Choza, Inoichi. When the classic combination of Ino Shikacho fought, most of them were inseparable. The next moment, Yamanaka Inoichi leapt high and appeared in front of Kyubi, Nine Tails, and the psychic magic was activated directly. Secret technique, the technique of disturbing the mind. Hand seal is completed. The power of the mind hits the heart of Kyubi, Nine Tails. He did not try to control Kyubi, Nine Tails. It is unrealistic. As long as it can disrupt Kyubi, Nine Tails' action, relieve Nara Shikaku's pressure, his purpose has been achieved. However, even so, after only 3 seconds, he groaned, and quickly retreated back with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Kyubi's, Nine Tails, heart almost made him lost. But this time was enough. Akamichi Choza's figure appeared, and under the technique of full doubling, a giant appeared in front of Kyubi, Nine Tails punched hard, even with the strength of Kyubi, Nine Tails fall to the ground. Coupled with the support of Nara Shikaku's shadow and the rest of the ninja, they controlled Kyubi, Nine Tails in a short time. What about Minato? Where is he at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked hastily, glancing at Akamichi Choza who was at a standoff with Kyubi, Nine Tails. He could see that Akamichi Choza couldn't last long. There is no news about the 4th generation of Hokage. And Anbu replied quickly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minato appeared. During the time when he disappeared just now, Minato found Kushina based on the Hiraishin spell left on Kushina, but found that Kyubi, Nine Tails, had been drawn out. Although Kushina can hold on for the time being because of the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan, it is necessary to reseal Kyubi, Nine Tails, into her body as soon as possible, otherwise she will surely die. At this moment, he discovered that someone had channeled Kyubi, Nine Tails, in the village, so he first sent Kushina to Naruto, and then rushed over immediately. I'm sorry, I'm late, leave it to me next. Chapter 92 Deathmatch for the 4th purpose. Bearing the name of Hokage and protecting the family in the village, this is my duty now. Namikaze Minato fluttered in the wind, and the 5 characters of 4 Dame Hokage by Shion Yuhi seemed to show his determination. They can't be allowed to act recklessly. Just then, Kyubi, Nine Tails, abruptly stopped the sweeping tail and the claws waving around, and then opened his mouth to condense the tailed beast bomb. Have you noticed me? Don't try to spoil this place. Namikaze Minato quickly handed the hand seal. The moment Tailed Beast Bomb rushed, a huge barrier opened in front of him. Tailed Beast Bomb was slowly swallowed by the barrier, and exploded in the mountains and forests in the distance in the next second. With such a large scale, the point of the explosion has to be chosen carefully. Namikaze Minato thought to himself as he watched the light waves of the Tailed Beast Bomb exploding in the distance. And Akamichi Choza, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh. The art of deflecting Kyuubi, Ninetales' attack, this is the legendary space-time barrier. Sarutobi here is an interfaced. Then let's go together. Yes. Just when everyone rushed up, Obito appeared behind Minato, reaching out to grab Minato. But Obito's movements were already in the corner of Minato's line of sight. So, Minato held the kunai and stabbed Obito in the head with his backhand, but he passed through again. Obito grabbed Minato's wrist and said, "Your opponent is me, and it's over." Kamui. Mangekyo in Obito's eyes rotated, twisting the space where Namikaze Minato was, and Minato was directly strangled by the power of space. But in the next instant, Minato disappeared. "Fly away again, hands and feet are fast." Obito murmured, "Next time I have to absorb you as soon as possible, and I will clean you up the moment I touch it." At this time, Minato had already appeared in a place where the Hiraishin technique had been left before. He had just emerged from the space and stumbled to the ground. My attack penetrated him, but he can materialize again, and he plans to suck me in immediately. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Namikaze Minato thought to himself. However, the next moment, a Uzumaki appeared in front of Minato again, and Obito's figure appeared again. "See where you run," Obito said coldly. "This guy can also use time-space ninjutsu." Namikaze Minato looked at Obito in front of him without speaking, but just thought in his heart, he can teleport with Kushina because of this ability too. Then Minato said, "Able to strangle Anbu directly under Hokage. Go through the barrier set up. Know that the seal of Kyuubi, Ninetales, will weaken this during production, and even unlock the seal of Kyuubi, Ninetales, and put its domestication." Quote. And, as far as I know, there is only one ninja who can come and go freely without being blocked by the Konoha barrier. Then frowned, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" But he immediately ruled out this possibility. "No, it's impossible, he's already dead." Obito shook his head and said, "Who knows, not necessarily." Namikaze Minato said with a solemn look on his face, "It's over, it doesn't matter who you are, but why are you on top of Konoha?" Obito looked up at the moon in the sky, and said slowly, "What I insisted to say. This is my whim and my early plan. It is both for war and peace." Then he raised his hand, and an iron chain slipped out of the black robe. Namikaze Minato immediately raised his vigilance upon seeing this. Anyway, he's not a minor character. He can control not only Kyuubi, Ninetales but also space-time ninjutsu above me and the second generation, while having such a dangerous mind. If you don't take a break here, things will get trickier than the Kyuubi, Ninetales rampage. If I jump to the village, this guy will follow. It will only make the battlefield more confusing. Madara can't control Kyuubi, Ninetales like this for too long. In the village, I can only trust the third generation. I have to keep this guy here. If only Lei Luo was still alive now, with his strength, nothing will happen to the village. At this time, Obito had both hands on the chains, looked at Namikaze Minato and said coldly, "Now that Kyuubi, Ninetales, has been freed, you have no hope." The next second, both sides rushed towards each other in unison. The kunai in Namikaze Minato's hands was passed through Obito again, but the chains in Obito's hands were already tied around Minato's waist. But just as Obito was about to strangle, Minato had appeared in another position. The guy's body, my physical attacks didn't work at all, he only turned into a body when he attacked. In other words, you can only aim for the moment when you attack and kill each other. But for him, attacking means risk, and considering the timing of controlling Kyuubi, Ninetales, he shouldn't be planning a tug of war with me. Whoever has the fastest attack speed will decide everything. Even in this situation, Minato was calmly thinking about the countermeasures to break the game, and he finally made up his mind. Once again, he turned and rushed towards Obito. The sword of forbearance and love in his left hand raised his hand and shot it towards Obito's head, and went through it again, as he expected. The moment Obito attacked, his figure appeared behind Obito, and the Rasengan in his right hand hit Obito directly with a strong wind. Boom! Obito was smashed directly into the ground. When Obito got up from the pit, the part of white Zetsu on his body had broken again, and the white liquid kept dripping. Obito breathed heavily and said, "I didn't expect you to turn against the general." But the next moment Minato appeared in front of him again, and the kunai in his hand stabbed into it again. The art of Hiraishin. So it is, you marked me. But Namikaze Minato ignored Obito at all and put a palm on his chest. Contract seal. The dense seal spells flowed out of Namikaze Minato's hands and covered Obito's chest. Are you going to separate me from Kyuubi, Ninetales? Obito asked, looking at Namikaze Minato. Yes, then Kyuubi, Ninetales, is not your property. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. At the moment when the contract seal was completed, Kyuubi, Ninetales, in Konoha village screamed in the sky, and the Sharingan in his eyes also retreated and regained his sanity. But Kyuubi, Ninetales, who recovered his sanity, looked even more insane, and the chakra burst out, wreaking havoc in Konoha again. The villagers fled in a panic, hoping to escape the attack of Kyuubi, Ninetales, and kept shouting for help. At this moment, a childish but shrill cry sounded. Mom! Chapter 93 Iruka, _Minato's decision. I saw a woman, Chunin, standing in front of a child, but there was a deep wound behind her, blood was constantly flowing out. Iruka, are you alright? This woman, Chunin, is Iruka's mother. Looking at the wound on her mother's back, Iruka couldn't help screaming at the man next to him, Chunin. Dad, Mommy why don't you stay in the shelter obediently? The male Chunin turned his back to him and didn't look back. Leave Mom's business to Dad, run away. Iruka shouted. No, I don't want to leave Mom and Dad alone and run away. I want to protect Mommy. The male Chunin turned his head to look at Iruka, with a determined face. It was Lei Luo's head teacher Iruka back then. Ilubuka said sternly, don't be arrogant, child. It is the parents' duty to protect their children. At this time, a teacher of the ninja school appeared in front of Ilubuka. Iruka said, please take Iruka to the sanctuary, please. The ninja teacher nodded, picked up Iruka, and ran towards the shelter. Iruka continued to struggle in the arms of the ninja teacher, shouting, let go of me. My parents are still fighting. Iruka looked at Iruka who had left safely, put down all burdens, and turned to attack Kyuubi, Ninetales. On the other side, Minato and Obito are still facing off. Obito's hand, he said, as expected of the fourth Hokage, I didn't expect you to break my hand and separate Kyuubi, Ninetales. But Kyuubi, Ninetales, will be in my bag sooner or later. I am a person who can rule the world, and I have what I have in terms of means. Then the body disappeared into the twisted Uzumaki. At this time, Kyuubi, Ninetales, has been forced out of the village by Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Anbu, but they are still attacking and persecuting, and they dare not relax. However, Kyuubi, Ninetales, once again opened his mouth to condense the tailed beast bomb. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost at the limit, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, that guy doesn't give up. And Anbu stood by his side, supported him, and shouted with concern, 3 generations of adults. Just in time for Kyuubi, Ninetales' tailed beast bomb to condense, Minato arrives again just in time. The art of psychic. Toad Wentai fell from the sky and hit Kyuubi, Ninetales' head all at once, interrupting the tailed beast bomb that Kyuubi, Ninetales condensed. Anbu Ninja, who was struggling to support, saw the figure standing above Wentai's head, and instantly felt hope. It's the fourth generation of adults. But Kyubi, Nine Tails, was unwilling to gather Tailed Beast Bomb again. Namikaze Minato said to the Toad Bunta under him, "Please suppress this guy again for a while." Then he stared at Kyubi, Nine Tails, who had condensed Tailed Beast Bomb, and thought to himself, "Even if I can't restrain this guy, to deflect an attack of this scale, it must consume a considerable amount of chakra. That's all there is to it." And when the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to go forward and try to stop Kyubi, Nine Tails, again, he found that Kyubi, Nine Tails, disappeared in front of him. Only the figure of Toad Wentai was left. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in surprise, "Minato, he flew away with Kyubi, Nine Tails." Then I looked at the huge wave of light that appeared in the distance. Is it there? And next to Kyubi, Nine Tails, in the distance, when Minato reappeared, Kushina and Naruto were in his arms. Minato said to Kushina, "I need to open the barrier as soon as possible, but my chakra is about to." Kushina interrupted Minato directly and said, "I can hold on for a while." Minato. Then he used his own chakra, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and countless golden chains drilled out from his body, tying Kyubi, Nine Tails. Kyubi, Nine Tails, struggled but couldn't get rid of it. Minato looked at Kushina's current state and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Kushina." At this moment, Naruto was awakened from his sleep, and he cried out, knowing nothing. Kushina looked at Naruto with tenderness in his eyes, and said, "I woke you up. I'm sorry, Naruto." Then Kushina turned her head and said to Minato, "Just hold Kyubi, Nine Tails, in this way, although I will die, but in this way, the resurrection period of Kyubi, Nine Tails, can be delayed a little further." Quote, Kyubi, Nine Tails, has already sensed the danger, and although it won't really die, he doesn't want to try the feeling of wandering in the dark, and is still struggling. Kushina said softly to Minato, "To help you with the only chakra I have, there is only one way. Thank you for everything you've done for me." Minato said sadly, "Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage, made me your husband, and made me the father of this child, but I..." Minato's words were interrupted again by Kushina. "Minato, don't make that expression. I'm so happy to have you in love with me. And today is the child's birthday. More importantly, if I am still alive, what else can I imagine other than the happy future life of our family of three?" Namikaze Minato couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes after all, and let them flow. Kushina continued, "I only have one last wish. I really want to meet Naruto when I grow up." Namikaze Minato said with grief, "Kushina, you don't have to die with Kyubi, Nine Tails. Don't worry, your remaining chakra, I will use it to let you meet Naruto." Namikaze Minato raised his hand and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. "I will seal all the chakras you have left on Naruto and combine them with the seal of 8 trigrams. Also, Kyubi, Nine Tails, is up to me. I can only seal it off with ghouls because I'm not a human Jinchuriki column." Kushina looked up at Minato, who stood up and said, "But that sealing technique will make the practitioner." But Minato didn't let her talk. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "There is another point. I can only seal half of the Kyubi, Nine Tails, on me. Such a force cannot be physically suppressed, nor can it be achieved from a strategic point of view. The Kyubi, Nine Tails, seal has your participation, but it would be bad if the human Jinchuriki column was not in power before the Kyubi, Nine Tails, resurrection, and the balance of the tailed beast collapsed. Half of me and Kyubi, Nine Tails, can be permanently sealed if they are sealed with ghouls. So, the other half of Kyubi, Nine Tails, can only be sealed with 8 trigrams and sealed on Naruto." Kushina hesitated, but Minato watched. "I know what you're trying to say, but the world change and the catastrophe that follows change in Teacher Jiraiya's words, today I confirmed 2 things. The masked man who attacked you will definitely bring blood and blood. Then it was the kid who stopped him. This child named by Teacher Jiraiya will open up the future as a human Jinchuriki column force." Chapter 94 The Death of Minato. Parents' Love. Anyway, I'm a firm believer in this. Minato put Naruto on the ground with a smile. Minato, but... Kushina wanted to make a reservation, but Minato shook his head. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, it happened that Minato had already completed the sealing technique. He was surprised to find that behind Minato appeared a huge god of death, with 2 horns on its head, a rosary in hand, and a sword in its mouth. That seal is sealed by ghouls. He wanted to get to Minato, but found that Minato had already opened the barrier and couldn't get in at all. Namikaze Minato said to Kushina, "Trust this boy, he is our son. After the ghouls are sealed, I will seal your chakra on Naruto. Hopefully you can help him as he tries to control Kyuubi, Nine Tails, as a Jinchuriki column force." Kushina endured the pain, bit Kiba and said, "He's our son. That's why I don't want Naruto to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Besides, why did you seal it with ghouls? Just for me to meet Naruto who grew up, for such a short time. Why do you want to die for this? I hope you can stay by his side and protect him as he grows up." "Why? For the balance of the tailed beast, for the country, and for the village, do you have to make Naruto a victim? Are you going to be sacrificed for me?" Kushina roared emotionally, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina calmly, and said softly, "Abandoning the village, abandoning the country, is the same as abandoning the child. You should have a deep understanding of the death of the motherland. What a cruel life will be forced upon the fallen. What's more, our family are all ninjas. And I can't beat you if I'm alive." Kushina's eyes widened when she heard this. Minato continued, "Even though your time as a mother was short, you taught Naruto something that I couldn't match. That's a mother's job. It's not just for you, it's for Naruto too. Being willing to die for Naruto is also my father's obligation. The long-awaited death can no longer wait, and the death behind Minato has shot." Invisible hands pierced through Minato's body, then into Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Damn fourth Hokage. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, already felt the attack of the god of death, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seal. With Namikaze Minato's order, half of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, was pulled out of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, by Death God and sealed into Namikaze Minato's body. "Oops, my body is paralyzed, I didn't expect its chakra to be so heavy." Minato, who had just sealed half of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, felt that his health was not good, but he could only persevere. "Okay, then the 8 trigrams seal. Seal Kyuubi, Nine Tails, on Naruto." Minato hand seal summons a simple Matsuri altar, then turns and picks up Naruto on the ground. "The Matsuri platform for the ceremony. You want to seal me up again. And seal it on that kid." Kyuubi, Nine Tails, looked at the Matsuri altar summoned by Minato and struggled again. Kushina finally couldn't hold on anymore, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Vajra chains loosened. Kushina. Minato couldn't help but ran over. "It's now." Kyuubi, Nine Tails, felt the loosening of the chains, raised his paws, and slapped directly at Naruto on the Matsuri stage. But Kushina and Minato jumped up in an instant, blocking Kyuubi's, Nine Tails, attack with their bodies. Kyuubi, Nine Tails' nails pierced both Minato and Kushina, but the two fought hard and finally stopped when they were only the slightest distance from Naruto, and it was difficult to make further progress. Minato's blood slipped from Kyuubi's, Nine Tails' nails, dripping onto Naruto's chest. "As I said, it's my father's duty," Minato insisted. "If that's the case, mother should do this duty even more," Kushina replied. "A husband and wife quarrel. It's the first time I lost to you, I understand how serious you are." Blood kept dripping from the corners of Kushina's mouth. "Thank you, Kushina." Namikaze Minato's face returned with a gentle smile. Then, with the hand seal in his hand, the psychic technique summoned the Toad Tora of Mount Myoboku. As soon as Toad Yin came out, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Fourth generation, Kyubi, Nine Tails, what's the situation? Namikaze Minato didn't have time to explain, so he said directly, Toad Tora, I'll give you the key to the sealing technique, and I'll let Mr. Jiraiya keep it for you right away. So that's the case, I'll take the key first, I'll take a step first. With a bang, the smoke dissipated and Toad Tora returned to Mount Myoboku. Namikaze Minato looked at this scene and said, in this way, I can feel at ease. He turned his head and looked at the state of death behind him, then turned his head and said to Kushina, Kushina. It seems that we can't last too long. It's almost time to activate the 8 trigrams seal. I also want to seal the chakra on Naruto as much as possible, it will take a while. If you want to say something to him, just take it now. Kushina looked at the sleeping Naruto with a maternal tenderness in her eyes. Naruto, you can't be picky eaters, you have to eat every day and grow up strong. Remember to take a hot shower every day. And don't stay up late, make sure you get enough sleep. Also, if you want to make friends, it doesn't matter if you don't have many friends, it's enough to have a few trusted partners. Although I'm not very good at mother, but you have to study hard and master ninjutsu well. But everyone has things they are good at and not good at. Even if they don't learn well, there is no need to be discouraged. Respect the teachers and seniors of the workshop. One more important thing, about the 3 taboos of ninjas. First of all, you can't borrow money at will. Remember to save the reward for the task. You can't drink alcohol until you are 20 years old. Drinking too much is bad for your health, so you should stop it in moderation. And there are women in the 3 bands. My mother is a woman, so I don't understand this very well. All in all, there are only men and women in this world. Sooner or later, you will be interested in women. Just be careful not to be entangled by strange women. Look for wonderful women like mothers. And, there's one more point about the 3 bands, you have to be careful about Mr. Jiraiya. Naruto, in the future, no matter whether you are bitter or painful, you will encounter a lot. You must uphold your own pace, and have a dream in your heart, and then put your dream into practice. You must have confidence in yourself. I still have, and, there are really many things I want to tell you, and I want to live with you. I love you. I'm sorry, Minato, just as I said. Namikaze Minato shook his head, no, it's okay. Then he looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, what Dad wants to say is the same as your nagging mom. Dad believes in you. 8 trigrams seal. Chapter 95_end After chaos. The challenge begins. Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Anbu, who were waiting outside the barrier, found that the barrier had disappeared, and when they were able to enter, they immediately ran in. But only Naruto on the Matsuri platform was found, Minato and Kushina had disappeared. Looking at the sealing technique exposed on Naruto's stomach, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, Minato is the one who made this child's Kyubi, 9 Tails Jinchuriki column. So Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Anbu who was beside him, no one is allowed to say anything about this child, otherwise it will be treated as missing nin. Yes. So Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up Naruto and walked towards the village of Konoha. Kyubi, 9 Tails Rebellion. There are many things that need to be dealt with. Now that the 4th generation has sacrificed for the village, the 5th generation cannot be elected for a while, and only Sarutobi Hiruzen can temporarily take the place of Hokage and handle the affairs of the village. Boom! Tsunade kicked open the door of Hokage's office. Old man, what about Minato and Kushina? Tsunade asked eagerly. When Kushina was giving birth, she was in the room, but there was no way to save Kushina and let her be taken away by the masked man. While Kyubi, 9 Tails, is wreaking havoc in the village, she is currently the strongest medical ninja in Konoha, busy helping the wounded. Now that the situation has basically stabilized, she has time to ask clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette, and there was a hint of sadness on his old face. Minato and Kushina died, they resealed Kyubi, 9 Tails, with their lives. What about the child? What about the orphans of Minato and Kushina? Tsunade asked. The child is now Jinchuriki, column force of Kyubi, 9 tails, and I arranged for someone to help take care of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Give me the baby and I'll adopt him. Tsunade said. No. Another voice came from behind Tsunade. It was Shimura Danzo, who didn't know when to enter the office. This child should be handed over to the old man, and the old man will definitely cultivate him into the strongest weapon of our Konoha. Boom. Tsunade stepped on the floor, and the Hokage building shook. Danzo, old dog, do you want to die? If Minato was still alive, would you dare to say such a thing? Believe it or not, I knocked on the door and tore off your roots. Tsunade was already disgusted by Danzo's words. HMPH. Hiruzen, you should take care of your disciple. There is nothing that Danzo can do when he is so insulted by Tsunade. Now that he has not transplanted Hashirama cells, he is not Tsunade's opponent at all. Old man, Minato's child should be handed over to Minato's disciples for adoption, and women are better than men to take care of children. Rin is living with me now, so she can also ensure safety by adopting this child. Besides, the Senju family and the Uzumaki family are distant relatives, so this child should be adopted by me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Tsunade and Danzo, and made a decision. Okay, then Tsunade, you'll wait and follow Anbu to bring Naruto back. Naruto, is that the child's name? Tsunade asked. Yes, this child has the blood of the Uzumaki family. In order to hide his identity, let's call him Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Tsunade nodded and followed Anbu out to pick up Naruto. And Danzo, seeing that he had no chance to control Jinchuriki, column force, could only snorted and walked out of Hokage's office. Someone, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, and an Anbu appeared. Go and deliver news to Jiraiya, tell him what happened in the village, and tell him to hurry back. And Lei Luo, let him come back quickly. Yes, 3 generations of adults. At this time, Lei Luo and others who were far away in the Iron Country didn't know what happened in Konoha. Silver, we're going to challenge 3 boats tomorrow, are you ready? Lei Luo asked Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, I'm ready, but I don't know, I suddenly have a flustered feeling. It feels like something is going on in the village. Lei Luo frowned when he heard this, feeling something bad. But he still said, what happened in Konoha village? We can't go back now, your primary goal now is to challenge 3 boats tomorrow. After the challenge of the 3 ships, we will return to the village immediately. Kakashi nodded, indicating that he understood. The next morning, the general mansion of the Iron Country. Lei Luo and Kakashi came to the gate of the Iron Country General's mansion and handed in the challenge. Mifune's subordinates had already received the order and took Lei Luo and the others directly to the reception room. Also, please wait a moment, the 3 ships will be here soon. Then he backed out. Not long after, Lei Luo and the others saw a mighty tall figure walking into the reception room. Haha, sorry for making you wait so long. When the visitor opened his mouth, there was a burst of hearty laughter, and there was a passion in the laughter, which made people feel a little good in their hearts. It is the general of the Iron Country, Mifune. Mifune-sama, you are too kind. Lei Luo said. When I was called Yasuo, I was a wandering samurai, and this was Sakata Silver. This time, the 2 of us are here to challenge you, and they are my juniors. This time, they are just a long-term experience. Lei Luo briefly introduced himself and his party of 5 to Mifune, but also pointed out the purpose of this visit. Mifune glanced around Lei Luo and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Kakashi. Then he opened his mouth and said, this is the recently famous Sakata Silver time. Kakashi nodded, that's right, Mifune-sama, when Sakata Silver was next. Mifune listened to Kakashi's answer, and then said, Silver Shikun, seeing you reminds me of an old friend. Oh, Kakashi asked after hearing the words, I wonder if Mifune-sama can tell me the name of this deceased person. Mifune raised his head as if he was recalling something, and then said softly, "That old friend is a ninja from Konoha village, the Land of Fire, known as Konoha White Fang." Kakashi was startled when he heard Mifune's words, then lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Leiluo said, "I wonder if Mifune-sama will accept my challenge." Leiluo's words pulled Mifune out of his memory, and Mifune replied, "Of course I accept it." "Yasuo-kun, since you and Silver-kun are both going to challenge me, which of the two of you will come first?" Leiluo opened his mouth and replied, "Silver-kun come first." Then he turned his head to look at Kakashi and asked, "Silver-kun, can you?" Kakashi nodded slightly, "No problem." Seeing this, Mifune said with a hearty smile, "Ha ha ha, Shikun at Silver doesn't have to be nervous, we're just discussing this time. Everyone, please come with me to the martial arts field." After Mifune finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. Chapter 96 Kakashi challenges Mifune. Tai. Leiluo and the others followed the three boats to the martial arts field in the general's mansion. Leiluo looked at the martial arts field. The layout of the field is completely different from that of the ninja training field, but it is somewhat similar to the martial arts training field in the ancient times of the previous life. It's just that there are no weapon racks on both sides, and there are several knife piles for practicing knives standing outside the martial arts field. At this time, Mifune and Kakashi were already standing opposite each other in the field. "Go ahead, Silver-kun," Mifune said first. As a general of the country of iron, he naturally has his own pride, and this challenge he is also in the attitude of guiding the younger generation. Kakashi didn't answer, just nodded, picked up White Fang, bowed to each other with Mifune, and made a standard knife-holding gesture after pulling away. "Oh, the basic skills are good." Seeing this starting action, Mifune nodded in satisfaction. Offended, Mifune-sama. After Kakashi finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, his legs kicked, and Kakashi directly drew his sword and attacked Mifune head-on. Looking at the rushing Kakashi, Mifune's body didn't even move, the knife in his hand just stabbed forward a little distance, and then quickly slashed across Kakashi White Fang's knife. The sound of the two knives colliding just rang out, and then Kakashi's White Fang was picked back by Mifune's blade. Kakashi didn't continue to attack, he stabilized his body, and before Mifune's sword slashed, he had already distanced himself from Mifune again. "Not bad, but yours is a short knife, this kind of attack is not suitable," Mifune said lightly. Kakashi didn't answer, and charged at Mifune with the knife again. But this time, it was not a straight attack, but rushed to the left side of Mifune, with the upper body lowered to the maximum, White Fang backhanded from left to right at Mifune's waist. This time, Mifune still didn't move his body. With a twist of his wrist, he also turned into a backhand holding the knife and stabbed straight to the ground, but after blocking Kakashi's attack, he didn't stop, and followed Kakashi's blade with him. Kakashi could only dodge again, and this move was useless again. "It's interesting," Mifune said, with a smile on his face. "Mifune-sama, be careful, the next thing is going to be real. These two knives are just Kakashi's temptation. After the temptation, it's time for the real action." As soon as the words fell, Kakashi rushed up again, more than double the speed before. Seeing this, Mifune also increased his attention and made a defensive posture. White Fang. A flash, just as Kakashi was about to approach Mifune, his speed increased sharply, and White Fang had already stabbed Mifune in the head. Looking at Kakashi's figure, Mifune was in a trance for a while, feeling that White Fang's appearance overlapped with Kakashi's. But he still reacted immediately, raised the blade, and blocked it again. "Silver-kun, shouldn't this be your real name? I saw this knife just now 20 years ago, and it's exactly the same as the old man I mentioned." Mifune looked at Kakashi and his expression became solemn. "Stand up." "That's right, I'll tell you what happened now. I'm under Hatake Kakashi, the old man you're talking about is my father." Kakashi replied. As expected, There was a sense of relief in Mifune's words, but also a little pity. It's a pity that Kakashi is not from the Iron Country after all. Mifune also let go of the burden and said, then Kakashi-kun, I'm going to fight back and see if you have inherited some of White Fang's strength. Mifune stood there holding the handle of the sword with his right hand and the scabbard with his left hand. In an instant, an aura like yuan poured out from Mifune's body, and Mifune holding the knife was drawn out like a sharp blade. Kakashi, who was standing opposite, could feel a sharp edge. Lei Luo outside the field was also looking at the three boats carefully. Although he was only holding the handle of the knife at this time, he gave Lei Luo a feeling of no flaws. Luo has never felt on any ninja. Is this the way of the sword that the samurai practiced? Lei Luo thought to himself. Please, Kakashi replied in a deep voice. Then Kakashi squatted down slightly, his eyes fixed on Mifune. He knew that Mifune was about to attack. Although Kakashi has no idea how strong Mifune is. But judging from the ease with which Mifune blocked his attack just now, his strength must not be underestimated, and Kakashi must be fully prepared. In the next second, Mifune's body disappeared in place and reappeared in front of Kakashi. At this time, Mifune's sword was still unsheathed. Mifune draws the sword. As soon as the blade came out of the sheath, Kakashi felt a sharp air blowing towards his face, and the blowing on Kakashi's skin tingled. Mifune held the knife in his hand, as if he had turned into a giant dragon. As the knife was quickly released from the sheath, a pressure 10 times stronger than before appeared on Mifune. This knife was very simple, but it gave Kakashi a feeling of unavoidable. Ai. The two words were spit out from the mouth of the three boats as if they were decisive. But Kakashi also made his response. White Fang. Flash. Although Kakashi fired his sword from the back, he came first and collided with Mifune's sword. The next moment, a strong wind blew past the two of them, plowing out traces on the ground. Immediately after, the two of them retreated at the same time. Ha ha ha, Mifune laughed heartily, with a feeling of hearty and incisive. Although the two only fought one move against each other, it was also their strongest move. Yes, Kakashi-kun, he is indeed White Fang's son. With time, you will surely surpass your father. As for this challenge, even if you and I are tied. Kakashi nodded when he heard the words. In fact, he was at a disadvantage in the fight just now, and his hands trembled slightly after the fight. But since Mifune said so, he would not object. Thank you Mifune-sama for your advice. Kakashi said loudly. Although there were few moves between the two, the pressure Mifune put on Kakashi was not comparable to others. What's more, the sword stance that Mifune used just now also brought Kakashi the direction of his next practice. Kakashi, don't be so polite. Mifune, who was standing with the knife, no longer had the sharpness on his body, as if he was hiding the knife in a sheath, restoring peace. Mifune looked up at the sun in the sky, and said, it's almost noon now, let's take a rest first, just in time to taste the food of our country of iron. The chefs in my general's mansion are also famous chefs. Lei Luo and Kakashi nodded and replied. It's better to be respectful than to obey, then thank you Mifune-sama. Chapter 97 Stunned Lei Luo. Awakening Light. The chef at the general's mansion was really good, and Lei Luo and the others were very happy with this meal. After the meal was full, Mifune brought Lei Luo and the others to the reception room. Everyone with Kakashi-kun must be Konoha's ninjas. Mifune asked after making tea for everyone. That's right, Mifune-sama, I'm really sorry for concealing something before. Lei Luo replied. It's understandable that you need to hide your identities when you go out, but can you tell us your true identities now? Mifune picked up the teacup and said with a sip. Of course, the Konoha elite John and Lei Luo. These three are my disciples. Lei Luo nodded and replied. Oh, Your Excellency is a blood-based boundary light dun who has not appeared in the ninja world for hundreds of years. In the Third Ninja War, he defeated the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, defeated the Abbey brothers of Kumogakure village, and the third generation of Reikage. For the Konoha black shark, Lei Luo who can't fight against the wind. Mifune was a little surprised to hear the identity of Lei Luo. You're much younger than I thought. Your Excellency has praised me badly, but there are still many shortcomings in my strength. I'm here in the Kingdom of Iron, and I hope to have a good experience with you in swordsmanship. Lei Luo replied with a smile. Mifune asked, how does your swordsmanship compare to Kakashi-kun? Before Lei Luo replied, Kakashi replied, Lei Luo-kun's swordsmanship is better than mine, and I am not his opponent. Ha ha ha, Mifune said with another burst of hearty laughter. In this case, Lei Luo-kun's challenge is unnecessary, and the old man's swordsmanship is only similar to Kakashi-kun. It must be inferior to Lei Luo-kun, so I admit defeat. Lei Luo was stunned. What the hell, you gave in without a match. Can this system admit it? However, the system did admit it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Peak Swordsmanship. The host won the 3 ships without a fight on the sword, and made him voluntarily admit defeat, and the mission was completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the quest reward, God level lottery point *1. The system prompt made Lei Luo also indifferent. Since the task has been completed and the reward has been obtained, then it's better not to compare. So Lei Luo said, well, since Mifune-sama said so, then the next challenge should be considered a cancellation. Since there was no further challenge, Lei Luo and the others didn't stay in the general's mansion. After drinking a few cups of tea, they retreated to Mifune and left. Just after Lei Luo and the others left, Mifune's subordinate who had been serving beside him asked. Sir, why didn't you play against that Lei Luo, but voluntarily admit defeat? Mifune smiled and said, they are not from our country of iron. Even if we fight, there is no point in fighting, so let's just let them go. Mifune's subordinate nodded, understood what Mifune meant, no more words, and stood silently on the side. But this is also because he is Mifune's confidant, otherwise Mifune would not have said so much to him. Lei Luo, who had left the general mansion of the Iron Country, returned to the hotel where they stayed. Lei Luo said to Kakashi, Naoki and others, this time, the practice in the Iron Country is complete, we will go back to the village tomorrow. You can still go out for a stroll this afternoon, and you can bring some of the specialties you want to bring. Kakashi and the others nodded and went back to their rooms. Lei Luo returned to the room, thinking of the battle between Kakashi and Mifune in the Admiral's Fuchu today. He couldn't help sighing. If I and Mifune simply competed in swordsmanship, it would not be so easy to win. Although I don't know why Mifune voluntarily conceded defeat, I still have to thank them. Then, Lei Luo directly summoned the system and started the lottery. The long-lost system ***** appeared in front of Lei Luo, and the 6 prizes above are as follows. S-Class Item. Devil Fruit * Operation Fruit. S-Class Skill. Awakening Light. S-Class Weapon. Zanpakudo Sharpshooter. S-Class Weapon. Natural Kiba. S-Class Equipment. Taigu * Demon God Appearance Demon Essence. S-Level Skills. Sword Art * Kagura of the God of Fire. Devil Fruit * Surgical Fruit, from the world of One Piece. Those with the ability to operate fruit can create a global or hemispherical space, in which they can cut, exchange, and splice anything at will, and even exchange 2 minds. The awakened surgical fruit has a maddening ability, the operation of immortality. If used by a person with sufficient talent, it can give eternal life to human beings, but once this operation is performed, the person with the ability will die. The Light of Awakening, from the world of One Punch Man, is the ultimate ability of Phoenix Man's awakening, capable of resurrecting people whose strength is lower than himself. Zanpakudo Magic Spear, from the world of the God of Death, the magic spear is similar to wakizashi when it is in a sealed state. Its blade is S-shaped, and the blade is short and seemingly ordinary. After Shikai, it can freely expand and contract, change its length, and enhance its attack speed and strength. Born Kiba is a treasured sword from the world of Inuyasha. In the beginning, it was a healing sword that could not kill things in this world, but it belonged to the other world. Resurrection. If activated with true compassion, a single swing of the sword can save hundreds of lives. Taigu * Demon God Appearance. Demon's essence is the Ice Emperor from the world of Yuhi, S.I.s, who can freely create and control ice, and is called the strongest emperor by Naheda. Legend has it that it is the blood of the super dangerous species living in the extreme north. The mark on Esta's chest is the sign formed after drinking the blood, but everyone except Estes who has tasted a little will be smitten. The desire to kill is driving me crazy. Sword Art School * Kagura, the god of fire, from the world of Demon Slayer, is a breathing and sword art school passed down from generation to generation by the Tan family. Looking at the prize this time, Lei Luo's eyes became hot. This time, there are actually 2 prizes with the ability to be resurrected. Although Lei Luo also knows that if you want to use it, the price must be high, but Lei Luo still hopes to get it. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Light of Awakening. Ha ha ha. Lei Luo couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. He didn't expect that this time he actually got the ability to resurrect. He quickly confirmed the receipt, a force circulated throughout his body, and the same memory also appeared in his mind. He already knew all about the Light of Awakening, and mastered it. Sure enough, this resurrection ability is not unlimited. First of all, the Light of Awakening can only revive people whose strength is lower than that of Lei Luo. Secondly, the resurrection of the Light of Awakening must require the existence of the soul. If the soul is scattered, there is no way. Finally, each use of Awakening Light consumes 5 years of life, and the cooldown is also 3 years. However, for resurrection, these costs are definitely worth it. Chapter 98 _ Bad News. Lei Luo's 5-year plan. Early the next morning, Lei Luo and the others set off and hurried back to Konoha. But a few days later, Lei Luo and the others had just entered the country of fire when they heard bad news. The Kyubi Nine-Tails Fox attacked Konoha, and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died. When Kakashi heard the news, Yuhi's eyes widened, and Lei Luo also felt uncomfortable. So the group of people kept going back to Konoha day and night. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation of eyes, was working on documents in the Hokage office, and the busy days made his figure even older. Bang! Hokage's office was pushed open, and it was Lei Luo and his party who came in. Master Sandai, did the teacher really die? What happened? Kakashi asked impatiently. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head to look at Lei Luo and the others, sighed and said, "Alas, you guys are finally back." The day Kushina gave birth, when she was at her weakest, her seal on Kyubi Nine-Tails was also loosened. Just as Naruto was born, a masked man suddenly appeared, kidnapped Kushina, and released the Kyubi Nine-Tails inside her. Kyubi Nine-Tails wreaked havoc in the village, and finally Minato used the forbidden technique to seal Kyubi Nine-Tails again. And the bodies of Minato and Kushina are also missing, only Naruto is left. When Lei Luo heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, he already knew who the masked man was. Uchiha Madara, Obito, Black Zetsu, one day I will make you pay. Lei Luo thought to himself. Then Lei Luo asked in a cold tone, "Naruto is Minato's orphan, right? Where is he now?" Namikaze Minato is indeed a very charismatic person. Although he has not been with him for a long time, Lei Luo also regards Minato as a reliable friend. Now that Minato is dead, if Naruto still suffers the kind of treatment in the original book, Lei Luo is ready to turn against Konoha. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Naruto has now been adopted by Tsunade and Rin. I just went to see him yesterday, and he is living well now." Lei Luo's icy expression eased, so he said, "Lord Sandai, then I won't bother, I'll go see Naruto." Then he turned around and walked outside. Kakashi and the others resigned and followed Lei Luo. Konoha Village, Senju Tribe. Wow wow wow. Quote. Naruto is crying, his voice is loud, he must be a good boy when he grows up. Oh, don't cry, raising a child is so troublesome, why is this stinky boy wet again? Tsunade complained as he changed Naruto's diaper, but with a gentle smile on his face. Rin and Shizune have gone to work at Konoha Hospital, and now she is the only one taking care of Naruto. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly heard the sound of the door opening and instantly became alert. Who? Sister, I'm back. Naoki's voice came, making Tsunade let down his guard. Naoki also walked in with Lei Luo and others. Master Tsunade. Lei Luo greeted all four. Then Lei Luo noticed Naruto lying beside him. Is this Minato's child? Such a familiar character. The protagonist in the original book, the child of destiny, the savior who saves the world, the reincarnation of the six paths immortal son Asura, is still a small one, so cute. Tsunade heard the words and replied, yes, this is Minato's orphan, but in order to hide the identity of Jinchuriki, force from others, he did not inherit the surname of Minato Namikaze, but followed the surname of Kushina, named Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo, that old dog, even wanted to take Naruto away and cultivate it into the strongest weapon. If it wasn't for the village, I would definitely kill him. Lei Luo's expression turned cold after hearing this. He still remembered that Danzo and Orochimaru had ambushed him at the time, and Naruto's so-called demon fox reputation in the original book was also spread by him. Looks like I have to find a chance to kill Danzo. Naoki and the others had already gathered around, teasing Naruto, who made a babbling cry in his mouth, making everyone laugh. Lei Luo also felt a warm atmosphere. Now that Naruto has been adopted by Rin and Tsunade, then I'm half a son. I absolutely can't let him have such a tragic childhood as in the original. If I were Naruto in the original book, I would have defected long ago. Minato and Kushina also have to find a way to revive them. I have drawn the Light of Awakening before, and I already have the ability to revive them. Although it takes 10 years of life to revive two people, I am a systematic man after all, and I will definitely have the opportunity to draw some rewards for increasing lifespan in the future, so this is not that important to me. But Minato has already used the ghoul seal, and his soul is now in the belly of death, and there is no way to revive it. And Kushina's body has disappeared. To find out Kushina's soul, she must be retrieved from the Pure Land. In that case, I'll have to learn Impure World Reincarnation and Ghoul Seal. However, these ninjutsu are all in the art of sealing, how can I learn it? If it's all about the system, then I don't know what year and month it will be. Do we have to wait until Orochimaru releases Minato's soul in the Fourth Ninja War in the original book? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Lei Luo's mind, giving him a headache. Even if I say I have a way to revive Minato and the others, who would believe it? And if the ghoul seal is to be lifted, the corresponding mask must be found. Ah! It's so annoying. Lei Luo couldn't help shaking his head, emptying his thoughts. After pondering for a long time, he finally made a decision. The Minatos, I'm definitely going to save them, not only to make up for my regrets, but also for Naruto. Then he turned his head to look at the smiling Naruto who was teased by the crowd, and his heart instantly felt calm. Children really have an indescribable healing power. Okay, let's set some goals for yourself next. First of all, learn the sealing technique. I got the sealing technique scroll from the country of Vortex before and have not studied it. This time I have to study it hard. Then, find a way to get the ghoul seal and Impure World Reincarnation. If Tsunade is willing to help, it should be fine. Finally, find the corresponding mask and free Minato's soul. The current Naruto is more than 5 years away from the Jonin school. I hope to successfully resurrect the Minato couple before the Naruto Jonin school. This is my Lei Luo's 5-year plan. Chapter 99. Jiraiya returns to the village and convinces Tsunade. A few days later, Jiraiya finally came back from outside the village. Of course, he already knew Akatsuki's current situation when he received the message from Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the first time he has returned to the village since Orochimaru was sentenced to the village. Walking in the village of Konoha, watching the scene of construction around after the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails uprising, I couldn't help but sigh. All the way to the Hokage building, habitually turned in through the window. Anbu's ninjas also know Jiraiya, and naturally they won't stop him. Back. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Jiraiya from the table. Well, old man, I'm back. Looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's obviously aged appearance, and her heart was very complicated. After I went out, I still didn't find any trace of Orochimaru, but I also got some news about him. He seems to have joined an organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Jiraiya mention Orochimaru. His mood was also a little gloomy. After all, that was his favorite disciple. But Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly got rid of this emotion and said to Jiraiya, "You already know what happened in the village." Jiraiya nodded. "I have a general understanding of this matter. Is there any news on the identity of the masked man?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "We haven't been able to find any information about him, but the Sharingan in the eyes of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, is definitely not wrong. In the beginning, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan, a masked man, and only Uchiha Madara is known to have Mangekyo. But didn't Uchiha Madara die at the hands of the first-generation Lord Hokage?" Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head again. "I don't know about this either, but I heard from the teacher that Uchiha Madara's body disappeared inexplicably. But it is estimated that the masked man must have something to do with Uchiha Madara, and the suspicion of the Uchiha family cannot be escaped." Jiraiya nodded. "Then why are you in such a hurry to tell me to go back to the village? There is nothing I can help in the village, why don't you?" No, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Jiraiya. "There is one more important thing to call you back this time, and that is the 5th generation of Hokage. I am old after all, and I have also stepped down from Hokage's position. Now I am only a temporary agent, dealing with things in the village. I hope you can succeed Hokage, and while I'm still alive, I can be of any help." When Jiraiya heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, she hurriedly shook her head. "No, I can't be this Hokage, my personality just isn't fit." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Then who else in the village is qualified to be a Hokage besides you?" Jiraiya thought for a while. "Is there Tsunade? I remember she was always in the village. Really, isn't there Lei Luo? Lei Luo's strength is also enough to serve as Hokage, and the credit for the Third Ninja War was not small. It's impossible for me to be this Hokage anyway, so you don't have to think about me." Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache after listening to Jiraiya's words, picked up his pipe and took a breath, bowing his head in deep thought. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Then Tsunade, I don't know if she wants to. You still need to convince her about this matter. If you can't convince her, this Hokage has to be yours. Lei Luo's strength is enough, but his qualifications are still too shallow. After Tsunade steps down, he can be the 6th generation Hokage." Jiraiya nodded. "Okay then, I'll go talk to Tsunade about this, she'll definitely agree." "Old man, there is one more thing." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "What is it, tell me." Jiraiya asked, "What about the orphans of Minato and Kushina? The child named Naruto was named after me." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "If you want to visit him, you just drop by. Now that child is in the Senju clan, and he has been adopted by Tsunade and Minato's disciple Rin Nohara." Jiraiya nodded. "Old man, then you can do your job first, I'll go first." Then he rolled out the window again familiarly. Konoha village, Senju tribe. Jiraiya looked at the familiar scene around her, and basically nothing changed. Walking all the way to Tsunade's door, he knocked lightly on the door. He didn't dare to go in directly through the window, his ribs throbbing at the thought of Tsunade. Squeak, the door opened. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who was standing outside, and had some surprises. Jiraiya, when did you come back? Come in. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in home clothes and an apron, and felt more feminine than before, so she suddenly forgot the pain she suffered in the past, and couldn't help but feel lustful. Wow, Tsunade, you're more feminine than ever. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's sullen expression and suddenly became angry. Boom. Tsunade threw Jiraiya out with a punch, and said, damn old pervert, don't look at me like that, do you want to lie in the hospital for another 2 months? Jiraiya walked in again from the yard in embarrassment, patted the dust on her body, and had an embarrassed smile on her face. Tsunade, I'm sorry, I'm here to find you this time. Business. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, what business can you do? Jiraiya said, I'm here mainly for 2 things. The first thing, I'm here to visit Naruto. How can I say that I'm also Minato's master, so I'm the one who named this child. Tsunade had already led Jiraiya into the room and sat down. Tsunade opened his mouth and said, if you want to see Naruto, it's okay, keep your voice down, he just fell asleep. Jiraiya nodded, the second thing is to ask you to be the 5th generation Hokage. Tsunade heard this, he burst out laughing, let me be the 5th Hokage. Stop teasing, the old man is not afraid of me losing Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head, Tsunade, I know you're not the kind of person who can't tell the difference, and now there's no one in the village who is more suitable to be the 5th generation Hokage than you. Tsunade still didn't change his mind and said, I gave up the 4th generation Hokage election, and let me be the 5th generation Hokage. Are you sick? I just want to watch Naoki grow up well now, and I also like Naruto as a little guy. I will help Kushina raise him as an adult. However, Jiraiya's following remarks changed Tsunade's mind and made her agree to serve as the 5th generation Hokage. Jiraiya said. Chapter 100 Tsunade succeeds. Air Ninja Trail. Jiraiya said, I know you don't have the idea of being a Hokage right now, but you also know the situation in the village. Although the old man is Hokage, there are still many things he can't decide. If the time comes, if the Danzo advisors and other families in the village put pressure on you, will you really be able to keep this child? By your name, Konoha and Tsunade, or by the Senju clan, who are left with only you and Naoki. Besides, you haven't forgotten to stop, have you? Didn't both Takuya and Naoki dream of being a Hokage? For the wishes of the dead, for the future of the living, this position of Hokage should be yours no matter what. Tsunade fell silent after hearing Jiraiya's words. After thinking for a long time, Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya and said, go back and tell the old man about succeeding the 5th Hokage, I agreed. However, if the elders of the elders want to interfere with me when I am serving as Hokage, I will not be polite. I hope he will not stop me at that time. Jiraiya nodded, don't worry, the old man is not so unreasonable. Seeing that Tsunade agreed, Jiraiya didn't say anything more. Entering the back room, he looked at Naruto who was sleeping, and a smile appeared on his face. Now that things were done, Jiraiya left shortly after. A day later, news spread that Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin, had inherited the 5th generation of Hokage. This is also to appease the villagers after the Kyuubi, Nine Tails uprising and reassure them about the future of Konoha. It is also a warning to other countries not to think that the death of the 4th generation of Hokage will lead to the decline of Konoha with no successor. Half a month later, the 5th generation Hokage succession ceremony was held. When Tsunade, who was standing on the Hokage building, said, today, I am the 5th Hokage. The Konoha people who came to watch the ceremony cheered, and the haze shrouded in the Konoha village was swept away. Lei Luo, Rin, Yuhi and others also came to watch the ceremony, and of course they did not forget to bring the little guy Naruto. When the crowd cheered, Naruto seemed to be infected by the atmosphere, struggling and babbling in Rin's arms. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Luo didn't do any more missions in the past 6 months, but has been studying the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. After all, the 5-year plan he set for himself is not just talk. In addition, he also visited Iruka. As the orphan of Luo's head teacher Iruka, and the head teacher of Naruto in the original book, Luo still has a good impression of him. So he also accepted Iruka as a disciple, so that he would not be moved to an orphanage because of the death of his parents. But with Luo's current status, the small room that Luo lived in was no longer suitable. The Senju family has a lot of vacant land, and Tsunade also wanted to add some popularity to the Senju family place and agreed with Luo to move in. As a result, in addition to the Tsunade and Naoki siblings, the Senju clan now has Shizune, Rin, Naruto, Luo, and Iruka. Of course, after Tsunade served as Hokage, he had to deal with a lot of things every day. Rin also went to work at Konoha Hospital, while Luo was more free, so now Naruto is often brought by Luo. On this day, Luo, as usual, let some of his disciples go to the training ground to train, while he was playing with Naruto at home. Seeing Naruto crawling around and falling down from time to time, Luo laughed. Just then, Shizune suddenly walked in from outside the house. Luo-kun, Master Tsunade is looking for you. Luo nodded and picked up Naruto, followed Shizune to Hokage's office. Master Tsunade, what are you looking for from me? Looking at Luo walking in, Tsunade picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Luo. Luo-kun, look at this, this is the intelligence that Anbu just received. A UFO was found at the border guard position was attacked, more than 80% of the casualties were killed, and now this flying object is heading towards the village of Konoha. This is... Luo opened the intelligence scroll, first briefly browsed the content of the intelligence, then carefully looked at the photos in the intelligence, and finally recognized what it was. A huge fortress-like building floated in the sky out of thin air, surrounded by a large number of small black dots, but upon closer inspection, it was a small or large aircraft. Isn't this the Angkor Fortress, the ultimate weapon of Kongnin? Thinking of this, Luo tried hard to recall the story about Kong Ninja. Luo has been in the world of Hokage for almost 20 years. Besides, the plot of Kongan Village is still a theatrical version, and Luo already doesn't remember very well in some places. It's just that Luo's general information about Kong Ninja is still clear. Kong Ninja Village is a village that was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War. A guy named Shino created an artificial tailed beast in an air fortress in order to revive Kong Ninja, and wanted to dominate the world. The first battle of Kong Ninja Fortress was to take revenge on Konoha, but he was defeated by Naruto, the Child of Destiny. It stands to reason that the current time is a bit wrong. The attack on Konoha by the Sky Ninja should be the plot after the official start of the Hayate biography, and it is still more than 10 years away from now. However, the artificial tail beast of the Sky Ninja is made of chakra caused by dark emotions. The previous war in the ninja world must have caused countless pains. It is not incomprehensible that this guy has absorbed enough energy in advance. But the current Konoha is much stronger than when the original ninja attacked. I don't know how Kong Ninja had the courage to attack Konoha. Is it because he heard about the Konoha Kyubi, Nine Tails rebellion and the death of the fourth Hokage, and thought that Konoha's strength was nothing more than that? However, Kong Nin's strength should not be underestimated, and Shino's trump cards are endless. In the original book, they fought inside the Fortress of the Sky, which caused Shino to be unable to let go of his hands and feet, nor to exert the true power of the Fortress of the Sky. It has a chakra energy cannon that can destroy the village of Shinobi with one blow. This guy drives near Konoha, and Konoha is probably over. And the strength of his subordinates is also good. The power of the ninja is extremely powerful, even if a genin can use the flying chest to play the destructive power of Jonin, it is also a lot of trouble. At this moment, Lei Luo set off the system mission again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. One person is the enemy of the country. One person is an enemy of a country. A real strong person never cares about the number of enemies. They have the strength to destroy a country with one person. Please the host to destroy Kongren alone. Task reward. God level lottery point *1. Looking at this task, Lei Luo was speechless for a while. Damn it. No, the system is playing with me. Hokage I can only draw S rank rewards. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101-1 Enemy Country. Godzilla's change. Although Lei Luo kept complaining, the system ignored him. In any case, the system task still has to be completed. So Lei Luo said to Tsunade, Master Tsunade, leave this matter to me, I am enough to deal with this kind of thing by myself. I'm fast, go check the specific situation first, and if it doesn't work, I'll pass the news to the village. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo with a determined face and replied, well, go check it out first, and I will also mobilize the village's strength and prepare for defense. The flying fortress of the air ninja is not slow, and if it is dragged further, it may come to Konoha, and it must be intercepted in advance. So Lei Luo handed Naruto in his hand to Shizu next to him, and said, it's not too late, I'll set off immediately, and Naruto will take care of you. Then left immediately. 2 days later, Lei Luo, who was out of the village, finally found the trail of the Kong Ninja Fortress. After all, the Air Ninja Fortress is not small in scale, and it is still easy to find. Before coming, Lei Luo had already thought about the countermeasures. The biggest threat to him from the empty fortress is the chakra cannon. If he can enter the air fortress, the chakra cannon will have no effect on him. But with Shino alone, even if he can open 8 doors, Lei Luo is not afraid. Looking at the air fortress flying in the sky, Lei Luo directly took higher Inmaru Bankai, spread the frost wings of 6 paths behind him, and took him to the sky. The aircraft on the periphery of the Air Ninja Fortress spotted him instantly and sent news to the inside of the Air Ninja Fortress. Warning! Warning! There are ninjas approaching the fort. But before they received the reply, they were swallowed by a frost dragon from Lei Luo. Then Lei Luo smashed the Kong Ninja Fortress with another knife and walked in. At this time, Shino in the core of the Air Ninja Fortress also received the news. Someone dares to break into my Kong Nin Fortress alone, I'm really not afraid of death. Come on. A Surajan walked in from outside the room. Shino-sama. Shino said, a guy who is not afraid of death broke into the fortress. You take a team of elites to deal with him. Kongren bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes. And Lei Luo has already turned on the 5-vision omnipotence to observe the situation in the Kong Ninja Fortress. The strong chakra fluctuations here are full of evil aura. It should be Zero Tail. Then let's go here first. Lei Luo walked all the way, and the air ninjas patrolling in the fort were not his enemies, and he took care of them. Even the elite team that Shino sent out was just a few more tricks. It seems that I am too high to bear with the sky, so I am not afraid of this strength at all. Lei Luo couldn't help but relax. At this time, Shino saw that the people who were sent hadn't come back for so long, and felt something was wrong, and finally decided to take action in person. As Lei Luo got closer and closer to Zero, the Godzilla in Lei Luo also stirred. Lei Luo carefully felt Godzilla's commotion, and found that the message it conveyed was just one word. Eat. Eat. What to eat? Lei Luo was a little puzzled, so he tried to communicate with Godzilla with his mind. Godzilla's consciousness was ignorant, and he only had a simple instinct. Facing the repeated inquiries of Lei Luo's consciousness, he returned a few words. Front. Eat. Lei Luo already understood Godzilla's idea, it should be trying to eat the Zero Tail, but it is not clear how to eat it. Could it be absorbing Zero Tail's energy? Lei Luo thought to himself. In the end, Lei Luo came to a square, and at the end of the square there was a secret room with a stronger defense. Lei Luo has already felt it, and Zero Tail is in it. Just as Lei Luo was walking towards Zero Way, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Damn it, I finally found you. The person here is Shino. Lei Luo turned around, looked at Shino who appeared, and said lightly, I have cleaned up all your subordinates, so you alone can stop me. Shino snorted coldly, as the leader of Kongan village, I am the strongest existence. I used to sneak into villages in various countries as a wandering doctor, and it took me a full 10 years to find a way to make Zero Tails. It happened that the Third Ninja War broke out, and people's various negative emotions were absorbed by Zero Tail, forming Dark Chakra. For me, who can control the power of Zero Tail, you are still far behind. Lei Luo squinted his eyes and didn't care about Shino's self-bragging. Strength doesn't make you stronger by boasting. Perhaps Zero Tail's Dark Chakra is a very powerful force for ordinary people, but for Lei Luo, it is still a younger brother. Stop talking nonsense. I originally wanted you to live a little longer, but since you came to the door yourself, then die. Lei Luo finished speaking, he rushed in front of Shino. Breath of water. One form. Water surface slash. With Hirinmaru in hand, he slashed at Shino. Although Lei Luo has now withdrawn from the Benkai model, Lei Luo's own strength is already strong enough. Shino was slashed by Lei Luo before he had time to take a dick to the side, and a deep wound appeared on Shino's chest. But with Shino's hand seal, the wounds on his body disappeared in an instant, and the whole person also regained his youth. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me just by your strength. This is the art of physical activity that I developed based on Dark Chakra. Me in this state, you can't be an opponent. Shino said to Lei Luo with a wild laugh, exuding a violent aura. Lei Luo pouted, this Dark Chakra is nothing special, it is basically the same thing as the sprites encountered in the Land of Swamps. That means that Lei Luo's light escape also restrains Shino's power. Well, I thought I could see something new, but I didn't expect it to be the same. If that's the case, then you're going to die. Light escape. Sky Kong Cloud Sword. Then Lei Luo rushed up again. The power of the light escape covered Hirinmaru's blade, and Shino, who was slashed again, found that his wounds healed several times slower. What kind of ability do you have? Shino had already sensed that something was wrong. In Lei Luo's continuous sword stance, he had almost no ability to backhand, but he still didn't give up. He once stole the 8 inner gates in Konoha. And now he has no choice but to use the 8 inner gates. The 8 inner gates. Open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door, Duman, Jingmun. Open them all to me. In an instant, a more powerful force spewed out, forcing Lei Luo's attack away. Apparently the powerful force gave Shino confidence again, he said, staring at Lei Luo viciously. That's it. Chapter 102_Absorb Zero Tail. The void is destroyed. Lei Luo looked at Shino who had opened the 8 inner gates without any hesitation. After all, he hadn't used his true strength so far. Morning Peacock. Quote. Shino had already rushed in front of Lei Luo, and countless fists slammed towards Lei Luo. The flames generated by the friction between the fists and the air drifted, like the tail of a peacock, which was magnificent and dazzling. As this morning peacock. Luo saw this move in reality. Although Lei Luo also played the 8 inner gates, he only opened the 5th gate. This trick can only be used when the 6th gate is opened. The moment Shino's fist slammed towards Lei Luo had already disappeared. Light escape. 8-foot mirror. Lei Luo followed a trail of light directly behind Shino, not only avoiding Shino's attack, but also getting a chance to counterattack. Although my swordsmanship is very strong, what I am best at is light escape. Let me purify the dark chakra in your body for you. Light escape. Judgment. The holy white light covered Hirinmaru again, and stabbed Shino's back mercilessly. Originally, under the power of Zero Tail, the tall and mighty Shino was like a punctured balloon. His figure shrunk instantly, and he even looked older than before. Now it's my turn to say this to you. That's it. After speaking, he stabbed Shino in the throat again with the knife. Ho ho. The blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Shino wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it, so he died unwillingly. Lei Luo looked at the dead Shino. His expression did not fluctuate at all. He turned and walked towards the room where the Zero Tail was sealed. Looking at the sealing technique outside the room, Lei Luo sighed. Fortunately, I have also learned a lot about sealing techniques in the past 6 months. Although it is not very strong, it is enough to lift this seal. Lei Luo held the hand seal in his hand and pressed it on the seal, and the sealing technique on the door of the room disappeared immediately. The power of the dark chakras has begun to escape. After Godzilla lifted the seal on Lei Luo, the changes were more obvious. No matter how Lei Luo communicates, he only means, eat. No way, Lei Luo can only relax and let Godzilla control his body. So, Godzilla manipulated Lei Luo's body to push the door directly and walked in. The dark chakra in the room seemed to have found a sojourn host, and a head rushed towards Lei Luo. But as soon as these chakras entered the body, they were directly absorbed by Godzilla in Lei Luo's heart, and then converted by Godzilla into normal chakras to deny it back. Is it that simple? I thought, what preparation would it take to absorb these dark chakras? In fact, this is what Lei Luo can absorb so unscrupulously. First, because he has Godzilla in his body, in Godzilla's original world, he can devour nuclear energy, so this kind of alien energy is a tonic for Godzilla. Second, Lei Luo's light escape can purify dark chakra, so there is no worries at all. If it was absorbed like this by ordinary people, it would have been eroded by the negative emotions of humans in the dark chakra. Zero Tail is indeed an artificial tail beast. Although it is not as good as the real tail beast, this chakra is already comparable. Lei Luo an hour to absorb all of Zero Tail's power. I felt the chakra flooding in my body, and it increased by 20% as a whole. I already have more chakra than Sage Body. Lei Luo thought to himself. I originally thought that this system task would be very difficult, but I didn't expect it to be a bonus. Shino is such a nice guy. He came all the way to deliver the courier. It's so fragrant. Why doesn't the system prompt completion? Lei Luo absorbed Zero Tail for so long, and the system did not prompt the task to be completed. Oh, that's right. The system's request is to destroy the Kong ninja, which seems to be to clear all the other Kong ninjas in the fortress. Thinking of this, Lei Luo knew what to do. After Lei Luo absorbed the power of the Zero Tail, the air ninja fortress lost the power to fly and began to fall. The Kong ninja in the fortress was already in a panic. Just as they were about to escape with the aircraft, Lei Luo appeared. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, the remaining empty ninjas were eliminated by Lei Luo. The system prompt finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 1 enemy, and 1 person to destroy Kong Ninja, and get the mission reward God level lottery point *1. After receiving the system prompt, Lei Luo did not stay in the fort anymore. Hire Inmaru in his hand Bankai again, breaking open an exit, and Frost Wings flew out with Lei Luo. Boom! The Kong Ninja fortress fell to the ground, and the sound resounded through the sky, stirring up huge smoke and dust. Okay, mission accomplished. It's time for me to go back. Frost Wings took Lei Luo and flew towards Konoha quickly. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Master Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo, who walked in, with a surprised look on his face. Lei Luo-kun, you came back so soon. Have the invading enemies been detected clearly? Lei Luo looked at Tsunade and nodded, then replied, those guys are from Kongan who was once destroyed by our Konoha. Their personal strength is not worth mentioning, only their flying fortress has some value. Now that the invading enemy group has been eliminated by me, the remains of the flying fortress are in this place. Lei Luo took out a map from his arms, and the map had already been marked. Master Tsunade, send someone to get this thing back. Tsunade nodded, took the map, and called in an Anbu to assign the task. After arranging things, Tsunade turned his head and said to Lei Luo, this mission is considered an S-class. If they really attack the village, it will definitely cause a lot of damage. Lei Luo smiled when he heard the words, then I would like to thank Master Tsunade. Tsunade waved his hand, you deserve it. Then Tsunade suddenly changed the conversation, as a reward for this mission, I can allow you to choose a spell from the Book of Seals. Didn't you tell me about this before? But there was no chance. Now that you have credit, you can just choose a technique, and others can't gossip. Tsunade's remarks can be regarded as a surprise to Lei Luo. But Lei Luo had an idea for a long time, Master Tsunade, I choose to seal the ghouls. Impure World Reincarnation and Ghoul Seal are both forbidden techniques that Lei Luo needs, but Impure World Reincarnation involves playing with the soul, which is likely to be disgusted by Tsunade. Moreover, he has been learning the sealing technique now, and if he gets the Ghoul Seal, he will be able to study it better. After listening to Lei Luo's choice, Tsunade asked solemnly, Lei Luo-kun, are you sure you want to choose the Ghoul Seal? Lei Luo just nodded firmly and said nothing. Tsunade looked at the determined Lei Luo, knowing that he couldn't change his mind, he could only sigh and say, okay. Then I found, the ghouls sealed, from the Book of Seals, and handed this forbidden technique to Lei Luo. Chapter 103_bound. Sealing. Lei Luo returned the sealed book to Tsunade after making sure to write down everything that the ghoul sealed. Just when Lei Luo was about to retire and leave, Tsunade suddenly said, I hope you can think carefully before using this seal forbidden technique, think about Rin, Yuhi, Yugao and others. Lei Luo nodded and replied, don't worry, Lord Tsunade, I haven't lived enough, I'm just studying the sealing technique. Tsunade nodded without saying anything, and let Lei Luo leave. Lei Luo, who returned to the Senju clan, looked at Rin, who was taking care of Naruto, with a smile on his face. The warm scene in front of me really has the feeling of a family of 3. After a warm lunch, Lei Luo went back to the room to rest under Rin's urging, saying that he must be very tired when he came back from the task. Although he was not injured, he should have a good rest. Lei Luo lay on the bed and called out the system. I want to draw a lottery. The system ***** rotates and freezes, and the 6 prizes are as follows. S-class weapon, land cut. S-class items, devil fruit * quick cut fruit. S-class weapon, meteorite meteor knife. S-level skill, binding. S-class equipment, Taigu * protector of the country, supreme throne. S-class item, any door. Lanchi, an unsheathed sword from the world of League of Legends, is said to be the sword of Hayate swordsman Yasuo, which contains the power of the wind attribute, and may even contain Yasuo's way of Hayate. Devil fruit * quick cut fruit, from the world of One Piece, belongs to the superhuman devil fruit. The quick cut fruit can turn any part of the body into a blade, and at the same time make the body as hard as steel. The meteorite sword, from the world of Dungeons and Warriors, belongs to an artifact sword used by ghost swordsmen. Bound Dao, from the world of Death, a kind of ghost used by Death. It is different from breaking the Dao, which mainly focuses on destruction, and the purpose is to bind and imprison. Taigu * protects the country and the machine god, supreme throne, originally the strongest emperor. Not only the origin of the emperor, but also the apex of all emperors, known as the Supreme Emperor. Legend has it that it has abilities comparable to those of the gods, and only those with the blood of the emperor can use it. The secret technique is Purge Mode, which combines the characteristics of alchemy and Taigu. The appearance becomes a dragon, the user will be eroded by the Taigu and become murderous, the destructive power and quantity of the weapons are greatly increased, and the armor's stiffness is also on the rise. Any door. From the world of Doraemon, you can use any door to reach any place you want within 10 light years. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Binding Road. Suddenly, a huge memory merged into Lei Luo's mind, allowing him to understand the various ways of binding the way, and learn the various abilities of the way of binding. Moreover, he himself integrated Hyarinmaru, and like the god of death, he can naturally use the way of binding. But the most restrictive thing about Lei Luo is the need to sing. The 30 Dao. The mouth flashes 3 times. Effect. With 3 huge beak-shaped beams, the opponent's hands and waist are fixed to the wall to seal their movement. The 61 Binding Path. 6 Stand Light Prison. Effect. Lock the opponent's actions with the 6 Paths Light Sheet. 63 of the Way of Binding. Lock and Lock. Effect. Forms a thick snake-like chain that wraps around the opponent, making it immobile. Bound Road. Lei Luo looked at the various Dao binding skills in his mind and felt the power of Dao Dao. Moreover, he felt that there was some inexplicable connection between the Dao Dao and the sealing technique, which gave him a sense of parallelism. 2 years later, Konoha Village, Senju Tribe Land. Naruto ran around in the yard, shouting loudly, full of vigor and vitality. On the other hand, Lei Luo, I don't know when, set up a reclining chair in the yard and was enjoying the shade on it, looking like a retired old man. But in fact, Lei Luo has been studying the sealing technique. 2 years have passed. Now Lei Luo has mastered a lot of sealing techniques. But there is still no idea for cracking the ghoul seal. Uncle Lei Luo, get up and play with me. Naruto ran to Lei Luo's reclining chair, shaking Lei Luo's arms constantly, waking him up. Lei Luo looked at the energetic Naruto and sighed helplessly. How can a child be in such good spirits every day? Then Lei Luo said to Naruto, Naruto is good, go and play with your Aunt Rin, be obedient. Then he fell back into the reclining chair. And Naruto ran into the house to find Rin, who was preparing lunch. But the person who entered the yard next made him have to get up from the reclining chair. Master Lei Luo, Master Tsunade is looking for you. An Anbu suddenly appeared in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo stood up straight, stretched his waist vigorously, and then said, let's go, I hope to be able to do something a little more challenging. After lying down for a long time, my body will almost rust. So Lei Luo followed Anbu all the way to Hokage's office. Lord Tsunade, what are you doing to me? Lei Luo asked straight to the point. Tsunade glanced at Lei Luo, then said. Anbu received information that after the Third Ninja War, the village of Kurigakure, which had been closed to the country, suddenly had a big move. Kagaya clan in the village of Kurigakure revolted and attacked the Mizukage for 4 generations, but it was unsuccessful. Although I don't know why, the 4th generation of Mizukage suddenly ordered to exterminate all the bloodstained families in the village of Kurigakure, but this is a good thing for us Konoha. I called you here this time because I hope you can lead a team to the Land of Water, collect those remaining bloodstained Boundary Clan ninjas, and see if you can make them submit to Konoha. Tsunade's words instantly attracted Lei Luo's interest. Kurigakure village wiped out the bloodstained family, and those who can survive are very talented. For example, Bai, Kimimaro, Ghostlight Shueyu and so on in the original work. Moreover, this time, I might encounter Orochimaru when I go to the Land of Water, so I can try to get the Impure World reincarnation art from Orochimaru. Over the past few years, Orochimaru has been hiding little news, and this time is an opportunity. Thinking of this, Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, Master Tsunade, I've accepted this task. As for the team members, Naoki and the others will be fine. Tsunade nodded, okay, I'll leave it to you this time. However, the purpose of this time is just to collect the blood of the Boundary Ninja, try not to let the village of Kurigakure find out. Lei Luo smiled and replied, don't worry, there's no problem. If things don't work out, I'll take Naoki and the others away. Then I'll go first, and I'll inform Shisui that they are ready. Tsunade waved his hand, and Lei Luo turned around and walked out the door. Chapter 104 The Land of Water Again. Half a month later, Lei Luo brought Naoki and the three to the border of the Land of Waves, a place where Liao was uninhabited. Looking at the magnificent sea, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh. The last time he came to the Land of Water to perform a mission, he was only a special Jonin, and now his strength is much stronger than that of the year. When he met him now, he basically couldn't make a move. Teacher Lei Luo, how do we get to the Land of Water from here? Naoki looked at the unobstructed sea, and there was no boat around, so he couldn't help asking curiously. Lei Luo looked at Naoki, who was puzzled, laughed twice, and said, "Don't worry, Naoki, since I'm here, I must be prepared. As for how we get to the Land of Water from here, it's up to my psychic beast. Come out, Tam." With the call of Lei Luo, a huge Uzumaki appeared on the water, and Tam, who had not seen him for a long time, drilled out of the Uzumaki. Naoki watched Tam's eyes light up. "Teacher Lei Luo, is this your psychic beast?" Lei Luo nodded, and then introduced to the three of Naoki. "This is my psychic beast, his name is Tam, the King of the River." The King of the River. Naoki was more interested. "Mr. Lei Luo, I think Tam is more powerful than my sister's slug, can I sign a contract with it?" Lei Luo shook his head. "I'm sorry, Naoki, Tam can't sign a contract with others. Master Tsunade loves you so much, didn't you make a contract with Shikatsu Forest?" Naoki replied, "My sister wants me to sign a contract with Shikatsu Forest, but I want a psychic beast with a stronger attack." Lei Luo replied, "If you speak up, Jiraiya-sama's Mount Myoboku can also sign a contract." Naoki pouted, "I don't want it, the toad is still too ugly." Lei Luo said helplessly, "Then I can only hope that you will meet a powerful psychic beast in the future. Now let's finish the task first." Then Lei Luo turned his head and said to Tam on the sea, "Tam, I'll get rid of you this time." Tam replied in a deep voice, "It is my duty, my master." Then Tam dived into the water, leaving only his wide-open mouth out on the surface. Seeing this, Lei Luo waved to the three of Naoki and said, "Let's go." When several people walked into Tam's mouth, Tam closed his mouth and dived and disappeared. When Lei Luo and the others appeared again, they had already reached the border of the Land of Water. Lei Luo took the three of Naoki to the shore, and then released the call and let Tam return to Valoran. The life of a tool-summoned beast is so unpretentious and boring. There are only two possible directions for the blood-bound ninjas of Konoha to escape. One is the direction of the country of thunder, and the other is where we are, the direction of the country of waves. Lei Luo opened the map and was analyzing the current situation for the three of Naoki. With the strength of the three of you alone, no ordinary ninja is your opponent now. So we can search in 4 directions from where we are now. If anything happens, message the others right away. If nothing happens, we'll still be gathering here after half a day. How is it? Any comments on this arrangement?" Lei Luo glanced at the three of Naoki, and all three shook their heads, expressing no opinion. "That's good. Let's go now." In the forest, 2 figures staggered forward, one tall and the other short, supporting each other. Suddenly, the tall figure couldn't support it, and instantly fell to the ground. "Don't kill your lord again," the short voice and shadow exclaimed, and immediately squatted down to check the situation. That's right, these two sound and shadows are the duo of Teoti's Ibusion and Haku in the original book. Now the Konoha village is chasing and killing the blood-based boundary ninjas, causing people to panic. And Teoti couldn't accept the bloody policy of the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura, so he went to assassinate him. But how could he be Yagura's opponent based on his strength alone, and was easily severely injured by Yagura's backhand? He tried his best to find a chance and escaped from the village of Konoha. Thus, he became the missing nin of Konoha village and was hunted down by Anbu of Konoha village. On his way to escape, he happened to meet Haku in a village who had just awakened the blood-stained boundaries of Hyoten ice style. Because of Kurigakure's pursuit of blood-stained ninjas, the people in the village were afraid and hated Kekkei Genkei because of the war. Bai's mother owned Kekkei Genkei and kept the secret for a long time. Bai's family has been living a peaceful life until Bai is also found to have inherited this ability. Bai's father discovered the secret and led a team of villagers to kill Bai's mother first. When he was about to attack Bai, the terrified Bai used Kekkei Genkei and killed everyone present with an ice pick. He, who was not prepared to meddle in his own business, changed his mind for some unknown reason when he saw Shiro, who was crying and panicking. If Shiro stayed in that village, Kurigakure Anbu would definitely find him and kill him. So, he stretched his heavily injured body and escaped with Bai. He was going to take Bai to flee to the country of waves and find a sparsely populated place to settle down. Unexpectedly, the injury was too serious. After all, it was not supported and fell here. Stop screaming, I'm not dead yet. The so-called ghost person, Zaibushin, has no experience with people at all, so he can only cover himself up in this way. Without chopping up, he climbed up and dragged himself against a tree, gasping for breath. Looking down at the wound on his abdomen, blood was constantly oozing out. If he didn't deal with it, the bleeding would kill him. But if I don't cut myself, I have no strength, and it is difficult for the whole person to move. So Zaibushin asked Bai, can you sew clothes? Bai nodded obediently. Zaibushin took a deep breath and said, now, you can find shinbin and silk thread from my ninja bag and sew up the wound on my body. Bai obediently dug out thousands of books and silk threads from the ninja bag, but he couldn't do anything when he looked at the wound that would not be cut. Do it, Zaibushin roared. Hearing the roar of Zaibushin, Bai trembled, but still shaking his hands, he began to sew up Zaibushin's wound. No longer biting Kiba hard, without making a sound, but there was a trace of blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Lei Luo walked alone in the mountains and forests, with all 5 visions already activated, observing everything around him. With the continuous deepening of Lei Luo, some traces were finally found. Lei Luo moaned, stroking and feeling the traces left on the leaves. Icy feeling, it's like frost. Chapter 105_White. Yamato's discovery. How could there be frost in this weather? It could only be a member of the Shui Wuyu family. Since there is still frost left, this person should not have gone far. This trace made Lei Luo think a lot, and he decided to follow the trace to take a look. Lei Luo carefully observed the surrounding traces, groping to find the right direction, and he was getting closer and closer to Baihei. It turned out to be them. Lei Luo has seen Zaibushin and Bai through the 5-vision omnipotence, but now Zaibushin has fallen into a coma. Bai carefully sewed the wound for not cutting again, but then passed out, and Bai stayed in place at a loss, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Lei Luo appeared beside Bai, and Bai saw that Lei Luo immediately made a warning gesture and stood in the way of Zaibu's body. Don't be afraid, little one, if I'm going to deal with the two of you, you won't have any chance of resisting at all. With a gentle smile on his face, Lei Luo said to Bai. But Bai still did not let his guard down. Do you want to save him? Lei Luo pointed at Bai and asked. Bai opened his mouth and asked, can you help me save Lord Zaizhuan? Aren't you the ninja from Kurigakure village who came after us? Lei Luo took out the Konoha forehead guard from his arms and showed it to Bai. Look, little one, I'm a ninja of Konoha. Konoha. Now Shiro has heard of this village and knows that it is the most powerful shinobi village in the country of fire. But for other things, there is no concept at all, but for him as long as it is not from the village of Kurigakure. Then Bai opened his mouth and said, Ninja-sama from Konoha village, please help me and don't kill him. Lei Luo smiled and said, I can save him, but you have to promise me one condition. Bai asked, what conditions? As long as I can do it, I will agree. Lei Luo replied, don't worry, it's not too difficult. If you want to save him, You must promise me to join Konoha village. Join Konoha village. Bai Tianjun's immature face had doubts, but he still agreed. I agree. As long as you save Master Zabuzan, I will join Konoha village. Very good. Lei Luo was also very happy. The purpose of this trip to the country of water is to collect blood and follow the boundary, and now it can be said to be a good start. Lei Luo walked in front of Zabuzan, and Bai no longer stopped him. Looking at Zaibujai who was unconscious, Lei Luo said silently in his heart. I'm sorry, if you don't cut it, Bai will not be your tool in the future. Following me to Konoha is better than wandering around with you and dying tragically. I will save you. With your strength, you will be able to live well, so you can pretend that you have never saved this child. Then, Lei Luo's palm shone with pure white light, pressing it on the wound without cutting again. Light escape. Light therapy. The wounds on Zabuzan's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the complexion on Yuhi's face began to moisten. Looking at the state of not cutting again, Lei Luo knew that he would wake up soon. Lei Luo stood up and said to Bai, okay, I have rescued him, you can follow me. Of course, I'm not that impersonal either. You can leave him a letter and let him know about you. Bai was very happy to see that the wound and complexion had returned to normal. Zaibujian was very happy. After listening to Lei Luo's words, he nodded obediently. Then Bai found a pen and paper from Zaibujian's ninja bag, wrote down the reason for his departure, and put it in Zaibujian's hand. Lei Luo quietly watched Bai finish all this, and then said, then let's go. He took the white U-turn and went back along the way. Half a day has passed, and it's time to go back and join Naoki and the others. Lei Luo took Bai back to the agreed meeting place, where the three Naoki were already waiting. Naoki looked curiously at Bai who was following Lei Luo. Then Naoki asked, Mr. Lei Luo, who is this little girl? Lei Luo tapped Naoki on the head and replied, don't talk nonsense, he is a little boy, apologize to him. Naoki rubbed his head, then said to Bai, I'm sorry, asterisk. Bai waved his hand, Yuhi raised his face and replied, it's okay, you're too polite. Lei Luo pointed at the three of Naoki and introduced to Bai, the three brothers you see are all my disciples. This is Naoki, this is Shisui, and this is Yamato. Introduce yourself too. Shiro looked at the three Nawakis and said softly, my name is Haku, all ninjas. Water without moon. Shisui, as a Uchiha clan, naturally knows all the famous bloodstained clans in the ninja world. Hearing Bai's self-introduction, he knew the bloodstained boundaries that Bai might have. So Shisui asked Lei Luo, Teacher Lei Luo, is brother Bai from the Shuiwayu clan in Kurigakure village? Lei Luo nodded and replied, well, that's right, it's the Shui Wuyu clan you mentioned. Don't look at Bai's young age, he has already awakened Hyoten ice style. Then Lei Luo said to the three of Naoki, now tell me what you have detected, have you found any traces of the blood-based boundary ninja? Naoki shook his head, Mr. Lei Luo, I didn't find anything on my side. Shisui then said, I don't have it here either. When it was Yamato's turn to speak, Yamato seemed a little hesitant, and then said, Mr. Lei Luo, I didn't find a bloodstained ninja here, but I found a strange cave. There were traces of life in that cave, but there was an aura in it that made me feel very uncomfortable, so I didn't go in to investigate the situation. Oh, Lei Luo became interested after hearing Yamato's answer. Since none of you have found any traces of Naoki, let's go explore the cave that Yamato said. I just want to see what makes Yamato feel uncomfortable. Naoki nodded yes, and Shiro didn't know what to say next to them, so they nodded yes like the three Naoki. Then Lei Luo said to Shisui, Shisui, your observation is sharper and your speed is faster. Bai's safety is up to you. If you find any enemy that you can't deal with in the cave later, you will take Bai and withdraw. Shisui nodded after hearing Lei Luo's words, and said, no problem, please rest assured, leave Bai's safety to me. Lei Luo turned around and said to Yamato, Yahi, lead the way, let's go see that cave. Yes. Chapter 106_Heavy Me. The first trial of the bondage. Not long after, Lei Luo and others followed Yamato all the way and came to the cave mentioned by Yamato. It's almost evening now, and the sky is starting to get dark. The cave entrance is not large, and it is dark inside. The howling mountain wind swirls in the cave, and there are some faint roars mixed in the wind. Hearing this, Lei Luo said to the four Nawaki, "It seems that this cave is not shallow. It's too dark inside, so don't go in. Guard this exit. If anything comes out, stop it. I'll go in and see for myself." Nawaki naturally had enough confidence in Lei Luo's strength and stayed outside the cave obediently. Without any worries, Lei Luo walked into the cave by himself. As Lei Luo went deeper, the sound from the cave became clearer and clearer. "I don't want to kill people, don't come here. Don't blame me, sorry." After walking a few more steps, Lei Luo suddenly became enlightened, and the space inside the cave was very wide. Lei Luo raised his hand and released a ball of light, illuminating the cave, and then he could clearly see the scene in the cave. This is a huge stalactite cave. Stalactites hang down from the top of the cave, jagged, and there is a person squatting in the corner of the cave. It was a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, squatting there with his head folded, trembling all over, and murmuring to himself all the time. And from time to time, he roared a few times, as if he was enduring the pain. When Lei Luo released the ball of light to illuminate the cave, the boy's body trembled even more. He raised his head and said to Lei Luo, "Don't come here. Don't come here, I'll kill you. Don't come here." The voice already had some roaring feeling, but there was also a hint of trembling. Lei Luo said gently, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. What's your name?" But the boy's patience seemed to have reached the limit. Just as Lei Luo kept getting closer, his whole person suddenly changed dramatically. The face is ferocious, and the brown hard substance grows all over the body, covering the whole body to form a fierce armor, and the arms are attached with barbs shaped like a sickle, just like the arms of a praying mantis. His eyes were open to Yuhi, as if he had lost his mind, and rushed towards Lei Luo with a roar. The boy swung hard, and his sickle-like arm slashed at Lei Luo. Just when he rushed in front of Lei Luo finally saw what he looked like. Although he was still a little immature, Lei Luo still recognized him. Changwu. But Lei Luo didn't have time to think about it. The boy's attack was about to touch him. Lei Luo hurriedly dodged away, and the boy's knife arm sank deeply into the stalactite Jinchuriki column behind Lei Luo. "Are you Changwu?" Lei Luo asked the boy. But the boy didn't answer at all, pulled out his arm from Jinchuriki column and attacked Lei Luo again. Oops. He's lost his mind now and has no way to communicate, so he can only be subdued first. Lei Luo thought to himself as he looked at the boy's reaction. But he has already determined the identity of this young man in his heart, and it is Libra I. Shigego's body has a special ability and is born with the ability to absorb natural energy unconsciously, and then merge with itself to form Sage Art Chakra. But Shigego doesn't have a Master Sage Art, so he will unconsciously enter the fairy tale. Once you enter the immortalization, you will also fall into a state of unconscious berserk. In this state, Chango is very scary, basically killing people when he sees them, and may even eat them. But in normal state, Shigego is a gentle person. He didn't want to hurt others, so he imprisoned himself in a cave. Shigego in the original book was later taken away by Kimimaro and became the material for Orochimaru's research. According to his research, Orochimaru has perfected the spell, which is a low-profile version of Sage Mode. Looking at Chango who was charging again, Lei Luo didn't dodge. Instead, he directly raised the knife to block this attack. Then Lei Luo began to chant. The thunderous carriage, the crevices of the spinning wheel, this thing is clustered with light and divided into 6. The 61 binding path. 6 stand light prison. As Lei Luo chanted, the 6 paths beams covered Chango, forming a solid-like rope that bound him. Shigego roared and struggled, trying to tear the beam with his hands, but he couldn't touch it at all. The binding ability of this bondage is very strong. Lei Luo looked at Chongo, who was struggling, and nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time he used the binding Dao in actual combat, and the effect did not disappoint him. It's just that this chant is still a waste of time. Although it is faster than the ninja hand seal, Lei Luo's previous abilities have no preconditions. Then let him wake up now. Light escape, purification technique. Lei Luo's hands burst out with silver-white light, and pressed them on top of Chongo's head. With the input of chakra, Chongo's complexion eased, and his body no longer struggled. Thank you. A weak voice came, and Shigego had woken up. Lei Luo stopped the purification technique in his hand, looked at Chongwu and asked, "How do you feel now?" Chongwu shook his head and said, "It's nothing, thank you for stopping me, otherwise I might run out and kill again." Can you disperse the light on your body first? It's a little uncomfortable to be tied up like this. Lei Luo nodded, waved his hand to untangle the road, and Chongo got up from the ground. Who are you? Why are you here? Although Lei Luo had some guesses in his heart, he still had to confirm the identity of the boy. Chongwu looked at Lei Luo and said, "My name is Chongwu. I imprisoned myself here. I couldn't control myself when I ran wild. I used to be in the village and hurt a lot of people because of the rampage, so I took the initiative to leave. If it wasn't for you this time, I might have rushed out of the cave again." Thank you. Lei Luo waved his hand lightly and said, "You're welcome, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Are you going to stay in this cave forever?" Hearing this, Chongo's emotions went down and he replied, "Where can I go if I don't stay here? If I fall into a rampage outside, a lot of people will be injured because of it." Lei Luo said softly with a smile on his face, "If I can solve your problem, will you come with me?" Chongwu raised his head and looked into Lei Luo's eyes, and found that Lei Luo was not joking, but his eyes were full of seriousness. So Shigego said, "If you can solve my runaway problem, from now on, you will be the only one who will obey me, and this life of mine will be yours." Good. Chapter 107_4 Elephant Seals. Return. Lei Luo said to Zongwu, "You follow me first, don't worry, with my strength, even if you run wild again, I can suppress it. After that, I will find a way to help you solve the problem of runaway completely." Shigeo nodded in agreement. And after Lei Luo used the purification technique on him just now, his entire body felt a sense of relief, and he no longer had to suppress his own strength. He believed that Lei Luo could help him solve this runaway problem completely. Lei Luo himself has some solutions. It seems that the 5-year plan has to add another practice, sage art. After returning to Konoha, go ask Tsunade and see if you can learn Shikatsu Forest's sage art. Then Lei Luo said to Chongwu, "It's too late for Tenten today. Let's rest for a night in your cave and leave tomorrow. I still have a few disciples waiting outside the cave. I'll call them in first." Shigeo nodded when he heard the words. Lei Luo turned and walked out of the cave. At this time, the 3 Nawaki outside the cave stood in front of Bai's body and were always on guard to prevent something from running out of the cave. When Lei Luo walked out with Chongo, Nawaki just saw the figure and was ready to do it. Fortunately, Shisui was quick to stop Nawaki. "Nawaki, don't do it, it's teacher Lei Luo." Shisui opened his mouth and said, and then the whole person relaxed his guard. At this time, Lei Luo had completely walked out of the cave, and then said to Nawaki and the others, "Okay, there is no danger in the cave, you guys can come in as well." Nawaki and the others nodded obediently, and followed Lei Luo into the cave. Boom! A fireball landed on the wood and ignited it, creating a bonfire. Lei Luo and the others were all sitting around the bonfire, and the warm light of the fire gave a warm feeling to the cave. After entering the cave, everyone has already introduced each other. Chongwu stared at the bonfire in a daze. He hadn't dealt with people for a long time, but this feeling was really good. The loneliness in his heart gradually dissipated with the warm firelight. Baizi had already fallen asleep leaning on Lei Luo, and after fleeing for so many days, this was the first time he could sleep so peacefully. Naoki were refining chakra, while Lei Luo was studying sealing. Because he suddenly thought that although he has not yet thought of any way to completely solve the problem of Changwu, he can use the sealing technique to temporarily seal the power of Changwu, so that he will not enter a rampant state. Lei Luo looked at the sealing technique, and felt that the 4-symptom seal was enough to seal Changwu's power. So he said to the dazed Shigego, "Shugego-kun." Changwu came back to his senses and asked, "Lord Lei Luo, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with you?" Lei Luo smiled and said, "Changwu-kun, I just thought of a way to temporarily solve your runaway problem. Would you like to try it?" Zhangwu nodded. "Of course, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lei Luo." Lei Luo shook his head lightly and said, "Changwu, as I said, you don't need to be so polite." Then he continued, "Shigo-kun, take off your shirt and lie down on the ground." Changwu obediently followed Lei Luo's arrangement, took off his shirt, and lay down. Lei Luo sat cross-legged beside Changwu, put his hand on Changwu's chest, and sensed the strength in his body. "Well, is this natural energy? It feels like swallowing my light chakra. Try the seal of the 4 elephants first." Lei Luo held the hand seal in his hand, mobilized chakra, and pressed it on Changwu's chest again. Black seal runes spread out from Lei Luo's hands, and soon covered Changwu's entire body. At the moment when the operation was completed, all the runes were hidden within Shigego's body and returned to normal, with only the seal icon displayed on the chest. Then Lei Luo said to Zhangwu, "Well, Zhangwu-kun, the seal has been completed, you can get up." Shigego got up from the ground obediently and felt his state. A sense of ease that has never been seen before arises spontaneously, and Shigego said happily, "Lord Lei Luo, I feel it, I should not be violent again. Thank you, from now on, this life of mine is yours." Lei Luo shook his head and said softly, "Changwu-kun, your problem is only temporarily solved. Although the sealing technique can prevent you from running away, your power cannot be used." Changwu opened his mouth and replied, "Lord Lei Luo, it doesn't matter. I don't care about strength in the first place. I'm very satisfied when it returns to normal." Lei Luo replied, "But your body is still absorbing natural energy, and natural energy will continue to erode the seal. After all, this is only a temporary solution. But don't worry, when I get back to Konoha, I will have a way to help you solve it completely." Changwu naturally trusted Lei Luo's words. After all, he had never felt so relaxed. Then Lei Luo continued, "Since the problem has been temporarily resolved, you can rest assured and have a good night's sleep without worrying about running away." "Well, Mr. Lei Luo, I'll rest first, thank you very much." Changwu opened his mouth and replied, then leaned on the rock wall and closed his eyes. Looking at Changwu, Lei Luo smiled, then turned to the 3 of Naoki and said, "Tonight, the 3 of you will take turns to watch the night." Naoki nodded and replied, "Yes." 10 days passed quickly. In the past few days, Lei Luo and others have gone deep into the hinterland of the Land of Water, but they haven't been able to find any ninjas from the Shueiji boundary family. On the contrary, there are more and more ninjas in Kurigakure village. Lei Luo, who has 5 visions, can always find out in advance, so as to avoid it, and it has not been exposed. Although it was a piece of cake for Lei Luo to solve these Kurigakure ninjas, after all, Lei Luo had already agreed to Tsunade before he left the village to avoid exposure and cause disputes between the 2 countries. After nightfall, Lei Luo and others surrounded the bonfire again. Lei Luo said, "This mission will end here, we will return tomorrow." So many days have passed, and nothing has been found, which means that either the bloodstained clan ninjas have been completely solved, or someone is also collecting them. In fact, Lei Luo can also guess that there is definitely Orochimaru among the people who collected it. After all, Kimimaro was taken away by Orochimaru at this time. Although Leiluo failed to find Kimimaro this time, it was enough to be able to find Bai. Being able to discover Shigego was even more of an unexpected gain. When Naoki and others heard Leiluo's words, they all agreed. After a night of silence, Leiluo brought Naoki and others to the beach early the next morning and summoned Tam. Let's go. Chapter 108_Forgotten Island. The Lord of Psychic Beasts. Leiluo and others walked into Tam's mouth. Just when Tam was using the abyss to snorkel, Tam seemed to sense something, changed his original direction, and dived in the direction of perception. When Leiluo walked out of Tam's mouth, looking at an island with dense vegetation and billowing smoke in the center, Leiluo felt very strange. Tam, why did you bring us here? Leiluo asked to Tam. Tam replied, Master, I feel that there is a very special thing in this island. A very special thing. Leiluo felt even more puzzled after hearing this. What is it? Tam shook his head and replied, I don't know, I just felt it. Leiluo's curiosity has been aroused, and he really wants to see what special things are on the island. So Leiluo said to Tam, Tam, go back first, I'll take a look inside the island, and I'll call you when something happens. Tam nodded, and a dive disappeared. Leiluo said to the Naoki group, let's go. Let's go to this island and see what this place is. Then Leiluo took the lead and walked forward. The group was walking on the mountain road, and suddenly Leiluo raised his hand and a laser beam shot towards the mountain wall. A huge spider was hit by Leiluo's leg joint and fell off the mountain wall. Wow, what a huge spider! Naoki and the others were startled when they saw the falling spider. Teacher Leiluo, how about making it my psychic beast? Naoki asked Leiluo. Leiluo shook his head and said, forget it, this spider is still too weak. Naoki, don't worry too much, you will find a suitable psychic beast eventually. Then, the group walked towards the center of the island. Along the way, they encountered many animals such as centipedes, spiders, and large snakes, but they could also be called ninja beasts based on their huge size. Nawakus from the beginning has gradually become accustomed to it. Along the way, Leiluo felt a little familiar with this island, which should have been seen in the original book, but he couldn't remember what happened on this island. Chirp. At this moment, a loud eagle cry came, and a huge eagle flew over the heads of Leiluo and others. Shisui's eyes lit up when he saw the eagle. He didn't have his own psychic beast yet, and the eagle was in his mind. So Shisui said to Leiluo, Teacher Leiluo, I want to choose the giant eagle just now as the psychic beast, is that okay? After listening to Shisui's words, Leiluo nodded and replied, all right, for a flying psychic beast, that eagle is already relatively strong. Let's go to its lair. So Leiluo and the others chased after the giant eagle according to the direction the giant eagle flew away. After a while, Leiluo and others saw a huge nest. The general eagle's nest is built with branches, and the main body of the nest that appeared in front of Leiluo and others was made of tree trunks. But for a ninja, this height is nothing at all. Leiluo let Naoki and Yamato stay below to protect Bai and Changwu. After all, Bai had just awakened to the blood, and Changwu was also sealed. His strength was too weak to protect himself. Leiluo and Shisui tapped their toes and jumped to the top of the nest in a few steps. Leiluo looked down and saw that the giant eagle he had just seen was in the nest. Besides, there were 4 young eagles waiting to be fed. The giant eagle just now went out to hunt food for the young eagle. Seeing the young eagle, Shisui couldn't bear it in his heart, so he said to Leiluo, Mr. Leiluo, if it doesn't matter, I can find other psychic beasts. Leiluo touched Shisui's head with a smile, and said, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who insists on using violence. The reason why psychic beasts are called psychic beasts is because they can understand human speech. Let's talk about it first. So Leiluo shouted to the giant eagle, hey. The giant eagle raised his head when he heard the sound, only to find the 2 of Leiluo on the edge of the nest. Cuckoo. Lei Luo was relieved when he heard Giant Eagle's response. After all, he is not the kind of violent and reckless man, so it is best not to fight. When the eagle makes a coo sound, it means that it has no intention to attack. Just when Lei Luo was about to ask questions, the system suddenly sounded again, interrupting Lei Luo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the Master of Psychic Beasts. Master of Psychic Beasts, conquer all psychic beasts on the Island of Oblivion. Task reward. God level lottery point *1. It turns out that this island is called the Island of Oblivion. Lei Luo thought to himself, but how can we conquer all the psychic beasts? Do we have to go one by one? Then I must not be exhausted. Forget it, let's subdue this giant eagle first. So Lei Luo asked the giant eagle, I know you can understand human speech. Would you like to sign a psychic scroll with us? Cuckoo, cuckoo. The giant eagle called out a long line, as if to say something. But Lei Luo didn't understand animal language after all, and didn't know what it meant at all. At this moment, Shisui said, Mr. Lei Luo, this giant eagle just said that it can sign a contract with us, but we must ensure the safety of its children. Lei Luo was surprised when he heard Shisui's words, turned his head and said, Shisui, can you understand animal language? Shisui shook his head and replied, No, it's just that I can probably understand what they mean about the psychic beasts of birds. If it's other types, I can't. Lei Luo nodded and said, That's pretty good too. Then he turned his head to the giant eagle and said, I agree to the conditions you said. You can let your children sign the contract together, so you will be more at ease. Cuckoo. It said it agreed. Shisui happily helped translate. Lei Luo took out the psychic scroll, wrote the contract content on it, set up the psychic formation, and placed it at the feet of the giant eagle. Then both the giant eagle and his children dripped blood into the psychic formation, and the spell was successfully completed. Now as long as Lei Luo and Shisui write their names on the scroll with blood, they can successfully channel. Lei Luo did his part, bit his fingers, and wrote his name first. Shisui also happily slashed his fingers with kunai and wrote his name on it. Shisui, try psychics, you know the hand seal of psychics. Lei Luo said to Shisui. Shisui nodded, hand seal in his hand. The art of psychic. A young eagle was channeled to Shisui's side with a bewildered look on his face, then looked at where he was standing and ran back. Ha ha ha, Teacher Lei Luo, the psychic is successful. Shisui said happily. Lei Luo nodded and said, Okay, then let's go down. At this moment, the giant eagle suddenly cried out again. Cuckoo. Chapter 109 _ The Origin of the Forgotten Island. The Ultimate Psychic Beast. Shisui, what is the giant eagle talking about? Lei Luo asked Shisui when he heard the giant eagle's cry. Shisui replied, It said there is a very scary creature in the center of the island, let's be careful. The center of the island. Could it be a special existence that Tam sensed? Lei Luo thought to himself. Then Lei Luo said to the giant eagle, Thank you for your reminder, we will pay attention. Then he jumped out of the lair. Looking at Lei Luo who jumped down, Naoki greeted him and asked, Mr. Lei Luo, how is it? Did it work? Naoki and the others didn't hear any movement just now, they were all very curious. After listening to Naoki's words, Lei Luo nodded and said, This giant eagle is relatively kind, and he easily agreed to sign the contract. Come on, let's go to the center of the island and see. Lei Luo and the others kept moving forward when they suddenly found a figure passing by in the forest. Who is it? Lei Luo and the others immediately chased after him and saw the figure clearly. A beautiful Yuhi-haired woman with a ribbon around her waist. The Uzumaki clan. Lei Luo was about to ask about something on the island when she found the woman turned her head and ran away again. Lei Luo and others followed the woman all the way, and finally came to a house. It looks like the house is a few years old. And in the process of following forward, Lei Luo has discovered that this woman is just a residual mind-body, leading the way for them. Walking into the house, I saw ivy wrapped around the Jinchuriki column in the house, and a few small flowers tenaciously grew out of the gaps in the floor tiles. Followed the woman to the inner room and found that it looked like a bedroom with a note on the desk. Lei Luo walked over and picked up the notes. On the cover was, Investigation, Improvement and Creation of Spiritualism. I opened it and looked at it. I knew the origin of the Island of Oblivion, I knew where it was, and I also knew the identity of this woman. It turned out to be an island of psychics, and there are many excellent life forms that can be summoned by ninjas. This made Lei Luo better understand why the giant eagle could easily accept the psychic beast contract before, because it might have been a psychic beast with an owner. Originally, the group of women came to the island of psychics just to investigate, but in response to the ninjas who were eager to get psychic beasts, they began to capture them. As demand increased, they began to improve psychic beasts and breed new psychic beasts through mating. The demands of the ninjas are getting higher and higher, asking if there is an ultimate psychic beast. If not, they can only breed. The problem lies in the control of the ultimate psychic beast. To control it, you need a special sealing technique, or a special existence like the human Jinchuriki column force. If you want to know the specific situation, you have to keep experimenting, and eventually they cultivate a psychic beast that can continuously devour other creatures to strengthen themselves. But, out of control. The psychic beasts and researchers in the institute were swallowed up by the ultimate psychic beasts cultivated, and even a woman's sealing technique would have no effect. This woman's name is Uzumaki Hinoka. Sure enough, it's a member of the Uzumaki clan. Could it be the second ninja war, or even the first ninja war? When Lei Luo put down the note in his hand, Uzumaki Huonoka suddenly turned around and ran out. Lei Luo and the others followed reluctantly. After all, Uzumaki Huonaoshang was only a mind-body and could not communicate at all. Uzumaki Hinoka has been taking Lei Luo and the others to the volcano in the center of the island. It's here, the special existence that Tam perceives should be the ultimate psychic beast mentioned in Uzumaki's notes. Looking at the surging magma of the fire Yamanaka, Lei Luo and others carefully walked along the stairs of the mountain wall into the volcano, passed through a hole and came to a square. This is. Looking at the various arrangements on the square, Lei Luo knew that this should be the research institute, and in the center of the square was a huge cultivation pool. The culture medium in the pool is still more than half. And in the culture medium lies a giant cocoon, and Lei Luo can feel the powerful vitality inside. Bang! Bang! A strong heartbeat came from within the giant cocoon. This is the ultimate psychic beast. Lei Luo looked at the giant cocoon and thought to himself. It seems that it has swallowed enough energy, fell into a deep sleep, and turned into a chrysalis ready to evolve. Shisui also turned on Sharingan to observe this ultimate psychic beast. Suddenly, Shisui said, "Mr. Lei Luo, this big guy seems to be waking up." Lei Luo nodded when he heard the words. He also noticed the chakra fluctuations of the ultimate psychic beast and was about to wake up. So Lei Luo said to Naoki and others, "Everyone stand back and be careful." Then he looked at Uzumaki Hinoka and found her standing in the corner of the square, motionless. Oh, I forgot that she was already dead, and now she is just a mind-body. Lei Luo, who was about to make her careful, suddenly reacted. At this moment, the giant cocoon in the cultivation pool began to shatter, and suddenly a tentacle shot out from the giant cocoon and attacked Bai directly. Mokuden, wood style, wooden wall. Yamato quickly hand seal beside Shiro, the wooden wall stood up in front of Shiro, blocking this attack. The ultimate psychic beast in the cultivation pool seemed to be provoked, the fragmentation speed of the giant cocoon accelerated, and soon all fell off, and the ultimate psychic beast stood up. Then he bent his legs and jumped straight up. Boom! The ultimate psychic beast landed on the ground, and the floor tiles on the square suddenly shattered, stirring up dust. After the smoke cleared, Lei Luo and others finally saw the true appearance of the ultimate psychic beast. It's so ugly. Looking at the ultimate psychic beast, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of the ultimate psychic beast seems to be made by various creatures. It has a huge mouth full of sharp teeth on its abdomen, but it has insect-like antennae on its head and compound eyes like a fly. And above the mouth, there are countless slender tentacles, and it is these tentacles that were shot just now. The lower body is a bit similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex among the dinosaurs that Lei Luo knew in his previous life, with thick and powerful legs and knotted muscles. Is this the ultimate psychic beast? Naoki murmured. In my opinion, it's just a gluttonous monster with no spirituality at all, Shisui said. Shigego nodded when he heard Shisui's words, and then said, I feel that the state of this ultimate psychic beast is a bit like my runaway state. Of course, I wouldn't be so disgusting. Lei Luo waved his hand at several people and said, don't say these words. Who of you want to try the strength of this ultimate psychic beast? Naoki and Shisui looked at each other and said at the same time, let me try it. Chapter 110 _ The Ultimate Psychic Beast of Surrender. At this moment, the ultimate psychic beast shot again, and 4 or 5 tentacles attacked Shisui at the same time. Shisui didn't panic at all, instead he laughed and said, ha ha ha, it seems that this ugly guy has chosen me as his opponent, so let me try his strength. Then the instant body technique directly avoided the attacking tentacles, and when it reappeared, it was already on the head of the ultimate psychic beast. Konoha, Gangly Cyclone. Shisui kicked the head of the ultimate psychic beast. But the tentacles on the head of the ultimate psychic beast spewed out a cobweb directly, covering Shisui. No way, Shisui can only temporarily change the move, hand seal in his hand. Kaden, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu. His cheeks bulged, and a huge fireball was spit out, which instantly burned the spider web clean, and rushed towards the ultimate psychic beast unabated. Hoo-hoo. A pair of wings suddenly spread out from the back of the ultimate psychic beast, and between the flaps, violent wind-type chakra spewed out, directly blowing the grand fireball away, and blowing Shisui back continuously. This guy even has wings and futon, wind style. Shisui was a little surprised. But just based on the strength displayed by the psychic beast, Shisui is still confident that he can deal with it. At this moment, the compound eyes of the ultimate psychic beast suddenly changed into multicolored colors, and Shisui, who was staring at it, felt a trance for a moment, but immediately came to his senses. Still using demonic illusion. Use demonic illusion in front of my Uchiha clan. A Shisui, who accidentally said something, was shocked and angry, and quickly hand seal in his hand again. Kaden, Fire Style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. A fire dragon rushed towards the ultimate psychic beast and engulfed it directly. Shisui looked at the ultimate psychic beast engulfed by the fire dragon and breathed a sigh of relief, but the flames dissipated and found it was unscathed. What's the matter? Shisui didn't understand why the ultimate psychic beast didn't have the slightest scar. Enough, Shisui, stop. At this moment, Lei Luo stopped Shisui, and then continued. Your Kaden Fire Style chakra was absorbed by it just now. It restrains you and is no longer what you can deal with. Then leave it to me. Shisui nodded, flickered a few times, and returned to the team. Lei Luo looked at the ultimate psychic beast with interest and thought to himself. If I have the light escape, I fight it. Is it an Ultraman fighting a little monster? How about a monster duel? Lei Luo thought that he had never tried Godzilla's full-tailed beast mode. Looking at this ultimate psychic beast, it should be quite resistant to beating. You can try it. So Lei Luo directly stimulated Godzilla in his heart, and Godzilla's energy flowed along the meridians, and then continuously escaped from Lei Luo's body. You all go out first. I want to try out the new ability. I'm worried that I will hurt you by mistake. Lei Luo turned to Naoki and others. When Naoki and others heard Lei Luo's order, they immediately retreated and pushed out of the volcano. Through 5 visions, seeing Naoki and the others have retreated, they should be safe enough. Lei Luo no longer controlled himself, and directly released Godzilla in his heart. Roar! Incarnated as Godzilla, Leiluo felt that his field of vision was constantly rising, and he was about to touch the top of the cave. So Leiluo directly waved his claws and broke the top wall of the cave, allowing himself enough space to move. Wow, it's such a cool feeling. Leiluo waved his arms recklessly, and this sense of power made him a little lost. But soon Leiluo regained control of his mind and returned to normal. It seems that my mentality is still not stable enough. I almost lost myself in the power, and I will strengthen the practice of Renzen in the future. Compared with the current ultimate psychic beast and Leiluo Godzilla, it is like the difference between a child and a giant. But obviously this child is a bear child and has no fear. Seeing Godzilla Leiluo, who was so much bigger than himself, the ultimate psychic beast didn't have any idea of retreating, but rushed straight over and kicked Godzilla Leiluo. Haha, good time. Originally, after transforming into Godzilla, Leiluo was worried that the ultimate psychic beast would escape, but he didn't expect it to charge directly, just as he wanted. Boom. The leg kicked by the ultimate psychic beast was grasped by Leiluo Godzilla, and there was an air explosion where the two collided. Leiluo Godzilla used his own strength to directly lift the ultimate psychic beast. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sound kept coming, and the ultimate psychic beast was thrown around by Leiluo Godzilla like a rag doll. Then he let go, hitting the ground and causing a cloud of smoke. Roar. The ultimate psychic beast got up from the ground, shook its head, and kept roaring in its mouth. Looking at Leiluo Godzilla in the distance, he still didn't have any thoughts of fear. The tentacles on his head were aligned together, and a violent thunder light shot towards Leiluo Godzilla. Whoops, there's still Raiden's thunder-style power, and after so many beatings, he's still alive and well. Leiluo watched the performance of the ultimate psychic beast, and commented on its performance with interest. Since you are so resistant to beatings, then I can safely try this trick. Leiluo Godzilla opened his mouth, and the energy was continuously condensed in the mouth, forming a deep Yuhi-colored energy ball, and then with Leiluo spit, the energy ball spun out and sprayed out. This trick is Godzilla's atomic breath, which, of course, should now be called atomic jade. However, Leiluo was still worried about directly killing the ultimate psychic beast. Although this psychic beast was no threat to Leiluo, it was still a very strong psychic beast to Naoki and the others. And the most precious thing is that it can continue to devour evolution like Godzilla, but Godzilla only devours energy, and this ultimate psychic beast is a devourer of living things. So Leiluo's atomic jade was slightly deflected, so that it just rubbed the body of the ultimate psychic beast. But this is still too powerful for the ultimate psychic beast. Although it uses its ability to absorb the energy of the atomic jade, it does not have much effect. Half of his body was directly blasted into atomic form and disappeared into this world. Boom. The atomic jade fell into the mountains and forests in the distance. Like purification, everything it touched dissipated in an instant, leaving only a bottomless pit on the ground. Boom. The ultimate psychic beast fell to the ground. It truly felt the threat of death and continued to use its own abilities to repair its body, but it had only just stopped the injury, and the half-body that disappeared could never come back. Seeing Godzilla Leiluo walking towards him again, the ultimate psychic beast knelt on the ground to express his submission. He finally had a second emotion besides the desire to devour. That is fear. Chapter 111 _ Mission completed. Draw again. Leiluo Godzilla looked at the ultimate psychic beast who surrendered, and naturally he would not shoot again. Then Leiluo cancelled the Godzilla-tailed beast mode, took out the psychic scroll, and reached a contract with the ultimate psychic beast. When Naoki and others saw the movement of Leiluo and the ultimate psychic beast fighting, they retreated far away to prevent accidental injury. At the moment when the psychic contract was completed, the ultimate psychic beast was successfully controlled, and the desire to devour was somewhat controlled, but to restore it, he had to devour some creatures. After successfully signing the contract, Leiluo released a signal to gather, calling Naoki and the others to gather. When Naoki and the others arrived, they were not too surprised to see the ultimate psychic beast with only half of its body left, because they were already mentally prepared for Lei Luo's strength. Naoki, sign your name on the psychic scroll. Although this guy is a little ugly, his strength is still good. And it can continue to evolve, and the shape should also continue to change. Lei Luo handed Naoki the psychic scroll in his hand, and Naoki happily took the scroll and signed his name. Then Lei Luo turned to Yamato and asked, Yahi, do you have any favorite psychic beasts? Yamato thought for a while, then said, look for a defensive psychic beast, preferably with a stronger power. Yamato's answer was also expected by Lei Luo. Although he is a ninja, Yamato doesn't like fighting, and architecture is what he loves. So Lei Luo said, let's look for it on the island later, and sign it if there is a suitable one. Then he turned his head to Shiro and Changwu and asked, Shiro, Changwu, do you have any favorite psychic beasts? Shiro and Changwu looked surprised and said, can we also choose? Lei Luo smiled and replied, of course, now we are all companions, so naturally we have your share. Bai nodded obediently and said, I don't have any ideas yet. Lei Luo replied, it's okay, if you see something you like later, you can tell me. Shigego opened his mouth and said, my words, I hope I can find someone with a mild temperament, and it doesn't matter what kind of combat power. Lei Luo nodded, then said to the crowd, then let's go and turn this island around again. The business was over, and there was nothing to worry about. Lei Luo led the crowd to stroll leisurely in the Island of Oblivion. When encountering psychic beasts with spirituality, sign a psychic contract with them. If it is those soulless psychic beasts that have failed, let the ultimate psychic beast devour them and restore themselves. Of course, it is too mouth-watering to call the ultimate psychic beast like this, so Lei Luo named it based on the myths and legends of the previous life. Neither fish nor fowl. I hope that the ultimate psychic beast will become as powerful as the 4 god beasts in the future. In this way, Lei Luo and others stayed on the Island of Oblivion for 3 more days, and finally succeeded in subduing all the psychic beasts. Looking at the lark in front of him, he successfully signed the last psychic contract. The system prompt finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest Master of Psychic Beasts, conquering all psychic beasts on the Island of Oblivion, and getting the quest reward God level lottery point *1. Lei Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this task was not difficult, it was very troublesome, but now that it has been completed, it feels relieved. Now that the psychic beasts on the island have been successfully subdued, we can return to the village tomorrow. Lei Luo spoke to the crowd. In addition to successfully subduing all the psychic beasts in the past 3 days, Shiro and Changwu also found their favorite psychic beast. In the white phase is the last lark. In addition to its pleasant singing, its combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Under active control, the lark's singing has a certain demonic illusion effect, and the lark can also release some sweetened, water-style ninjutsu, which is very suitable for Bai. Changwu's choice is more interesting. He found an iron-eating beast. That's right, it's the famous national treasure of the Celestial Dynasty in the previous life. It is a creature that can rely on its strength, but has to rely on selling cuteness for a living. Although the iron-eating beast on the Island of Oblivion may have only been bred experimentally, at least in appearance and habits, it is exactly the same as tumbling. Lei Luo and the others found it in the bamboo forest on the island, and this iron-eating beast also has the ability of Doden, Earth Style, which is also a relatively powerful psychic beast. That night, when everyone was resting, Lei Luo finally had time to draw the lottery. System, your dear host wants to draw a lottery. Lei Luo angrily called out to the system in his mind. But the system didn't respond to him at all, and the **** flew out directly. Lei Luo took a closer look, and the 6 prizes above are as follows. S-Class Item. Rinnegan, Yuhi Color. S-Class Item. Devil Fruit * Dark Fruit. S-Grade Medicine Pill. Kingning Shodan. S-Class Pet. Pikachu. S-Class Equipment. Taigu * March of the Dead 8 rooms. S-Level Equipment. Noble Phantasm * Skylock. Rinnegan Yuhi Color is the Rinnegan in the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the Hokage ninja world. The Rinnegan in the right hand can absorb all ninjutsu and chakra. The captured ninjutsu and chakra can be used to restore one's own strength, and can also release the black stick from a distance to block the opponent's actions and chakra. The left-hand Rinnegan has the ability to amplify the absorbed ninjutsu power and then bounce it back. Devil Fruit * Dark Fruit, from the world of One Piece, is a kind of natural devil fruit. Its ability can change the body into darkness, has a black hole-like gravity, can inhale, compress and smash everything that comes into contact with darkness, and attracting the ability disables the ability, but must be touched by hand. Kingming Longevity Pill is a magical elixir from the Dochi continent in Dubachang world. It only has one effect, that is, it increases the lifespan of the user for 10 years. The disadvantage is that one person can only take one in a lifetime. Pikachu, from the Pokemon world, is an electrical Pokemon with the power of lightning. Taigu * March of the Dead 8 houses, from the world of Yuhi. Eyes. You can control the people killed by this knife by cursing. You can control up to 8 corpse puppets. The puppets look the same as before and can be manipulated freely. After disabling the ability, it will turn into a normal corpse. The weakness is that the more corpses manipulated during the activation of the 8 chambers, the more the ability of the host body will be reduced. The Noble Phantasm * Heaven's Lock, from the Holy Grail world, has the ability to bind the enemy, and can also be used as defense or to recover other noble phantasms. It is a simple chain. Knowing the prize information, Lei Luo turned *******. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting S rank. Chapter 112 _ Pikachu. The name of the country of fire alternates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an S rank pet Pikachu. When Lei Luo saw the reward he had drawn, it didn't have much effect on the current Lei Luo, but it was cute enough. Lei Luo received the prize. A Pokeball appeared in the system space. Lei Luo directly took it out and released Pikachu. Pick up, pick up. The cute and familiar yellow-haired rat appeared in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo, even a big man, thought it was very cute, so he couldn't help picking it up and rubbing against Pikachu's round face. But I felt a slight tingling on my face. It turned out that the little guy Pikachu couldn't stand Lei Luo's affectionate behavior, so he gave a slight call to express his dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, little guy, you are not happy anymore. Lei Luo rubbed Pikachu around and laughed. Do you want to dye him orange when you go back? Disguised as a little fox. Will QB Ninetales doubt life when he sees it? Lei Luo has already regarded Pikachu as a watch pet, and he can help him take his children and play with Naruto when he goes back. Then he took Pikachu into the Pokeball again and put it in the system space. The Land of Fire, the famous palace. At this time, the Daiming mansion was solemn, and the guards in the mansion were several times more than usual. Squeak, the door of the Daiming palace opened. Looking at the people walking out of the room, a middle-aged man hurriedly greeted them and asked, "How is it? Is father better?" The person who came out shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I have tried my best, but unfortunately, Daiming is already very old. This time, he is suddenly seriously ill, and he is no longer able to revolving heaven." The middle-aged man looked sad and lowered his head, but no one saw a smile on the corner of his mouth. This middle-aged man is the son of the Fire Country Daimyo, that is, the future Fire Country Daimyo. In the world of Hokage, where everyone is short-lived, the current daimyo of the Land of Fire can be described as having a long life. He has been the daimyo of the Land of Fire since Senjuhashirama. Now Konoha has reached the 5th generation of Hokage, and he is still a big name. And the son of the daimyo has been waiting for more than 20 years to succeed the daimyo. Then the son of the daimyo raised his head and said, "Everyone, my father died suddenly of a serious illness. Although I am very sad, the country of fire cannot be without a daimyo for a day. Now you immediately notify the ministers and organize your father's funeral together. And I will take over as the daimyo in a month." Everyone in the courtyard nodded and said yes when they heard the words of the son of the daimyo. Then they left one after another to inform the ministers of the country of fire. Daimyo's guardian 12 ninjas, naturally, has always been guarding in the daiming mansion. The son of the daimyo said to Dalu, who was guarding the 12 ninjas, "Master Dalu, the notice from the Temple of Fire will trouble you." Dalu put his hands together and replied, "Don't worry about your name, leave it to me." The name of the land made the son of the daimyo elated, but he couldn't show it. So the son of the daimyo coughed twice, turned his head and said to Asuma, "Sarutobi Asuma, you will inform Konoha village." Asuma heard the words and nodded. The Land of Fire, Konoha village, Hokage building. Tsunade was working on documents in Hokage's office when Shizune pushed open the door and walked in. "Master Tsunade, Anbu just received news from Asuma," Shizune said. Tsunade raised his head in question and asked, "Asuma? Isn't he guarding the 12 ninjas by daimyo's side? What news can he send?" Shizune stepped forward and handed a letter to Tsunade. Tsunade opened the letter from Asuma and was surprised to see what was inside. "Has the daimyo passed away? A new daimyo succeeds in a month. And if the new daimyo succeeds, the guardian of the 12 ninjas will have to be dispatched again. Oh, it's really troublesome." In the Hokage world, although ninjas are the mainstream, the ninja villages are only equivalent to military institutions in the country, and they are still subject to the control of the daimyo, even if it is only on the bright side. Moreover, a large part of shinobi villages' source of funds comes from financial funds allocated by the daimyo. If this fund is cut off, even Konoha will find it difficult to maintain operation. So even if Tsunade is Hokage, she must go to see her no matter what the new daimyo succeeds. And Tsunade was worried about one more thing now, and that was the accompanying guards. Originally, Lei Luo was actually the best candidate. He was young and strong. He could let the daimyo see Konoha's strength and believe in Konoha's future. But Lei Luo hasn't returned to the village yet, so Tsunade has to consider other candidates, and Lei Luo alone is not enough. Hokage only has one escort, which is too chilling. Kakashi can be counted as one, Hyuga Hazashi can be counted as one, as for the others, Tsunade thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Just then, the door to Hokage's office was pushed open again. It was Lei Luo and his party who came in. "Master Tsunade, I'm here to submit the mission report," Lei Luo said. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo and stopped worrying for a moment, then said with a smile, "Lei Luo, you came just in time. I was thinking about the escort who went to the capital this time. Now that you're back, the guards this time will be you, Kakashi, Naoki, Shisui, and you'll have to bring a team of Anbu." Lei Luo was very puzzled by Tsunade's words and asked, "Master Tsunade, are you going to the capital?" Tsunade nodded and replied, "That's right, the old daimyo passed away, and the new daimyo will take the throne a month later, so I must go to the capital to meet the new daimyo." "I see." Tsunade's words solved Lei Luo's doubts. After all, as a ninja, things like changing the position of the daimyo would not be paid attention to. But Lei Luo nodded and agreed. Then Lei Luo went on to report on his mission. "Master Tsunade, this time we went to the Land of Water. We only found a child of the Shueijiji family." "Bai." Lei Luo waved at Bai, motioning him to come forward. "This child is the blood-based limit ninja of the Mizunoyuki clan, who has awakened the power of Hyoten ice style." Tsunade glanced at him and said, "Is the power of Hyoten ice style?" "Yes, kid, don't worry, you'll be a part of Konoha from now on." Bai nodded obediently and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." "Changwu." Lei Luo motioned for Changwu to come forward again. Tsunade looked at me with interest, then asked Lei Luo, "What is the bloodline limit for this child?" Lei Luo shook his head and replied, "This kid doesn't have a special Kekkei Genkai, but his body is rather special, and he is naturally able to absorb natural energy. Tsunade was shocked when he heard the words. Natural energy. Chapter 113_Gift. Ambush. To know that if you want to learn sage art, you must first sense the natural energy, and you must absorb it without being assimilated. The child in front of him was born with the ability to absorb natural energy. Isn't that a genius in learning sage art? That's why Tsunade was so shocked to hear that. Lei Luo continued, but this child is still unable to control the natural energy in his body, so he will enter a state of irrational rampage. I can only use the sealing technique to temporarily seal the power in his body. Tsunade nodded and said, Lei Luo, you did a good job this time, and you have added 2 more talents to our Konoha. Since you brought these 2 children back, you should take them with you. Lei Luo nodded, no objection. Originally, Lei Luo wanted to bring it by himself, so he didn't feel relieved to give it to others, especially if he was accepted by the old coin from Danzo, it would be uncomfortable. Then Tsunade continued, you guys just came back, go back to rest first, just arrange the 2 children. After I have arranged things in the village, we will set off for the capital. Lei Luo nodded and left the Hokage office with everyone. Konoha Village, Senju Tribe. Lei Luo arranged Shiro and Chongo. He returned to the Senju clan with Naoki and Yamato. We're back, Naoki shouted and rushed into the house. Lei Luo followed into the house and saw Rin was cooking. Sister Rin, what are you doing? Naoki returned to his child's nature when he returned home, and asked Rin with a smile. Rin smiled and replied, just making some tempura and miso soup. Then he said to Lei Luo-kun, hard work, welcome home. Lei Luo stepped forward and hugged Rin in his arms, and said, it's not hard work, but I'll trouble you to take care of Naruto. Rin smiled and replied, Naruto-kun is cute and obedient, no trouble. Oh, that's right, Lei Luo said, I brought a present for you when I came back this time. Rin felt a little surprised when he heard Lei Luo's words, but he still replied softly, Lei Luo-kun, thank you. Then Lei Luo pretended to take out the gift from his arms, but actually took out the Pokeball from the system space. That's right, Lei Luo thought about giving Pikachu to Rin before he came back. After all, Rin is now a full-time medical ninja, and he doesn't need to go out to do tasks, but will stay in the village all the time. If you give Pikachu to her, there will be a creature to accompany her, and just as Rin wants to take care of Naruto, Pikachu can also play with Naruto. The Pokeballs produced by the system are naturally the top luxury balls. The overall color is black and gold. This Pokeball alone is very beautiful. Rin took the Pokeball with both hands and said, Lei Luo-kun, is this the gift you gave me? What is this? Lei Luo replied, this is a special kind of container. The contents inside are the gifts I want to give you. You can put in the chakra to release the contents. Rin obediently input chakra into the Pokeball, and the Pokeball quickly grew larger, releasing Pikachu. Rin saw Pikachu, he hugged him happily. Kawaii. Then he said to Lei Luo-kun, thank you, I like this gift very much. Lei Luo nodded and replied, if you like it, it's called Pikachu, and it will be your pet in the future. Rin nodded vigorously while holding Pikachu. Naoki and the others went back to their respective rooms to rest while Lei Luo and Rin chatted. After a while, Rin had his meal ready. It's dinner time. Konoha Village, Root Base. A root ninja instantly appeared in front of Danzo. Lord Danzo, I just received information. Speak. Danzo put down the document in his hand, looked at the root ninja and said. The new daimyo will hold a succession ceremony a month later, and Tsunade-sama will go to the capital to meet the new daimyo. Danzo's eyes lit up when he heard Anbu's words in front of him, feeling that this was an opportunity. Since Tsunade came to power, he didn't listen to their elders at all, and the power of his roots was also compressed a lot. But Tsunade was always in the village and had little chance against her. Now that she is going to the capital to meet the new name, don't blame the old man for it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been assassinated by Danzo in the past, and now there is no psychological burden to send someone to assassinate Tsunade. If Tsunade were to die, there would be no better Konoha for Hokage than the old man, Danzo thought to himself. So Danzo said to the root ninja in front of him, mobilize the root elite, determine the time when Tsunade leaves the village, and then kill her. Yes. Half a month passed quickly, and Tsunade had already arranged the work in the village. Today is the day to leave. Lei Luo had brought Naoki and Shisui to the Hokage building early in the morning, and Kakashi had also arrived early. Let's go. Let's go. Tsunade walked out of the Hokage building and said to several people. Then he took the lead and walked out of the village. Everyone is a strong ninja, and they rushed all the way out of the village. According to the speed of everyone, it is estimated that they will be able to reach the capital of the country of fire in 3 days. Halfway through the journey, everyone rested in the forest. What they didn't know was that an ambush had been set up in the forest ahead. Find the target, get ready. A scout ninja hidden in the forest found Tsunade and his party and immediately passed the message to the ambush. But what they couldn't see was a smile on the corner of Lei Luo's mouth. Tsunade had rested, they were ready to continue on their way. Just stepping into the forest in front, before waiting for the ambush personnel to take action, Lei Luo raised his hand and shot out several laser beams. Boom! Several figures were planted from the tree. At first glance, apart from a penetrating wound on his chest, there were no other wounds. You must know that Lei Luo is omnipotent, he has already discovered these ambush people. But in order to be able to catch them all in one go, and avoid being shocked by the grass, Lei Luo did not show any abnormality. It was not until after entering the shooting range that Lei Luo suddenly shot. The root ninja in ambush saw that Lei Luo had discovered them, but did not retreat, but rushed up again. Futon, wind style. Vacuum sphere. Kaden, fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Raiden, thunder style. Go. All of a sudden, countless ninjutsu attacked the crowd overwhelmingly. And Tsunade looked at these ninjutsu without changing his face, snorted disdainfully, and then used the chakra on his body to kick on the open space. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Boom. Chapter 114 Tsunade's Decision. Goodbye Asuma. With Tsunade's Heavenly Foot of Pain stepping out, the ground in front of him was kicked up, blocking the crowd and blocking a lot of attacking ninjutsu. The rest of the ninjutsu did little harm to everyone. Just when Tsunade was about to shoot, Lei Luo stopped her. Lord Tsunade, after all, we are your guards. You don't need to take action against these guys at all. Then he turned his head to Naoki and Shisui and said, this time the enemy can test your abilities, you go and deal with them. Yes. Naoki and Shisui responded and charged towards the enemy. Lei Luo and Kakashi stayed by Tsunade's side for escort. I don't know who is so daring to send someone to ambush. Tsunade said angrily. Who else but Danzo? Lei Luo replied. Tsunade turned his head to look at Lei Luo and said, Lei Luo, although I also hate Danzo, most of his actions are for the sake of the village, so it shouldn't be him. Lei Luo sneered and said, Master Tsunade, don't think that he is too good to Konoha, he is just a selfish villain. He once assassinated Lord Sandemu in order to gain the position of Hokage. Now that you are out of the village with such a good opportunity, if he doesn't grasp it, when will he be able to become Hokage? Tsunade nodded and replied, Lei Luo, I admit that what you said is very reasonable, but if there is no evidence, I can't do anything about him. After all, those old guys in the elder group are all raccoon dogs on the same hill, and they didn't like me in the first place. If I deal with Danzo without proof, they won't say yes. Lei Luo said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master Tsunade, Danzo, in order to prevent his subordinates from leaking his secrets, put the mark of the eradication of the tongue on the tongues of everyone at the root. Then Lei Luo flickered, brought the body of the root ninja he just killed, opened his mouth and pulled out his tongue, and said to Tsunade, "Look at Tsunade-sama." Tsunade saw that there was indeed a mark on the ninja's tongue, so he believed what Lei Luo said. "Humph, I didn't expect it to be him. Lei Luo, when we get back to the village, go and dismantle his root base for me." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." By the time Lei Luo and Tsunade were talking, Naoki and Shisui had already dealt with all the root ninjas in ambush. "Master Tsunade, Teacher Lei Luo, all the enemies have been eliminated." "Very good, well done." Then Tsunade said to Naoki, "Naoki, it seems that you have really grown up and become stronger." Naoki touched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed at Tsunade's praise. "Sister, it's all thanks to Teacher Lei Luo." Tsunade nodded, then said, "Okay, go and seal all these corpses with the sealing scroll. I'm going to see what Danzo has to say." After everyone sealed the body and cleaned up the battlefield, they rushed to the capital. 2 days later, everyone finally reached the capital. Looking at the majestic city wall in front of you, the city wall several feet high is entirely made of bluestone. From time to time, you can see neatly dressed soldiers running back and forth on it. Looking at the spirit of its patrol, it is obviously not a pretentious thing, and it is worthy of fire. Capital of the country. Let's go. Tsunade gave an order, and everyone walked into the capital. After entering the city, Lei Luo looked around curiously. As a metropolis that controls the economic lifeline of the Fire Nation, it is very prosperous here. Low buildings and some towers are very concentrated, and shops are everywhere. Walking on the streets of the busy city, everyone's ears are hawking from some vendors. Handmade pottery from the land of wind, cloth from the land of water, rock carvings from the land of soil. Rin has a dazzling array of products, which can be described as everything. It's amazing, these businessmen dare to run around in this dangerous ninja world for money. Looking at the lively scene, Lei Luo thought to himself. Tsunade's expression didn't change at all. After all, this wasn't the first time she came to the capital. "Let's go to the Daming Mansion first, and then there will be time for you to come out for a stroll." Tsunade spoke up. The Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire is naturally located in the center of the city. Tsunade brought Lei Luo and others to the front of Daming Mansion, and after revealing his identity, he was respectfully invited in and arranged in the guest room where the VIP lived. Not long after, Asuma, who heard the news, came to the guest room. "Lord Tsunade, is this journey going well?" Asuma asked. After all, as the son of 3 generations of Hokage, Asuma is very familiar with Tsunade, and he did not show too much. Tsunade nodded and replied, "It's nothing. After all, we are so strong that ordinary little thieves would not dare to come to trouble us." But Tsunade thought of the root ninja in ambush on the road, and remembered to go back to Danzo to settle accounts. Then Tsunade said, "Asuma, when the new daimyo takes the throne, you should go back with us." Asuma nodded, "It's time to go back. I haven't been back to Konoha for 10 years, and I don't know how the old man is doing now." Tsunade said with a smile, "It wasn't that you had to fight with the old man, and you came here to protect the 12 ninjas. By the way, I remember that when you were in the ninja school, you were in the same class as Lei Luo and Kakashi. You two are here to catch up on the old days, and I will go to meet this new name." After saying that, Tsunade walked out of the room. And Asuma looked at Lei Luo and Kakashi with embarrassment. After all, Kakashi graduated early at the time and had nothing to do with him. And Lei Luo even robbed Yuhi, whom he was in love with, and there were many minor conflicts between the two. Lei Luo saw Asuma's embarrassing state, and took the initiative to say hello with a smile. After all, so many years have passed, everyone has grown up, and they are all classmates, so there is no need to struggle with small conflicts in the past. "Asuma, long time no see." At the smiling Lei Luo, Asuma also put down his embarrassment and replied, "Long time no see, Lei Luo, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded, but did not speak, still the same dead fisheye as always. Lei Luo then said, "Everyone sit down, don't be so restrained. Oh, by the way, these two are my disciples. This is Naoki, the younger brother of Tsunade-sama. This is Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan." Asuma nodded and said hello to Naoki and Shisui. To be able to come along with Tsunade and serve as a bodyguard must be quite good. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. Your current students are already so strong." Chapter 115_new name takes over. Back to the village to start action. The village must have changed a lot over the years. After listening to Asuma's words, Lei Luo shook his head and replied, "I don't think there has been any change in the village. Although a lot of damage was done during the Kyubi, Nine Tails rebellion, there is no change on the whole. Welcome to the group. 542,225,482 inches. But now that the war is over, there are more and more babies in the village, and Konoha has started to expand outside." Asuma nodded and was about to say something. Knock knock knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Naoki walked over and opened the door, and saw a monk standing outside the door. "Excuse me, benefactor, is Asuma here?" Asuma heard the voice from outside the door and replied, "Master Delu, I'm here, what's the matter?" Delu outside the door replied, "The big name is summoned for something." Asuma got up and replied, "Okay, come right away." Then he turned around and said to Lei Luo, "Lei Luo, then I'll go first and talk later." Lei Luo nodded, watching Asuma leave without speaking. Time soon came to the day when the new daimyo took the throne, and the entire capital was more lively than usual. The daimyo of the other 4 major countries and various small countries also sent representatives to watch the ceremony. A grand welcome to the representatives of the Kingdom of Thunder to enter the venue. A grand welcome to the representative of the Land Country daimyo. A grand welcome to representatives from the Land of Winds. As Tsunade's escort, Lei Luo also got the opportunity to come to the high platform, standing behind Tsunade and watching the representatives from various countries take their seats. The succession ceremony begins. The person who presided over the ceremony was the Minister of Li of the Fire Country, and only after hearing him shout, the music began to sound. Then came a long and boring ceremony. Lei Luo felt very bored, and then began to scan the crowd watching the ceremony, pointing to their dresses in his heart. "Look at this guy, he is indeed the representative of the Kingdom of Thunder, he is probably the darkest in the country, how scary it is to walk on the road at night. The representative of this country of wind, how can it be more strict than the Maji Bao, just like the Arabs in the previous life?" A boring ceremony ended with Lei Luo's silent complaints. For Lei Luo, it's not as good as having a fight with someone else. The ceremony was over and they could go back to Konoha. The only difference from when they came was that there were 6 instead of 5. One more Asuma. 3 days later, Lei Luo and the others finally returned, and Konoha's gate was in sight. After entering the village, Asuma looked around curiously. After all, he hadn't been back for 10 years. After arriving at the Hokage building, Tsunade announced that everyone was disbanded and they could go back to rest. But Lei Luo was left alone by Tsunade. "Lei Luo-kun, now that you're back, you can prepare to deal with Danzo. He dares to send someone to assassinate me. He must pay the price." Tsunade's temper was inherently irritable. Before, he couldn't deal with Danzo in the capital. Now that he returned to Konoha, Tsunade couldn't bear it anymore. After taking a few deep breaths, Tsunade calmed down and said, "But don't go too far, after all, they are all ninjas in the village. Just teach him a lesson." After listening to Tsunade's words, Lei Luo nodded and replied, "Master Tsunade, don't worry, leave this matter to me." Tsunade waved his hand after hearing the words, indicating that Lei Luo can go back. And she left the village for so many days, it is estimated that she has a backlog of things that need to be dealt with. "Looks like I have to work overtime today," Sigh, find a time to play a couple of games and relax. Being Hokage is really troublesome, Tsunade thought to himself. Lei Luo returned to the Senju clan, and spent a leisurely afternoon in the process of teasing Naruto and Pikachu. After the night, Lei Luo turned on his 5-vision omnipotence, observed that there were no hidden people around, and then quietly slipped out of the Konoha tribe. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, he decided to start tonight. Although Tsunade asked him to be merciful, things would always be a little unexpected. After all, Danzo was also Elder Konoha, and he was so strong that it was understandable that he couldn't hold back. Lei Luo has long wanted to deal with Danzo, but he never found a suitable opportunity, but he didn't expect Danzo to deal with Tsunade, as if he lost his mind. Did he think that everyone would tolerate him like Sarutobi Hiruzen? Lei Luo sneaked all the way in the dark. For him with all 5 visions, it was easy to avoid Anbu who was patrolling the village. For the base of the route, Lei Luo already knew its location. The base on the edge of Konoha is suitable for hands-on, preventing Lei Luo from accidentally hurting other people in the village. Soon, Lei Luo came to the entrance of the route base. The entire base was hidden by the barrier, and ordinary people would not be able to find it at all. Just when Lei Luo was about to enter the route base, the system prompt sounded again, making him shiver. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Sweep the darkness. Sweep away the darkness. As the light you, and the darkness are natural enemies, the root is the darkness hidden under the Konoha tree. It should not exist in the world. Please kill Danzo and destroy the root. Task reward. God level lottery point *1. Lei Luo looked at the system prompt, but he couldn't help complaining. System, can you not be so surprised when you prompt next time? Unexpectedly, the system actually replied to him this time. The prompt tone is not short. Do you want me to add a piece of dynamic music for you? Lei Luo couldn't help laughing, and said with a teasing, if you can add a piece of dynamic music, then you can add it. The system replied indifferently, crazy, and then ignored Lei Luo again. Lei Luo called the system several times, but there was no response. He stopped teasing the system, adjusted his state and prepared to start. Since the system mission is to destroy the roots, then give him a big trick first. Unfortunately, this is still in the village. Otherwise, I will transform into Godzilla and breathe out an atomic breath, and I will purify the entire root. Hey, this trick works. Lei Luo suddenly thought of a ninjutsu technique he had developed. Although the shortcomings were obvious, the power was just right. So Lei Luo's right hand was empty, and Hirinmaru appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Lei Luo mobilized the chakra in his body to continuously inject it into the Hirinmaru blade. Now Lei Luo's chakra is many times more than in the past, and the power of this move should also be greatly improved. When Lei Luo felt almost condensed, he finally released this move. Light Escape, Heavenly Lock slashing the moon. Chapter 116 Destroy the Roots in action. Lei Luo swung Hirinmaru out of his hand, and in an instant there was a blade chi that seemed to penetrate the sky and slashed towards the root base. Boom! With this knife, everything in front of him was destroyed. The entire earth seemed to have been split in half by this knife, and the root base had become a ruin. After the smoke cleared, Lei Luo nodded in satisfaction, looking at the scene in front of him. At this moment, the remaining root ninjas struggled to come out from the inside, but they were all injured. There were only a dozen or so people who were still able to fight, but Danzo was unscathed. Looking at Danzo, Lei Luo was puzzled. Is this guy Danzo so lucky? He didn't get any injuries. Danzo looked at the root ninja who had suffered heavy casualties in the destroyed root base, with a look of malice in his eyes. Then he said to Lei Luo, why are you attacking my root base? Are you going to sentence the village? There is such a big movement here, and Anbu in the village is not blind, so naturally he is rushing towards this side. Lei Luo naturally couldn't let Danzo put the pot on his head, and said loudly, Danzo, stop pretending, you've happened. You actually sent someone to assassinate Lord Hokage. The evidence is conclusive, and you will be captured before you can. Danzo is naturally impossible to admit it, and said with a cold snort, you don't have to slander this old man. As Elder Konoha and a member of the advisory group, everything I do is for the sake of the village. How could I send someone to assassinate Lord Hokage? Didn't you say there is evidence? You take it out. Lei Luo interrupted Danzo's words and said, stop talking nonsense. When I take you down, I will naturally show you the evidence you want. Are you obediently grabbing your hands, or do you want me to do it? Danzo looked at Lei Luo's expression, and guessed that Tsunade had indeed mastered the evidence. Otherwise Lei Luo would not dare to deal with him in such a flamboyant manner. Wouldn't it be death to catch him? If he could kill Lei Luo here, Tsunade would not dare to turn against the old man. And Lei Luo used such a powerful ninjutsu just now. There should be not many chakras now, and it is probably just bluffing. Suddenly Danzo noticed that Lei Luo's body was shaking slightly, and he confirmed his new thoughts. So Danzo stopped talking, but shot directly at Lei Luo. Futon, wind style. Vacuum sphere. Danzo, hand sealed with one hand, spit out a huge wind blade from his mouth and attacked Lei Luo. Lei Luo watched Danzo shoot, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Danzo couldn't be captured without hesitation, so he pretended to spend a lot of money to lure Danzo into taking a shot. Danzo has no idea how strong Lei Luo is. The limitations of his vision are too low. He will never know how powerful an open-minded man is. Lei Luo said, Danzo, you actually resist arrest, so don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the words fell, Lei Luo disappeared into a flash of light, and Danzo's vacuum sphere hit the ground, adding another scar to the traumatized ground. Appearing again, Lei Luo has come to the top of Danzo's head and slashed directly at Danzo. But suddenly a bunch of bugs appeared, blocked the knife, and attached to the blade of Hirenmaru, crawling along the blade to Lei Luo. Insects. Aburame clan. Lei Luo reacted immediately, looking at a ninja beside Danzo who had been shrouded in black robes, and remembered his identity. Aburame takes root. Aburame root has special abilities in the Aburame family. He hosts a highly poisonous nanoscale poisonous insect in his body, and he has antibodies to the poison. If someone else is infected with this toxin, they will die due to the destruction of the cells in the body. This poisonous worm can only exist in biological cells, and reproduce by destroying the cells. Once the host dies, the worm also dies. Because of Aburame's special ability to take roots, this poisonous insect can only survive in his body. Because of this, he wears a protective suit that covers almost his entire body. I saw Aburame took a hand seal with both hands, and a large number of insects were entangled between his hands, which were blown out with his breath. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. Even Lei Luo didn't dare to accept this move, but Shikai took Hirenmaru and cut out a vacuum blade to freeze all the bugs, preventing them from getting close. The poisonous insects that had just attached to Lei Luo's blade were also frozen and fell down with Hirenmaru Shikai. I didn't expect the current Aburame to take root with Danzo, so that means Yamanaka wind is also there. Just when Lei Luo was thinking, he suddenly felt dazed, but he returned to normal immediately. Instead, a root ninja in the corner fell down. Humph. Sure enough, it's Yamanaka style, but you want to use the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to deal with me. You must know that I have the spiritual power of Conqueror's Haki and Blade Zen training, and the spiritual power is many times higher than that of Yamanaka wind. It can make me stupefied just now. It can be considered that the Yamanaka family's secret techniques are really good, but the Yamanaka wind is backlashed. He deserves it. Even under this circumstance, Lei Luo turned his thoughts around and was not worried that he would fail at all. Because Danzo and other root ninjas compared with Lei Luo, the strength gap is too big. Yamanaka wind has been stunned by the backlash now, so you don't need to care. All the people present can have some influence on Lei Luo, only Danzo and Aburame take root. As the saying goes, kill the heart. I, Lei Luo, will destroy all your ninjas in front of you, Danzo, and then let you die in helpless despair. Some people may ask why Lei Luo is so cruel to Danzo. Don't ask, it's disgusting to ask. I think Danzo is disgusting. So Lei Luo immediately turned the attack target to Aburame to take the root, and charged directly at him. Aburame took the root and looked at Lei Luo, who was rushing over, and naturally he would not sit still. Secret art. Insect explosion. Countless poisonous insects flew out of Aburame's body and charged towards Lei Luo. As long as they touched Lei Luo, these poisonous insects would be detonated by him immediately. But Lei Luo is not a fool, and naturally he will not take it hard. Poisonous insects are most afraid of low temperature. For Lei Luo, who owns Hiranmaru, it is easy to deal with poisonous insects. Ice Dragon Whirling Tail. Jukong. A violent frost blade was swung out by Lei Luo, freezing everywhere it went, and the poisonous insects were naturally frozen to freezing point and fell to the ground. And Lei Luo has also rushed directly to Aburame to take the root. Even if Danzo next to him used several futon wind-style ninjutsu to attack Lei Luo, it didn't have any effect on Lei Luo. Sorry, goodbye, Aburame takes the root. Scoff. A head soared into the sky, the body fell weakly, and was swallowed up by poisonous insects. Lei Luo, on the other hand, released a few frost saber chi at will to destroy all the poisonous insects. Then turned to face Danzo. Danzo, now it's your turn. Chapter 117 The Death of Danzo. New Devil Fruits. Danzo looked at Lei Luo with unwillingness and resentment in his eyes. And Lei Luo released Conqueror's Haki and focused it on Danzo. Danzo felt an invisible force pressing down on him in an instant, and after struggling to support it, he couldn't resist, and fell to his knees. Looking at Danzo kneeling in front of him, Kakuzu spouting blood in his eyes and mouth, a smile appeared on the corner of Lei Luo's mouth. Damn it. Danzo looked at Lei Luo who was walking slowly, and now he was full of unwillingness. Lei Luo looked at Danzo who was unable to resist, raised his hand and a laser beam shot directly through Danzo's head. But the next moment, Danzo appeared in place without any damage, and the state of his body also recovered. Lei Luo was stunned for a moment, then reacted again. This must be Izanagi. Izanagi is one of the ultimate eye skills of the Uchiha clan, and is called Perfect Eye Surgery by Uchiha Itachi. The function is to record the caster's own state with Sharingan at the moment of its activation. Then within the effective time of the spell, any damage suffered by the caster, even the death of the caster, can be physically restored to the state recorded by Sharingan. The price is that the eye that uses Izanagi loses its light permanently and is therefore listed as a forbidden technique. Lei Luo remembered that behind Danzo's bandaged eyes were the eyes of his one-time veteran Uchiha Kagami. Fortunately, the Uchiha genocide has not happened yet, otherwise, Danzo will collect a lot of Sharingan and press them on himself with the help of Orochimaru. It would be much more troublesome to kill like that. Danzo, who died once, finally felt the fear. He no longer thought about how to deal with Lei Luo, but was ready to run away. No, the old man can't die here. Absolutely not. Futon, wind style. Vacuum waves. Futon, wind style. Vacuum Daiyu. Quote. Danzo went crazy with hand seal, and kept releasing futon, wind style ninjutsu, trying to force Lei Luo back. But seeing Lei Luo's figure flickering constantly, he has already appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo already felt that he couldn't escape, so he was ruthless, and released a ninjutsu with the hand seal in his hand again. Ha ha ha, Lei Luo, go to hell with this old man. Danzo laughed wildly, spurting black blood from all over his body, and his entire body began to swell. Sealing technique. The seal of the 4 elephants. Bang! Danzo's whole body exploded, and a dark Uzumaki appeared at the place where Danzo exploded, spreading and pulling everything around. You old Banksy, you still want to drag me to hell with me. I have no luck, so you should go by yourself. Lei Luo exploded his own chakra directly, bursting several times faster, and escaped far away, avoiding Uzumaki's pull. When Uzumaki disappeared, the entire root base also disappeared, leaving only a deep pit. The system prompt also sounded at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sweeping away the darkness, killing Danzo, and destroying the roots. Get the task reward. God level lottery point *1. Lei Luo smiled at the deep pit in front of him. The old Danzo finally died. It seems that I have to thank Danzo. If it weren't for the seal of the 4 elephants in his move, I would have to think about how to end it. It's great now, clean up, nothing to do. It's time to return to Tsunade. Then Lei Luo immediately rushed towards the Hokage building. Lord Tsunade, fortunately, the roots have been wiped out. Lei Luo turned directly into the Hokage office through the window and said to Tsunade. Tsunade raised his head sharply, his face full of surprise. So soon to fix the roots? And how did you destroy all the roots? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Lei Luo waved his hand and said, Master Tsunade, you can't blame me, Danzo did it himself. He wanted to die with me using the Li Sixiang seal, but I ran out and Danzo disappeared with the whole root. Tsunade sighed helplessly after listening to Lei Luo's explanation. Well, since they're all dead, so be it, you've worked hard, go back to rest early. It is estimated that those guys from the elders will be bothering me again tomorrow. Lei Luo said, Master Tsunade, I think the existence of the elders is no longer suitable for the development of Konoha. Their ideas are old and they don't want to make progress. It's time to give up their positions. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Lei Luo. It's easy for you to say, are they able to hand over the power in their hands so easily? Forget it, you go back first, I will consider this matter, it is not yet time. After listening to what Tsunade said, Lei Luo said nothing, turned around and left. Konoha Village, Senju Tribe. Lei Luo slipped back quietly without making any movement, took off his clothes and lay on the bed. Now that the task has been completed, it is time to draw a prize. System, I want to draw a lottery. A dynamic piece of music sounded, the system ***** flew out, and I saw that the prizes above were S-class items. Devil fruit * human fruit * Buddha form. S-class weapon. Zanpakuto * Snow White. S-class equipment. Taigu * ever-changing, Tale of Crossing. S-class item. Clean Eye. S-class item. Emperor Armor Summoner. S-rank skill. Mayfly Technique. Devil fruit * human fruit * Buddha form, from the world of One Piece, belonging to the devil fruit animal family of phantom beasts. The Renren fruit Buddha type is a form with powerful power in the Renren fruit, and those with this ability can transform into a huge golden Buddha. But its real effect is to elevate the power, wisdom, spirit, and skill potential of the eater to the limit of human beings, and combine the huge body like a Buddha with clever mind and perfect skills, so that oneself can become both mind and body. The ultimate person of skill, this is the power of everyone's fruit Buddha type. Zanpakuto Sleeve Baishui, from the world of death, the ice and snow Zanpakuto held by Kuchiki Rukia, the captain of the 13th division of the 13th team in the original book, is known as the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the soul world. Blade and handguard in Shikai state, the handles are all pure white Zanpakuto. Taigu * ever-changing, Tale of Crossing, from the world of Yuhi, eyes, linear Tegu, can be opened as a trap or detect the enemy's enchantment, and also has the ability to restrain and cut off, just like its nickname is ever-changing. Its silk thread is made of the body hair of a super dangerous species that is said to inhabit the clouds in the East China Sea. It is not only strong, but also extremely sharp. The strongest of them is called Boundary Breaking Line, and its toughness far exceeds other silk threads. Skilled users can use the ability of the thread to make the thread enter the blood vessel and seal the blood vessel to achieve suspended animation and avoid the attack of the enemy. Clean eye, a pupil technique from the world of Hokage. The eyeball of the net eye is light blue, and the conjunctiva is black. It can see the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment. It has a telephoto eye that can see into the distance and a vision eye that can see through objects, but it is not used like Byakugan. When the veins burst. The Emperor's Armor Summoner comes from the world of armored warriors. The Emperor's armor is a naturally generated armor in the universe, has self-awareness, and has been known to exist for hundreds of millions of Eternals. He founded the Bright Universe before 100 million Eternal, and is also the supreme ruler of the Bright Universe, the strongest armor of the Bright Universe. The Mayfly technique comes from the Hokage ninja world. Its effect is to integrate one's own body with the earth and vegetation to achieve high-speed movement. It is a unique sneaking technique. When the ninjutsu is activated, all the breath is cut off, and no one will find out. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-class props. Devil Fruit ** Renren Fruit * Buddha form. Chapter 118 The Shimura Clan's Reaction. Blood Prison. In the early morning of the next day, the Shimura family already knew the news of Danzo's death, and the group was excited for a while. Shimura Danzo is not a good person. When he is still around, the status of the Shimura family can be improved a lot. In the past, they were just a branch of the Fumo clan, but now they have a high status in Konoha village, and the original family, the Fumo clan, has gone somewhere. As for how to face the death of Danzo and the future development of the Shimura clan, the senior members of the Shimura clan gathered to discuss. Lord Patriarch, Lord Danzo was attacked like this. Shouldn't the village give us an explanation for the Shimura clan? The elder of the Shimura clan said. The Shimura Patriarch Shimura Langi, who was sitting in the upper position, was also very angry when he heard the elder's words, and roared back, "Do you think I didn't ask Lord Hokage?" Shimura Danzo was attacked because of his own fault. If he hadn't sent someone to assassinate Lord Hokage, this would not have happened at all. Shimura Danzo, just for himself to be able to hold the position of Hokage, he stays in the root base every day playing tricks, and he doesn't take his family to heart at all. Do you know how much his family is affected by what he's doing now? It is very likely that our Shimura clan will be ostracized by the upper echelons of the village because of him, and gradually become marginalized. Have you thought about that? Huh. Shimura Langi's remarks made the entire conference room quiet. Everyone bowed their heads, even the angry elders were silent. Boom boom. Shimura slammed the table hard and shouted to everyone present, "What are you doing with your head down? You talk." But still no one spoke. So Shimura Langi continued and said, "You don't say yes, then what I say and what you do next, don't raise any objections to me. First of all, an apology, in the name of the family, to Hokage-sama. Second, expel Shimura Danzo from the family, since then Danzo has nothing to do with us. Thirdly, tell your subordinates to stay calm and not cause any more trouble for the family." Did you hear that clearly? At this time, the senior members of the Shimura clan who were present began to reply and express their support. They also understand this truth. The reason for Danzo's death itself lies in Danzo, and they have no reason to disregard the interests of the entire family for the sake of a dead person. This is the way of life of major families. Since you all know, then let's all go down and end the meeting. Time soon passed another half a year, and now it has entered the late autumn season, and Naruto also celebrated his 3rd birthday last month. This marks half of Lei Luo's 5-year plan. On this day, Lei Luo stayed in the room, watching Rin knitting a scarf for him, but another Anbu flashed in. "Lord Lei Luo," Anbu said. "What happened?" Lei Luo asked, looking at Anbu in front of him. Anbu Ninja replied, "Master Hokage is looking for you." Lei Luo stood up and said, "Let's go then." When he came to Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at Lei Luo and said straight to the point, "Lei Luo came to you this time because he has a task to trouble you." Lei Luo nodded and asked, "Lord Tsunade, what mission?" Tsunade replied, "Not long ago, Reikage, the fourth generation of Kumogakure village, sent me a letter with one thing in it. Kumogakure said that he found a treasure chest in Ghost Lantern City, and it is said that if you get it, you can achieve any wish. Once the grass-hidden village almost ruled the world with it. Although I don't really believe this thing exists, it still needs to be explored. This task is up to you to act alone, I am more assured of your strength. Lei Luo nodded, no problem, leave it to me. When Lei Luo heard Tsunade mention Ghost Lantern City, he already knew where it was. Ghost Lantern City itself is an island prison established by the 5 major countries entrusted by Kaoyan Village. Ninjas who commit crimes in major ninja villages but do not die will be sent here to be imprisoned. The lord of Ghost Lantern City is Jonin, a grassy village named Wuwei. Wuwei can use a ninjutsu called Kaiden Fire Style Heavenly Prison to suppress prisoners. This ninjutsu restricts the concentration of chakra, leaving the ghost city or staying away from the inaction. The technique of the sky prison will activate the burnt to death. Any ninja will never be able to leave the ghost town and use ninjutsu until the jutsu is lifted. There is a mysterious box in the Ghost Lantern City. It is said that it can fulfill the wish of the person who opened it. There is a special spell in the box. According to legend, in the age of 6 Paths Immortals, Kaoyan Village almost got the whole world through it. Born with enlightenment, moved with enlightenment, and died with enlightenment, in the theatrical version, Wuwei, the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, was opened by the power of Uzumaki Naruto Jinchuriki, Column Force, and resurrected his son Wugu, who was swallowed by a box 10 years ago, but because of this, a monster, Satoru, was created, and a great battle was triggered. Ghost Lantern City is an isolated island in the deep sea. Moreover, the island is covered with reefs, and storms often come. It is almost impossible to rely on ordinary ships to get close to Ghost Lantern City. Most of them die in the storm or the reefs. But for Lei Luo, none of this was a problem. Lei Luo easily passed Tam's ability and came to the ghost town. Looking at the brightly lit and constantly patrolling Ghost Lantern City above, Lei Luo was thinking about how to enter silently. Lei Luo turned on his 5-vision omnipotence and observed the guard's shift change time. After waiting for a long time, he finally found the opportunity. With a flash, he entered the Ghost Lamp City, and no one noticed. In order to avoid exposure, Lei Luo has been turning on all 5 visions. For Lei Luo's current chakra, even if it is turned on for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, the chakra will not be exhausted. It is now late at night and the prisoners are in the cells, which also reduces the possibility of Lei Luo being exposed. Although it would be easy to solve the entire Ghost Lantern City with Lei Luo's strength, it's not necessary. Lei Luo is not a person who likes trouble. Hidden in the shadows, Lei Luo kept going deep into the ghost town, and soon came to the location of the prison cell. Lei Luo observed the entire prison through 5-vision omnipotence, and found that it was divided into 3 floors, and the prisoners should be held separately according to their strengths. But what surprised Lei Luo the most was that he found a familiar figure in the bottom cell of the prison. Chapter 119 Meet Kakuzu again. The purpose of Akatsuki. It turned out to be Kakuzu. How could he be imprisoned here? Who could have caught him and sent him here? Lei Luo's heart was full of doubts. And Kakuzu has 5 hearts, so the technique of inaction should not be able to trap him. But Lei Luo's art master is bold, since he doesn't know, let's ask. Just when Lei Luo was about to go in, he found a figure entering the cell where Kakuzu was. I saw that the man made a black robe with Yuhi cloud and black robe, which was the Akatsuki uniform. I didn't expect it to be Akatsuki. It seems that Kakuzu has joined Akatsuki. Lei Luo became interested in an instant. It seems that Kakuzu must have come to Ghost Lantern City on purpose. I don't know what Akatsuki's purpose is. Kakuzu, you have been here for more than a month now, have you found any news about the Bliss treasure chest? Don't worry, the old man has already found out where the Bliss treasure chest is located, in the underground secret room of Wu Wei's residence, the Lord of Ghost Lantern City. However, there are 4 or 5 mysterious people with masks in there besides the city lord Wu-wei of Ghost Lantern City. They should be from Kaoyan Village, and their strength is not bad. Whoops, I didn't expect you, Kakuzu, to have a knack for inquiring information. HMPH. Don't underestimate the old man. After all, the old man has lived for so many years, and it is not a piece of cake to detect information. But we still need to be careful in this operation. After all, it's just the 2 of us. Where's the leader of them? I heard that the leader and they found a good seedling in the land of the earth. With Bakuden, explosion style, bloodline boundary, they went to invite him to join our Akatsuki. Okay, then let's do this operation. Don't worry, with my puppets, I can defeat the country alone. Okay, the time will be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Wu-wei should enter that secret room again. We have to keep an eye on him. Okay, no problem. Then the figure left again. Although that person did not show up, Lei Luo had already judged his identity through his words. Sasori of the Red Sand. The Cthulhu sect has already been destroyed by Lei Luo, and there will be no Hidan anymore. The current Kakuzu should have formed a team with Sasori. It has to be said that one takes the heart and the other needs a corpse, so the 2 are a good match. And the leader they mentioned should be the corpse of Yahiko controlled by Nagato Rinnegan, Heavenly Path Pain. And the Bakuden, explosion style, of the land is the star of the pursuit of art. Oh no, Didera. I didn't expect that Akatsuki's purpose was also a treasure chest of bliss. It seems that this legend can satisfy anyone's wish, and many people are moved. Lei Luo thought to himself. Since they are going to start tomorrow, let's wait a day and let them explore the way first. This is called the mantis catching the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh. In a prison as big as Ghost Lantern City, there are still many vacant rooms, so Lei Luo found a remote, unobtrusive room and slipped into it. But still within a distance of being able to observe Kakuzu with 5 vision. The next night, Lei Luo, who was staring at Kakuzu, saw that Sasori had entered Kakuzu's cell again, and understood that they should start moving. After they left together, Lei Luo followed. Watching them walk all the way to Wu-wei's room, Kakuzu raised his hand and turned a book on Wu-wei's bookshelf, revealing a dark hole, and then the 2 walked down. After making sure it was safe, Lei Luo entered Wu-wei's room. But Lei Luo didn't enter the secret room in a hurry, but first carefully inspected Wu-wei's room, but searched everywhere and found nothing of value. Lei Luo already understood that all the secrets must be hidden in this underground secret room. So he also turned the books on the bookshelf and opened the passage. Looking at the dark entrance, exuding a strange breath, Lei Luo cautiously walked in. Lei Luo entered. What appeared in front of Lei Luo was a nearly 50-meter long, sloping downward slope. The light in the passage was very dark, giving people a feeling of darkness. After exiting the passage, Lei Luo discovered that this underground space is really not small. It is said to be a secret room, but it is already an underground square. It is roughly estimated that there are at least a dozen rooms. At the end of the room, there is another one. The door is blocked there. Ah! A long scream came from behind the gate, and the voice was full of pain and misery. After Lei Luo heard it, her scalp felt numb. And what makes Lei Luo feel strange is that his 5-vision omnipotence seems to be disturbed by something and has no effect in this underground space. This should be influenced by that bliss treasure chest. Lei Luo couldn't help but be more careful, and Kakuzu and Sasori also disappeared, wondering if they entered the room behind the door. The scream rang out, and then disappeared. I don't know if it was blocked by someone or died. Lei Luo slipped quietly to the door. He realized that the door was not completely closed, and there was still a gap, as if someone had closed the door at random. Lei Luo looked inside through the gap, and found that there was a large laboratory inside, and now it was a confrontation between the two sides. One was the duo of Kakuzu and Sasori, and the other was Wu-wei and the 3 black-robed men. And next to Wu-wei is an operating table. There is a person lying on it, which has lost its vitality. Looking at the mark of the heavenly prison technique on that person, it should be a prisoner in the prison. The scream just now should also be him. Issued. Who the hell are you? Why did you come to my ghost lantern city? Wu Wei looked at Kakuzu and asked, his face full of tension. Kakuzu hadn't spoken yet, but the three black-robed men behind Wu Wei spoke first, expressing their dissatisfaction with Wu Wei. Wu Wei, how did you become the city owner of Ghost Lantern City? Someone slipped in. Did you leak the news? Hey, big brother, you can't say that. I believe in Wu Wei's loyalty. When he did the experiment back then, he offered to use Wugu as the experimental body. Humph. Wu Wei, in any case, quickly get rid of these two people, our secrets cannot be exposed. Yes, Wu Wei replied respectfully, but they didn't notice the coldness in Wu Wei's eyes when they mentioned Wugu. Then Wu Wei said to the two of Kakuzu, since the two of you don't speak, don't blame me for being rude. Kaden, fire style. Ghost lantern. Immediately after Wu Wei's hand seal, hundreds of faint blue fireballs appeared instantly, suspended on both sides of Wu Wei, and then attacked the two of Kakuzu under his control. Ha ha, a little trick. Kakuzu sneered when he saw this, and immediately counterattacked. Futon, wind style. Crushing. Suigen, water style. Water colliding wave. Quote. Kakuzu's back twisted for a while, and released two ninjutsu rushing towards the ghost lantern. Boom. Chapter 120 _ box now. Lei Luo shot. Wu Wei still has a certain strength to become the lord of Ghost Lantern City. As soon as the two sides touched the ninjutsu, the ghost lanterns continued to explode. Although a lot of them disappeared, there were still dozens of lanterns flying towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw that the ghost lantern would explode as soon as it touched it, so naturally it would not be hard connected, so he released a few ninjutsu to block it and eliminated all the ghost lanterns. Kakuzu was even more unreasonable, and four masks appeared behind him at the same time, and for a while, ninjutsu overwhelmingly attacked Wu Wei. Wu Wei took a lot of effort to resist, but Kakuzu was about to attack again. Withdraw. Wu Wei shouted to the three people at this time, and at the same time Wu Wei formed a series of complicated handprints in his hand. The three men in black robes, after hearing Wu Wei's words, saw the seal of Wu Wei's knot. They panicked instantly, and hurriedly rushed towards the gate, looking at their appearance, lest it be too late. What horror would happen matter? Lei Luo thought it was strange, and instantly hid his figure, but he was more careful. After the three men in black robes rushed out of the gate, they left without looking back, not paying attention to Lei Luo at all. But Lei Luo didn't rush out of here, he wanted to see what would happen, and Kakuzu and Sasori didn't care about the inaction hand seal. Now only Kakuzu, Sasori and Wu Wei are left in the laboratory. What makes Lei Luo feel strange is that after Wu Wei finished printing, nothing strange happened in the room. But just when Lei Luo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a buzzing sound. When Lei Luo looked at the place where the sound came from, he found that a wall in the room separated from both sides. Behind the wall appeared a grimace grinning at Kiba. Immediately afterwards, the grimace's mouth was already closed, but as the grimace's mouth closed, the grimace suddenly moved. Lei Luo took a closer look and found that there was a ghost face there, and then another ghost face after a while, and after a total of 4 ghost faces appeared, Lei Luo knew that it should be the treasure chest of bliss. Why is this treasure chest of bliss so big? How can I take it with me? A total of 4 ghost faces are constantly changing, and the time of change is getting faster and faster. In the end, I can no longer see the ghost faces on the bliss treasure chest. There is a circular Jinchuriki column body spinning. However, Lei Luo could also see clearly the appearance of the 4 grimace. The grimace all looked the same, but the expressions of the 4 grimace were different. They were exactly the 4 expressions of joy, anger, sadness and joy mentioned in the legend. At this moment, the spinning treasure chest of bliss suddenly stopped, and the grimace that finally settled in front of everyone was an angry expression. Then the grimace opened his mouth at once, and suddenly a strong suction came out from the bliss treasure chest. Even Lei Luo outside the door felt the strong suction, and then he was pulled directly by accident. Close to the room. There are still people. You are a group. Wu Wei looked at Lei Luo, who was sucked in, and said that the position he was standing was just in a blind spot, and the suction of the bliss chest did not affect him in any way. When Kakuzu, who was resisting the suction, saw Lei Luo, he recognized it at once. Although so many years have passed, Lei Luo has not made any earth-shaking changes. I'm still very impressed with Lei Luo, who once destroyed 3 of his hearts, made his mission fail, and lost 35 million taels of bounty. I didn't expect it to be you. Do you guys, Konoha, want to get the bliss chest? Kakuzu asked. Konoha, it seems that you are not a group. Wu Wei said. Lei Luo was just careless just now, but now he has stabilized his body and stood firmly on the spot. Epsilon equals Omicron. Well, I was just looking at the situation, but I didn't expect to be pulled in. You are forcing me to take action. Lei Luo said with a low sigh. Sasori, who had not spoken for a while, snorted coldly when he heard Lei Luo's words, don't be ashamed. I'm here to see what you can do. But even if Sasori wanted to make a move, he had to get rid of the suction of the bliss chest first. I saw Sasori took out a yuhi-colored scroll, looked at the grimacing face of the open-mouthed bliss treasure chest, and said coldly, since you want to suck, let you suck enough. As soon as the words fell, countless puppets flew out of the scroll and attacked the bliss treasure chest. The bliss treasure chest also refused to come, but after swallowing dozens of puppets, it closed its mouth and the suction disappeared immediately. Then Sasori took out a scroll again, opened it carefully, and released a puppet. Let you try my treasure. Jiden, magnet style. Sand and iron rain. Quote. With Sasori's manipulation, the puppet in front of him moved, manipulating the sand and iron to form countless iron needles, which attacked Lei Luo overwhelmingly. This is a human puppet made by the 3rd generation Cage. It's very powerful. Lei Luo sighed inwardly as he watched the sand and iron ninjutsu released by the 3rd generation Cage puppet. Light escape, burning the sky. Then Lei Luo opened his mouth to spit, and a golden flame spit out from Lei Luo's mouth, which quickly expanded into a sea of golden flames and headed towards the incoming iron needle. The overwhelming iron needle met Lei Luo's Fentian, and it was instantly melted into iron juice and dripped to the ground. Haha, Sasori of the red sand, your puppet won't have much influence on me. Lei Luo sneered at Sasori. Humph. Sasori snorted coldly, took off his Akatsuki robe, and said, your strength is not bad, but it is still weaker than me, let you see my true strength. Bar. Lei Luo almost laughed when he heard Sasori's words. The ignorant are fearless, Sasori has no idea how strong Lei Luo is. Even if he used Fei Liuhu, it was just a matter of playing for a while for Lei Luo. But Lei Luo doesn't want to play anymore. Let's fight quickly, since the identity has been exposed, let's kill all 3 of them. For Lei Luo, Sasori is actually the best solution, because Lei Luo knows that the circle Jinchuriki column with the word, Sasori, written in the center of Fei Liuhu is the core of Sasori. As long as it is broken, Sasori will die instantly, this weakness is too obvious. So Lei Luo grabbed his right hand in the air, Hirinmaru appeared in his hand, and charged directly towards Sasori. As a puppet master, Sasori was most afraid of the enemy's close proximity. Looking at Lei Luo who was rushing towards him, Fei Liuhu raised his right hand, and the runes on the puppet's arm flashed. Puppet technique. Senju practices martial arts. In an instant, thousands of arms split from the puppet arm and grabbed towards Lei Luo, trying to control it. Water breathing *5 forms *Lulu dance. Hirinmaru kept waving in Lei Luo's hand, and the arm in front of him kept being cut off and fell to the ground. Then the light flashed, Lei Luo came to Sasori, and the Hirinmaru in his hand lifted up and stabbed directly into Sasori's heart. Crack. Hokage I can only draw S rank rewards. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 _ The Bliss Box is here. Ghost Lantern City is gone. Only a click was heard, and the core of the word, Sasori, shattered. Sasori instantly lost control of all the puppets, and Fei Liuhu fell. Kakuzu was shocked to see this scene. After teaming up with Sasori for so long, he still understands Sasori's strength. I didn't expect Sasori to be solved by Lei Luo so easily. Kakuzu, it's your turn now. You were lucky to escape back then, but this time in a place like Ghost Lantern City, you have no chance to escape. Lei Luo said coldly. Kakuzu himself knew this too well, and knew that it was time to go all out. So Kakuzu directly released the resentment, burst out with all his strength, and countless black tentacles drilled out of his body. Don't underestimate the old man. As soon as he finished speaking, the four masks behind him continued to twist, and they continued to release ninjutsu to attack Lei Luo. Kaden, fire style. Head hard. Futon, wind style. Crushing. Sweeten, water style. Wild water wave. Quote. Raiden, thunder style. False darkness. Then the hands kept hand seal, and the main body also released ninjutsu to attack Lei Luo at the same time. Doden, earth style. Swamp of the underworld. In an instant, the foot of Lei Luo turned into a swamp, and Lei Luo flashed and jumped into the air. But at this time, the other four attribute ninjutsu also attacked Lei Luo, seeing that Lei Luo was unavoidable. Ding! Lei Luo instantly turned on the Central Asian hourglass and turned into a golden figure. Kakuzu's ninjutsu hit Lei Luo unscathed. After the golden body was lifted, Lei Luo came to Kakuzu along a trail of light. Kakuzu had no time to defend, and Lei Luo slashed through a mask, and his fire attribute heart died. Just in time for this guy Kakuzu to resist, let's try the ability of the newly acquired Renren fruit * Buddha form. Lei Luo is a man with a system. The two fruit abilities are integrated and integrated without the slightest conflict. As Lei Luo mobilized the power of the Renren fruit in his body, the whole person instantly entered the form of a big Buddha. The roof of the secret room was broken in an instant, and the entire secret room was exposed to the outside. What is that? Is it something from the bliss chest? The three men in black robes who escaped from the secret room looked at the sudden appearance of the big Buddha and were very surprised. In the secret room, Lei Luo, who turned into a big Buddha, smashed Kakuzu with a punch. Lei Luo, who has reached the peak of his size and strength, has great power with every punch and kick. Boom! With one punch, the entire Ghost Lantern City shook, and countless prisoners woke up from their sleep, but they didn't know what was going on outside. The entire prison was suddenly plunged into riots. As for Kakuzu, who was punched by Lei Luo, the remaining three masks also died under this punch. If Kakuzu himself used Doden, earth-style, ninjutsu to escape into the ground, he would have died in this punch. Down. However, Kakuzu, who had escaped into the ground, also endured the pressure from a lot of ground vibrations, and was almost buried alive in the ground. PFF'd. Kakuzu, who got out of the ground again, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, bruised all over his body, and he was already in a state of serious injuries. And Wu Wei, who had been hiding in the corner of the secret room, also endured the impact of Lei Luo's punch and was slightly injured. Lei Luo watched Kakuzu punch down again. Kakuzu was unable to resist, and was directly smashed into a ball of meat-chan. At this time, Wu Wei looked at the dead Kakuzu and knew that Lei Luo's next target must be himself. So Wu Wei fell into madness in an instant. Since staying here knew that he would die, he might as well give it a try, and once again hand seal opened the treasure chest of bliss. Then he plunged directly into the treasure chest of bliss and disappeared. Lei Luo looked at the dead Kakuzu and his own inaction in the bliss treasure chest, knowing that this time was over, and no one would stop him from obtaining the bliss treasure box. But I'm only here to investigate the situation. You guys forced me to do it. Lei Luo felt very helpless. This situation was not what he wanted to see. But since he has been exposed, he can't leave alive, otherwise it may bring a lot of trouble to Konoha and disrupt his stable life. Besides, none of the people who were exiled and detained in Ghost Lantern City deserved sympathy. Even if they were all wiped out, Lei Luo would not feel any guilt. Thinking of this, Lei Luo mobilized chakra again. Big Buddha form. Shock wave. Lei Luo punched the ground again, but this time the power was not comparable to the previous simple punches. With Lei Luo's punch, the entire island began to vibrate violently, and then began to shatter, slowly sinking into the sea. The ghost town is surrounded by the turbulent water Uzumaki, and all the prisoners who fall into the sea with the island must have no chance of survival. So, am I already that strong? Looking at the power of his punch, Lei Luo couldn't help being a little ecstatic. But he came back to his senses immediately, lifted the bliss treasure box with one hand, summoned Tam, and threw the bliss treasure box into Tam's stomach. Then Lei Luo lifted the form of the big Buddha and stood on Tam's head. After watching the island where Ghost Lantern City was completely sinking into the deep sea, he turned around and walked into Tam's mouth. Disappeared with a Uzumaki in the sea. Not long after, the 5 major countries learned the news of the fall of Ghost Lantern City, which caused an uproar. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Village, Reikage Building. The 4th generation of Reikage heard the news of Kumogakure Anbu's report and fell into a shock. What did you say? The whole island where Ghost Lantern City is located has fallen, and you don't know who did it. He was about to send someone to investigate after hearing the news of the Bliss treasure chest, but he didn't expect to hear the news of the fall of Ghost Lantern City before they left. Although I don't know who it is, the only thing that deserves attention from the Ghost Lantern City is the treasure chest of Bliss. Now that the Ghost Lantern City has fallen, it seems that the enemy wants to destroy the traces and prevent exposure. Looks like there's something to this Bliss chest. So, the 3rd generation of Reikage said to Kumogakure Anbu in front of him, use the entire Anbu channel to find out who destroyed the ghost town. The most important thing is to check the whereabouts of the legendary treasure chest of Bliss. Also, the ruins of Ghost Lantern City will also be sent to check to see if there are any remaining clues. Kumogakure Anbu listened to the 3 generations of Reikage's orders, bowed his head respectfully and said, yes. Then he turned and left. And the country of earth, the country of wind, and the country of water all have similar responses and orders. Only Konoha village, the land of fire, sent people to investigate the situation, but Tsunade already had a vague answer in his heart. After all, she personally arranged Lei Luo's mission this time, but she knew that Lei Luo was going to Ghost Lantern City. For her, the most important thing now is to wait for Lei Luo to return to the village. Will it be you, Lei Luo-kun? Chapter 122 Planning to open a store. Lei Luo, who left Ghost Lantern City, returned to Konoha not long after. And after returning to the village, he immediately went to the Hokage office to report the situation of the mission. You mean you did see the Bliss treasure chest in Ghost Lantern City, but there is also a mysterious organization whose purpose is this treasure chest. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo and asked in surprise. That's right, and the people in that organization are very strong. The 2 people I saw were S-rank missing nin from other villages. Lei Luo nodded and said. S-class missing nin? Tsunade asked. Yes, one is the S-class missing ninkakuzu from Takian village, a ninja from the same era as Hokage-sama. Lei Luo replied, the other is the long-disappeared S-class missing ninsasori from Sunagakure village. Of the red sand. Quote. Tsunade thought for a while and said, then do you know the origin of that organization? Lei Luo shook his head and said he didn't know. After all, the whole ninja world has changed so much because of him, and he doesn't know who Akatsuki is now. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo's performance, sighed and said, alas, then Anbu can only check it out. Then he asked, what about the treasure chest of Bliss? Lei Luo thought about it, and decided to hide the news of the treasure chest of Bliss. After all, it shouldn't be a good thing. If Konoha wants to study it, he may find something unexpected. After all, in the original book, Wu Wei's son Wugu became a powerful monster after he came out of the treasure chest. If a more powerful ninja entered in Konoha, wouldn't the monster born from it be even more powerful? Difficult to deal with. So Lei Luo replied, the treasure chest of bliss is relatively large, and there is no chance to get it out. It fell into the deep sea with the ghost lamp city. Tsunade nodded when he heard the words, as long as this treasure box does not fall into the hands of other forces. Then Tsunade said to Lei Luo, this mission is hard, you go back to rest first. Lei Luo listened to Tsunade's words, but did not turn around and leave, but asked, Master Tsunade, I want to open a shop, is there any suitable place in the village? Tsunade felt a little puzzled after listening to Lei Luo's words. Are you going to open a shop? What kind of shop? Lei Luo replied, Master Tsunade, didn't I go to the Island of Oblivion on my last mission? I signed a lot of contracts with psychic beasts, but they are still weaker for me. So, I thought it might be better to take them out to increase the strength of the village. But this psychic beast can't be given for nothing, so it's still necessary to open a shop. And I'm not too young, shouldn't I make some money for the future marriage? Tsunade listened to Lei Luo's words, nodded, then turned around and took out a scroll from the bookshelf behind him. This is the current plan of our Konoha. The green signs above are places that no one uses yet. You can choose. Lei Luo spread out the map and looked at the planned commercial area in Konoha village. Now there are only 6 or 7 unoccupied places left, and most of them are relatively remote, but Lei Luo doesn't care. After all, those who can buy psychic beasts are also family members or some civilian ninjas with small savings, so they don't need many customers. Moreover, Lei Luo himself also opened a shop with some ticket-like nature, just to kill time. After all, he has fewer and fewer tasks now, so he has to find something to do. So Lei Luo randomly chose a larger area. Lei Luo has done many tasks for so many years, and he does not have much consumption, so he still has a lot of savings. Tsunade saw that Lei Luo had chosen the place, and then signed a warrant for Lei Luo to take him to the Ministry of Finance to pay the money. Lei Luo walked out of Hokage's office with Tsunade's warrant. After returning, Lei Luo and Rin talked about their plans to open a store. Rin was also very interested, and followed Lei Luo to see the selected store early the next morning. Lei Luo and Rin came to the store and found that this is a 2-story building with a large interior space, which exceeded Lei Luo's estimate. Lei Luo-kun, how are you going to decorate this store? Rin asked Lei Luo softly. Lei Luo smiled and replied, this store is so big, the first floor is enough for opening the store, and the second floor can be used as a bedroom. Lei Luo thought of the layout of the exhibition he had seen in his previous life, and said, on the first floor, I plan to make the exhibition hall a circular exhibition area. Circular exhibition area? Rin asked in confusion. Yes, the psychic beast shop is roughly divided into 5 or 6 parts. This is the information desk. At the door, I make a long desk, and leave a storage space at the back. Lei Luo walked to the door, extended inward, and planned the general layout with his hands. This location, with partitions separating several rooms, is used as a contract office and an office. Lei Luo walked to the east side against the wall. There were about 5 or 6 offices. The psychic beast shop didn't need too many office spaces. This area can be planned as an area for psychic animal supplies, as an area for various precious animal supplies, such as dog food, animal food pills, and even precious animal armor. The middle part is the area for psychic rentals. I want to classify them into 4 categories according to the types of psychics: attack, auxiliary, control, and comprehensive. Lei Luo pointed to the large area in the center. Like this one. Lei Luo hand seal summoned a monkey, and then took out a wooden sign. I named this monkey Spirit Monkey. Class: Attack. Name: Spirit Monkey. Annotation: 1. Strong physical attack ability and super fast speed. 2. Wei Chuan, Jonin level physical skills. Rin looked at the wooden sign that Lei Luo had just carved out with Kuwu, and his beautiful eyes were full of interest. Great idea. Then let's go to the construction team to do the construction now. Lei Luo nodded and followed Rin to the construction team. Konoha's construction team are also ninjas, so the efficiency of the office is not comparable to that of a decoration company in the previous life. And this kind of decoration is healthy and pollution-free, and there will never be any harmful substances such as formaldehyde. One day after recruiting the construction team, Lei Luo was informed that the project was completed. Lei Luo checked and checked, basically the same as his own plan, so he paid the final payment for the project with satisfaction. After that, go to Yamanaka's flower shop to get a batch of flowers to decorate, and then you can open for business. I now have my first property in the Hokage world. Chapter 123 The first encounter between Lu Duo and Sa-Rip. Lei Luo's store didn't have any lively ribbon cutting like in the previous life, but just invited a few friends to have a meal together. It just so happened that Yuhi and Yugao didn't have a mission right now, so they also came to participate in the opening of Lei Luo's store. After walking around the entire store, Yuhi offered to ask Lei Luo to save her a room upstairs and she wanted to move in. After listening to Yuhi's words, Lei Luo was even more desperate, and let Yuhi choose a room that he liked. Moreover, Lei Luo and Rin brought Naruto out of the Senju family's clan. Since they already have their own place, there is no need to rely on others. Moreover, Tsunade is usually busy with government affairs, so Naruto still brings it out, and it is better for Rin to take care of it. Naruto is also a very lively character by nature. Looking at some small pets in the exhibition area of the store, his eyes glowed, and he liked it very much. A week passed quickly, and the shop also opened a few orders. Moreover, the people of the Inuzuka family even bought all the canine psychic beasts, ready to try to breed stronger canine psychic beasts. As for the clerk, Lei Luo didn't do much, just found 2 cleaning aunties and a few disabled ninjas who were responsible for signing the contract. Those ninjas used to sweat and shed blood for Konoha. Although they are disabled, they can still complete simple tasks. Recruiting them can be regarded as some kind of compassion from Lei Luo. And after so many days of opening, there has not been any bloody police department coming to find fault, and then Lei Luo pretended to slap the face again. Uchiha must know his identity and should have greeted the police department. On this day, Lei Lu sat bored behind the information desk, looking at the intimacy paradise that Jiraiya had just listed not long ago, and scrutinized it with a critical eye. The description of this passage is too simple. It is Jiraiya's fantasy at first glance. After reviewing it, Lei Luo dismissed the intimacy paradise, thinking about whether to write a book in the future and let Jiraiya read it. To see what is a literary man. For example, Ninja World is a thing in the pool, Ninja Baiji, and so on. While Lei Luo was in a trance, he suddenly heard someone calling him. When he came back to his senses and looked down, he saw 2 children, one big and one small, standing in front of the information desk, and Lei Luo recognized their identities at a glance. Isn't this Itachi and the second Jinchuriki column? I have to say that the second Jinchuriki column was quite cute when I was a child. Uchiha Sasuke watched Lei Luo scrutinize him, and hid behind Uchiha Itachi with some shyness and some fear. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi said, "Hello boss, I heard that you have some very magical psychic beasts here, can you introduce us?" Even though he belongs to the Uchiha family, Itachi is polite and not as arrogant as the other Uchihas. Lei Luo replied with a warm smile on his face, "Of course there is no problem, but what kind of psychic beast do you want?" Uchiha Itachi listened to Lei Luo's words, did not answer immediately, but turned his head and pulled Sasuke out from behind. "Sasuke, don't be so shy, come and tell the boss what kind of psychic beast you want. Did you agree shortly before you came? This is my present to you." Sasuke lowered his head and thought for a while, then replied, "I want someone stronger and faster." Lei Luo listened to Sasuke's words, screened the psychic beasts that still exist in the store, and said, "According to your request, I have 4 options here, you can consider them." Saying that, Lei Luo brought Itachi and the others to the exhibition area. The first one is this, the giant eagle. Lei Luo picked up the psychic scroll and summoned the giant eagle baby with the hand seal in his hand, and then said, "Of course, he is still a young eagle now, but when he is an adult, he has it is 7 or 8 meters high, and can also use wind-type ninjutsu." Quote. Lei Luo finished speaking. He looked at Sasuke, but Sasuke shook his head and said he didn't like it. Lei Luo then took the 2 of them to the source of the second psychic beast exhibition. The second one, Spirit Monkey, is fast and small, but he is good at boxing, and his physical skills are comparable to Jonin. Sasuke still shook his head. "I want someone who knows ninjutsu." Oh, Lei Luo nodded after listening to Sasuke's words. Then there is no need to read the third one, just look at the fourth one. The fourth one is this wind fire fox. It's fast, small in size, and can use both wind and fire ninjutsu. You should be satisfied with this. When Lei Luo just summoned Fenghuahu, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he was even more impatient after hearing Lei Luo's introduction. Sasuke pulled Itachi's sleeve and said, "Brother, I want this." Itachi looked at the excited Sasuke, touched his head, and asked Lei Luo, "Boss, how much does it cost to buy this psychic beast?" Lei Luo smiled and said, "Not much. For the sake of you all being children, I'll give you a discount for 3 million taels." Itachi listened to Lei Luo's words and nodded. Although he was young, he was already very mature. He knew that such a powerful psychic beast could never be bought for 3 million taels, and the boss did give them a discount. But Itachi couldn't carry so much money with him when he went out, so Itachi said, "Boss, I need to go back and get some money. You can help me keep this psychic beast, and we'll be back later." Lei Luo nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep it for you." Lei Luo finished speaking. Sasuke couldn't wait to pull Itachi and run out. After all, he was still young, not as mature as Itachi. Children can't wait to see something they like. Uncle Lei Luo. At this moment, Naruto ran over from the door, calling Lei Luo's name. Then he collided directly with Sasuke, and the two hugged each other and fell into a rolling gourd. The most ingenious thing is that when the two stopped, they put their mouths together. Ba, ba. Naruto and Sasuke quickly separated and got up from the ground, spitting in their mouths. Lei Luo laughed unscrupulously at this scene, and Itachi couldn't help but smile. Under the guidance of Lei Luo and Rin, Naruto is not as fond of mischief as in the original book. He is still a very polite child, and he dares to act. Naruto, who was relieved, took the initiative to apologize to Sasuke. "I'm sorry, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I ran too fast just now and knocked you down." After listening to Naruto's words, Sasuke replied, "It doesn't matter, I ran very fast just now, and my name is Uchiha Sasuke." "Okay Sasuke, it's time for us to go back and get the money. Come over and talk later," Itachi said. Sasuke nodded, waved to Naruto, and followed Itachi out of the store. Chapter 124 _ The mission is finally here. The friendship of children comes so strangely and so quickly. A few days after Sasuke bought Fire Fox, he and Naruto became friends, and Naruto often gave Sasuke some pet supplies from the store. Lei Luo's eyes twitched when he saw it, and he really didn't feel sorry for him. On this day, Lei Luo and Rin were chatting in the store when Shizune, who had not seen him for a long time, came to the store. After all, Shizune, as Tsunade's assistant, was very busy every day, so he didn't have time to hang out at all. Lei Luo looked at Shizune who walked in the door and knew that Tsunade must be looking for him. Sure enough, when Shizune entered the store, he said straight to the point, "Lei Luo-kun, Master Tsunade is looking for you." Lei Luo nodded, making Rin optimistic about the store, and followed Shizune to the Hokage building. "Lord Tsunade, what do you want from me?" Lei Luo also asked straightforwardly when he entered Hokage's office. Tsunade raised his head to look at Lei Luo, while reaching out and handing him a scroll. Look at this. Lei Luo reached out and took the scroll, unfolded it, and browsed it. It turned out that not long ago, Konoha Anbu discovered the news of the legendary ancient country of Roran in the country of wind. And Lei Luo instantly understood Tsunade's thoughts. Roran has a legendary dragon vein, which needs to be taken seriously no matter which country is concerned. Tsunade watched Lei Luo finish reading the scroll, and said directly, "You must have figured this out. This is the second time that the ancient kingdom of Roran has appeared. It is estimated that the seal of the dragon vein has been loosened. Minato has seen the dragon vein once and sealed it. Lei Luo-kun, among the ninjas in Konoha who are good at sealing, you are the most powerful, so I have to trouble you to investigate this time." Lei Luo happened to be bored recently, so he agreed. "Master Tsunade, don't you worry about my strength. Leave it to me." This is the third time that Lei Luo has come to the Kingdom of Wind. He still remembers that the first time he came to the Kingdom of Wind was the Third Ninja War. As an Anbu, he followed a large army to raid the Kikyoyama battlefield. The second time I came to the Kingdom of the Wind was to lead Jonin and Nawaki to take the Chunin exam with them. This time, I was alone. I didn't expect it to take so many years. Looking at the wind and sand in front of him, Lei Luo couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The dragon vein is the lifeline of the earth, and there are chakras that surpass other parts of the earth. If it is used carelessly, it is very likely to destroy the whole earth. Lei Luo now only needs to go to the place where Konoha Anbu once found the traces of the Roran ruins, and then sense chakra to discover the dragon veins. Apart from eating the wind and sand for a few days, without being hindered by anyone along the way, Lei Luo easily came to the place where Konoha Anbu discovered the Roran ruins. Then Lei Luo turned on his 5-vision omnipotence, observing and sensing the surroundings. Is it here? Lei Luo stopped and looked at the sealing technique revealed under his feet. Lei Luo understood that he had found the right place. Through induction, Lei Luo found that the sealing technique was indeed broken. When he came to the place where the seal was broken, he found that there was actually Minato's sword of forbearance and love inserted there, but only half of it was left. It seems that Minato used the sword of forbearance and love as the node of the sealing array. After so many years, it is no wonder that it has been damaged. I have no choice but to unseal Minato's seal and seal it again. Lei Luo held the hand seal in his hand and pressed it on the seal array. Sealing technique. Solution. Immediately, countless dense sealing techniques appeared in this world. They gathered together and automatically rotated around Lei Luo. Gradually, they began to spread from the outermost layer of the technique to the inside and gradually disappeared in this world. At the moment when the sealing technique disappeared, a deep purple light suddenly radiated from the depths of the dragon veins. At the same time, Lei Luo, who was standing in the center of the seal formation, that is, the center of the dragon veins, seemed to be treated uniquely by the dragon veins. A layer of purple light appeared all over his body, forming a connection with the deep purple light in the depths of the dragon veins. And then the light of the dragon veins continued to spread, swallowing Lei Luo in an instant. Lei Luo felt a whirlwind, constantly shuttling through a dark purple passage, and finally his eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. When Lei Luo woke up again, he found that he had changed to another place. Although he was still in the desert, he was no longer a broken wall, but a majestic city above an oasis. Is this the ancient city of Roran? I didn't expect that this dragon vein really has the ability to travel through time and space. Lei Luo sighed while looking at the city not far away. At this moment, the system in Lei Luo's mind suddenly prompted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission and absorbing the dragon veins. Absorb the dragon vein. Return to the original time and space and absorb the power of the dragon vein. Task reward. God level lottery point 2. Looking at the system prompt in his mind, Lei Luo asked the system, System, why are there 2 god-level lottery points for this mission? The system replied, Host, this mission is actually divided into 2 parts. First, you have to find a way to return to the original time and space, and then find a way to absorb the power of the dragon veins. Of course, you have to fulfill both conditions to be considered mission accomplished. There is no reward for completing only one of them. The systematic answer solved Lei Luo's question, so now it's time to investigate the situation in the ancient country of Roran. In Lei Luo's impression, Queen Roran should be able to control the energy of the dragon veins, and she estimates there will be a way. Lei Luo turned on his 5-vision omnipotence to observe the ancient city of Roran, but found that there were countless puppet soldiers in the city. What's the matter? It may be that he traveled through time and space, which made Lei Luo's memory clearer and reminded him of the plot about dragon veins in the original book. In the original work, this task was completed by Yamato leading the new 7th class Naruto, Sakura and Sai. When they were tracking Sunagakure Beizu, they were unsealed by the power of Beizu, and they were swallowed by the dragon veins with Naruto and Yamato. Time and space. But Beizu came 6 years earlier than Naruto and the others. He has transformed into Mukade, the minister of Roran, and deceived Queen Janan's trust. He used the power of the dragon to create a puppet army. After being discovered by the previous queen, he brutally killed him. But when Lei Luo unlocked the seal this time, there were no 100 feet on the side, but why are there puppet soldiers in the ancient city of Roran? The mystery of time and space is too esoteric, and Lei Luo can't figure it out, so he can only enter the ancient city of Roran to see what is going on. Lei Luo's figure flashed, and he easily entered the ancient city of Roran. Chapter 125_Goodbye Minato. Lei Luo entered the ancient city of Roran, carefully concealed his figure, and kept groping towards the central palace. Looking at the buildings in the ancient city of Roran, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he saw such a tall building in the ninja world. But since you want to understand what happened to the ancient city of Roran, it is the easiest thing to ask Queen Roran directly. But the moment Lei Luo entered the ancient city of Roran, in a secret room underground in Roran, a burly ninja suddenly felt a sense. Is it capable of avoiding the detection of the puppets around me? But since I found out, don't even think about running away. Then he pressed the hand seal on the chair under him. However, Lei Luo in the ancient city of Roran suddenly discovered the fact that he had been exposed, because 2 teams of puppets had already surrounded him directly. Exposed. When? But Lei Luo thought about it for a while and understood the reason. It seems that the entire city of Roran has been transformed. Maybe there are investigative agencies hidden in every corner. Then go ahead and do it. With my strength, no matter how many puppets he is not my opponent. The 2 groups of puppets that were besieging Lei Luo directly raised their hands and opened the gun muzzle in their right hand, and a purple laser shot out from the gun hole. But when Lei Luo saw this, he snorted coldly, playing lasers in front of me. It seems that this guy hiding in the dark doesn't know me. Lei Luo did not dodge or evade, and also raised his right hand to gather chakra. Light escape. Laser cannon. An obviously thicker golden light shot out from Lei Luo's hands, and the cores of the 3 puppets were directly penetrated by Lei Luo, unable to fly, fell from the sky, and scattered into a pile of parts. At this moment, the purple laser shot by the puppet had already arrived in front of Lei Luo, but suddenly found that Lei Luo's figure was in an illusory trance, and actually passed through his body. After the strength became stronger, the consumption of this elementalization was obviously much smaller. Lei Luo sighed. Then Lei Luo held his right hand in the air, grabbed the higher Inmaru that appeared, and instantly jumped to the sky and slashed at the remaining puppets. 3-5 and 2-2, the puppets were dismembered by Lei Luo. The man in the underground room suddenly changed his face. Damn. Who the hell is he? Then more puppets were mobilized to besiege Lei Luo again. Are you still not giving up? Although these puppets are stronger than ordinary puppets, they are still worse than Sasori of the Red Sand. Do you want to kill me with numbers? How naive. Lei Luo thought to himself as he looked at the puppets who were surrounding him again. Just when Lei Luo was about to block, a figure instantly appeared beside him. Feeling a familiar atmosphere, Lei Luo didn't resist and let him take him away. The two reappeared and came to an underground palace, and the puppet sensed them and chased after them again. Partial doubling technique. Secret technique. Insect jade. A giant hand shot, swept across the sky towards the puppet, and immediately knocked it to the ground. Then, countless bugs flew out and covered the puppet. After struggling a few times, the puppet lost its ability to move and turned into a dead thing. The trio that is shooting now is Namikaze Minato, Akamichi Choza, the father of Akamichi Choji, and Aburame Jawei, the father of Aburame Shino. Lei Luo swept around the masked trio in front of him, then fixed his gaze on Minato and said, "Minato-kun, long time no see." Namikaze Minato listened to Lei Luo's words, looked at him carefully, and then asked with some doubts, "Are you Lei Luo-kun? How did you become so big all of a sudden?" After listening to Namikaze Minato's question, Lei Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he really came to the past, not to a parallel time and space. Before, Lei Luo was still worried that if it was a parallel time and space, the Konoha in this world should not have him. How could he explain his situation to Minato? But now that Minato recognized himself, it was much easier. Lei Luo looked at Namikaze Minato and replied, "Minato-kun, I'm not the current Lei Luo, for you, I'm from the future." After Namikaze Minato heard Lei Luo's words, he immediately stopped Lei Luo's next explanation. For him with such a high talent in time and space, it is easy to understand that what Lei Luo said is true, but he can't let Lei Luo say things in the future. Because once he knows the future, the current time and space will definitely change, and he may embark on an unknown road, detached from the future, and cause time and space disorder. So he didn't let Lei Luo continue talking, but stopped him immediately. Seeing that Namikaze Minato understood his intention, Lei Luo didn't say any more, but asked, "Minato-kun, do you know what happened here in Roran?" Namikaze Minato nodded and said, "Originally our mission was to protect Queen Roran, but when we arrived here, we found that Roran had been controlled by the original Roran minister, Mukade, and the people here disappeared. But we found Queen Sarah who escaped and learned what happened to Roran. In the Queen's impression, Mukade came to Roran 8 years ago. At that time, he seemed to have encountered a sandstorm in the desert. He was seriously injured and was rescued by someone sent by the previous queen. And after Mukade woke up, in order to express his gratitude to the queen, he stayed, and also showed his ability as a puppet master. At that time, the countries were at war. For the safety of Roran, Queen Roran agreed with Mukade to use the power of the dragon to create a puppet, but not long after, the former queen of Roran discovered the secret of Mukade's absorption of the power of the dragon, and was killed by Mukade. Then the matter was concealed again, until Mukade felt he was strong enough not long ago and launched a mutiny. So our task now, in addition to protecting the queen, has to deal with Mukade and save Roran." Lei Luo nodded after listening to Minato's words. Instead of worrying about Mukade's question, he asked Namikaze Minato another thing. "Minato-kun, have you learned the ghoul banishing technique now?" Namikaze Minato was surprised when he heard Lei Luo's words, but nodded when he thought that Lei Luo was from the future. So Lei Luo then asked in a serious tone, "Minato-kun, can you tell me where the death mask you are using is stored? This matter is very important." Lei Luo especially emphasized the words, "very important." Namikaze Minato looked at the serious look in Lei Luo's eyes, approached Lei Luo, and whispered where the death mask was stored. Chapter 126_Solve Mukade. Namikaze Minato came close to Lei Luo's ear and whispered where the death mask was stored. The country of the vortex, the hidden village of Uzushiogakure, the Uzumaki family's noodle hall, the statue of the god of death. Lei Luo was a little speechless when he heard this place, because Lei Luo had already obtained the contents of the Death God statue, a Death God mask and a seal scroll in the Land of Vortex. I didn't expect this Grim Reaper mask to be the one used by Namikaze Minato, which is a coincidence. But now that you know where the mask is, after returning to Konoha, you can find a way to unlock the Ghoul Seal and free Minato's soul. And after Minato is resurrected, he must know where Kushina's body is, and it will be much less difficult to resurrect Kushina. Lei Luo heard Namikaze Minato say the location. He didn't bother about this issue anymore, just nodded lightly to show that he knew. Then the next goal is to solve Mukade, and then with Sarah's help, return to the original time and space. So Lei Luo asked, have you found out where Mukade is hiding now? Namikaze Minato nodded and replied, under the original Queen's Palace, where the power of dragon veins can be used, Mukade will definitely be there. Lei Luo said directly, then what are you waiting for? Let's get rid of him now. Then he looked at Namikaze Minato's hesitant expression and said, don't worry, my strength is enough to deal with him. Namikaze Minato looked at Lei Luo who was full of confidence, and then nodded in agreement without saying anything. So the four of them went straight to where Mukade was hiding. I didn't expect you guys to be so daring to enter my territory alone. Mukade looked at Lei Luo and the four who rushed in and said. Lei Luo sneered disdainfully, what a big breath. Mukade laughed and said, ha ha ha, let you taste my true strength. I saw Mukade's fingers move slightly, and densely packed puppets appeared, directly attacking Lei Luo and the others. Before Lei Luo could shoot, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed, and the puppets stopped one after another. It turned out that Namikaze Minato directly cut off the chakra line connecting Mukade and the puppet, making Mukade uncontrollable. Without waiting for Mukade to do anything, Lei Luo appeared in front of Mukade in an instant with a flash of light. Konoha Fluid Art. Gang Force Whirlwind. Lei Luo's right leg kicked Mukade with a strong wind, which instantly shattered half of Mukade's body. Ah! The severe pain couldn't help making Mukade wailing. As a puppet master, his body was relatively fragile, and Lei Luo's strength crushed him even more. It was not surprising to achieve such a victory. But the wailing Mukade's body slowly recovered. Damn it, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Know that as long as I'm in Roran, my power is limitless, and I'm immortal. Cut. Lei Luo sniped disdainfully. This was the third time he had met such a so-called undead guy, and he didn't care at all. Mukade climbed up from the ground, constantly inspiring the power of the dragon veins, and then he wrapped himself in a black robe, and the black robe was lifted again, and he had turned into a huge puppet spider. Mukade's spider were raised high, and instantly turned into two sharp bayonet knives, and headed towards Lei Luo. Tips. Are these powers only? Lei Luo used Renren fruit * Buddha form. To deal with such a relatively large existence, it is more appropriate to make himself bigger. Lei Luo, who was transformed into a Buddha, raised his hands, directly held the two front feet of the spider Mukade in his hands, and broke them off with a slight force. Lei Luo turned his head and said to Namikaze Minato in a loud voice, go search and see where the people of Roran are locked up and rescue them. It's enough for me to deal with them here. Namikaze Minato and the others looked at Lei Luo who was incarnated as a Buddha, nodded, turned and left here. Mukade looked a little annoyed at Lei Luo who didn't care, and a hoarse voice sounded, you must be too confident, damn it, go to hell. The spider puppet opened its mouth wide, and purple energy condensed in it. But how could Lei Luo let him release it? I saw that Lei Luo folded his hands together and directly clamped the spider puppet's head in his hands, interrupting its condensed moves. Then Lei Luo lifted his leg and kicked the Mukade spider out. Boom! The Mukade spider was completely sunk into the wall. At this moment, all the previous puppets disassembled on their own, and the parts of the puppet flew towards the Mukade spider under the pull of strength, making his aura even stronger. As I said, as long as I'm in Roran, my power is limitless. Just let you see the power of the ultimate puppet weapon I created in Roran. I saw that the size of Mukade at this time has undergone tremendous changes. The entire puppet has become even larger, and the shape has also become a huge Sasori child. Meet my brand new body. Mukade Sasori's two huge eyes flashed green light. Looking at Lei Luo, a green laser shot out, obviously much stronger than before. It's challenging like this. I didn't expect this Mukade to have some skills. When Lei Luo saw this, not only was he not afraid, but he was very excited. Then Lei Luo directly stimulated the power of Godzilla in his heart again and entered the Godzilla coat mode, so the big Buddha incarnated by Lei Luo instantly condensed a set of mighty armor. Mukade's attack hit Lei Luo's armor without causing any damage to him. Lei Luo's right hand was empty, and a huge golden lightsaber appeared in Lei Luo's hand. Breath of Water *1 form *water surface slash. Lei Luo slashed at the Mukade Sasori puppet with a knife, and Mukade would not sit still. Sasori puppet opened its huge mouth, exposing the gun barrel, and then the purple energy shells kept attacking Lei Luo, trying to force him back, but these purple energy shells were directly cut off by Lei Luo. And Lei Luo rushed to the Sasori puppet almost instantly. It's here. Lei Luo turned on the five-sided omnipotence to see through the internal structure of the entire Sasori puppet, and found Mukade hidden in the puppet. Light escape, burning the sky. In this state of Lei Luo, the golden flame spit out from his mouth was really a mighty sea of flames, which directly enveloped the entire puppet. The puppet couldn't bear the high temperature of the golden flame, and it began to melt. The Mukade in his body felt like he was in a furnace. Lei Luo stabbed his sword indirectly, hitting Mukade's body. Ah! Chapter 127 _ Back to Time and Space. Double draw again. Mukade roared mournfully, and Lei Luo's light escape power made him feel that life was worse than death. But Mukade made a ruthless blow and directly exploded the entire puppet, and then caused a riot in the underground dragon veins. Ha ha ha, you all die with me. Mukade laughed wildly, then fell to the ground, lifeless. At this time, the whole ground continued to shake, and the palace began to shake. Just then Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo-kun, we have rescued all the people of Roran. Lei Luo has removed Godzilla's coat and the state of the Buddha, and returned to the original. Hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Lei Luo nodded and said, Minato-kun, that guy Mukade has also been killed by me, but before he died, he caused the Dragon Pulse to riot. We must find a way to quell the Dragon Pulse. Otherwise Roran will definitely be destroyed. Quote. Namikaze Minato nodded, looked at the purple energy surging in the cracks in the ground, and said, as of now, I can only use the sealing technique. Lei Luo-kun, don't worry, leave this to me. So Namikaze Minato flashed and came to the core of Roran's dragon vein control, and the sword of forbearance in his hand was inserted directly. Then, with a crazy hand seal in his hand, a seal formation spread out in an instant. Seal complete. The sealing technique spread violently, covering the entire ancient city of Roran, and the riots of the dragon veins were smoothed out by a mysterious force and recovered. Lei Luo was about to inquire about the location of Queen Namikaze Minato Roran, so as to find out how to return to the original time and space through the dragon veins, but unexpectedly, his body suddenly burst into a soft light, and it became a little illusory. Lei Luo-kun, it seems that you are going back. Namikaze Minato looked at Lei Luo's state and said, but in order to avoid affecting the future, I suggest that our memory be sealed this time. Lei Luo didn't speak, just nodded. He also wanted to see if his memory would be sealed. So Namikaze Minato made another Indian pose, and a mysterious force swept across Lei Luo's body. Lei Luo was about to say something, but found a flash of light in front of him, and he lost consciousness again. Lei Luo regained his senses, got up, shook his head and looked around. Looking at the familiar ruins, Lei Luo knew that he had returned to the original time and space. It seems that Minato's memory seal has no effect on me. It's normal. After all, I'm a man with a system. Then let's see how to absorb the power of the dragon veins now. Lei Luo walked to the center of the seal formation, put his hand on the sword of forbearance and love, and sensed the dragon veins under the seal. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, Lei Luo thought of Godzilla. Yes, Godzilla can absorb these alien energy, although the energy of the dragon vein is a little bigger, but it should be able to absorb it too. Lei Luo turned on the range of 5 omnipotence to the maximum, and observed that there was no one hiding around, so he directly released Godzilla and entered the full body mode. Lei Luo controlled Godzilla and sensed the dragon veins under his feet. Sure enough, Godzilla sent back an idea to Lei Luo that he wanted to swallow. Godzilla, swallow all the dragon veins for me. After receiving the message from Lei Luo, Godzilla immediately turned on the devouring state, and the power of the dragon veins continued to pour into Godzilla's body from his feet, and finally entered Lei Luo's heart. It's so good. Godzilla devoured the whole day before absorbing all the power of the dragon veins, and taking Godzilla back to Lei Luo in his body again, he instantly felt as if his entire body was full. He quickly refined the chakra in his body and digested part of the power of the dragon veins. After a long time, Lei Luo finally felt the pain in his body disappear, and the whole talent stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and absorbing the dragon veins. Get the task reward. God level lottery point 2. The system beep finally sounded. Anyway, no one around here is very safe, so Lei Luo decided to go all out and win the 2 lottery draws. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, 2 appeared in Lei Luo's mind. The prizes on the left are as follows. S-Class Skill, Void Walk. S-Class Item, Water of Life. S-Grade Medicine Pill, Zuyan Dan. S-Class Prop, Rinnegan. S-Level Skills, Supernatural Power Size Rui. S-Class Weapon, Cross-Chopping Knife. The rewards on the right are as follows. S-Class Weapon, Cross Slasher. S-Class Props, Avatar Doll. S-Class Props, Legendary Gold Kitchenware. S-Grade Medicine Pill, Transformation Medicine. S-Class Pet, Tiber's Teddy Bear. S-Class Item, Time Furoshiki. There are so many prizes this time, but Lei Luo has no interest in checking them all, but just saw a few things that he can't figure out. For example, the supernatural power size Rui. This is the first time that Lei Luo has seen this kind of supernatural power. Lei Luo checked it and found out that this supernatural power is a supernatural power from the 36 changes of Tiangong in the world of Journey to the West. It can change its size at will, and its strength can also change arbitrarily with its size. There is also the legendary golden kitchen utensils, which turned out to be from the world of China, and it is a set of 8 pieces, namely, Yungaling Knife, Lujiao Knife, Zuanlong Pot, Magic Holy Bronze, 8 pieces of kitchen utensils, Greedy Wolf Pot, Spirit Storage Library, and Yulong Pot. For a chef, he can be regarded as a Super S-level reward. There are also sex-changing Dan, the time-wrapped skin in the world of Doraemon, and the prizes this time can be said to be very interesting. Lei Luo simply read a few pieces, and then let the system start the lottery, because it was useless to see so many, and the system couldn't give him all of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Void Walk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-class item, a stand-in doll. Lei Luo was a little helpless looking at the 2 prizes he had drawn. The skill of Void Walk comes from the skill of Kassadin, the Void Walker in the League of Legends world. It belongs to the space-time displacement skill, which is quite useful. But this stand-in doll is useless to Lei Luo. As the name suggests, the avatar doll will take a fatal blow for you, but for Lei Luo's current strength, there should be basically no one in the ninja world who is his opponent. It seems that I can only go back to send my girlfriend. It's useful. Lei Luo thought to himself. But as for sending that girlfriend, he hasn't made up his mind yet. However, with Void Walk, Lei Luo can now try out the abilities of this skill. Then Lei Luo accepted Void Walk from the system, and suddenly an inexplicable force merged into Lei Luo's body, making him feel that the world in front of him was different. In Lei Luo's perception, there are countless space nodes in the world in front of him. Void walking can be moved through space nodes, and after Lei Luo absorbs the dragon veins, this chakra can be called endless. Lei Luo can walk in the void without worrying about running out of chakra. Okay, since everything is over, it's time to go back. Chapter 128 Fugaku who suddenly came to the door. Lei Luo returned to the village, and he has resumed his usual life as a salted fish. And the stand-in doll obtained by the lottery, Lei Luo also thought about the person to give, which is Azuki Yugao. Lei Luo now has 3 girlfriends. Rin is now the chief doctor and has been staying in Konoha village. Danzo is also dead, and there is basically no danger in the village. And the Pikachu drawn last time was also given to Rin, and Pikachu's fighting power is not low. And Yuhi is already a special Jonin now, and the village has also decided to let him lead the team as Jonin to bring a few students, and the mission is less dangerous. Only Yugao, perhaps because of the will of the world, still joined Anbu, which was her own decision, and Lei Luo could only express her support. As we all know, Anbu's mission is much more dangerous than other missions, so Lei Luo decided to give this doll to Yugao. If you draw anything later, you can give it to Yuhi. On this day, Lei Luo sat at the front desk of the Psychic Beast shop again, looking like he was doing nothing. Rin went to work at the Konoha hospital, Yuhi and Yugao also went to work, even Naruto had Xiao Sasuke to play with him, so Lei Luo was left alone. At this moment, someone walked into the door of the Psychic Beast store. Welcome. Lei Luo raised his head and greeted the customers who entered the store, but the people in front of him really surprised Lei Luo. Isn't this Chief Fugaku? What a distinguished guest. That's right, the person entering the store now is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku listened to Lei Luo's words, smiled politely, and said, Lei Luo-kun, I am here to ask for advice this time, not to buy a psychic beast. Lei Luo asked with some doubts, oh, I don't know if Patriarch Fugaku has anything to do with me. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, I'm afraid it's not convenient to speak here, and you are Shisui's teacher, and Shisui is a genius of our Uchiha family. I just took this opportunity to invite you to our house. Is it convenient for you? Looking at Fugaku in front of him, Lei Luo understands that what Fugaku wants to talk about is not simple, but Lei Luo also has self-confidence. So Lei Luo said, no problem, Patriarch Fugaku, to be honest, I haven't been to the aristocratic land for so long. Uchiha Fugaku listened to Lei Luo's answer. The smile on his face became more sincere, and he said, then at 7 o'clock tonight, I will set up a banquet at home, and I will invite you to enjoy it. Lei Luo nodded and said nothing. Uchiha Fugaku's trip has also been achieved, so he left. I don't know why Uchiha Fugaku is looking for me. Lei Luo looked at the back of Uchiha Fugaku who walked out of the gate, his thoughts fluctuated. Konoha Village, Uchiha Tribe. Lei Luo arrived on time for the appointment, and Fugaku had already set up a banquet and waited. After eating and drinking, Fugaku led Lei Luo into a secret room. Lei Luo looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked straight to the point. Now the Fugaku patriarch can say that he has something to do with me. Fugaku listened to Lei Luo's words and did not answer directly, but instead asked another question. Lei Luo-kun, do you know anything about our Uchiha family? After listening to Fugaku's words, Lei Luo shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't know. But in his heart, Lei Luo kept complaining. I also asked me if I knew anything about your Uchiha family. If I tell you what I know, you won't be able to stay. Fugaku looked at Lei Luo, who was shaking his head, and began to give Lei Luo some brief introductions, which was also to pave the way for his purpose of finding Lei Luo. Our Uchiha family is the family that established the Konoha village together with the Senju family, but since the Uchiha Madara sentenced Konoha, our Uchiha family began to be untrusted by Hokage and were rejected. Although the second-generation Hokage gave us the Uchiha family the power to form the police department, it also moved our Uchiha family out of the core of Konoha. And since the establishment of the police department, members of the Uchiha family will inevitably offend the public because of law enforcement, and they have been excluded even more. This matter reached the most stalemate after the third-generation Hokage took over and Shimura Danzo formed the root. Then the Kyubi Ninetales rebellion happened again, and the high-level people in the village also knew that the state of Kyubi Ninetales at that time was controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. In this way, our Uchiha clan would suffered greater suspicion. Quote. So over time, two different voices appeared within the clan. Having said this, Uchiha Fugaku stopped, then looked at Lei Luo with the same expression before continuing. There are some people in the clan who think that we should hand over the power of the police department and integrate into the village, while others think that we, the Uchiha clan, should stage a coup and seize the position of Hokage. Lei Luo-kun, if it were you, how would you choose? Hearing Fugaku's question, Lei Luo smiled and said, Patriarch Fugaku, this is an internal matter of your Uchiha clan, and you shouldn't ask me, an outsider, right? Also, Master Tsunade is my teacher, and I belong to the Hokage clan. You even said in front of me that the Uchiha clan wanted a coup d'état, so aren't you afraid that the village will kill your Uchiha clan? Fugaku looked at Lei Luo with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, Lei Luo-kun, it is because you are Master Tsunade's student that I will ask your opinion and see what the village thinks of our Uchiha clan now. Quote. And maybe the coup d'état I just said was just a little joke. If there is no evidence, there is nothing the village can do. And as Shisui's teacher, you can't just watch him get involved in the family and cause problems. Lei Luo listened to Fugaku's words, but instead asked an irrelevant question. Patriarch Fugaku, as far as I know, you started Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Ninja War, right? Uchiha Fugaku twitched the corners of his eyes after hearing Lei Luo's words, and said with a dry smile, Lei Luo-kun, you are too good at joking, our Uchiha family's Mangekyo Sharingan is not so easy to open. Looking at Fugaku's performance, Lei Luo spread his hands, I was joking just now, Patriarch Fugaku, you should know in your heart. And since you just asked me what I think of the two voices within the Uchiha clan, I can only tell you that I will remove all the unsettling elements from the Konoha. So, please think about it carefully, Chief Fugaku. After speaking, Lei Luo walked out of the secret room, said goodbye to Uchiha Makoto and the brothers Itachi and Sasuke, and left. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku was alone in a secret room and fell into contemplation. Chapter 129 Sign up for Shikatsu Forest. Lei Luo returned from the Uchiha family's clan. He didn't say anything to Tsunade. He wanted to see what choice the current Uchiha Fugaku would make. And Lei Luo always felt as if he had forgotten something. Lei Luo tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. What did I think of just now? What did I forget? After going back and forth a few times, Lei Luo patted his head. Oh, it's so annoying, I don't want to, I'll know when something happens. Then he slowly fell asleep, and discussed with Zhou Gong. The next morning, Lei Luo, as usual, got up early in the morning. After exercising, he opened the door of the store and was ready to start his life as a salted fish store manager. But the person standing at the door surprised Lei Luo. Changwu. Why are you here? Lei Luo asked in surprise. Changwu looked at Lei Luo and said, Lord Lei Luo, I'm sorry, I recently felt that the power in my body started to overflow again. After hearing Changwu's words, Lei Luo remembered what he had forgotten. I agreed that I would ask Tsunade if I could learn Shikatsu Forest's sage art, and then figure out a way to solve Shigego's problem. I didn't expect that I would forget such an important thing and do nothing every day like a salted fish. Lei Luo looked at Changwu and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and then Lei Luo said, "Don't worry, Changwu, I have some ideas about your problem. I will help you to strengthen the seal now, and then I will help you solve the problem completely." Quote. After listening to Lei Luo's words, Changwu didn't think too much. After all, so many years have passed, and he is born with a physical problem. He also knows that it is not easy to solve, as long as he doesn't run away now. Now Shigego has been living in Konoha village as an ordinary person for almost half a year, and he likes peaceful Konoha very much. If the seal was just reinforced, Lei Luo was just a hands-on effort, so Lei Luo took Changwu into the store first, and then asked him to take off his shirt and check it out for him first. Lei Luo sensed the state of the seal in Changwu's body, and found that the power of the sealing technique was indeed wiped out by natural energy, but the seal was still intact as a whole, and there was no need to rearrange the seal. 4 elephant seals. Hand seal in Lei Luo's hand pressed on the original sealing technique. The energy of the sealing technique in his hand was continuously replenished into the original technique, and it quickly returned to its original state. Changwu felt that his body was relaxed again, and couldn't help but thank Lei Luo again. Lei Luo chatted with Changwu about his recent life again. He let him go back to rest. After Changwu left, Lei Luo closed the store door and walked directly towards the Hokage building. Hokage building, Hokage office. Knock knock knock. Tsunade heard a knock from outside the door and shouted to come in. Lei Luo pushed the door and walked in. Looking at Lei Luo who walked into the office, Tsunade asked in surprise, "Lei Luo-kun, this is the first time you came to Hokage's office on your own initiative. I didn't send someone to look for you before, but you never came. Tell me, did you come to Hokage's office to ask me something?" After listening to Tsunade's words, Lei Luo smiled awkwardly. What Tsunade said was right. With Lei Luo's character, if there was no assignment, and Tsunade didn't take the initiative to call him, he wouldn't come to Hokage's office. And he really had something to ask Tsunade for help this time. So although it was a little embarrassing, Lei Luo still said, "Master Tsunade, I really need your help this time." Tsunade said with a smile, "What is it? Tell me, you have done so much for the village, and this is the first time you have taken the initiative to ask for help." Lei Luo continued, "Master Tsunade, I'm here mainly to ask you, can I learn sage art from Shikatsu Forest?" Tsunade asked with some doubts, "Lei Luo-kun, with your current strength, you don't need to learn sage art anymore, and learning sage art is very dangerous." Lei Luo replied, "Master Tsunade, the reason why I want to learn sage art is to improve my strength. On the other hand, I want to see if I can find a solution to my body problem." Tsunade suddenly realized, "Shugego. It's that kid you brought back with a natural ability to absorb natural energy." Lei Luo nodded, "That's right, it's him. If he can solve his physical problems, he will definitely become the mainstay of our Konoha Jinchuriki column in the future." Tsunade listened to Lei Luo's words, nodded and replied, "Okay, I agree with this matter, but I have to ask the slug fairy, she must agree." Tsunade then hand seal channeled and summoned a small slug. With Mount Myoboku and Rychi Cave, Shikatsu Forest is known as the 3 holy places of psychic beasts. Shikatsu Forest, a slug that has survived for more than 1,000 years since the Kagaya era, is known as the slug fairy. With the ability to split, it can be used for large-scale treatment. There is an extremely powerful sage art chakra in the body, and the size is extremely huge. Its white body is integrated with the place where it is enshrined. For those who come to practice, Slug Immortal will infuse them with natural energy. The difference from Mount Myoboku Toad and Rychi Cave Serpent is that the slug is a whole, while in the original book Tsunade and Sakura can only summon a part of the slug fairy each time. the more chakras are used in spiritualism. The larger the slug, the larger the channeled slug. The little slug summoned by Tsunade looked at Tsunade and asked, "Little Tsunade, what's the matter with you calling me out?" Tsunade said respectfully to the slug fairy, "Slug fairy, this time you are summoned because someone wants to learn the sage art of Shikatsu Forest, so you need to ask for your permission." The slug immortal replied, "Who wants to learn sage art? You call him over to have a look." At this time, Lei Luo, who was waiting by the side, took the initiative and said, "Slug immortal, this time I want to learn Shikatsu Forest sage art." Hearing the words, the slug turned around and looked at Lei Luo, then climbed onto Lei Luo and injected a little natural energy, and saw that Lei Luo's body did not show any rejection. Then the slug fairy turned around again and said to Tsunade, "Little Tsunade, I agree to this matter. You can make him sign the Shikatsu Forest contract later, and when he is ready, you inform me, I'll pull him to Shikatsu Forest using reverse psychics." Tsunade heard the words and replied, "Yes. Slug immortal." Lei Luo also said, "Thank you, Slug immortal." The slug immortal nodded and released the summoning by himself. Bang! Disappeared into smoke, and returned to Shikatsu Forest. Then Tsunade took out the psychic scroll of Shikatsu Forest and said to Lei Luo, "Since the slug fairy agreed, then Lei Luo-kun, you can sign your name on the psychic scroll." Lei Luo nodded, then stepped forward and signed his name on the Shikatsu Forest psychic scroll. Chapter 130 Sage Art Training in Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade put away the scroll again after seeing Lei Luo signed his name. Then he said, "Lei Luo-kun, try channeling and use less chakra." Lei Luo listened to Tsunade's words and nodded, and the psychic yin Lei Luo naturally knew it. The art of psychic. Lei Luo mobilized a little chakra, and hand seal summoned the slug fairy. Bang! A slug that was bigger than the one Tsunade summoned just now appeared in front of the two of them. The slug immortal looked at Lei Luo and said, "Have you successfully signed the contract? Go back and prepare, and you can call me after you're ready." Lei Luo nodded, and the slug fairy went back by himself. Then Lei Luo said to Tsunade, "Master Tsunade, thank you, I'll go back and prepare first, and I have to tell Rin and the others that learning sage art this time is estimated to be a long time." Tsunade returned with a smile, "Lei Luo-kun doesn't have to be so polite, you go back first." Lei Luo didn't say anything more polite, turned around and walked out. Is this Shikatsu Forest? Lei Luo looked at the surrounding scenery and found that it should be underground. But thinking about Lei Luo can also understand, after all, it must conform to the living habits of slugs. It's so big. Lei Luo turned around and looked at the body of the slug fairy, which almost traverses the entire Shikatsu Forest. This should be the largest creature in Hokage. Your name is Lei Luo, right, Lei Luo-kun, come with me this way. At this moment, a slug with a height of one person swam to Lei Luo's side and said, "The main body is usually in a sleeping state, and only wakes up when someone is psychic." Lei Luo listened to the slug and nodded, then followed it to the interior of Shikatsu Forest. The slug took Lei Luo to a pond. Lei Luo felt it, and the water in the pond turned out to be natural energy condensed into liquid. Slug said to Lei Luo, "Since you want to learn sage art, you must first understand what sage art is. You should know how the chakra in the human body is extracted." Lei Luo nodded and replied, "Chakra is extracted from the body energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells of the human body one by one, and the spiritual energy that has undergone many practices and accumulated experience." "That's right," said the slug, "and sage art absorbs natural energy on this basis, and then makes the natural energy and chakra merge into a harmonious state, which will produce sage art chakra. So the first step we have to do now is to absorb the natural energy. Before signing the contract, I injected a little natural energy into your body, and your body successfully absorbed it, which means you should be able to absorb natural energy more easily. The water in this pool is the condensed natural energy, but it is condensed through the body, and it is much milder than ordinary natural energy. You can soak your feet in it first and try to absorb it. Lei Luo obediently took off his shoes and soaked his feet in it. Now start refining chakra, said the slug. Lei Luo sat obediently by the pool and began to refine. Immediately, Lei Luo felt warm currents flowing into his body from the acupuncture points on the soles of his feet. Is this natural energy? It's not as dangerous as I thought. Lei Luo felt the gentle natural energy in his body and began to try to fuse it with the original chakra. And the slug looked at Lei Luo's appearance without any change, and was relieved. In fact, what Lei Luo didn't know was that the reason why he could absorb natural energy so easily had something to do with the fact that he had eaten the glittering fruit. The glittering fruit belongs to the natural element fruit, which can elementalize the body, so there is no rejection of natural energy. Now that the first step was successfully carried out, the next step was easier, so Lei Luo started the practice of Shikatsu Forest Sage Art under the guidance of the Slug Fairy. Time just passed by 10:10, Lei Luo constantly absorbs natural energy every day, and then merges with his own chakra. But maybe the quality of Lei Luo's chakra itself is too high, so the fusion ratio of his Sage Art chakra is also different from that of ordinary people, and he can only rely on himself to constantly feel and try. Fortunately, the natural energy did not cause any harm to him, and even if the fusion failed, he only needed to reabsorb the natural energy. As a result, Lei Luo fell into a process of continuous reincarnation of absorption, fusion, absorption, fusion. Half a year passed quickly, but what Lei Luo felt most uncomfortable during this half year was not the practice, but the diet. Shikatsu Forest is related to slugs, so the most common creatures here are insects. Lei Luo only thought Mount Myoboku's food was bugs, but he didn't expect Shikatsu Forest to. This also makes Lei Luo often sigh, if only the legendary gold kitchenware of the Little Master was drawn in the lottery. On this day, Lei Luo once again absorbed the natural energy as usual, and then began to try fusion. Fusion, fusion, fusion. Lei Luo controlled the chakra and natural energy in his body and began to fuse, and he was still cheering himself up. And this time, the fusion of Sage Art chakra turned out to be a success. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Lei Luo felt the completely different chakra in his body and shouted excitedly. Although the countless failures in the past 6 months have tempered Lei Luo's temperament, it is inevitable that he is a little depressed. This time I succeeded, and the anguish in my heart was swept away. The slug also heard Lei Luo's call and immediately swam over. How's it going? Have you successfully merged? Lei Luo looked at the slug, calmed down his excitement, and replied, yes, I have successfully merged. Slug heard the words and replied, very good, since the fusion has been successful, then you only need to accumulate enough Sage Art chakra, and then you can enter the Sage Art mode naturally. Lei Luo nodded vigorously, then adjusted himself hard, and after restoring his mentality to the state of the ancient well, he immediately sat down again, began to absorb natural energy, and accumulated Sage Art chakra. However, because the chakra in Lei Luo's body was too large, and Lei Luo wanted to fuse all the Sage Art chakra at one time, this absorption took a whole week. A week later, Lei Luo opened his eyes, and the moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if there was a flash of light, and the state of Lei Luo's whole body was also different from usual. The slug fairy who had been watching Lei Luo said, now you can try to enter Sage mode. Lei Luo nodded, directly mobilized the Sage Art chakra in his body, without hand seal, and without meditating, he successfully entered Sage mode in an instant. A touch of golden eyeshadow appeared on Lei Luo's eye sockets. Chapter 131 Fugaku's Decision. Lei Luo is back. After all, when Lei Luo was practicing Sage Art in Shikatsu Forest, Uchiha Fugaku finally made his decision. With the current strength of the village, if the Uchiha family wants to defect and seize power, there is basically no possibility. Unless Tsunade, Lei Luo, Jiraiya are dead now, this kind of thing is bound to fail. Fugaku looked at Itachi in the garden who was teaching Sasuke how to exercise and made up his mind. He decided to give up the part of the family who wanted to betray, and then release the power of the police department to change the embarrassing situation of the Uchiha family in the village. However, in order to resolve the different voices in the family decisively, it is definitely not enough for him alone. So Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to meet Tsunade and share his thoughts. Office, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a complicated expression, and what Fugaku said just now surprised her. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, would take the initiative to take action against the members of the Uchiha clan, and even wanted her to send Anbu to help. What surprised her even more was that Fugaku was also the Minister of Police, but he would agree to give up part of his power and allow non-Uchiha ninjas to enter the police department. Chief Fugaku, are you serious about what you just said? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Uchiha Fugaku looked serious and replied, Master Tsunade, please rest assured, what I said just now was carefully considered by me. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Fugaku's serious look, nodded, and said, since you have already thought about it, Chief Fugaku, I agree with this matter. Now, please go back to collect information, identify personnel, and prepare. You can send someone to notify me when you are ready to do it. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then got up and walked out of the Hokage office. Walking out of the Hokage building and looking at the Hokage building behind him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help sighing. I don't know if I made the right decision, I hope there will be a good outcome. On the other side, in Shikatsu Forest, Lei Luo finally successfully entered Sage Mode. Lei Luo looked at his current appearance reflected in the water, and the golden eye shadow showed a noble and mysterious atmosphere. This man is so handsome. Lei Luo brazenly praised himself. Then Lei Luo felt the sage art chakra filled in his body with his heart, and a completely different feeling emerged spontaneously. As expected of Sage Mode, it really is much stronger. Lei Luo sighed inwardly. The slug fairy looked at the eyeshadow that appeared in Lei Luo's eyes, and knew that Lei Luo's Sage Mode was successful. So the slug immortal said to Lei Luo-kun, since your sage art has been successfully practiced, you can leave at any time now. If the sage art chakra is exhausted, you can contact me at any time to use the reverse. The psychic calls you back to Shikatsu Forest and absorbs the energies of nature. Quote. Lei Luo nodded when he heard the words of the slug fairy. Although he really wanted to try his own strength in Sage Mode, Shikatsu Forest was obviously not a suitable place. So Lei Luo exited Sage Mode, and the golden eyeshadow on the eye socket dissipated and disappeared under the skin. Slug Immortal, thank you for your teaching over the past 6 months, I am really bothering you. Lei Luo said to the slug, then I'll go back to Konoha now. The slug fairy nodded, and then Lei Luo turned into smoke with a bang, disappeared, and returned to Konoha. Konoha Village, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of Lei Luo's psychic beast shop. Bang! A burst of smoke appeared. After the smoke cleared, Lei Luo appeared on the bed. Lei Luo got out of bed, walked to the window, looked at the warm sunshine outside, and couldn't help sighing, ah, I'm finally back. Let's take a shower first. The 6 months of Shikatsu Forest have not been very comfortable. Then Lei Luo turned around and walked into the bathroom. At this time, Rin, who had just woken up, suddenly heard movement from Lei Luo's bedroom next door. Who is it? Is it Lei Luo-kun back? Rin was a little puzzled. But Rin also maintained a cautious, quietly opened the door of Lei Luo's bedroom and walked in. You must know that men usually take a shower very quickly, and after Rin went in, he ran into Lei Luo who had just come out of the bathroom. Then Rin screamed shyly and ran out. To ask why, of course it was because Lei Luo came out of the bathroom with no clothes on. Lei Luo looked at Rin who ran out and laughed twice, then put on clean clothes and went out to meet Rin. Rin, long time no see, how is it for the past 6 months? Lei Luo asked, looking at Rin with a shy yuhi on his face. Rin heard the words and replied softly, "There's nothing to do in the past 6 months, but Naruto has already started to learn how to refine chakra." Lei Luo nodded. After all, for ordinary family ninjas, they would start teaching their children to refine chakra around the age of 4. In the original book, Naruto was not taken care of when he was a child, and it was not until the ninja school that he began to learn to refine chakra, and now Naruto has begun to refine chakra. In terms of the physique of the Uzumaki family, when it comes to Jonin school, the amount of chakra is certain. It will be a lot taller than ordinary children. Of course, Lei Luo did not forget his main purpose of practicing sage art in the past 6 months. For Lei Luo, improving his strength is only one of the insignificant reasons, although the gains are huge. But his main purpose is to use sage art to learn by analogy, and then successfully solve Shigego's physical problems. So Lei Luo looked at Rin and asked, "Rin, has Chongo been here recently?" Rin shook his head lightly after listening to Lei Luo's words. "After you went to Shikatsu Forest, Chongo-kun didn't come here, but came once for nothing." "Oh, yes, and Shisui came too." Oh, Lei Luo was a little surprised when he heard the words, "Does Bai and Shisui have something to do with me?" Rin replied softly, "Bai has nothing to do, just come and hang out. And Shisui should have something to do with you, but he didn't say what it was." Lei Luo nodded when he heard the words, and then said, "If that's the case, I'll go ask Shisui. You've been the only one busy at home for the past 6 months. It's really hard for you." While speaking, Lei Luo stretched out his hand to hold Rin in his arms, but Rin Yuhi didn't dodge with a face, but let Lei Luo hug him. Lei Luo asked about the faint fragrance on Rin's body. He couldn't help holding Rin's face, and then pressed down on his mouth. At this moment, Naruto suddenly ran out and saw Lei Luo shouting happily, "Uncle Lei Luo, you are back." Rin heard Naruto's shout and instantly pushed Lei Luo away. And Lei Luo looked at Naruto running over with black lines all over his head. Chapter 132_Tangled Shisui. Although Lei Luo felt a little unhappy, he was not the kind of trash who would use a child to vent his anger, and Naruto was more excited to see him. But the moment he saw Naruto, he remembered something. That is, the resurrection of Minato can already be put on the agenda, and there is only about 1 year left in the original 5-year plan. Now that he has learned how to seal the ghouls, he has also found the death mask used by Minato. He just needs to find a suitable opportunity to summon death, then break open his stomach and release Minato's soul. Then he just needs to use the light of awakening on Minato's soul, and he can be resurrected. Looks like we need to find a chance to go out. Lei Luo thought to himself, it's not very convenient to summon death in Konoha. Now go to Shisui's side and see what he has to do with me. So Lei Luo went to Shisui's residence to find him. Uchiha Tribe, Shisui home. Not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku had come to visit Uchiha Shisui. Although Shisui was very happy with the attention of the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku told him something that made him a little hard to understand. So he wanted to ask his teacher Lei Luo, but found that the teacher was not in the village. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the door. Shisui hurried over to open the door when he heard the knock on the door, then saw Lei Luo standing outside the door, and instantly welcomed Lei Luo in. "Mr. Lei Luo, you are back." Shisui looked at Lei Luo and said happily. Lei Luo nodded, then asked, "Shisui, I heard from Rin, you went to see me before, what's the matter?" When Shisui heard Lei Luo's question, he became depressed and said, "Mr. Lei Luo, I wanted to find you mainly because of some family matters." Lei Luo replied, "If you have anything, just say it. After all, I am also your teacher. I will help you with anything." Shisui nodded and said, "When you were not in the village before, the patriarch came to me." Lei Luo asked, "Patriarch? Uchiha Fugaku?" "Well, that's right," Shisui continued, "Fugaku-sama came to me and told me something. He told me that the family is currently divided into 2 factions, one of which has the heart of rebelling against the village, and he is ready to do it. Tell me to prepare my heart, but also to tell me not to leak the news. Lei Luo nodded and said, Fugaku once asked me about this matter. He hadn't made up his mind at that time, but I didn't expect him to think clearly now. Do you have any questions about this matter? Shisui replied in a low voice, as the only solution for the party in the family that might rebel. Lei Luo sighed helplessly after hearing Shisui's words. In Lei Luo's view, Shisui has always had some senseless compassion, and is easily influenced by others. To put it in bad words, Shisui is a bit too holy. In the original book, Shisui is very entangled because of the relationship between the village and the family. With the strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami awakened by his Mangekyo Sharingan, whether he controls Danzo, 3 generations to save the family, or controls Fugaku to return to the village is a choice. In the end, because it was difficult for him to be sure, he was attacked by Danzo in the end. One eye was gouged out, and the other eye was given to Uchiha Itachi, and he was buried in the river of Nenga River. Lei Luo thought that Shisui had followed him for so many years, and he should have learned some of his behavior, but he never thought that Shisui would still have such an idea. Thinking of this, Lei Luo asked Shisui, what would you do if your arm was stabbed by Kuei? Shisui replied without thinking. First of all, of course, bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. Lei Luo nodded and then asked, if there is some necrotic tissue on your wound, what would you do? Shisui replied, of course the necrotic part is excised and then the wound is healed by bandaging. Lei Luo smiled and replied, that's right, isn't the question I asked just now the same as the current situation of the Uchiha family? The Uchiha family is like a person, and a rift with the village is like a wound. Those who have a rebellious heart in the Uchiha clan are like necrotic tissue on a wound, and only when it is removed can the wound heal. Otherwise, the wound will keep festering and eventually there is no cure. Shisui is a smart person, Lei Luo explained it, and he understood. Mr. Lei Luo, I've made you worry. Is it useless for me? It's hard for me to judge such a simple thing. Although Lei Luo was a little angry, but Lei Luo felt that Shisui was not a big problem, so Lei Luo comforted, Shisui, it's okay, maybe you care too much about your family, as the so-called authorities are obsessed with bystanders, so it's normal that you can't see clearly for a while. As long as you understand it now, it's fine. When Fugaku shoots, I should come too. I hope you won't have any unbearable thoughts by then. Since they have some rebellious hearts, they are no longer Konoha's ninjas, and they are no longer your Uchiha clan, you can just treat them as hostile ninjas. Shisui nodded vigorously, his eyes were firm, and he was no longer confused. Lei Luo looked at Shisui returning to normal, so he didn't stay any longer, but went to the Hokage building to say hello to Tsunade. On the one hand, Lei Luo just came back from Shikatsu Forest, so he should say something. On the other hand, since Uchiha Fugaku has decided to do it, the village must be prepared to quell the possible adverse effects. So Lei Luo and Shisui said goodbye and left, and then walked towards the Hokage building. When Lei Luo came to the Hokage building, he was surprised to find that Uchiha Fugaku was also in the Hokage office. Lei Luo, are you back? Tsunade asked with a smile when he saw Lei Luo. Lei Luo nodded and replied softly, well, I just came back this morning. Tsunade then asked, how are things going? Is it going well? Lei Luo knew that what Tsunade was referring to was his practice of Shikatsu Forest sage art, but Fugaku couldn't explain it clearly. Then Lei Luo replied, Master Tsunade, everything went well, things have been successful. Tsunade nodded and said, Lei Luo, you came back just in time. Chief Fugaku needs help with something this time. I'm still thinking about who should lead the team. Now it's just right for you. Lei Luo replied, oh. What's the matter? Uchiha Fugaku replied, Lei Luo-kun, I have already thought about what happened last time, and have been preparing for a long time. Tonight, get ready to do it. Chapter 133 Uchiha Clearing Action. The current Uchiha family is really not difficult for Lei Luo. Lei Luo also readily accepted Tsunade's decision to let him lead Anbu to support Fugaku. For the past 6 months, Lei Luo has had enough of a boring life. Now that I have just come back, there can be such interesting things, and Lei Luo is still very interested. That's right, for the current Lei Luo, clearing the Uchiha clan's rebels is only a relatively conscious activity. Even this cleared person may account for nearly half of the Uchiha clan's population. The Uchiha clan at night seems so peaceful, almost everyone has entered a dream. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was waiting in the security department with some of the elite of the security department. At this moment, Lei Luo came with Anbu's elite team, and Lei Luo also wore the long-lost Anbu mask. "Are you all ready?" Lei Luo asked Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. "Let's start over there." With an order, all the ninjas at the scene left instantly and began to perform their tasks. Before that, Fugaku had already handed over the list and positions of the members to Lei Luo. In this way, the blood spreads in the night. Lei Luo and Fugaku just followed the elites of the security department and the elites of Anbu, and it is not yet time for them to take action. Something in my heart, Shisui has been sleeping very restlessly recently. When Lei Luo and the others started to move, Shisui suddenly woke up and noticed a different atmosphere outside. So Shisui slipped out quietly, ready to investigate the current situation. But Shisui looked at those clansmen who kept dying, and there was inevitably some sadness in his heart, and some grief. After seeing Anbu ninja kill a child mercilessly, this sad mood even reached ultimate. I saw Shisui Sharingan's third tomo melted instantly, and then formed a shuriken-like pattern. At this moment, Lei Luo discovered Shisui, noticed Shisui's mood swings, and saw Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't expect Shisui to evolve into Mangekyo under such circumstances. It's amazing. I wonder if Shisui's Mangekyo Hitomi will be Koto Amatsukami. Lei Luo to have this question. After all, Sharingan is called the eye of spiritual portrayal, and the ability to awaken Mangekyo is related to his subconscious will. Lei Luo also does not know under what circumstances Shisui awakened Mangekyo in the original work. Lei Luo came to Shisui in an instant. Although Lei Luo was wearing a mask, Shisui still recognized him. "Shisui, how are you?" Lei Luo asked quietly. Shisui shook his head and said, "Teacher, I have nothing to do. Although I already know the result, it's still a little hard to accept seeing it with my own eyes." Lei Luo nodded, and then said, "I understand your feeling, but this is the only way for the Uchiha family. You should follow me now, or it will not be easy to explain." Shisui nodded and stopped talking, and the Mangekyo in his eyes also hid and returned to the state of 3 Tomo Sharingan. In this way, the clearing operation of the Uchiha clan is proceeding smoothly. Only a few elders of the Uchiha clan were left to be resolved soon. Before everyone had gathered to a courtyard, the remaining elders of Uchiha lived in it. "Let's go, just go in, they've already spotted us," Lei Luo said to Fugaku. Fugaku nodded and walked in. "Fugaku, I have long known that the village will attack our Uchiha family sooner or later, but what I didn't expect is that it will be you who will attack." An elder of Uchiha stared at Fugaku who walked in, and his words were full of indignation and incredible. Fugaku said without changing his face, "Elder, everything I do is for our Uchiha." Uchiha snorted coldly, "For Uchiha, I think you have become a dog at the top of the village. Where did you put the glory of our Uchiha family?" Fugaku looked at the stubborn elder in front of him, shook his head and said, "It's useless to talk too much. Since I have already decided to do it, I will never show mercy." Uchiha roared and said, "Okay, I'll see how you deal with us." Lei Luo watched the two of them chatting nonsense, and was ready to shoot. But Fugaku also saw what Lei Luo was thinking and said, "Lord Lei Luo, let me do the trick this time. How can I say that this is also the internal affairs of my Uchiha clan?" Lei Luo nodded and took Shisui to stand aside, ready to be a bystander. If Uchiha Fugaku can't solve it, it won't be too late for him to make another move. Uchiha and Fugaku stood facing each other, and both had already opened Sharingan, and the reason why the elder could become an elder also had 2 brushes, all 3 Tomo Sharingan. But you must know that Fugaku has already awakened Mangekyo, and saw Tomo in his eyes turn, and by the way, it turned into a shape similar to a boomerang. Tsukuyomi. Fugaku's left eye spun, and the elder Uchiha who was looking at Fugaku fell instantly. The other elders were also surprised to see Fugaku's eyes. It turned out to be Mangekyo Sharingan. Lei Luo was looking at Fugaku's Mangekyo with great interest. He didn't expect Fugaku's eyes to have the same ability as Itachi, but after all, he was a father and son, so it was understandable. What makes Lei Luo curious is what abilities Fugaku's other eye has. But Fugaku didn't show it. For Fugaku, who owns Mangekyo Sharingan, it was really easy to solve these elders. They didn't give them a chance to release ninjutsu. Demonic illusion solved them without making any noise. And Lei Luo also roughly guessed Fugaku's idea. The reason why he used Mangekyo Sharingan should be to make the village pay more attention to himself and increase the cost of negotiating with the village later. Let's go. Seeing that everything had settled down, Lei Luo turned around and walked out. This time I don't need him to do anything, just follow along and watch it as if it was Achan oil. A group of Anbu saw this and left with Lei Luo. Some of the remaining finishing work no longer needs them to be shot, and they can go back and submit tasks. And Shisui is even less likely to stay here. Since he has no way to change, he can only accept this result, and he also knows that this is the best solution for Uchiha. Looking at the dark night sky, it was still a long time before dawn, and he should go home to rest, and disappeared in place in a flash. What they didn't know was that there was a dark shadow watching all this silently. Chapter 134 Obito's reaction. Lei Luo is out of the village. The Land of Water, Mizukage office. A black shadow emerged from the ground, but the 4th generation of Mizukage Yagura was not surprised when he saw it. It can be said that there was no reaction. At this moment, a Uzumaki suddenly appeared next to Yagura, and a man in a black robe with a spiral mask walked out. It was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito looked at the shadow and said, "Black Zetsu, did you ask White Zetsu to inform me about what happened?" In this Mizukage office, Uchiha Obito has no idea of concealing his identity at all, and the 4th generation of Mizukage should be just a puppet he controls. The black figure that appeared on the ground is Black Zetsu, the legendary ant spirit, who has been working hard for thousands of years to save Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed in the moon. There are many things in the ninja world behind him, even Uchiha Madara is played by him in the palm of his hand. Of course, Obito didn't know all this. He, like Uchiha Madara, thought that Black Zetsu was the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. Black Zetsu said to Uchiha Obito, "Something happened in Konoha village not long ago." The head of the Uchiha clan personally cleared out the voices of rebellion against Konoha within the clan. That's right, the black shadow that was secretly peeping in Konoha before was Black Zetsu. The main purpose of his trip to Konoha was to investigate the news of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, but it happened to be cleared by Uchiha Fugaku. Action. Obito listened to Black Zetsu's words and said indifferently, "The people of the Uchiha clan have nothing to do with me. My purpose now is just to create a new world, a world where Rin exists." Poor Obito, who has been kept in the dark by Black Zetsu until now, thought Rin was dead. I don't know how Obito would react if he went to Konoha and met Rin in the future. If he knew that Rin had become Lei Luo's girlfriend, how would he react? Black Zetsu said, "Don't forget, our first goal now is to collect the 9-tailed beasts. If the Konoha is all integrated, we have no chance of grabbing Kyuubi, 9-tails." Obito waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, there will always be opportunities. As long as our own strength is strong enough, isn't it easy to collect tailed beasts? Then Obito asked again, how is Akatsuki doing now? Black Zetsu frowned and replied, Akatsuki's discovery didn't go well. Although it was said that Nagato and the others recruited a Bakuden, explosion-style, blood-stained boundary ninja from the Land of Earth, Kakuzu and Sasori of the Red Sand died in Ghost Lantern City, and the gap has widened. Quote. Obito couldn't help frowning when he heard Black Zetsu's answer, have you found out who did the ghost town thing? Black Zetsu shook his head. Obito sighed helplessly and said, you're still watching over Akatsuki, let Nagato and the others expand as soon as possible. Black Zetsu also sighed, it's not that easy to find someone, and there are not many missing nins with great strength. It's alright, I can still wait, you continue to let White Zetsu monitor the 5 Great Ninja Village, and let me know if there is any important news. After Obito finished speaking, his body twisted into a Uzumaki and disappeared. Black Zetsu also dived underground and left. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yagura continues to play his role in the Mizukage office, which is really sad. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Lei Luo settled the matter of the Uchiha family, he began to prepare to resurrect Minato. But in order not to attract attention, he now has to find a way to leave the village reasonably. Or take the disciples out to practice. Or do you mean to travel by yourself? The ninja world is so big, I want to go see it. Lei Luo suddenly thought of a particularly good reason, just apply to Tsunade to go out to investigate information, investigate Akatsuki. Think of it and do it. Lei Luo immediately ran to the Hokage office. Lei Luo-kun, what's the matter with you coming to my place? Tsunade asked, looking at Lei Luo in front of him. Lei Luo replied, Master Tsunade, do you remember the mysterious organization member I met last time I went to Ghost Lantern City? Tsunade nodded and said, is that the S-class missing nin organization you're talking about? Lei Luo replied, yes, I recently found some hidden traces from the previous loot, I want to go out of the village to explore. Tsunade didn't think much of it after hearing the words. Lei Luo's strength was also worth believing, so Tsunade signed Lei Luo's order to leave the village. When Lei Lu got the order to leave the village, he had already accomplished his purpose, and immediately left. Back at the Lei Luo psychic beast shop, Lei Luo and Rin said hello, then packed up and prepared to leave. Walking out of the village and looking at the gate of Konoha, Lei Luo felt a sense of relief in his heart. This is the first time I have left the village without a mission. Before Lei Luo left the village, he had already set the destination of his trip, the Land of Snow. Lei Luo wanted to see what a country that snows all the year round would look like, and the country of snow is sparsely populated, so it is a suitable place to resurrect Minato. And if Lei Luo wants to go to the country of snow, he needs to pass through the country of grass, the country of bears, the country of earth and other countries to reach it, which just satisfies Lei Luo's idea of visiting the ninja world. And the country of the bear is also a country that Lei Luo is very interested in. The country of the bear is densely forested, and there is a hell valley full of poisonous gas and natural danger, and it also has its own ninja village, Star Ninja Village. It is said that there is a meteorite in the village, which fell 200 years ago, so the village is called Star Ninja Village, with a 5-pointed star as a forehead symbol. The ninjas in the village will practice around the meteorite, because the meteorite is radioactive and reacts to chakra. Star ninjas are good at Anquat, peacock magic and Quat, which can turn chakra into various shapes to attack and even fly. So Lei Luo really wanted to see what happened to that meteorite. Just as Lei Luo was standing in front of Konoha's gate, thinking about it, the system's prompt sound woke him up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission and traveling through the world of ninjas. Traveling the ninja world. The ninja world is so big, you should go and see it. Please sign in 5 different countries of the ninja world. Task reward. God level lottery point *1. Lei Luo is also very happy to see this new task, which should be his easiest task. But if you want to sign in 5 countries, Lei Luo asked the system in his mind, "System, does the country of fire count?" The system replied, "Any country in the ninja world counts as a mission target." Lei Luo instantly understood the meaning of the system, and immediately clicked the new sign-in button on the task panel in his mind. Ding! The country of fire successfully signed in. Mission progress. 1/5. Lei Luo listened to the prompt of successful sign-in, smiled, strode away, and started his own journey to the ninja world. Chapter 135 Country of Bears. Enter the Star Ninja Village. Since he was traveling in the world of ninja, Lei Luo did not rush on the road, but stopped and walked along the way, entering every city and experiencing the local customs and customs. Ding! Country of Grass has successfully signed in. Mission progress. 2/5. Lei Luo traversed the entire country of Grass, pressed the sign-in button on the border, and then stepped into the land of the country of Soil. After entering the land of Soil, Lei Luo did not go deep, but continued to move forward along the border town, and came to the border between the two countries. Ding! The land of the earth has successfully signed in. Mission progress. 3/5. Then Lei Luo entered the land of bears, one of the original purposes of this trip. Some people say that the meteorite in Star Ninja Village is part of the 10 tails shell that fell from the moon, while others say that the meteorite is actually just an ordinary meteorite, but its radiation is just enough to trigger chakra. Lei Luo is ready to experience it for himself to see what it is. Lei Luo walked all the way in the mountains and forests, and soon came to a valley. Looking at the miasma in the valley, Lei Luo knew that he should have found the right place. This valley is full of miasma, so it is called Hell Valley by Star Ninja Village, and it has also become a natural danger to protect Star Ninja Village. As long as you pass through this valley, you can enter the Star Ninja Village. The ninjas in the Star Ninja Village have mastered the peacock technique and can fly through the Valley of Hell, but ordinary ninjas can't fly. But this is not a problem for Lei Luo. There are many ways for Lei Luo to enter the Star Ninja Village. If he wants to fly over, he can rely on Hiranmaru. Even if he passes through directly, there is no problem with his medical ninjutsu level. But Lei Luo's purpose is just to see the stars of the Star Ninja Village, not to attack the Star Ninja Village. It is better to sneak in at night. So Lei Luo turned around and left temporarily, and found a water source to temporarily stay there. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and Lei Luo signed it. Ding! The country of the bear has successfully signed in. Mission progress. 4/5. Then Lei Luo fell to the ground and began to practice blade meditation. Now that his strength is very strong, in order to be able to better control the strength of his body, he should improve his spiritual strength and achieve a balance. In this way, the sky gradually darkened. Lei Luo took advantage of the night to easily touch the Star Ninja Village. Lei Luo turned on his 5-vision omnipotence to observe everything around him, and found that there were not many residents in the Star Ninja Village. It is estimated that the entire village is not 1/10 the size of Konoha. Within the range of Lei Luo's 5-vision omnipotent observation, it was found that the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village gathered in one place in the village, which is estimated to be the location of the star of the Star Ninja Village. Lei Luo touched it, stood on the roof and watched the Xing ninjas who were practicing chakra below, and also saw the stars surrounded by the crowd. Moreover, Lei Luo also felt a gravitational force from the stars, even he felt that the chakra in his body fluctuated. Is this a star? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Lei Luo carefully looked at the star below. At this moment, a burst of thoughts came from Godzilla in Lei Luo's body. Devour, devour, devour. This makes Lei Luo very helpless. With so many people below, he can't go down without a reason, and then grab the star and run away. There must be a suitable opportunity. So Lei Luo could only appease the restless Godzilla. At this moment, one of the Shinrin who was cultivating seemed to have a sudden illness. He fell to the ground trembling all over, gasping for breath and roaring in a low voice. His state was terrifying. Seeing this scene, Lei Luo understood that this should be a side effect caused by the star. Xingjin's body could not withstand the radiation of the star, and it would definitely cause lesions. If this was in Lei Luo's previous life, as long as he was a kindergartner, he should have known to stay away from radiation sources, and knew that radiation was very harmful to the body. Only in the ninja world, ignorant people will think about gaining power by radiation. Did they think they are in the Marvel world, still waiting to mutate? But in fact, it is understandable when you think about it. The ninja world is full of dangers and wars. It is difficult for people without strength to survive. The Star Ninja Village has no blood and no boundaries, and there is no powerful ninjutsu. It can only develop some secret techniques of its own by relying on meteorites that fall from the sky, but it also suffers great side effects. There is no way. But Lei Luo looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly remembered one thing. He remembered that the 3 generations of Xingying in the Star Ninja Village in the original book saw the ninjas who kept dying because of the results of training with stars. They should have sealed the star seal. Right. Is it now the 4th generation of Star Shadow? Lei Luo does not know. After all, the Kingdom of Bears is a closed-off country like the Kingdom of Water, and the Star Ninja Village is a very weak village. Even their stars have great side effects, so they have been ignored. People, I don't know much about the situation in the village. At this moment, Lei Luo sensed that in the room behind the square, a ninja entered, and there was an old man in that room. According to Lei Luo's guess, the old man should be Xingying of Star Ninja Village, but Lei Luo has no influence on who the female ninja is. Lei Luo came to the Xingying room in a flash and wanted to see what they were talking about. Lei Luo looked at the female ninja below and pleaded bitterly to Xingying. Lord Xingying, we can't go on like this anymore. Now there are fewer and fewer people in the village, and even just now Yingwo Mars couldn't hold on. The sequelae struck. Xingying sighed and said, Summer Star, I don't want anyone to die in the village, but we must need ninjas to protect the village. Lei Luo heard Xingying's name for ninja, and thought of the identity of this ninja. In the original book, when Naruto and Neji were on a mission in the Star Ninja Village, the boy they met, named Smale, was the most powerful among their peers in the Star Ninja Village. And Sha Xing is Smile's mother. When she appeared in the original book, she was considered to be a good Jonin. Then Lei Luo heard Sha Xing say again, Master Xingying, now the war is over. I think we should stop. Now most of the people in the village are not dying because of the war, but because of Xing. If it goes on like this, we don't need to be attacked by others, and our Star Ninja Village will perish by itself. Xingying lowered her head and pondered for a long time, then said, Sha Xing, you go back first, I will consider this matter carefully. Sha Xing heard Xingying's words, did not say anything else, and left. Just when Lei Luo was about to leave, he suddenly heard Xingying below speak. Are the guests above planning to leave like this? Chapter 136_Star Shadow's Decision. Star in hand. When Lei Luo heard Xingying's words, she knew that she had been exposed. But since Xingying didn't call anyone over, it means that there should be something to tell him. And in terms of Lei Luo's strength, even if Xingying makes a shot, he is not Lei Luo's opponent at all. After all, Xingying's shadow is only self-proclaimed, and its strength can be regarded as an elite Jonin. Thinking of this, Lei Luo directly turned over and entered the room. Xingying looked at Lei Luo and said with a smile, This guest please take a seat. Lei Luo was docile, sat in front of Xingying, and asked, I don't know what happened to Lord Xingying. Xingying said, The guests must have heard my conversation with Sha Xing just now. The reason why the guests came to my Star Ninja Village is only because of the stars. Were you a little disappointed to hear our conversation just now? Lei Luo shook his head gently and replied, I came to Xing Ninja Village just out of curiosity. I have heard about Xing's adverse reactions, and I have nothing to be disappointed about. After listening to Lei Luo's words, Xingying's expression did not change at all, but continued to ask, I have a presumptuous feeling here, I don't know if I should mention it or not. Since you know it's presumptuous, don't mention it. Lei Luo complained in his heart, he didn't show it. Instead, he said with a smile, Master Xingying, you can talk about what it is first, but I don't know if I can help. Xingying nodded and said, I want the guests to do me a favor and bring Xingxing away from the Star Ninja Village. Lei Luo was a little speechless when he heard Xingying's words, and said, Master Xingying, you are not joking. Xingying shook his head and said, I'm not kidding, you heard it just now, because of Xing's cultivation, many of us have already died because of this. I don't want to let this situation continue. However, there are still a large number of people in the village who want to continue to rely on the stars to cultivate. If I want to stop it forcefully, there will definitely be unrest in the village, which I don't want to see. Lei Luo heard the words. He asked, Lord Xingying, you can take the star away from the Star Ninja Village by yourself, why do you have to rely on me to do it? Xingying smiled when she heard the words, but the smile was full of bitterness. As of now, I can't hide it from the guests. I can already feel that my time is running out. My strength is also cultivated by the stars. Although I have gained some strength, my body is still in a bad state. And if I take the stars away from the village, someone will definitely find out. Nor is it convenient for me to leave the village. But I can feel that your strength is much stronger than mine. You can take the star away. No matter how you deal with it, it is up to you. I will help you transfer the surrounding ninjas away. When Lei Luo heard Xingying's words, he had already made up his mind. Originally, the star was what he wanted, and Godzilla in the body also changed because of this. Now that Xingying is willing to hand over the star by himself, it would be better. And he also knew that Xingying's decision was definitely not as simple as what he said. Xingying must be able to guess that Lei Luo's purpose is Xing, because this is the only thing in Xingying Ninja Village that is relatively precious. At the same time, Xingying also knew that her strength could not stop Lei Luo, and she didn't want to let the village suffer any more casualties. It would be better to hand over the star to Lei Luo happily, it would kill two birds with one stone. For Lei Luo, as long as he can get stars, Lei Luo doesn't care about other things. So Lei Luo opened his mouth and said to Xingying, I agree with what you said, but since I want to take Xing away, I have to do something like it. It is not necessary to transfer the Xingren, I can just take it away. Quote. After speaking, Lei Luo got up and prepared to leave. Just as Lei Luo was about to walk out of the room, Xingying said, Please be merciful to the guests. Lei Luo paused, nodded, and walked out. With Lei Luo's current speed, no one among the star ninjas can stop him even if he doesn't use the light escape. Lei Luo came to the square where the stars were stored again, looked at the star ninjas who were still immersed in their cultivation, and took the stars away in a flash. The moment he caught the star, Lei Luo felt a burning sensation from his hand, and his body couldn't help but froze, but Lei Luo immediately adjusted and left. After Lei Luo left, the cultivating star ninjas didn't notice it for a while. It wasn't until a few minutes later that someone noticed that something was wrong and stopped cultivating to find that the star had disappeared. Not good. Someone stole the star. Follow. But by this time Lei Luo had already left, leaving no trace. As for how to deal with the riots in the village, that is Xingying's own business. 2 days later, Lei Luo has come to the northern border of the Bear Country, where the climate is obviously much colder than that in the south. But as far as Lei Luo's strength is concerned, it can already be regarded as invincible in cold and heat, without any impact. Lei Luo didn't move on, but found a place to settle down and began to study this star. In the past 2 days, Godzilla felt the breath of the stars and was always restless. Now that Lei Luo stopped, Godzilla conveyed a feeling of impatient waiting to Lei Luo. Don't worry, I'll study it first, and I'll let you absorb it after the study. Lei Luo conveyed the idea to Godzilla, but Godzilla still only knew how to eat. Lei Luo ignored him and focused on the stars instead. To do research, you must have a research attitude. The first is to take some samples first. Lei Luo's right hand was empty, and Hirinmaru appeared in his hand, then raised his hand and cut a small piece from the star. Lei Luo felt it with chakra and found that the same radiation also exists in this small piece, but the radiation is much weaker. It seems that the surface of the entire star is the same material, so let's see if there is any difference in the core. Then Lei Luo was about to cut the star directly from the middle, but when he cut it down, he suddenly found that he didn't cut it with a single knife, but was stopped by something. It seems that there is indeed something in the core of the star. So Lei Luo groped and cut out the core, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be a seed. What the hell? Holding the seed in his hand, the chakra in his body suddenly flowed into the seed uncontrollably. Just when the chakra in Lei Luo's body was about to be absorbed, the seed finally stopped, and a little green sprout grew. Sprouts. Looking at this seed, an idea suddenly appeared in Lei Luo's mind. Isn't this the seed of the divine tree? Chapter 137 Enter the Snow Country. But Lei Luo has never seen what the seed of the god tree looks like, and there is no way to know for sure. But this seed can absorb chakra, it is definitely not simple. Moreover, Lei Luo vaguely remembers that after the end of Hokage in the previous life, there seems to be a sequel called Bo Ren Zhuan, which is about the generation of Naruto's son. There is also a Ten Tails in the hands of Szan, the leader of the Shell organization. Maybe this is the seed of Szan's Ten Tails tree. Now that the star has been dissected by Lei Luo used his mind to contact Godzilla to let him devour the fragments of the star. Instead, Godzilla passed on a disgusting idea to Lei Luo. It seems that Godzilla wants to devour the energy of this seed, but the fragments of this star are also good materials for forging knives. So Lei Luo took out a sealing scroll and sealed the fragments of the star together with the sprouted seeds. Okay, let's go to the snow country tomorrow. The land of bears is not far from the land of snow. For Lei Luo, it only took 3 days to travel from the northern border of the land of bears to the border of the land of snow. As soon as you enter the border of the snow country, you will feel the unique scenery. In Lei Luo's memory, the snow country not only has its own exclusive country, ninjas, but also has developed heavy industry, especially in terms of chakra technology, which is basically higher than all other countries. And chakra technology has researched a lot of things that can be popularized and practical, such as chakra armor that can greatly enhance the chakra energy of Chunin and Jonin and can use A-level ninjutsu many times. Large-scale phantom projectors, actually environmental unfinished work of the retrofit machine. In addition, the snow country has also laid railways in the country, connecting various cities in the country. Let's go to the border cities first, and then take the train to the capital of the snow country. I haven't taken a train since I came to Hokage World. I don't know how different the trains in Hokage World are. Lei Luo has already arranged the itinerary for himself. After coming out of the snow country capital, find a place off the beaten track to prepare to resurrect Minato. It's been a while since you came out. Soon after, Lei Luo turned into an ordinary person and got on the train in the snow country. Lei Luo looked at the snow country train and found that it was still very characteristic of the ninja world. Although the train was still powered by steam, the outer shell of the train was actually equipped with a kunai burster. Prevent wandering ninjas, bandits, missing nin and the like from robbing passengers on the train. And the speed of this train is quite fast. It didn't take long for Lei Luo to go deep from the small border town to the capital in the hinterland of the snow country. After getting off the train, Lei Luo pressed the sign-in button in his mind. Ding! Snow country successfully signed in. Mission progress. 5/5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, traveling to the ninja world and successfully signing in 5 countries. Get the task reward. God level lottery point *1. Ah, what an easy and comfortable task. Lei Luo couldn't help sighing in his heart. Walking in the capital of the snow country, Lei Luo wandered around and inquired about the current situation of the snow country. Now the name of the snow country is Kazuhana Fury. It seems that Kazuhana Koyuki has escaped from the snow country, incarnated as Fuji Keizi, and became an actress. Hey, there's even a Wen Izumi store here. Lei Luo looked at the sign of Wen Izumi's store on the corner, a little surprised. But Lei Luo suddenly understood that although the snow country has snow all the year round, it has very rich geothermal resources. The former name of snow country, Kazahana Zhaoshui, also known as Kazahana Koyuki's father, developed a geothermal generator based on the geothermal resources of snow country. As long as the geothermal generator is turned on, it can change the environment of the entire snow country and turn it into a spring country. The key to the geothermal generator is the necklace of Kazahana Koyuki, the princess of the snow country. And in order to manufacture this geothermal generator, Kazahana Zhaoshui consumed most of the domestic resources and financial resources. But Kazahana Fury didn't know it. He thought his brother hid it all. Kazahana Koyuki's necklace was the key to the treasure house. So in the original book he has been sending people to search and capture Kazahana Koyuki. But these have nothing to do with Lei Luo. One is not good, and the other is no task. Thirdly, Lei Luo looked at the status quo of the snow country, and he did not imagine that the people would be in a state of misery. Although Kazahana is an ambitious person, he is also a qualified name. Lei Luo gathered his wandering thoughts, came back to his senses, pushed open the door of Wen Izumi's store and walked in. Welcome. Give me a private soup room. Okay, please come with me. Lei Luo soaked in the private soup, Wen Izumi, and let himself go, feeling that the exhaustion from this journey was swept away. The system task has also been completed, and a prize can be drawn again. System, I want to draw a lottery. The system ***** flew out, and the 6 prizes were S-level skills, Supreme Dragon Chef Skill Book, S-class item, Phantom Treasure Box, S-class weapon, Water Silver Scimitar, S-class elixir, Dove Feather Chenny, S-class pet, Pokemon * Cerulean, S-class gear, Miguel, S Crucible. Lei Luo looked at the system's prizes a little puzzled. The system's prizes now seem to be more and more diversified. For example, the Supreme Dragon Chef Skill Book. After using it, you can get all the experience and abilities of a Supreme Dragon Chef, but Lei Luo doesn't want to be a chef. The Magic Sound Treasure Box, from the world of Mingyu in Qin Dynasty, is a peerless treasure of the Yin and Yang family. In the original work, it appears in the dragon throat in the forbidden city of the city for no reason, and it can play countless music. These music are both fantasy and real, and have a terrible and dangerous power. Those who are destined to hear it will improve their skills, and those who are not heard may fall into confusion thinking even crazy. The Silver Scimitar and Mi Gaire's Crucible are both from the League of Legends world, and the skills that come with them are somewhat similar. The Silver Scimitar can remove all control of itself, while the Crucible can remove the control of teammates, etc. Negative effects. Juyu Chenny also came from the Mingyu world of Qin Dynasty, and this is a very special and powerful poison. It has been refined after 1,000 dark nights. During this period, no sunlight can be seen, or all previous efforts will be lost. The venom dissolves in the water, and the medicinal properties will never attack without exposure to sunlight. Known as, the day is right, the city is slaughtered. Pokemon * Cerulean, from the world of Pokemon, looks like a dancer in white, has green hair with Yuhi-colored spikes arranged like hair accessories, a white skirt and a special hairstyle, and the ability is also very powerful, with various superpowers such as psychic power. For Lei Luo, none of these prizes mattered much. Epsilon equals Omicron, oh, forget it, anything will do, the system will start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Chapter 138 _ Cerulean. Little episode. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an S-class pet, Pokemon * Cerulean. Lei Luo didn't feel anything special when he saw the prizes he had drawn. A Pokeball with a pink Yuhi diamond appeared in Lei Luo's system space. But Lei Luo had no idea of taking it out. Cerulean will give it to Yuhi after he goes back. Yuhi is relatively average in other aspects except demonic illusion. I am just curious that Cerulean can enhance Yuhi's strength and make up for her shortcomings. There is no special scenery in the snow country. After a day of shopping today, Lei Luo has already had enough. Let's revive Minato tomorrow. Today's snow country in the country of snow is much heavier than yesterday. For ordinary people, in this weather, they should stay at home, make hot tea and stay well. But Lei Luo didn't change his plan. He left the city early and walked into the snow without hesitation. Lei Luo walked in the wind and snow for a long time, far away from the city of the country of snow, and it is impossible for ordinary people to live in the surrounding environment. And after walking for so long, it has always been a vast expanse of white, which almost made Lei Luo suffer from snow blindness. Lei Luo used all 5 visions, glanced around the neighborhood, and finally found a cave that he could temporarily shelter in. Boom! Lei Luo took out a seal scroll, untied the seal, and took out food, water and other supplies. It's still a ninja. Bringing a seal scroll can save so many things. If there is a Mokuden wood style, it will be even bigger in the world, and you can make a home anywhere. Lei Luo's chakra swirled slightly, and the water in his hand boiled. Drinking hot water and watching the snow outside is a different kind of enjoyment. Let's take a break here tonight and start resurrecting Minato tomorrow. Lei Luo is fully prepared to resurrect the Minatos. Reviving Minato requires all the conditions of the master, and Lei Luo is also sure. Sealing, master. Ghoul's band, master. Grim Reaper mask, master. A weapon that can break the belly of death, master. Resurrection ability, master. A lonely place, achieved. This resurrection of Minato will surely succeed. Some people may ask, when did Lei Luo take control of the weapon that broke the belly of death? Very simple, of course it is Higher-Inmaru. Higher-Inmaru itself is a weapon transformed by the soul, and its abilities can naturally target the god of death. Now, as long as Lei Luo adjusts his breath and restores his state, he can start to revive Minato. But at this moment, Lei Luo suddenly noticed that there were other people nearby. A group of 3 people, judging from the forehead guards on their heads, should be ninjas from Snow Ninja Village. What the hell? How could anyone come to such a remote place? What are these snow ninjas doing here? Lei Luo was very puzzled. But as long as they don't provoke Lei Luo won't bother them either. However, things are always like this, the more you don't want something, but what happens? Under Lei Luo's omnipotent observation, the group of people was getting closer and closer to the cave where Lei Luo was staying. Soon, Lei Luo could already hear clear voices coming from outside the cave. Captain, it's here. I remember that there is a cave here. Let's go and rest for a while. A young man's voice came, with a hint of joy in his voice. Well, yes, this ghost weather is really getting harder and harder, let's go in. A clearly mature voice replied, exactly what the young man called the captain. The other ninja in the 3-person team did not speak. Then Lei Luo watched the 3 of them walk in. The 3 Shui ninjas who entered the cave were surprised to see that there were people in the cave. Who are you? Captain Shui Ren looked at Lei Luo and asked. Lei Luo took a sip of hot water and said, just a traveler passing by. To Lei Luo, these 3 Shui Ren are just little scoundrels, and there is no need to care about them. Captain Shui Ren hadn't spoken yet, but the young Shui Ren next to him couldn't help it. What's your attitude? How did you talk to our captain? Lei Luo's expression remained unchanged, and he replied indifferently, I have always had this attitude. He is your captain, not mine. What kind of attitude do you want from me? Young Shui Ren is obviously a violent temper, and he is probably a genius of Shui Ren village. He is obviously a little arrogant, and is instantly angered by Lei Luo's words. Humph. Damn guy. Seeing that our Shui Ren dares to be so arrogant, you probably don't know how to write the word, dead. Lei Luo replied, I don't think I'm arrogant. I came to this cave first, but you kept blabbering. Young Xueren felt that he couldn't say enough about Lei Luo. Since he couldn't say it, let's do it. So the young snow ninja directly hand seal. Hyoten, ice style. Swallow blows snow. Young Xueren opened his mouth to spit, and in an instant, hundreds of ice darts attacked Lei Luo. Light escape. Resist the halo. With the flash of light on Lei Luo, those ice darts melted into water before they could fly in front of Lei Luo. But young Xueren was obviously not going to let Lei Luo go, not only because of his grudge, but also to avoid exposing himself. This kind of weather will still appear here, and there must be a task to complete. I saw the young Xueren turned his head and said to Captain Xueren, "Captain, this guy has some strength. Let's take action to solve him together. Our mission this time cannot be exposed. And this guy appears here, sneaking, and it must be disadvantageous to our country of snow." Captain Xueren nodded, and then said to another person in the team, "Let's take action together and solve him." Lei Luo looked at the three people who were talking to him without anyone else in front of him, and seemed very speechless. "You're not taking me too seriously." Humph. Die. The three of Xueren attacked Lei Luo together. The place in the cave was a bit narrow, and it was not suitable for releasing powerful ninjutsu, and they didn't want to destroy a place to rest in this weather. So they used physical techniques to attack Lei Luo, thinking that it would not be easy to take down a Lei Luo with the strength of the three of them. But playing physique in front of Lei Luo, it can really be called an axe. Lei Luo didn't even want to play with them. Hirinmaru appeared in his hand instantly, and Lei Luo's attack was easily blocked by Xueren and the three. Then I saw a flash of light in the cave. Lei Luo seemed to be standing still, but the three Xueren inexplicably fell down. Boom. The bodies of the three of Xueren fell to the ground, and the wound on the neck began to seep blood. It turned out that Lei Luo had cut the throats of the three in an instant. Lei Luo bent down, grabbed the bodies of Shui Ninja on the ground, and threw them out one by one, and they were soon buried under the heavy snow. In Lei Luo's eyes, this is just a small episode. Chapter 139 Minato Resurrection. In the early morning of the next day, Lei Luo found that the heavy snow had stopped outside. This was a rare good weather for the snow country. And yesterday, the bodies of the three snow ninjas were also buried deep in the snow without a trace. Lei Luo has now adjusted to his best condition and can start resurrecting Minato. Immediately afterwards, Lei Luo took out a seal scroll from his body, which contained the required death mask. Seal. Release. The sealed scroll was opened by Lei Luo and took out the death mask. Then Lei Luo put the death mask on his face without hesitation. The next step is to seal the ghouls. Si, Hai, Wei, Mao, Shu, Zi, Yu, Wu, Si. Ghost Band. Lei Luo flipped the hand seal with his fingers and successfully released the ghoul seal. Immediately behind Lei Luo, a huge god of death appeared behind Lei Luo, with two horns on his head, holding a rosary, and a sword in his mouth. Then Death's gaze was fixed on Lei Luo, because it didn't find a target to deal with. But the next moment, Lei Luo shot. Lei Luo's right hand was empty, and Hirinmaru appeared in his hand. Bankai. Dai Yuhirin Hirinmaru. With Lei Luo's manipulation, Hirinmaru directly entered the Bankai state. A pair of huge frost wings unfolded behind Lei Luo, while 12 ice lotus flowers were floating around the frost wings. Wings of frost fluttered and flew with Lei Luo. Light escape. Judgment. A holy light flowed out from Lei Luo's hand and covered the entire great Yuhi lotus Hirinmaru. Then Lei Luo appeared in front of the god of death in a flash, and slashed directly at the god of death with a knife. Grim Reaper looked at Lei Luo who was rushing towards him, a trace of mockery and disdain flashed in his eyes. But at the next moment, the face of Death God changed instantly, turning into anger. Because Lei Luo's knife directly ripped open his abdomen, making him feel a feeling he had never felt before. That is pain. And just when Lei Luo broke the belly of the god of death, Minato's soul flashed out instantly. Lei Luo-kun. Minato looked at Lei Luo, who was confronting death, in surprise. Lei Luo smiled at Minato. Fourth generation, you have enough time to rest. Naruto is about to go to Jonin school, you should come back. Then Lei Luo raised his hand, and a light beyond words enveloped Minato. Light of awakening. Minato, who was shrouded in light, gradually solidified his body, and he was successfully resurrected. Minato felt his body in disbelief and said, Lei Luo-kun, this. What the hell is going on? Lei Luo was relieved to see Minato, who was successfully resurrected, and then said, Minato-kun, what do you want to ask? I'll talk about it later. Now I'll send this god of death back to the Pure Land. The ghouls are sealed, release. The god of death reluctantly attacked Lei Luo, trying to pull out Lei Luo's soul, but it did not cause any damage to Lei Luo. After all, Lei Luo's soul was already bound to the system, and it was impossible for him to be pulled out by the god of death. After Lei Luo's contact with the ghouls was sealed, the god of death could only disappear reluctantly and return to the Pure Land. But both Lei Luo and Minato could feel the unwilling roar of the god of death. Lei Luo finally relaxed when he saw the god of death disappear. Minato-kun, long time no see. Namikaze Minato came back to his senses when he heard Lei Luo's greeting. Although he was a little shocked by the scene just now, he still knew clearly that Lei Luo had successfully resurrected himself. Because of the blood flowing in the body, the strong heartbeat, and this real touch, it undoubtedly shows that he is really resurrected. Lei Luo-kun, thank you so much. Thank you so much for resurrecting me. Namikaze Minato's voice couldn't help but tremble. Lei Luo smiled and looked at Minato and replied, Minato-kun, there's no need to be too polite. After all, Naruto is just like my son. And Minato-kun, you have to be clear about one thing. Namikaze Minato quickly calmed down and replied, Lei Luo-kun, if you have anything, please tell me. Lei Luo then said, Minato-kun, although you are resurrected now, you cannot reveal the news of your resurrection. Even if you go back to the village to see Naruto, you have to transform and hide your identity. Should you remember the enemy who appeared when Kushina was giving birth? Namikaze Minato's expression became serious when he heard Lei Luo's words, and nodded slightly. He already understood what Lei Luo meant. The enemy was still in the dark, and he should also hide. And he still remembers the situation of that guy clearly. He will definitely bring blood and blood to the ninja world. Lei Luo then said, for so many years, I searched around and found that the person should be from a certain organization. Although Lei Luo knew that the masked man at the time should be Obito, he couldn't be sure. After all, anything could happen. And he can't tell the source of his intelligence, so it's best for Namikaze Minato to investigate it himself. So he continued, after my investigation, the most likely organization has two goals. Namikaze Minato nodded and replied, Lei Luo-kun, please speak. Lei Luo replied, the first organization is called Akatsuki, and the people in this organization all wear the same style of Yuhi-yun with a black background, and the members of this organization I met are all S-rank missing nin from various villages. The second organization is called the Shell Organization, but I just know that this organization exists, but I don't have any intelligence. Lei Luo said to Namikaze Minato was after careful consideration. Akatsuki runs through the entire Hokage ninja Hayate biography, and Obito is behind Akatsuki. The Shell Organization is an organization that was only exposed in the new Hokage ninja blog. Lei Luo doesn't know if they exist now, but there is no loss for Minato to check it by the way. Namikaze Minato nodded after listening to Lei Luo's words, and replied, don't worry, Lei Luo-kun, I will investigate this matter, and they don't know that I have been resurrected. This is my advantage. But I want to go back to the village first. I want to see Naruto. Lei Luo smiled and replied, of course it's fine, Naruto lives with me now, Rin is taking care of him, and he has started to learn to refine chakra now. When Namikaze Minato heard Lei Luo's words, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Oh, yes. Lei Luo suddenly thought of something. Minato-kun, I want to ask, where are you and Kushina's bodies? Namikaze Minato shook his head and replied, after I used the ghoul to seal the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, I lost my awareness of the outside world, and I don't know what happened. Where will the bodies of Minato and Kushina be? Lei Luo thought to himself, because he was sure that the bodies of Minato and Kushina were definitely not in Konoha. Namikaze Minato looked at the thoughtful Lei Luo and asked, Lei Luo-kun, what's wrong? If the download has insufficient points or fails, go back and download again. Chapter 140 Back to the Country of Grass. Uzumaki Karen. Lei Luo recovered from Namikaze Minato's question and replied, Minato-kun, nothing, I was thinking about resurrecting Kushina just now. Namikaze Minato was instantly excited when he heard Lei Luo's words. Lei Luo-kun, can you resurrect Kushina? Lei Luo replied, I can't revive Kushina right now, it will take 3 years at the fastest, and 2 conditions must be fulfilled to revive Kushina. Because the cooldown of Lei Luo's awakening light is as long as 3 years, these 3 years must be waited for. Namikaze Minato heard the words and asked, what conditions are needed? Lei Luo replied, the first condition is that you must find Kushina's body, and at least some of Kushina's cells must be present. The second condition is that there must be a forbidden technique, Master Impure World Reincarnation, between you and me. Namikaze Minato asked, Impure World Reincarnation is the forbidden technique developed by the second generation Hokage-sama that can recall the dead from the underworld. That's right. Lei Luo nodded and replied, the reason why I said I needed Kushina's corpse or cells was because of this forbidden technique, and only by calling back Kushina's soul from the Pure Land, I can revive her. Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice, leave this matter to me. I should have done these things in the first place. This is my responsibility. Thank you so much for taking care of Naruto over the years and trying to revive me and Kushina. Lei Luo waved his hand, there is no need to say such words. Now that you have been successfully resurrected, we can go back to Konoha now. Namikaze Minato nodded and didn't say anything more, but he would definitely remember Lei Luo's kindness in his heart. 2 months passed quickly, both Lei Luo and Namikaze Minato were very fast, and now they have come to the country of grass again, which is the last stop before Konoha. Lei Luo came out of Konoha before, he didn't stay in the country of grass, he just walked right through, but now Lei Luo suddenly remembered something. Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen at this time should be in the country of grass. Lei Luo thought to himself. Lei Luo remembers that when Uzumaki Karen first appeared in the original book, he took the Chunin exam as a ninja of the country of grass. And Uzumaki Karen's memories in the original book also mentioned that when she was a child, she and her mother were in the country of grass, like a medical kit, healing the wounded ninja of the country of grass, all of which were bitten by people. Uzumaki Karen's mother even died as a result. Thinking of these things, Lei Luo wandered around the grass ninja village, and turned on the 5 visions to observe everything in the grass ninja village to see if he could find Uzumaki Karen. Unconsciously, Lei Luo walked to the vicinity of Sao Ninja Hospital. The Kusanagi Hospital was busy everywhere, and the injured ninjas were sitting on the ground casually, which was completely different from the Konoha Hospital. However, Lei Luo is completely understandable. After all, the country of grass is weak, and there are not many medical ninjas in the country, so they can basically only heal some simple injuries. Over there, send more chakras. Forget it, there's no way to save it, go and save the one next door. Don't linger, come here. The medicine can save you. Fine, go on. The sound inside the Grass Ninja Hospital is noisy, like a vegetable market. And Lei Luo also successfully discovered the target of his trip, Uzumaki Karen. The current Uzumaki Karen is only a child who is only about 6 or 7 years old. Her bright Yui-colored long hair shows her identity, and she has already put on a pair of brown glasses on her face at a young age. Under Lei Luo's observation, Uzumaki Karen is now being held by a sturdy grasp to restrain his arm, and then bite down. Ah! The pain in his arm made Uzumaki Karen couldn't help exclaiming. The next one is here, come here. Waste. Even this little wound can't be cured. Like a marionette, Uzumaki Karen was dragged around the wards by a doctor. He was bitten and wounded everywhere, and was scolded as a waste. Lei Luo's anger continued to build up. Although Lei Luo has been in the ninja world for so many years, he knows that he should do whatever he can to deal with the enemy, but Uzumaki Karen can be regarded as his own person in the Grass Ninja Village now, and he was treated like this. These guys in Grass Ninja Village are a bunch of scum, Lei Luo said while biting Kiba in his heart. Then Lei Luo watched as Uzumaki Karen walked out of the back door of Kusanagi Hospital, squatted down against the wall, buried his head on his knees, and seemed to be sobbing constantly. Lei Luo sighed and walked over. Little girl, how are you? Lei Luo asked Uzumaki Karen. But Uzumaki Karen heard Lei Luo's voice, but it was as if he had been needled. He stood up abruptly, wiped away his tears, and replied, I'm fine. Ninja-sama, do you want to heal? Then Uzumaki Karen stretched her arm towards Lei Luo. Looking at the arm that stopped in front of him, and the remaining Kiba mark on it, Lei Luo felt a burst of grief in his heart, and he couldn't bear it. Light escape. Light therapy. Lei Luo reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Karen's arm. Uzumaki Karen closed his eyes in fear, thinking that Lei Luo was going to bite her, but there was no imagined pain, but a very warm and comfortable feeling. Uzumaki Karen couldn't help but opened her eyes, only to find that all the Kiba marks on her arm had disappeared. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her was not trying to heal her, but to help her heal. Lei Luo said gently, Little girl, are you feeling better now? Listening to Lei Luo's gentle tone, Uzumaki Karen warmed his heart and couldn't help shedding tears. Thank you, Ninja-sama. Looking at Uzumaki Karen crying in front of him, Lei Luo felt that he should take her out of here, such a small child should not suffer so much. But Lei Luo first had to find out about Uzumaki Karen's current situation, so Lei Luo then asked, Little girl, can you tell me your name? What about your family? Why are you here? Hearing Lei Luo's question, Uzumaki Karen wiped his tears, raised his head and said, My name is Uzumaki Karen, my family is gone, and my mother died not long ago, because she was exhausted from helping them heal their injuries. Quote. Hearing Uzumaki Karen's words, Lei Luo sighed in her heart. If she had thought of Uzumaki Karen when she came to the country of grass, her mother might not have died. It can only be said that this is life, but the fate of Uzumaki Karen, he is bound to change, he can no longer watch Uzumaki Karen stay here and suffer. Lei Luo reached out and touched Uzumaki Karen's head and said, Uzumaki Karen, my name is Lei Luo, are you willing to follow me out of here? Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Back to the village. Uzumaki Karen nodded excitedly when he heard Lei Luo's question. Yes, of course I do. Lei Luo smiled again, touched Uzumaki Karen's head, and said, Then you can leave with me now, do you have anything to pack at home? Uzumaki Karen shook his head, the family was poor and had nothing. Okay, let's go then. Lei Luo grabbed Uzumaki Karen's little hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a doctor walked out of Kusanagi Hospital, looked at Uzumaki Karen and said, Why are you here? Come in with me, someone needs treatment. As he said that, he was about to reach out and pull Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen hid behind Lei Luo in fear, only then did Dr. Kusanagi notice Lei Luo. Who are you? Dr. Sao Ren asked sharply at Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled slightly, but did not take Dr. Sao Ren in the slightest, and replied, Konoha Elite Jonin Lei Luo, we want this child for Konoha, do you have any comments? Dr. Sao Ren was stunned when he heard Lei Luo's words, and he didn't dare to offend because of Lei Luo's identity. He could only force a smile to reply, "No. No opinion, please do it, sir." Lei Luo looked at the performance of Dr. Kusanagi in front of him, and turned and left with Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen looked at the figure of the man holding his hand, and there was a light called worship in his eyes. After Lei Luo left, Dr. Sao Ninja immediately turned around and ran into Sao Ninja Hospital to report what happened to the director. After hearing the identity of Lei Luo, the director of Sao Ren Hospital didn't have any idea to do anything, and said, "Let him go, that's it." In the hotel where he settled down, Namikaze Minato watched Lei Luo walk in with a little girl with yuhi hair, and couldn't help but wonder. So Namikaze Minato asked, "Lei Luo-kun, who is this child?" Lei Luo heard the words and replied, "This little girl is called Uzumaki Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan. I am going to take her back to the village." Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Karen and murmured, "Are you from the Uzumaki clan?" Then I watched Uzumaki Karen Yuhi's hair gradually become fascinated, and I didn't know what to think. Lei Luo can also guess that Namikaze Minato must have thought of Kushina, and may even recall the time when they first met at the ninja school, the days when they fell in love, etc. But Lei Luo is not that 8 trigrams person and won't ask these nonsense questions. Lei Luo looked at Namikaze Minato, who was distracted, and woke him up by saying, "Minato-kun, Minato-kun." Namikaze Minato came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, what happened to Lei Luo-kun?" Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, "It's time for us to leave." Namikaze Minato nodded, "Then let's go." So the 3 of Lei Luo left the Sao Ninja village and hurried to Konoha. Namikaze Minato looked at the door of Konoha that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but burst into tears, but in order to avoid revealing his identity, he had already used the transformation technique and put on a mask at the same time. After sighing for a long time, Namikaze Minato calmed down and turned to Lei Luo and said, "Lei Luo-kun, it's inconvenient for me to go in directly through the gate. You go in first. There is a Hiraishin spell I left in the village, and I will use Hiraishin to enter later." Lei Luo nodded, and then replied, "Minato-kun, after I return to the village, I will go to the Hokage office to submit the task, and I will also help Uzumaki Karen check in. You can go home and wait, I will go when I am done." "Find you." Namikaze Minato nodded, and his figure disappeared instantly. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Hokage Office. "Master Tsunade, I'm back." Lei Luo opened the door of Hokage's office and said. Tsunade looked at Lei Luo who walked in and asked with a smile, "Oh, is there any gain in going out to investigate intelligence?" After all, Lei Luo's application for leaving the village was based on the investigation of information about a mysterious organization. Hearing Tsunade's question, Lei Luo replied, "I just investigated some simple information. That organization is called Akatsuki. Besides the members I knew before were S-class missing nin, this time I also learned about one membership." Quote. When he was in Ghost Lantern City before, Lei Luo already knew that Pain and the others went to the Land of the Earth to recruit people, and they were also a Bakuden, explosion-style, bloodline limit ninja, which must be Deidara in the original book. So Lei Luo went on to say, the new member is named Deidara, who was originally a ninja from the village of Iwagakure, with a Bakuden, explosion-style, lineage. Tsunade nodded after listening to Lei Luo's words. There is some information about him in this Deidara village. He should be the disciple of that old guy Onoki. I didn't expect him to join this Akatsuki. Could it be that this Akatsuki has something to do with Iwagakure village? Lei Luo shook his head gently and said, "Then I don't know, and I need to investigate slowly later." Then Lei Luo pulled out Uzumaki Karen, who was hiding behind him, and said, "By the way, Master Tsunade, I still need you to help this child get a certificate so that she can live in the village." Uzumaki Karen also said timidly, "Hello Hokage-sama." Tsunade realized that there was a little girl hiding behind Lei Luo, and he said with a teasing, "Lei Luo-kun, you haven't been out for a year, why did you bring back such a big girl?" When Uzumaki Karen heard Tsunade's words, he immediately turned to Yuhi with a shy face. When Lei Luo heard Tsunade's words, her head was full of black lines, and she said, "Master Tsunade, don't make such a joke, this child is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, you can tell by the color of her hair." Tsunade was slightly surprised when he heard the words, "Are you an orphan of the Uzumaki clan? What's your name, child?" Uzumaki Karen replied in a low voice, "Lord Hokage, my name is Uzumaki Karen." Tsunade nodded, "Uzumaki Karen, good name, you can live in Konoha village with peace of mind." Then he said to Lei Luo-kun, "Since you brought this child back, you should take care of it. It is not very good for the children of the Uzumaki family to be placed in an orphanage." Lei Luo replied, "Don't worry, Master Tsunade, I plan to let Karen live with me, she is also Naruto's sister." Tsunade waved his hand, "If you have nothing to do, you can go back first. I will handle the information about this child. You have been out for so long, and it is time to go back and rest." Lei Luo didn't say anything more, and turned and left with Uzumaki Karen. After Lei Luo returned to the psychic beast shop and arranged Uzumaki Karen, he came to the door of the house where Namikaze Minato lived before. Namikaze Minato was already waiting there, and when he watched Lei Luo come over, he was a little excited, because he could see his son soon. Lei Luo also saw Namikaze Minato's eagerness and greeted directly. "Minato-kun, come with me, I'll take you to see Naruto." Chapter 142 See Father and Son. Lei Luo's plan. Lei Luo took Namikaze Minato back to the psychic beast shop. With Minato's strength, most people can't see through his transformation technique. Rin saw that Minato was vaguely familiar, but she was quite sure that he had never met the person in front of her. So Rin asked, "Lei Luo-kun, who is this?" After listening to Rin's question, Lei Luo replied, "This is a friend of mine. He is an Anbu ninja. His identity cannot be revealed. You can call him Shining." Namikaze Minato also took the initiative to greet Rin, "Hello, I'm Shining." Rin smiled and replied, "Flash-kun, welcome to the house." Lei Luo said to Rin, "Rin, you go to prepare the meal first, today Shin-kun is staying at home to eat." "Is there still Naruto at home now?" Rin replied softly, "Naruto is at home now, I'll call him over, and then I'll go to prepare the meal first." Lei Luo nodded, and Rin walked out of the reception room. "Uncle Lei Luo, do you have anything to do with me?" Naruto rushed in. Lei Luo picked up Naruto and asked with a smile, "What were you doing just now?" Naruto happily replied, "I was playing with Karen's sister just now." Then Lei Luo pointed to Minato and said to Naruto, "I called you here because this uncle wanted to meet you. He is your father's friend, and his name is Shining." Naruto heard the words and said to Minato, "Hello, Uncle Flash." "Hey, good. Naruto, you too." Minato was a little incoherent with excitement when he heard Naruto talking to himself. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Minato curiously. For some reason, he felt that the man in front of him had an indescribable intimacy. However, the Kyuubi 9 tails inside Naruto began to feel a little restless. Minato's transformation could deceive others, but he couldn't deceive him. He couldn't remember the breath of Minato who had sealed him. And Minato also has the other half of Kyuubi 9 tails in his body, and he can also clearly feel it. But the seal in Naruto's body is still very strong now. No matter how much Kyuubi 9 tails tossed around, it didn't have any impact on the outside world. At this time, Naruto has started chatting with Minato. Although many of them are meaningless gossip, Minato is really happy. After all, apart from seeing Minato once when Naruto was born, this was the first time they met father and son. Time passed, and soon it was time for Naruto to join in school. Minato has basically been outside to investigate Akatsuki's intelligence, and to find the whereabouts of the bodies of their husband and wife. Every time I come back from outside the village, I bring some small gifts to Naruto to see Naruto. For Naruto, Uncle Flash is the best person to him besides Uncle Leiluo and Aunt Rin. Leiluo is now Naruto's guardian, so he is the one who goes through the admission procedures for the ninja school. And today, it was time for Naruto Ninja to start school. Minato also rushed back from outside the village with a camera, ready to record this moment. Later, when Kushina is resurrected, you can show it to her. At school, you have to listen to your teachers and study hard. As for grades, you don't have to be the first, you just have to be happy. Minato touched Naruto's head and said. Leiluo just smiled and watched this scene and didn't say anything. Got it, Uncle Flash. Uncle Leiluo, Uncle Flash, I'm going to the school, goodbye. Naruto happily ran towards the school. Now that Minato is resurrected, Naruto has also started Jonin school, everything is on the right track, and it is going in a good direction, and Leiluo is also a lot easier. But when Leiluo thought that there were still 100,000 white Zetsu in the ninja world, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was still sealed on the moon, he couldn't help but get nervous again. Although the current Konoha is much stronger than the original, the strength of other villages is basically unchanged, and Black Zetsu will definitely not give up the idea of resurrecting Kagaya. But right now, I don't have full confidence in whether I can deal with Kagaya with my strength. I can't think of relying on the strength of Naruto and Sasuke. In the original book, Naruto and Sasuke can successfully seal Kagaya again. Kind of plot kill. Quote. What the current ninja world will become, everything is still unknown. I have to find a way to improve my strength. The system tasks are triggered randomly, and relying on the system alone is not the way. I have to see what other ways in the ninja world can improve. I remember that in the original book, only Sage Art Chakra, Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan can do damage to Kagaya. Mangekyo's words are now only Obito, Shisui and Fugaku. Obito doesn't know where he is, and I can't dig Shisui and Fugaku's eyes. Rinnegan's words should only have the pair on Nagato's body now, but those are Uchiha Madara's eyes, which should have the backhand left by Madara, and they can't be. It seems that the only way to do it is in Sage Art. I remember that there seems to be a saying in the past life that if you can successfully integrate the Sage Art of the 3 holy places, you will get a power that is no weaker than the 6 paths fairy level. Although I don't know if it's true or not, it's still a goal. I've learned Sage Art from Shikatsu Forest now, and I'm just one step away from Mount Myoboku and Rychi Cave. Mount Myoboku's contract can be summoned by Minato, but it will also expose Minato, so he still has to find Jiraiya. In Rychi Cave, we can only go to Orochimaru. But Orochimaru is missing now, and Jiraiya often sends back news to the village, so go find Jiraiya first. Leiluo has already decided what to do next. And the system seemed to support Leiluo's idea, and even triggered a system task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the Real Sage Art. Real Sage Art. Learn the Sage Art of the 3 Holy Lands and successfully integrate. Task Reward. God Level Lottery Point *1. Very good. Looking at the system tasks in his mind, a smile appeared on the corner of Leiluo's mouth. This task of the system shows one thing, that is, Leiluo's plan is feasible, and the Sage Art of the 3 holy places can indeed be integrated. If you want to know the location of Jiraiya, you should ask Tsunade. She should have a way to contact Jiraiya. Leiluo thought to himself. So Leiluo set off and came to Hokage's office. Master Tsunade, can you contact Master Jiraiya? Or is there his current position? I have something to look for. Leiluo said to Tsunade. Tsunade was a little surprised when he heard what Leiluo said. What are you doing with that old bastard in Jiraiya? Chapter 143 News from Jiraiya. Back to the Land of Soup. Hearing Tsunade's question, Lei Luo replied, Master Tsunade, I'm looking for Master Jiraiya mainly to try if I can learn Mount Myoboku's sage art. This time, Tsunade was even more surprised. Lei Luo-kun, didn't you already learn the sage art of Shikatsu Forest? Why go to learn the sage art of Mount Myoboku? Lei Luo replied in a deep voice, because I want to become stronger. I want to integrate the sage art of the three holy places into one. Looking at Lei Luo's determined expression, Tsunade knew that he had made up his mind, but wanting to learn the sage art of the three holy lands and integrate them is much harder and more dangerous than learning the Shikatsu Forest sage art. So Tsunade still wanted to persuade Lei Luo. Lei Luo-kun, with your current strength, it can be said that the ninja world is almost without your opponent. There is no need to take such a big risk to learn the three sacred places sage art. Lei Luo shook his head and said, Master Tsunade, I have made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me anymore. And the ninja world is not as safe as it is now, and there are many people who want to make trouble secretly hidden. And learning sage art is not as dangerous as you think. My physique is quite special. The difficulty of practicing sage art is much easier for me than ordinary people. After hearing what Lei Luo said, Tsunade stopped persuading and said, Jiraiya should be in the land of soup recently. Lei Luo was speechless when he heard what Tsunade said. It turned out to be Tang Jiguo. You don't have to think about it to know what Jiraiya is doing in Unokuni. There are many Izumi in Unokuni, and for Jiraiya, it is a holy place for materials. Although the main purpose of Jiraiya going out of the village is to follow the traces of Orochimaru, it is not impossible to take materials along the way. Okay, I see, thank you Tsunade-sama. After speaking, Lei Luo turned around and left. It was time to go back to prepare and set off for the land of soup. Lei Luo has been in Tang Jiguo for 10 days, and has also wandered around several cities in Tang Jiguo. Every time he entered a city, Lei Luo would focus on the Wen Izumi, the baths, and the Yuhi Lantern area, but he found no trace of Jiraiya. The capital of the land of soup is not far ahead. I hope I can find Jiraiya this time. Lei Luo thought to himself as he looked at the outline of the city in the distance. This is the second time that Lei Luo has come to the kingdom of Tang. The last time he came was to destroy the evil gods. Recalling that, the scene of Wang Chuan, the leader of the evil god sect, crying at Lei Luo's feet is still vivid in his mind, as if it had just happened yesterday. It seems that I'm really getting older. I heard that when I get older, people like to make memories. After all, in my 2 lifetimes, I am 50 or 60 years old. Lei Luo couldn't help sighing in his heart. Walking on the streets of the capital city of Tang Kingdom, looking at the neon flashing signboards in the night, Lei Luo was a little dazed, feeling like his soul had suddenly left his body, looking at everything around him in a state of no sadness and no joy. In the tavern, the guests were chatting and chatting. In the casino, people roared, cheering and sighing. Even at the entrance of the originally quiet Wen Izumi store, the owner was loudly soliciting customers. The fun is theirs, and I have nothing. Such a sentence suddenly appeared in Lei Luo's mind, and he felt that it was very suitable for him. Then Lei Luo shook his head, feeling that the whole person had recovered, but he felt a little tired and had no idea of going on. So he found Wen Izumi's shop with few people, opened a private soup, and buried his whole body in Wen Izumi. The warm Izumi water stimulated Lei Luo's body, which made him feel a sense of reality and gradually recovered. At this moment, a woman screaming and shouting suddenly came from outside Wen Izumi, which made Lei Luo feel refreshed instantly. Ah, someone is peeping. Pervert. Ding 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 dong. Kept coming, it should be all kinds of messes that the women recognized. This movement reminded Lei Luo of the goal of this trip. It can't be such a coincidence. Is it possible to meet Jiraiya here? Lei Luo directly turned on his 5-vision omnipotence and observed what was happening outside, only to see a man keep dodging the objects thrown behind him and running out. It really is him. A smile appeared on the corner of Lei Luo's mouth. Although the man did not have white hair and his appearance was completely different from Jiraiya, Leiluo was able to confirm that it was Jiraiya. That chakra fluctuation must be him. It seems that Jiraiya is not stupid, and knows how to use transformation technique. Leiluo stared at Jiraiya, who was constantly walking away with his 5-vision omnipotence, and hurriedly walked out of Wen Izumi, putting on his clothes in an instant and hanging far behind Jiraiya. Leiluo intends to first determine where Jiraiya is staying, and then go to the door. If you catch up directly now, if someone notices, it will be bad if you think it is the accomplice of. Oh, damn, I've been so hidden, yet I'm still being discovered. Jiraiya muttered as she walked towards the hotel where she was staying. But the lady I saw just now has really long legs. It's not a loss, it's really a good material. Jiraiya recalled the scene she saw just now, with a lewd smile on her face. Jiraiya felt that her inspiration kept coming, and when she returned to the room, she was ready to pick up a pen and quickly write a paragraph. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in from the window. Phew! Jiraiya instantly became alert. Although he was lustful, he was still a powerful ninja with the basic qualities of a ninja. Sir Jiraiya, I didn't expect that after so many years of absence, your hobby has not changed. You still like to peep. The figure who broke in was Leiluo, looking at Jiraiya and couldn't help laughing. Jiraiya also saw Leiluo's appearance clearly at this time, and was relieved. It turned out to be your kid, who I thought was. And I'm taking materials, looking for materials for writers to write. Can it be called voyeurism? Your sudden intrusion has disrupted my inspiration all at once. Then it was about how important the inspiration was and how difficult it was to get the material, and the whole room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Alright, Lord Jiraiya, don't say it anymore, it's my fault, alright. Leiluo stopped Jiraiya, who wanted to continue his long speech. He really didn't expect Jiraiya to have the potential to be talkative. Jiraiya muttered a lot, and not only was a little thirsty. Then he directly picked up the jug on the table, and poured it down in one breath. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya looked at Leiluo and said, "Tell me, what do you have to do with me? You can't come all the way from Konoha just to catch up with me." Author's digression, 793,420,536, Book Friends Group, wait for you guys. Chapter 144 Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Immortal. Leiluo looked at Jiraiya and replied, "Master Jiraiya, you are right, I do have something to look for you. Welcome everyone to join the group 542,225,482. Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, "I knew there must be something wrong with you, kid. Tell me, what's the matter?" Leiluo smiled and replied, "Master Jiraiya, I want to learn Mount Myoboku's sage art, but I don't know if I can." Jiraiya pondered for a while after hearing the words, and then said, "I don't have any objection if you want to learn Mount Myoboku's sage art, but I have to ask the Great Toad Immortal if he agrees. And, you know, learning sage art is very dangerous, even I can't fully control it right now." Leiluo replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiraiya, I know all about it. I have already mastered sage art in Shikatsu Forest, and I know the condition of sage art when he was practicing." Jiraiya pouted and said, "Don't frame me, kid, if you really learned the sage art of Shikatsu Forest, then why did you learn Mount Myoboku sage art?" But the next moment, Jiraiya was shocked. Because he saw that Leiluo in front of him did not have a hand seal and did not have any preparations, so he directly entered the sage mode. Seeing that there was no other change except the golden eyeshadow around his eyes, he felt a little sad. "I didn't expect that. I've been studying sage art for so many years, and I'm not as good as a junior master," Jiraiya thought. "How about it, Lord Jiraiya, I didn't frame you." Leiluo looked at Jiraiya's shocked expression and couldn't help but feel a little smug. After listening to Leiluo's question, Jiraiya came back to her senses and said, "Since your kid has already mastered Shikatsu Forest sage art, why are you still learning Mount Myoboku Sage Art? Lei Luo replied, of course it's to become stronger. After I finish learning Mount Myoboku Sage Art, I have to find a way to find Rychi Cave. Jiraiya asked in surprise, are you trying to fuse the sage art of the three holy places? As far as I know, no one has ever thought of that. Lei Luo chuckled and said, isn't there one now? Okay, Jiraiya-sama, then please help me to ask the great Toad Immortal to see if I agree to study Mount Myoboku Sage Art. Jiraiya sighed and said, okay, I'll ask you a question for your kid. Then Jiraiya said, you kid go to open a room to live by yourself, what is it like to stay in my room at night? I don't like men, I will go back to Mount Myoboku tomorrow and ask for you. Lei Luo replied, Lord Jiraiya, then I'll trouble you. Then he walked away from the window in an instant. The next morning, Jiraiya woke up early, and he didn't forget what he promised Lei Luo last night. The art of psychic. Bang! A small old toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. Oh, little Jiraiya, what are you doing with the summons early in the morning? Shima is preparing breakfast for me. The old toad looked at Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya replied respectfully, Fukusaku Immortal, I asked you to come out because I have something to go to Mount Myoboku, and I have to meet Big Toad Immortal. Immortal Shenzuo replied, okay, but Immortal Da may not be awake. Then I'll go back first and use reverse psychics to pull you to Mount Myoboku later. Jiraiya looked at Immortal Fukusaku as if he would channel him once he returned, and hurriedly said, it's okay, Immortal Fukusaku, don't be too hasty, just call me over after you have breakfast. Immortal Fukusaku nodded, bang, turned into smoke and disappeared in front of his eyes, returning to Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, a drop of cold sweat dripping from her head. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I was channeled to Mount Myoboku, and Immortal Zima would definitely ask me to eat a meal of insects together. Jiraiya thinks of the days when she was studying sage art, and she is a little scared when she thinks about it. Every day is full of various bugs, which is delicious for toads, but torture for Jiraiya. Speaking of which, after Immortal Fukusaku returned to Mount Myoboku, Immortal Shima asked, old man, who channeled you just now? Immortal Fukusaku replied, it's little Jiraiya, he has something to ask Immortal Big Toad, and I'll reverse him after we have breakfast later. Immortal Zima nodded and replied, well, little Jiraiya didn't say it earlier, otherwise, I would have prepared his breakfast as well. Then let's start. Immortal Fukusaku nodded, then picked up a worm and stuffed it into his mouth, and said, old lady, your cooking skills are still so good, this worm is very fresh and delicious. Immortal Zima smiled and replied, okay old man, eat quickly, don't make little Jiraiya wait too long. Immortal Fukusaku finished his breakfast and licked the corner of his mouth, then used the reverse psychic technique. Boom! Appeared on Mount Myoboku with a puff of smoke. Immortal Fukusaku looked at Jiraiya and said, let's go, little Jiraiya, I'll take you to see Immortal Big Toad, just for a walk after dinner. Then Jiraiya followed Immortal Fukusaku towards the temple in the heart of Myogi Yamanaka, where Immortal Big Toad lived. The Great Toad Immortal. The Great Toad Immortal. Immortal Shensaku jumped to the side of the Great Toad Immortal and shouted beside his ears. The Big Toad Immortal slowly opened his eyes, but he obviously hadn't woken up yet, and his consciousness was a little blurry. Immortal Fukusaku opened his eyes when he saw Immortal Big Toad, and said, Immortal Toad, Jiraiya is looking for you for something. Oh Tilda, the Big Toad Fairy looked at Jiraiya who was standing below and asked, the one below, who are you? Jiraiya replied with a black line on her head, Immortal Big Toad, I'm Jiraiya. Oh, it turned out to be little Jiraiya. The Big Toad Immortal looked at Jiraiya and replied, I'm sorry, I'm old, I can't remember clearly, what's the matter with you? Jiraiya replied, Sage Toad, I have a junior who wants to learn Mount Myoboku's sage art, so I came to ask for your opinion. The Big Toad Immortal replied, Junior. Is it the little Minato? Jiraiya replied in a low voice, Immortal Big Toad, Minato is no longer there. He is another junior of mine. His name is Lei Luo. Huh. The great toad immortal seemed to notice something, but Jiraiya, who looked down, didn't say anything. After a pause, Immortal Big Toad continued, Lei Luo. To learn sage art, you just need to find Fukasaku and them. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and said, it's not just about learning sage art, because he has already mastered sage art in Shikatsu Forest, so I need to ask you. Immortal Big Toad nodded and replied, okay, then you bring him, I'll see him before making a decision. Thank you Big Toad Immortal. When Jiraiya spoke, the Big Toad Immortal had already closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep again. Immortal Fukasaku jumped on Jiraiya's shoulder and said, Little Jiraiya, then bring your junior over here. Chapter 145 Head to Mount Myoboku. Start practicing. Lei Luo also got up early in the morning, and saw Jiraiya disappearing into the room through 5 vision omnipotence. It must have been reverse channeled to Mount Myoboku. When Lei Luo saw Zilai's figure reappearing in the room, he immediately rushed over. Lei Luo turned in through the window, still familiarly. Then he looked at Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, how is it? Did Immortal Big Toad agree? Lei Luo who appeared, Jiraiya said, I'm still preparing to find you, the Big Toad Fairy wants to see you. Lei Luo nodded and said, okay, then how do we get to Mount Myoboku? Is it signing a contract and then using reverse channeling to pass through? Jiraiya touched his head, smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I didn't ask, wait a minute. The art of psychic. Immortal Fukasaku was summoned by Jiraiya again. What happened to little Jiraiya? Immortal Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya pointed to Lei Luo and replied, Fukasaku Immortal, this is my junior who wants to learn Mount Myoboku sage art. I would like to ask if he can sign a contract with Mount Myoboku. Immortal Fukasaku looked at Lei Luo and said, okay, let him sign the contract, reverse channel to Mount Myoboku, and then I'll take you to see Immortal Big Toad. Jiraiya nodded, took out Mount Myoboku's psychic scroll and handed it to Lei Luo. Lei Luo-kun, sign your name. Lei Luo took the scroll of Mount Myoboku and opened it, and there were 5 names on it. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. There are 2 names with scribbled handwriting, and I have never heard of them in the original book, so I don't know who they are. Lei Luo then signed his name under Namikaze Minato's name. Then put away the psychic scroll and return it to Jiraiya. Okay, then let's go to Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya said after taking the psychic scroll. Boom, boom. 2 clouds of smoke dissipated, and Lei Luo and Jiraiya came to Mount Myoboku. Lei Luo looked at everything in Mount Myoboku curiously, and felt that the environment was much better than Shikatsu Forest. It could be called the sunshine and the fragrance of birds and flowers, and it was not as dark and humid as Shikatsu Forest. Then Lei Luo looked at Immortal Fukasaku and jumped over. Let's go. It's time to meet the great Toad Immortal. Immortal Fukasaku said, if I go too late, I am worried that the great Toad Immortal will fall into a deep sleep, and it will not be easy to wake up. After finishing speaking, Immortal Fukasaku turned around and took the lead towards the Miyamuyamanaka Heart Temple. Lei Luo nodded, and Jiraiya immediately followed. Immortal Big Toad, the person you want to meet is here. Immortal Fukasaku jumped to the ear of Immortal Big Toad and said. Lei Luo is looking at the appearance of the Big Toad Fairy, and it is exactly the same as what he saw in the previous life animation. The Big Toad Immortal is orange all over, with yellow eyes, a string of beads around his neck, and a lavender opal in the middle with the word, oil, written on it. He wears a hat like a doctor's hat on his head, and under his body is a huge seat with the word, Shion, written in front of the seat. Immortal Big Toad opened his eyes under Immortal Fukasaku's call, and saw an imperceptible divine light in Lei Luo's eyes. You are Lei Luo. A peaceful voice rang in Lei Luo's ear. Lei Luo nodded and replied respectfully, I'm Lei Luo when I meet the great Toad Immortal. Immortal Big Toad suddenly said something inexplicable, but it shocked Lei Luo. The light from another world will surely illuminate this dark world. You can learn Mount Myoboku's sage art, I agree. Then he ignored the two people in front of him, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The words of this big toad fairy mean that he sees that I am not from this world. Lei Luo was shocked. Jiraiya patted Lei Luo, woke him up from the shock, and said, Lei Luo-kun, you don't need to think too much about what Immortal Big Toad just said. He always says something inexplicable. Now let's go out first. Well, go to the place where you practice Mount Myoboku sage art. Quote. Lei Luo listened to Jiraiya's words, and couldn't help but curled his lips in his heart. You don't need to care what you say, but you value the prophecy of Immortal Big Toad more than anyone else. But Lei Luo naturally wouldn't say it stupidly, but said, well, let's go. Lei Luo followed Immortal Shenzuo to a waterfall. The waterfall left behind not water, but oil. Mount Myoboku can be used to help sense natural energy. Around the pool under the waterfall are stone toads of various shapes. Little Lei Luo, since you want to learn the sage art of our Mount Myoboku, you must know the dangers of practicing sage art. See these stone toads. Immortal Fukasaku pointed to the surrounding stone toads and asked Lei Luo. Lei Luo nodded and replied, Fukasaku Immortal, I know that these toads were petrified after failing to practice sage art. I had already understood the dangers of sage art practice before I came here. I have successfully mastered the sage art in Shikatsu Forest now, and it should be easier for me to practice sage art than others. Immortal Shenzuo looked at Lei Luo and sighed and said, okay, since you already know it all, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Now you can take off your clothes. Undress. Lei Luo looked a little embarrassed at Jiraiya who was still standing beside him. Although he said they were all men, he wasn't someone who liked being naked in broad daylight. Immortal Fukasaku nodded and said, yes, you need toad oil to practice Mount Myoboku sage art. You can easily apply toad oil on your body when you take off your clothes. Okay. When Lei Luo heard the words, he didn't hesitate anymore. It was both men and toads. What were they afraid of? He took off his clothes neatly. Of course, I still left a pair of underwear, which has no effect on practicing sage art. Then Immortal Fukasaku told Lei Luo about the matters needing attention in the practice of Mount Myoboku sage art, the method of Mount Myoboku sage art practice, the chakra running route and so on. After making sure that Lei Luo remembered everything clearly, Immortal Fukasaku asked Lei Luo to sit down cross-legged. I will apply a small amount of toad oil on your back now. You try it first. If the situation is not good, I will wake you up. Immortal Fukasaku picked up a special stone stick in his right hand, and in his left hold a pot of toad oil. Lei Luo nodded to indicate that he was ready. Immortal Fukasaku applied toad oil on Lei Luo's sadness, but did not dare to take too much. He then carefully stared at Lei Luo who was trying to practice cultivation, and as soon as there was an abnormal situation, he would wake up immediately. Author's digression, brothers. Silver ticket contest go. Our Hokage fangirls are no weaker than any other category. Duck. Chapter 146 Mount Myoboku Sage Art Success. Leave. Immortal Fukasaku stared for a while, and found that Lei Luo had absorbed all the toad oil on his back, but his body did not show any abnormality until Lei Luo opened his eyes. How do you feel? Immortal Fukasaku asked, looking at Lei Luo who opened his eyes. Lei Luo smiled and replied, it feels good, I have successfully felt the natural energy just now. And Lei Luo himself felt that the natural energy absorbed by Mount Myoboku toad oil was different from the natural energy absorbed in Shikatsu Forest before. Sensationally, Mount Myoboku's natural energy is a little more cranky. Listening to Lei Luo's words, Jiraiya was relieved and said, Lei Luo-kun, since you succeeded in absorbing it the first time, then I am relieved. Then you can practice sage art at Mount Myoboku. I'll go first, and I have to find Orochimaru's trail. Lei Luo nodded and replied, Lord Jiraiya, thank you very much for this time. Jiraiya waved his hand, smiled slightly, then released the reverse channel and returned to the land of soup. After watching Jiraiya leave, Lei Luo turned to Immortal Shenzuo and said, Immortal Shenzuo, please, let's continue to practice. Immortal Fukasaku nodded and smeared toad oil on Lei Luo again, this time directly covering the entire upper body. Lei Luo crossed his knees and quickly entered a state of cultivation. With the Shikatsu Forest Sage Art practice experience, Lei Luo's progress is still very fast, but how to integrate the two Sage Art really stumped Lei Luo. Half a year has passed, and Lei Luo still has not found the direction of fusion, but he can already use the Sage Art of Mount Myoboku alone. And using Mount Myoboku Sage Art to enter Sage Mode also looks different from Shikatsu Forest Sage Art. This time, Lei Luo is no longer a golden eyeshadow, but an orange Yuhi color. Orange Yuhi, how is it similar to Naruto's Sage Mode? Lei Luo couldn't figure it out. The fusion of the two Sage Modes has been tried countless times. Either using Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode first, then incorporating Mount Myoboku Sage Mode, or reversing the order, will not work. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Lei Luo sighed and dispersed the Sage Mode. How is little Lei Luo this time? Immortal Shenzuo asked, looking at Lei Luo. Lei Luo shook his head and said, there is still no progress. Fukasaku Immortal, I feel that there should be no solution in a short time, and I am ready to leave. After all, my goal of coming to Mount Myoboku this time has been completed, and the Sage Art of Mount Myoboku has been successfully practiced, so it's time for me to leave. Immortal Fukasaku nodded and said, okay, little Lei Luo, do you want to talk to little Jiraiya when you leave? Lei Luo thought for a while and said, I should talk to Lord Jiraiya. I just have something to ask him. Please reverse channel him. Immortal Fukasaku nodded and used the reverse psychic technique directly. Boom. Jiraiya's figure appeared on the spot, holding a telescope in his hand, with a wretched look. Lord Jiraiya, it seems that you can't change this habit. Lei Luo said with a teasing. That she was reverse channeled to Mount Myoboku, she immediately stood up, put the telescope away, and pretended that nothing happened. Then he looked at Lei Luo and said, Yo, Lei Luo, long time no see, how is the progress of Sage Art practice? Lei Luo smiled and replied, I have successfully cultivated Mount Myoboku Sage Art. I called you here to talk about this. What? Jiraiya was shocked when she heard Lei Luo's words, you have succeeded in your practice after only half a year. Then Jiraiya thought that she had been practicing hard for 3 years before she could initially enter Sage Mode. Every time she entered, she had to prepare a lot, and she had to rely on the help of Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Zima. Lei Luo didn't say much, and when he moved the chakra, he immediately entered Mount Myoboku Sage Mode, and the orange Yuhi eyeshadow appeared around the eye socket. Jiraiya was even more shocked when he saw this scene. Not only did Lei Luo practice faster, but even his Sage Mode was more perfect than himself. Immortal Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya and said, Little Jiraiya, if you worked hard to practice Mount Myoboku, your Sage Mode would have been perfect. Don't think about it now, I have to ask my wife and I to help you every time. Jiraiya laughed a few times, trying to cover up her embarrassment, and said, Ha ha ha, mainly because of my current strength, basically no one can let me use Sage Mode, don't worry so much, take it slow. Just come. Immortal Fukasaku shook his head after hearing Jiraiya's words, and then said, Little Lei Luo, don't you have something to ask little Jiraiya? You can leave Mount Myoboku after asking, and I'll go back first, old man. Lei Luo nodded and said, Immortal Shenzuo, thank you. Don't be so polite. Immortal Fukasaku jumped away after speaking. Jiraiya watched the leaving Immortal Fukasaku disappear from sight, then turned to Lei Luo and asked, Lei Luo-kun, what else are you looking for from me? Lei Luo said in a deep voice, Lord Jiraiya, didn't you leave Konoha to track down Orochimaru? I want to ask if you have any news from him now. Jiraiya frowned and said, Lei Luo-kun, what are you asking Orochimaru for? Lei Luo chuckled and said, Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya, I asked Orochimaru's location because he has the psychic scroll of Rychi cave in his hand. You know, my purpose is to learn the sage art of the 3 holy places and then integrate it, but I don't know the location of Rychi cave. If you want to go to Rychi cave, you can only go through the psychic contract in the hands of Orochimaru. I'm not trying to shoot him, so don't worry. Hearing what Lei Luo said, Jiraiya replied, I have nothing to worry about Orochimaru, he is just the missing nin of the village, I worry about you. Looking at Jiraiya's flickering eyes, Lei Luo couldn't help but complained in his heart. I don't know you yet. Your feelings for Orochimaru are similar to those of Naruto's 2 Jinchuriki column sons in the original novel. What are you pretending to do? Then Lei Luo said, Master Jiraiya, do you have any news from your side? Jiraiya looked at Lei Luo's staring eyes at him, sighed and said, I found some traces of Orochimaru not long ago, and he seems to have appeared in Tianjiguo. Hearing Jiraiya's answer, Lei Luo's mouth showed a slight smile, he already knew where Orochimaru was most likely to hide now. Chapter 147 Go to the Land of Fields. Find a ninja at your door. Lei Luo then asked Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, is Tianji the country that has a ninja village called Yinyan Village? Jiraiya nodded and replied, Yes, Tianjiguo has built a new ninja village in China in recent years. The name is Yinyan Village. The ninjas in that village attack with sound, which is considered to be somewhat powerful. Hearing this answer from Jiraiya, Lei Luo is now certain in his heart that Orochimaru has a 90% chance of being here. Then Lei Luo said, Okay, I see, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved her hand and said, Then I'll leave if you have nothing to do now. Lei Luo nodded, and Jiraiya turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. Then Lei Luo also released the reverse psychic technique and returned to the land of soup. Maybe it was Lei Luo's good luck, the room he returned to by reverse channeling was still empty. Lei Luo turned on the 5-sided omnipotence to observe the surroundings and found that there was no problem, then immediately left through the window. Tanokuni is a small country bordered by fire and Yukuni, and there was no ninja village before. After Akatsuki, who broke away from Orochimaru, bribed Tanokuni daimyo to establish Audiobookseries village in its country. But the village of Audiobookseries was not employed in the land of the land, and after Orochimaru bribed the name of the land, it occupied the land of the land, and the land of the land became the main base of Orochimaru. Just like its name, the whole country is made up of fields. It is midsummer now, and the whole field is covered with green plants. With the breeze, there are ripples. Lei Luo traveled for a few days, and finally arrived from the country of Tang to the country of Tien. Tianjiguo is so beautiful. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei Luo couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be quite good at choosing places. Lei Luo set off again and came to a small town on the border of Tianji before nightfall. But what surprised Lei Luo was that he met a familiar figure in the city. Lord Jiraiya, how come you are here? Lei Luo looked at Jiraiya with black lines all over his head. Now Lei Luo and the two are in the box of a tavern. Lei Luo asked when they were full. Jiraiya picked up the wine glass, drank it, tun, laughed and replied, Ha ha ha, I'm not worried about your safety, that's why I'm waiting for you here. If you want to come from the country of soup to the country of Tien, this small town is your only way. Lei Luo felt helpless after hearing Jiraiya's words, and asked, Lord Jiraiya, are you not afraid that I didn't stop in this small town, but went straight through? Jiraiya's laughter stopped abruptly, as if he hadn't thought of this situation himself. Then he smiled awkwardly again, Haha, isn't it time to wait, don't care about those details. Lei Luo sighed and asked, Master Jiraiya, do you really want to go find Orochimaru with me? Jiraiya took another sip of wine and replied, Of course, I left Konoha to find Orochimaru. Lei Luo said, Well, since that's the case, let's go find Orochimaru together. However, there is one thing I have to say in advance. Lei Luo stared straight at Jiraiya with a very serious expression. Jiraiya looked at Lei Luo and said, "If you have anything, just say it." Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, "If Orochimaru shoots me, I won't be merciful. I hope you won't stop me then." Jiraiya paused, then nodded. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and a female ninja stood outside the door, looking about 30 years old. She looked at Jiraiya and said, "Damn it, I finally found you." Lei Luo looked at the forehead protector on Nun's head, but didn't remember where she came from for a while. When Jiraiya looked back and saw the female ninja, he instantly woke up, but his first reaction was to prepare to run away. But Jiraiya was stopped by Lei Luo as soon as she got up. "Hey, Lei Luo, let me go," Jiraiya said anxiously. Lei Luo asked with interest, "Master Jiraiya, don't you want to introduce who this female ninja is?" Because Lei Luo had sensed that the ninja had no killing intent towards Jiraiya, in addition to anger, there was a trace of shame on her body. This suddenly aroused Lei Luo's curiosity. Then Lei Luo said to the female ninja at the door, "This female ninja, please come in and tell me if you have anything, so that others will see a joke." The ninja heard Lei Luo's words, walked in, closed the box door, and sat down. And Jiraiya just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Lei Luo asked the female ninja, "This female ninja, do you have anything to do with Jiraiya-sama?" The female ninja replied, "I'm sorry about what happened just now. My name is Nadako Yuzan, and I come from Nadako village." When Lei Luo heard Nadako Yushien's self-introduction, he suddenly remembered something related. Nadako village is a very special village in the Hokage world. The whole village is full of women, just like the daughter country in Journey to the West. However, for the sustainable development of the village also needs men. For example, the candidates of the village can challenge the outside world, defeat the outside world very powerfully, and bring them back to the village to be their husbands. First, they can gain fame, and second, they can reproduce offspring. Lei Luo remembers that there is such a scene in the original book. When Jiraiya was young, she secretly sneaked into Nadako village and was discovered by a beautiful woman in Nadako village. Subsequently, the two started a battle with marriage as a bet. As a result, the two were almost inseparable, so they made an agreement that the battle would be completed by their own disciples. So at the end of the original book, Naruto and Nadeshiko Shizuka, a disciple of Nadako Yuzan, fought. Jiraiya, this guy is not authentic, so he slapped Naruto. Could this Nadako Yuzan be the ninja who fought with Jiraiya at the beginning? This time is not right. Lei Luo was a little puzzled. Just then, Jiraiya spoke up. Lei Luo-kun, this Nadako Yushien can be regarded as an old friend of mine. When I was in Fuzzy Village some time ago, I accidentally ran into her, and she ran after her from the village. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Lei Luo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes and complained in his heart. "I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to go to Fuzzy Village but I still don't hide." Chapter 148 Showdown. Tukao returned to Tukao. This matter still has to be resolved. It is impossible for this Nadako Yuzan to go to Orochimaru with him. So Lei Luo asked Nadako Yushien, "I don't know why you are looking for Lord Jiraiya." Nadeshiko Yuzan replied, "I want to fight him again." As expected, Lei Luo thought, it seems that this Nadako Yuzan is the woman who agreed with Jiraiya at the beginning. Then Lei Luo asked Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, what do you think?" Jiraiya sighed, "After being chased for so long, there is no way to escape." So Jiraiya said to Nadako Yuzan, "I agree to fight you again, but it's too late for 10:10 today, let's wait for tomorrow." After listening to Jiraiya's words, Nadako Yuzan was very happy and nodded. That night, the three found a hotel and opened 3 rooms. After seeing Nadeshiko entering the room, Lei Luo slipped into Jiraiya's room and intercepted Jiraiya who was about to escape. Lei Luo asked. Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing? Bullshit, of course I'm ready to run. Jiraiya said, shaking the hand that was grabbed by Lei Luo. Lord Jiraiya, you have promised others, so it's not good to run like this. Lei Luo said to Jiraiya. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if you ran away and people chased after Konoha? Jiraiya said angrily, then what can I do? Isn't it all your fault? Lei Luo was very puzzled when he heard this. Lord Jiraiya, what does your business have to do with me? It's not that I asked you to go to Fuzzy Village to collect customs. Alas. Jiraiya sighed, put down the idea of running away, turned and walked to the table to sit down, and told Lei Luo what happened. Through Jiraiya's narration, Lei Luo figured out the whole ins and outs, and also knew what Jiraiya asked and said that there were also his own problems. The story of Jiraiya is similar to what Lei Luo knew before. That is, when he was young, he went to Naruto village to collect wind, but it was discovered that Naruto Yuxian chased him out and challenged him to bet on marriage, but after his release in the middle, the two fought to a draw. Then the two agreed that the disciples of both sides would compete again in the future, and Jiraiya had not been to Naruto village for many years. And after Lei Luo went to Mount Myoboku to practice, Jiraiya passed by Naruto village while wandering, and couldn't help but ran in to look for some materials. Originally, with the strength of Jiraiya, it is difficult to be discovered now, but I did not expect that Jiraiya was suddenly reverse-channeled to Mount Myoboku. Hearing about the success of Lei Luo's Mount Myoboku sage art practice, and his worries about Lei Luo going to find Orochimaru, he forgot that he was still peeping before he came to Mount Myoboku. As a result, after the reverse psychic was released, he was discovered when he returned to Naruto village, and what happened now? Hearing what Jiraiya said, Lei Luo was a little bit dumbfounded, but Lei Luo felt that this matter was actually quite easy to resolve, it just depends on how Jiraiya decides. So Lei Luo said to Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, I think you should just follow. You won't suffer from marrying someone. Besides, you're not too young, so you can't think of a way to inherit your family's lineage. Do you want your family to fail? In a few more years, it is estimated that you will become powerless. Jiraiya glared at Lei Luo and said, what is powerless? This immortal is strong. Then he shook his head sharply, no. This immortal made you crooked. Now it's not a question of strength, but it's impossible for me to marry her. Looking at Jiraiya with a resolute attitude, Lei Luo felt a little helpless. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open again, and it was Nadeshiko Yuzin who stood outside the door. Yuhi Nadeshiko looked at him and said coldly, Don't worry, Jiraiya, I'm not fighting you this time for marriage. You are the legendary Sannin. How could I be your opponent? I just want to see how far my strength is from yours after so many years. Even Lei Luo could hear that Nadeshiko Yuzin's words were unsatisfactory, but Jiraiya, like a fool, took Nadeshiko's words seriously. Jiraiya laughed twice and said, Hey, if I had known you were just here for a fight, I wouldn't have run away. If you want to fight, we can fight now. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy has ridden so much, how can he be so clueless? People have been waiting for you for more than 10 years, and they have always kept the promise in their hearts. You really think they are just here to fight you, my god? Okay. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto Yuzin was probably cold-hearted, and said, then let's find a convenient place to fight now. Then Nadeshiko Yuzin left immediately, and Jiraiya followed immediately. Lei Luo sighed and said, oh, that's fine. After all, Jiraiya can't do anything if she doesn't agree. And there shouldn't be such a mess of drugs like, I love a piece of chai, in the Hokage world. If there is, I'm not sure I can help Jiraiya, but that's all for now. Then Lei Luo followed the direction the two left. By the time Lei Luo found the two outside the city, the two were already fighting. Naruto Ryu. Rumbling Gale Fist. Naruto Yuzin's right hand was like a palm like a knife, and there was still a cold air around it, and it attacked Jiraiya's chest fiercely, with a hint of venting. Jiraiya's strength is indeed much higher than Naruto Yuzin, and she can play with Naruto Imperial May just by physique. Konoha Fluid Art. Gang Force Whirlwind. Jiraiya dodged Naruto's attack and kicked her with a kick. Naruto Yuzin dodged Jiraiya's kick in an instant, retreated violently, and took out a few kunai from the ninja bag. Naruto Ryu. Vacuum Dance. Nadeshiko Yuzin's figure suddenly spun, and then the kunai in his hand came out of his hand, hitting Jiraiya with a strong wind. Ninja. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's figure does not dodge or evade. With a hand seal in her hand, her white hair grows wildly in an instant, wrapping herself like a hedgehog. When the sound of gold and iron clashing came from Kunwu, and then they all fell to the ground. The hair then fell back to its original shape, leaving Jiraiya unscathed. Nadeshiko Yuzin saw that these attacks had no effect, and once again Hand Seal began to release ninjutsu. Futon, Wind Style. Strong Fan. Quote. Naruto Yuzin spit out a bunch of strong wind directly from his mouth, and quickly shook the strong wind, like a fan. Jiraiya charged directly towards Naruto Yuzin, and a group of rapidly spinning chakra appeared in his right hand, pressing on Nadeshiko Yuzin's ninjutsu with a strong wind. Rasengan. Chapter 149 Nadeshiko Yuzin is gone. Finally at Otogakure village. I saw that Rasengan in Jiraiya's hands still had enough strength after defeating Nadeshiko Gozen's ninjutsu, and attacked Naruto Gozen again. Boom. Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand pressed in front of Nadeshiko Yuzin, making a big pit, and the stones splashed. At this time, Nadeshiko Yuzin had already closed his eyes and did not resist the move just now. Nadeshiko Yuzin, who felt that she didn't have her hands, opened her eyes, looked at Jiraiya in front of her and said, "I lost." Then the corner of his mouth forced a smile, but the smile was full of bitterness. Nadeshiko Yuzin then said, "As expected of the legendary Sannin, his strength is much stronger than me." Ha ha ha, where is it? Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and said with a big laugh. Naruto Yuzin then said, "Since the fight is over, I'll leave, don't forget our promise." Jiraiya nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Then Nadeshiko Yuzin turned around and left, disappearing into the night. Ha ha ha, how is it, Lei Luo? My strength is very strong. Jiraiya walked over to Lei Luo with a smile on her face. Lei Luo looked at Nadeshiko Yuzin's direction and sighed, then replied to Jiraiya, Yes, you are very strong, Jiraiya-sama. Let's go, it's time for us to go back to rest, and we'll have to rush to find Orochimaru tomorrow." Then Lei Luo turned around and walked towards the city. The two rested for the night and set off directly for Otogakure village the next morning. 2 days later, Lei Luo and Jiraiya finally came to Otogakure village. Ah, it's finally here. I hope Orochimaru will be here, it's hard to miss it. Lei Luo thought while looking at the gate of Otogakure village in front of him. Then Lei Luo and Jiraiya walked into the village of Otogakure, and did not transform into hiding their identities. Otogakure village, Orochimaru underground base. At this time, Orochimaru was doing an experiment, and an Otogakure walked in and waited patiently, daring not to disturb him. It wasn't until Orochimaru put down the things in his hand that Otogakure stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru glanced at Otogakure in front of him, but without looking up, he said, "Is something wrong?" Otogakure replied respectfully, "Lord Orochimaru, 2 ninjas came to the village today, the ones you mentioned earlier to pay special attention to." Oh, Orochimaru then raised his head, "Who is it?" Otogakure replied, "It's Jiraiya and Lei Luo from Konoha." "Is it that guy Jiraiya again? It's really haunted." Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with a gloomy expression. "I didn't expect Lei Luo to come this time, I don't know what their purpose is." Then Orochimaru said to Otogakure, "Okay, I see, you go down first." Otogakure nodded respectfully and stepped back, while Orochimaru looked gloomy and didn't know what to think. "Lei Luo-kun, how can we find Orochimaru Jiraiya asked Lei Luo. Now the two have settled in an inn in the village of Odogakure. Facing Jiraiya's question, Lei Luo seemed very calm, because he knew that when they entered Odogakure village, Orochimaru must have known. After all, the village of Odogakure is Orochimaru's lair, so it wouldn't make sense if there were no arrangements. Lei Luo opened his mouth and said to Jiraiya, "Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya, I have a special ability of perception. As long as Orochimaru appears, I will definitely be able to find him." Lei Luo entered Yinyan village. He had already turned on his 5-vision omnipotence to observe Odogakure village, but he didn't find anything unusual in the place he walked along the way today, and presumably the place where Orochimaru stayed must be full of enchantments outside, which will also have a certain hindering effect on Lei Luo. But Lei Luo is going to take a walk around the building in the center of Odogakure village tomorrow. After all, that's where Orochimaru's laboratory may exist recently. And if Orochimaru was in the village of Odogakure, knowing they were coming, he would definitely take some action. When they don't have to look for them, Orochimaru will automatically come to the door. Okay. Jiraiya felt a little bored just waiting, and then said, "Then I'll go out for a walk and see if I can find any traces." Lei Luo looked at Jiraiya and knew that he must be restless. He would probably go out to those entertainment venues for a stroll, but it didn't matter. After all, it was Jiraiya himself who wanted to keep up, so he didn't have any scruples when he wasn't there. So Lei Luo nodded and said to Jiraiya, "Okay then, Jiraiya-sama, you can go. If there is anything you can send me a message through the toad of Mount Myoboku." Now that Lei Luo has signed up for Mount Myoboku, it's really convenient to communicate with Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, then got up and walked out. Lei Luo looked at the quiet hotel, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and entered the state of Zen meditation. Although Blade Zen is only a method of spiritual cultivation, Lei Luo feels that he can play a greater role now than other skills. Lei Luo, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly felt that someone was staring at him, and instantly quit the state of Renzen cultivation. But he didn't open his eyes, but pretended to be still practicing. In fact, he had activated all 5 visions, looking for hidden enemies. Soon, Lei Luo found the target staring at him, and there was a snake lurking in the underground of the inn. Sure enough, Orochimaru already knew that we were coming to Odogakure village, and there must be someone watching from Jiraiya. Lei Luo thought quietly, but Orochimaru didn't dare to shoot because he didn't know we were coming. The purpose of the village of Odogakure, and I don't know if we came because of him. If he made a rash move, he would have exposed himself, causing him to fall into passive. However, it can only be said that Orochimaru is too cautious. Danzo is dead now, and he can't deal with me at all with my strength. As long as he doesn't think about dying, I can't deal with him. Since you don't come out, I'll take the initiative to contact you. So Lei Luo opened his eyes directly. After so many years, he still learned some simple ninjutsu from Hokage. After all, some ninjutsu are very useful. Lei Luo simply made a few seals in his hand, and the man disappeared into the room in an instant, fled into the ground, grabbed the snake that was staring at him, and returned to the room again. Lei Luo's hand struggled constantly, hissing and spitting out letters. Lei Luo smiled at the snake in his opponent and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, I still have to rely on you to pass the news to me." Then Lei Luo found a pen and paper, and simply wrote 4 words on it, "Cooperation if you have something to do," then rolled it into a roll and put it in sheku, and let go of it. The snake disappeared into the room as soon as it landed. Chapter 150 Orochimaru appears. Odogakure village, Orochimaru underground base. A snake appeared and swam to Orochimaru, and spit out a scroll of paper. Orochimaru didn't dislike it either, he just picked up the paper scroll and opened it, looking at the words, "Something to cooperate," on it. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Orochimaru turned around and walked out of the lab. Lei Luo stayed in the hotel quietly, not entering the state of cultivation again, but waiting for something. At this moment, a figure emerged from the ground and entered Lei Luo's room. Lei Luo-kun, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to ask me for cooperation. The person who came was Orochimaru. Lei Luo looked at Orochimaru with disgust and said, Orochimaru, can you stop showing such a disgusting expression? Will you speak normally? Orochimaru was startled when he heard Lei Luo's words, then said with a smile, Lei Luo-kun, you really like to joke around. Tell me, what do you want to do with me? Lei Luo replied, you have two things in your hand that I need. Oh, Orochimaru said with interest. I don't know what it is. Lei Luo said with a calm expression, one is the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. I know you are constantly improving it, and I will improve it. Orochimaru unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth and said, I didn't expect Lei Luo-kun to be interested in forbidden technique, so what else is there? Rychi Cave's contract scroll. Lei Luo said in a deep voice. Orochimaru nodded and said, I do have both of these things. It's okay to give them to you, but what can you give me? Lei Luo-kun, since you said you want to cooperate, there must be contacts between the two sides. It's impossible for me to be the only one. Lei Luo said lightly, well, Orochimaru, you're right, I don't know what you want. Blood, your blood. Orochimaru's eyes revealed a strange light. To tell you the truth, Lei Luo-kun, I have studied your cells, but in addition to finding that the vitality contained in them is relatively large, and nothing was found other than promoting Mokuden, wood-style, cell fusion. Quote. Furthermore, none of the experimental subjects cultivated with your cells can awaken the light and escape the boundaries of blood, and even many people have not changed at all, so I want a little bit of your blood to study. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Lei Luo's expression became cold, and he was even a little scared. He didn't know when Orochimaru obtained his cells and when he performed the experiments. Lei Luo snapped, Orochimaru, do you want to die? Orochimaru chuckled twice and said, hee, Lei Luo-kun, don't get excited, this isn't what you said about cooperation, it's reasonable for an equivalent exchange. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes and said to Orochimaru in a deep voice, Orochimaru, now I have changed my attention. If you don't hand over what I want, don't blame me for being rude. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Lei Luo-kun, I know you are much stronger now than before, but don't underestimate me. Come on if you want to do it, be careful to be killed by me and become my experimental material. The next moment, a surging murderous aura spewed out of Lei Luo and shrouded Orochimaru, but Orochimaru didn't eat anything, and Lei Luo's murderous aura had no effect on him. Light escape. Laser light. Lei Luo raised his hand and countless lasers shot towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodged the incoming lasers. Bah! The laser was too dense. Orochimaru did not hide after all. The first wound appeared on his body, and the wall of the room behind Orochimaru had already been shot with holes. Lei Luo-kun, then let me test how much progress you have made over the years. Orochimaru no longer dodged. With hand seal in his hand, he counterattacked towards Lei Luo. Snake Ninja. Evil Snake's wrist burst. In an instant, several large snakes appeared in the room and charged towards Lei Luo, and the wall full of holes was directly smashed by the large snake. Just when the big snake rushed in front of Lei Luo, it all exploded, and the stench of blood spurted out with snake venom. But this level of attack was not a threat to Lei Luo at all. Lei Luo opened his mouth and spit out, a sea of golden fire surging out, blood evaporated, and shrouded Orochimaru. The surrounding air is constantly distorted, enough to witness the temperature of this flame. Orochimaru naturally won't sit still, hand seal in his hands again. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet. A waterfall appeared in the air and directly washed away the entire hotel, and then a water dragon flew directly into the waterfall and rushed towards the golden flames that came. CCC. The fire and water met, and suddenly a mist filled the air, obscuring the entire line of sight. The outside of the inn was already in chaos, people shouted and fled, and Audiobooker also noticed the movement and gathered here. Then Lei Luo suddenly passed from the mist, and slashed directly at Orochimaru with Hiranmaru in hand. Orochimaru's face changed, and with the hand seal in his hand, a stone wall stood up and blocked it. Doden, Earth style, dirt wall. But the stone wall was instantly shattered by Lei Luo, and the stones fell to the ground. And Orochimaru has taken this opportunity to pull the position. Orochimaru, it seems that you haven't made much progress in these years. Lei Luo said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and said, Lei Luo-kun, your strength did give me a big surprise, but I haven't used my real strength yet. Lei Luo pouted, okay, then let me see it. Saying that, Lei Luo took the Hiranmaru Shikai in his hand, and then raised his hand and an icy frost knife slashed towards Orochimaru. Psychic. Rashomon. A mysterious gate appeared in front of Orochimaru, and the frost blade she cut on it only cut a small gap, and did not pose any threat to Orochimaru. It's so hard, I don't know what material this Rashomon is made of. Lei Luo thought while looking at the small gap on the Rashomon, and the gap on the Rashomon disappeared in the next second. It's kind of interesting that this Rashomon will be repaired automatically. And at this time Orochimaru has also released his ninjutsu. The array of 10,000 serpents. Countless snakes were channeled by Orochimaru, and then swam towards Lei Luo, looking around at the sea that had become snakes. Looking at the dense group of snakes rushing around, Lei Luo couldn't help but feel limited and disgusted, and then Lei Luo directly activated the power of Renren fruit in his body and entered the form of a big Buddha. Lei Luo's figure rose instantly and turned into a golden Buddha. Shockwave. The big Buddha Lei Luo raised his hands, mobilized the chakra in his body to gather on his hands, and slapped the group of snakes in front of him fiercely. Boom. Chapter 151 Orochimaru Defeat. The scroll is in hand. Boom. With Lei Luo's palm shot, the entire ground collapsed, and the group of snakes rushing towards him suffered heavy casualties. Light escape, burning the sky. The golden flame touched by Lei Luo's mouth in the state of the Buddha swept toward the ground in a mighty manner. It really became a sea of fire, and the snakes were instantly melted into ashes. Orochimaru's array of 10,000 snakes was easily cracked by Lei Luo. Audiobooker from Audiobooker village had already gathered, but they did not dare to move forward when they saw the scene of the two fighting. When the big Buddha Lei Luo spewed out a sea of flames, he immediately retreated from a distance and observed the fighting situation in the field, for fear of being affected. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru looked at Lei Luo, who had turned into a big Buddha, with a shocked face. But soon Orochimaru came back to his senses. He knew that this was not the time for him to be shocked, and if he stopped trying to solve Lei Luo, he would probably die here. After all, Lei Luo is too unreasonable, and all kinds of strange ninjutsu abilities emerge in an endless stream, making it difficult to target. The art of psychic. Orochimaru slapped the ground with a palm, and the ferocious 10,000 snakes were channeled out. Orochimaru, why are you calling me out again? Is the Matsuri ready? One snake said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru said sternly, stop talking nonsense, rush up to me and kill that guy. Wan Shi looked at Orochimaru with a fierce look, and didn't dare to say anything. He turned his head and attacked the great Buddha, Lei Luo. Just as he was about to rush in front of Lei Luo, his tail was raised high and swiped towards Lei Luo. Ha ha, good time. Lei Luo, who was transformed into a big Buddha, laughed twice, watching Wan Snake's tail without dodging. He directly opened his mouth and arms and hugged Wan Snake's tail in his arms. Boom. The impact of Wan Snake's tail was very strong, but it only made the Buddha Lei Luo take a step back and immediately stopped. Ah, ha. The great Buddha Lei Luo used his chakra to hold Wan Snake's tail with all his strength, but Wan Snake struggled frantically but to no avail. Next, under the terrified eyes of everyone, the great Buddha Lei Luo grabbed Wan Snake's tail and turned it around. Boom, boom, boom. One snake was swung back and forth by Lei Luo's tail, and the ground was full of pits, and one snake's body was dripping with flesh and blood. He kept roaring in pain, but he couldn't do anything. Until there was another, boom, Lei Luo threw Wanshi out. Looking at the great Buddha Lei Luo, Wanshi was full of panic, and took the initiative to relieve the psychic, and went back to Rychi cave covered in bruises. After watching one snake for hours, Lei Luo set his sights on Orochimaru again. With a grasp of the void, a lightsaber condensed in the hands of the great Buddha Lei Luo, and then threw it directly towards Orochimaru like a javelin. Before Orochimaru could dodge, he was directly pierced by the lightsaber and pinned to the ground. But the pinned Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out, and a whole Orochimaru was spat out. Orochimaru felt the little chakra left in his body, and said helplessly to the big Buddha Lei Luo-kun, you won, stop, kill me and you won't get anything. Then Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out 2 scrolls, and continued, these 2 are what you want, stop. Lei Luo lifted the form of the big Buddha and returned to its original state. He walked slowly to Orochimaru and stood still, and took the scroll from Orochimaru's hand. It's good to be like this earlier. You have to be beaten before you hand it over. Lei Luo said disdainfully, I just finished warming up and you surrendered. It's really boring. Orochimaru's face turned blue and white, but he didn't say anything. Lei Luo opened the 2 scrolls and took a look, and found that it was indeed what he wanted. Then he put away the scroll of the improved Impure World Reincarnation, and threw it to the Rychi Cave Psychic Scroll after he signed his name. Orochimaru. At this moment, Jiraiya arrived late and appeared in the field in an instant. How is it, Lei Luo-kun, are you okay? Jiraiya asked Lei Luo, but her eyes kept drifting to Orochimaru. Lei Luo smiled and said, of course I'm fine, you should worry about Orochimaru. Jiraiya sneered, then said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, come back to the village with me, now the Hokage is Tsunade, she will definitely not be difficult for you. Orochimaru sneered and replied, Jiraiya, you're still so naive, I'm a Konoha S-class missing nin, it's impossible for me to go back. And you never know what I'm after. Jiraiya was instantly excited when Orochimaru said that. Orochimaru, you. But before Jiraiya could say anything, Orochimaru went underground and left. Jiraiya was about to catch up, but was stopped by Lei Luo. Okay, Lord Jiraiya, stop chasing, you won't be able to catch up. And Orochimaru is impossible to meet in the village, he has his pursuits, and the village has the rules of the village. Listening to Lei Luo's words, Jiraiya sighed and said, well, maybe you're right. It's true that I never knew Orochimaru. I remember him as the same Konoha Sannin who fought Hanzo together. That's it, have you got what you want? Lei Luo nodded and replied, I've got what I want. Lord Jiraiya, where are you going next? Jiraiya shook his head, and now he has no goals for now. Then why don't you go back to Konoha first? Lei Luo said to Jiraiya, now that Minato's children have grown up, you haven't seen him for many years. Naruto. Jiraiya's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence, then nodded and replied, okay, then I'll go back to the village first. Lei Luo looked at the ruined Odogakure village around, and said to Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, we should go, it is not suitable to stay here any longer. Jiraiya nodded and walked directly outside the village of Odogakure. Half a month later, Lei Luo and Jiraiya have returned to Konoha's gate. At Konoha's door, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh, it's been a long time since I came back. Then Lei Luo and Jiraiya walked into Konoha. The ninja guarded by Konoha were familiar with both of them. They respectfully shouted, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Lei Luo, and then let them in. Let's go. Lord Jiraiya, go to my place first. Naruto was adopted by me and has always lived with me. Lei Luo said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook her head and said, I want to walk around the village first, and then I'll go look for you at your place. After saying that, he immediately left. Chapter 152 Jiraiya's Induction. Head to Rychi Cave. 152. Jiraiya's Induction. Head to Rychi Cave. Jiraiya wandered the streets, familiar with the changes in the village. This meatball shop is still there. I remember their meatballs taste good. And this pub, I remember drinking too much and touching Tsunade before, and was beaten and lay in hospital for 2 months, when Orochimaru was still there. Ichiraku Ramen, I used to like to come here when Minato was there. Quote. Jiraiya looked for a small shop where she still had some impressions, and the memories intertwined in her mind, recalling the past. Oh, forget it, I don't want that anymore, I'll have to talk to Tsunade when I get back. Jiraiya shook her head, shook off her cluttered thoughts, and walked towards the Hokage building. But just as Jiraiya turned the corner, he felt that he saw a familiar voice and shadow, a voice and shadow that he never forgot, and he immediately chased after him. But it turned out that there was no one there. Am I wrong? That's right. Minato is already gone, how could it be him? Jiraiya sighed, turned and walked towards the Hokage building. Just after Jiraiya left, a voice and shadow suddenly appeared in the position just now, looking at Jiraiya's back and muttering, I'm sorry, Teacher Jiraiya, I can't see you yet. This figure is Minato. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Jiraiya habitually turned into Hokage's office through the window, looked at Tsunade who was processing documents at his desk, and said with a big laugh, ha ha ha, Tsunade, I'm back. Tsunade glanced up at Jiraiya without any emotion, and said, oh, Jiraiya, why are you back? Jiraiya smiled and replied, I came back with Leiluo-kun. Tsunade heard the words and asked, oh, Leiluo-kun is back too. Has he succeeded in his sage art practice on Mount Myoboku? When Jiraiya heard Tsunade's question, her mood instantly sank, and she said, that kid Leiluo is a monster. He learned and mastered Mount Myoboku sage art perfectly in half a year. Tsunade was not too surprised. After all, it seemed that Leiluo had only spent half a year learning Shikatsu forest sage art. Jiraiya continued, that boy Leiluo also defeated Orochimaru and won the contract scroll of Rychi Cave. Tsunade was a little surprised now and asked, have you met Orochimaru? Where did you meet? Jiraiya replied, well, it's in a small ninja village called Otogakure Village in Tien no Country. Otogakure Village. Tsunade took note of the place and asked Anbu to investigate it after preparation. Then Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and asked, now that you're back, do you want to take a class of students? Nani? Bring students. Jiraiya was a little surprised when she heard the words, but she waved her hand immediately, forget it, it's too troublesome, and it also delayed me from collecting materials. Tsunade listened to Jiraiya's words, with black lines all over his head, clenched his fists and bit Kiba and said, if you tell me to take materials in front of me again, I will let you lie in the hospital for 3 months and take good materials. Hearing this, Jiraiya touched her ribs unconsciously, and said with a smirk, just kidding, isn't it just taking students, I'll take it. Tsunade loosened his clenched fists and replied, don't worry, I didn't let you take students casually. You can go to the ninja school to see if there are any good ones, and let me know after you've decided. Jiraiya nodded, she didn't want to stay in Hokage's office anymore, she just said a few words, and arranged things for herself. After staying for a while, I guess there will be no time to collect materials in the future. So Jiraiya said, Tsunade, I have nothing to do, I will go first, Leiluo-kun invited me to visit his house, and I haven't seen Naruto for a long time, I have to go see him. Tsunade nodded and replied, well, then you go first, remember to visit the ninja school later. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Jiraiya immediately left the window. Time passed quickly, 1 month passed, Jiraiya visited Naruto, and Leiluo stayed with Yuhi, Yugao, and Rin for a while. There was also a small episode. Yuhi's father, Shinku Yuhi, came to the door and asked Leiluo when he was going to have the wedding. This question stumped Lei Luo. Before he knew it, the three girls had been with him for so long, and he really had to give them an explanation, but Lei Luo felt that he was not ready, so he faltered in front of Shinku Yuhi. Well, after Otsutsuki Kagaya is resolved, I will marry them. Lei Luo thought to himself. But if he wants to solve Otsutsuki Kagaya, his own strength is enough, so now Lei Luo still has to learn the sage art of Rychi Cave first, and then integrate the sage art of the three holy places, complete the system tasks, and improve his ability. So, after a month of rest, Lei Luo is ready to go to Rychi Cave to study sage art. I don't know if the White Snake Immortal can talk as well as the other two. If it doesn't work, I can only force the White Snake Immortal to hand over the cultivation method of Rychi Cave sage art. With my current strength, I should have no problem dealing with the White Snake Immortal. Go to Rychi Cave or go through the reverse psychic technique. I hope to summon a more obedient snake and save trouble. So Lei Luo found an unoccupied place in Konoha and used the technique of psychic. Boom! A familiar big snake appeared in front of Lei Luo. As soon as this big snake appeared, he obviously didn't understand his own situation. He opened his mouth and shouted, Orochimaru, why did you summon me again? Last time I was injured so badly, and I didn't get the Matsuri that I owe me, so I won't do it this time. This guy is the snake. Wan Shi found that he had said so much and no one responded, but he lowered his head and found Lei Luo, who was looking at him mockingly. I fell into a state of panic all of a sudden, thinking of the scene where Lei Luo grabbed his tail and threw it around in Odogakure village before, and couldn't help trembling. How are you? Lei Luo couldn't help laughing when he saw Wan Shi's scared look. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Wan Shi was summoned. When he was in Odogakure village, he didn't deliberately throw the snakes around, it was just a matter of convenience. Well, that's right, it's just handy. Lei Luo smiled and said to Wan Shi, don't be afraid, I'm calling you out this time because I have something to do with you. As long as you are obedient, I won't beat you. Wan Shi looked at the smile on Lei Luo's face, as if seeing a demon. He was really scared by Lei Luo's beating. So Wan Shi said to Lei Luo, Sir, if you have anything, please tell me. Lei Luo replied loudly, after you released the channeling and returned to Rychi Cave, you channeled me backwards, do you hear me? No problem. As soon as the words fell, Wan Shi immediately released the psychic and returned to Rychi Cave, with a feeling that he couldn't wait for the rest of his life after a catastrophe. Lei Luo couldn't help laughing again. Chapter 153 Rychi Cave. Sin Kiba. 153. Rychi Cave. Sin Kiba. After Wan Snake was released from the channeling and returned to Rychi Cave, he immediately used the reverse channeling technique to channel Lei Luo. Boom! A puff of smoke dissipated, and Lei Luo's figure appeared in Rychi Cave. Is this Rychi Cave? Lei Luo looked at everything around him and found that it was dark and the visibility was extremely low. As expected of Rychi Cave, it seems that it is indeed an underground cave, and in this dark environment, only snakes can survive here. Lei Luo remembers that if Rychi Cave wants to learn sage art, there will be 3 tests, namely appetite test, intelligence test, and demonic illusion test. But these tests are like pediatrics. Except for people like Orochimaru whose soul is severely damaged and unable to resist demonic illusion, as long as others can successfully enter Rychi Cave, these 3 tests can be successfully passed. But if you want to take the test, you have to see the White Snake Immortal first. So Lei Luo said to Wan Shi, take me to see the White Snake Immortal now. Wan Snake nodded and took the lead in swimming towards the depths of Rychi Cave. Lei Luo looked at the countless snakes lurking in the darkness, and hissing noises came and went. Lei Luo knew that if the snakes hadn't led the way now, these snakes would definitely swarm up and tear anyone who broke into Rychi Cave. Bite and devour. Actually, this should be considered as an entry test for Rychi Cave. If you don't even have the strength to meet the White Snake Immortal, how can you be qualified to learn sage art? Lei Luo thought to himself. At this moment, Lei Luo suddenly felt a ferocious and cruel aura swept towards him, and he forgot to see that a yuhi-colored one-eyed python was blocking their path. Shin Kiba, what are you doing? Wan Shi asked Shin Kiba, who was blocking the way. Lei Luo heard the name shouted by Wan Shi. He remembered some information about the yuhi-colored one-eyed python. Shin Kiba is deep in the lair of the most violent serpent group in Rychi Cave, a yuhi-colored one-eyed serpent with reverse scales, and it has extremely powerful sage art chakra in its body. Moreover, he is huge, his movements are quite agile, his attack power is extremely strong, and his speed is extremely fast. Because Shin Kiba lost an eye in battle before, he has become a destructive, headache-inducing guy, a big snake with an extremely violent personality. Even the white snake immortal can't handle it. Therefore, the snakes living in Rychi Cave hate it, and no one wants to approach it. However, it is said that Shin Kiba will become docile as long as its reverse scales are removed. Lei Luo thought of this, and immediately looked at Shin Kiba's body, looking for the location of Shin Kiba's inverse scales. Generally speaking, the inverse scales should be in the row of scales under the neck, but where is Shin Kiba's neck? Lei Luo couldn't help but have a headache. At this time, Shin Kiba heard Wan Shi's questioning and said indifferently, "It's nothing, I just don't like this alien human, and I just want to eat it." Shin Kiba's words revealed wanton insolence. When Lei Luo heard Shin Kiba's words, he immediately became unhappy. "I came to Rychi Cave to study sage art. I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't expect you to want to eat me. It must be a lack of social beatings." Thinking of this, Lei Luo looked at Shin Kiba with bad eyes, but Shin Kiba didn't notice it at all, and was still yelling at Wan Snake. "Wan Shi, I didn't expect you to become so weak now. You are no longer qualified to be my Shin Kiba's opponent. Let me eat this human being." When Wan Shi heard this, he was furious. He wasn't a good-natured snake at first, so he respected Lei Luo because he couldn't beat him. "But you Shin Kiba is just a younger brother in front of me, a defeated general. I didn't expect it to be so arrogant." So without waiting for Lei Luo to shoot, Wan Shi directly attacked Shin Kiba. "My younger brother will always be my younger brother, let you taste my power," Wan Shi thought to himself. Then Lei Luo saw two big snakes fighting in front of him. "It's a waste of time. I came here to learn sage art, not to play with snakes." Lei Luo saw that the two snakes couldn't tell the difference for a while, and was ready to shoot. Moreover, after fighting Wan Snake, Lei Luo also had experience in dealing with these big snakes, so Lei Luo directly ran chakra and entered the big Buddha mode. Lei Luo, who was incarnated as a golden Buddha, illuminated the darkness in front of him, and also attracted the attention of Wan Snake who was fighting. Wan Shi looked at the big Buddha Lei Luo, and suddenly thought of when he was beaten, his body slammed, and then Shin Kiba seized the opportunity and threw his tail out. "Ha ha ha, Wan Shi, you are no longer my opponent." Shin Kiba laughed wildly. Lei Luo looked at Wan Shi, who was laughing wildly, and slapped it with a slap, sending Shin Kiba flying. Only then did Shin Kiba realize that Lei Luo had undergone such a change, but he didn't take Lei Luo in his eyes, and roared, "Damn human, you dare to attack me, I'm going to eat you." Then he rushed towards Lei Luo suddenly, opened his bloody mouth and bit directly at the head of the great Buddha Lei Luo. Seeing this, the big Buddha Lei Luo didn't dodge, he clasped his hands together, and directly clamped Shin Kiba's snake head in his palms. No matter how hard Shin Kiba struggled, he couldn't get away. "Damn human, I have to eat you." Shin Kiba was obviously a jerk, yet he dared to yell at Lei Luo under such circumstances. Lei Luo couldn't get used to him, so the familiar scene reappeared. I saw that Lei Luo clenched Shin Kiba's snake head with both hands and threw it up. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of Shin Kiba's body hitting the ground was so clear in this dark burrow, and it continued to spread to the depths of Rychi Cave. Wan Shi watched this scene from the side, and couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. "Little brother Shin Kiba, you really deserve it, you even come to the door and be beaten. In the Rychi cave, Lei Luo had no idea of putting Shin Kiba to death, that is, he stopped after dozens of back and forth. At this time, Shin Kiba had already fainted and had no ability to resist. And Lei Luo looked at Shin Kiba's body and found that there was no serious injury on it. Shin Kiba's body is actually stronger than Wan Snake, which is a bit interesting. Lei Luo suddenly became interested, ready to subdue Shin Kiba. And if you want to subdue Shin Kiba, you must first pull out his inverse scales and change his temperament. Now that Shin Kiba had fainted and couldn't resist, Lei Luo easily discovered the scales on his body and pulled it out with his right hand. Ah! Shin Kiba, whose scale was removed, suddenly woke up in pain, struggling and rolling on the ground, roaring. At this moment, someone suddenly attacked Lei Luo from behind. Chapter 154_3 Big Snakes Heim. Triple Test. 154. The Three Great Snakes Heim. Triple Test. A woman with a snake face suddenly appeared behind Lei Luo, opened her mouth and bit Lei Luo's neck directly. After Lei Luo pulled out Shin Kiba's inverse scale, he quit the Big Buddha mode and returned to normal. Facing the attack of the snake spirit woman, Lei Luo had no time to dodge and was bitten on the neck. Immediately, I felt a heat flow all over my body was out of control, it was difficult to move, and hallucinations began to appear in front of my eyes. At this moment, Lei Luo directly opened Conqueror's Haki, and a strong momentum surged out from Lei Luo's body, shaking away the snake spirit woman who was biting on his neck, regaining control over his body. Lei Luo turned around and looked at the person who attacked him just now. Although she looks like a girl like a flower like jade, she has long brown hair and wears a golden crown with a golden ball on top of the crown, black-pink eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, wearing a white gown with a chest strap. There are 3 tomo-shaped green ornaments. But her sharp kiba teeth and blue tongue showed that she was definitely not human. And Lei Luo has also recognized her identity. Tanjin Heim. Rychi Cave, known as the elder-level capable confidant of the White Snake Immortal, has an extremely powerful sage art chakra in his body, and is mainly responsible for screening those who enter the Rychi Cave trial, as long as those who fail to pass the trial, with the permission of the White Snake Immortal, they will all be swallowed up. And she has the ability to freely float and invisible in the air, which can make the opponent unable to move and make the opponent hallucinate. And her invisibility can't be perceived, so Lei Luo didn't notice her appearing behind him. It stands to reason that Tanjin Heim, as a high-level executive of Rychi Cave, should be guarding the White Snake Immortal. How could he appear here? Lei Luo was a little puzzled. But what Lei Luo didn't know was that Tanjin Heim was here because of him. Just now, he turned into a big Buddha and threw Shin Kiba around, and the rumbling sound reached the depths of Rychi Cave. Tanjin Heim came out to investigate the situation to see who was so daring to make trouble at Rychi Cave. When she came out, she happened to see the big Buddha Lei Luo pull out Shin Kiba's inverse scales, and then restore it to its original state, and Tanjin Heim was not sure whether he was Lei Luo's opponent, so he sneaked behind Lei Luo and attacked. He, human strength is not bad. Tanjin Heim looked at Lei Luo and said. Lei Luo looked at Tanjin Heim and said, you are too weak to come to Rychi Cave. You should be Tanjin Heim, one of the snake heims under the White Snake Immortal constellation. Oh, Tanjin Heim raised his eyes and said, human, have you heard of me? What's your purpose in coming to Rychi Cave? Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, I came to Rychi Cave, naturally, to practice sage art. Tanjin Heim heard the words and replied, okay, although I don't know how you got to Rychi Cave, but since you can come here, you are considered a lucky person and naturally have the opportunity to practice sage art. However, there are 3 tests before practicing sage art. If you fail, we will eat you. Lei Luo didn't change his face when he heard the words, and said lightly, okay, let's lead the way. So Tanjin Heim took Lei Luo toward the depths of Rychi Cave. Someone led the way, and Wanshi didn't need to follow, and just slipped away. Before Zanjanheim brought Lei Luo to an underground temple, two more women came out of the temple. The one on the left also looks like a flower-like girl, with long green hair, wearing a golden crown, with a golden ball on top of the crown, golden longitudinal pupils, black yuhi eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, wearing a white gown with a tomo-shaped green ornament on the chest, sharp kiba teeth and a blue tongue. This person is Tien Shinshinheim, one of the 3 snake heims of Rychi Cave. And the one on the right looks like a flower-like loli, with dark blue long hair, wearing a golden crown, with golden balls on top of the crown, golden elongated pupils, black yuhi eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, with turquoise tomo earrings. Wearing a white gown with a single tomo green ornament on the chest, sharp kiba teeth and a pink tongue. This person is Shikishima Heim, one of the 3 snake heims of Rychi Cave. The 3 snakes Heim stood at the entrance of the temple and said to Lei Luo, "We are the 3 of us responsible for this test. As long as you pass the test, you can enter the temple and learn sage art with the white snake fairy. Don't forget, if you fail the test, the 3 of us will eat you up. Now the test is about to begin, are you ready?" Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, "Come on, it's already ready." Rychi Cave, the appetite test, is in charge of Heim, Tien Shinshin. I saw Tien Shinshinheim waved his right hand, a castle appeared in front of the temple, and then said to Lei Luo, "Go in, as long as you can come out from the other side of the castle, you will be considered successful in this test." Quote. Lei Luo walked directly into the castle without hesitation. The moment he stepped into the castle, Lei Luo felt instantly different, as if he had stepped into another space. There are all kinds of delicacies in the castle, and Rin is dazzling. But Lei Luo's heart didn't fluctuate at all. For Lei Luo, who has seen thousands of delicious food in his previous life, the food in this Hokage world is really interesting. Lei Luo kept striding, walked directly through the entire castle, and came out from the other side. So soon, Tien Shinshinheim's face was a little gloomy. Lei Luo passed this test, and she had no chance to eat Lei Luo. He, not bad, I passed the first test so quickly. Ikigoshima Heim said with a chuckle, then it's the second test. The second test is called the intelligence test, and I am responsible for this test. I'm not difficult for you. I'll give you 3 simple questions. As long as you answer them, this level will be passed. Lei Luo nodded and said, "Okay, please come up with a question." Shigdeo Heim said it was easy, but in fact the questions were very difficult, and there were still pitfalls, but Lei Luo still answered them one by one. Every time he answered correctly, Ikigoshima Heim's face turned gloomy. "Looks like I passed this test too," Lei Luo said with a smile. Although Shigashima Heim was very unwilling, she did not dare to break the rules of the White Snake Immortal. Next is the third test, the demonic illusion test hosted by Tanjinheim. Tanjinheim walked forward slowly, stood in front of Lei Luo, and said, "The next step is the third test. As long as you can get rid of my demonic illusion, this test will be passed, and you will be able to enter God Temple has learned sage art." Quote. "Okay, come on," Lei Luo replied. In the next second, a psychedelic divine light burst out from Tanjinheim's eyes, which instantly enveloped Lei Luo. Chapter 155_White Snake Fairy. Successful Practice. Lei Luo, who was enveloped by the divine light in Tanjinheim's eyes, fell into a trance in an instant, and hallucinations appeared in front of him. The demonic illusion released by Tuanjinheim is a demonic illusion at the sage art level, and even Lei Luo was unable to get rid of it for a while. Lei Luo suddenly found that he seemed to have returned to a previous life, without the memory of so many years of living in the world of Hokage, and forgot that he was undergoing the triple test of Rychi Cave, and the system in Lei Luo's mind did not give any hints. Lei Luo turned on the computer familiarly, and watched a few episodes of the drama, but they all felt a little boring, so he found his favorite Hokage ninja anime and started to rewatch it. Just when the familiar BGM of Hokage ninja sounded, Lei Luo suddenly came to a realization. his memory was instantly unsealed, and he recalled everything. As expected of Rychi Cave's test, he will extend the illusion based on his deepest memory, and everything is so real. But since I've reacted, it won't affect me anymore. To unlock demonic illusion, all you need to do is disrupt your chakra flow. For demonic illusion of this level, it should be impossible to crack just the chakra that disturbs him. Lei Luo directly called out Godzilla's power and entered the Godzilla-tailed beast coat mode. When Godzilla's coat armor appeared outside Lei Luo's body, Sunjanheim's demonic illusion was also unlocked at the same time. Tangenheim looked at Lei Luo, who woke up in front of him and turned into an armored warrior. His face was full of shock. What the hell are you? Lei Luo disarmed demonic illusion. He exited Godzilla's coat mode again, smiled and replied to Tangenheim, "Me. I'm just an ordinary human." After listening to Lei Luo's words, Tangenheim also came back to his senses and said, "No matter what you are, it doesn't matter. You have also successfully passed this third test. Come on, let's go into the temple and meet the White Snake Immortal." After talking about Tangenheim and other three snakes, Heim walked into the temple. Although they didn't have the chance to eat Lei Luo, they didn't feel any pity anymore. Based on the state of Lei Luo when he entered Godzilla's coat mode, even if it was in normal battles, they are not necessarily Lei Luo's opponents. Lei Luo looked at Heim, the three major snakes who entered the temple, and immediately followed him in, finally being able to learn Rychi Cave sage art. Walking into the center of the temple, Lei Luo finally saw the appearance of the White Snake Immortal. Orange hair and yellow pupils, a green opal on the chest, a purple ribbon as a forehead, an army green horn-shaped ornament on the front of the forehead, a Yuhi-Knight pearl on the top of the head, and a mouth a pipe with an extra long body and 2 golden rings on the tail. White Snake Immortal. Sunjanheim stood in front of the throne and shouted respectfully to the White Snake Immortal who was sitting cross-legged on the throne. The other two snakes, Heim, stood on both sides of the throne, like serving maids. The White Snake Immortal heard Tangenheim's call, opened his eyes, and the snake pupil stared at Tangenheim and asked, "Tangenheim, why are you calling me?" Sunjanheim pointed to the human and replied respectfully, "White Snake Immortal, this human wants to learn the sage art of Rychi Cave, and successfully pass the test of the three of us." Oh, the White Snake Immortal heard the words and turned to stare at Lei Luo for a while. Then I saw the white scales on her body flashing light, and the next moment she turned into a kind old grandmother, like the three snake Heim, turned into a human shape. Then looked at Lei Luo with interest and said, "Human, I see traces of Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myoboku sage art in you. Your ambition is not small, you actually want to learn all the sage art of the three holy places." Lei Luo replied in a loud voice, "There is no ambition, it's just to become stronger." Does it mean that Immortal White Snake, because I learned the sage art of the other two holy places, you violated the rules you set yourself? He. The White Snake Immortal smiled and narrowed her eyes, looking like a kind old grandmother, and said, "I haven't been so careful yet, since you can come to Rychi Cave and pass the test, naturally it is the fate of Rychi Cave. Quote, you want to learn sage art, I will teach you naturally. Besides, I also want to see if you have learned the sage art of the three holy lands, what different changes will there be?" Then the White Snake Immortal changed the subject, became serious, and said, "You must know that our Rychi Cave sage art study is different from other holy places. Our sage art chakra and natural energy at Rychi Cave is more violent than other holy places, so you humans simply cannot absorb it on your own. So I will inject sage art chakra into you, make you feel it, and if you fail to feel it, then you will turn into a snake. The practice of Rychi Cave sage art has only one chance. It will be more difficult than the practice of other holy places. Are you ready?" Lei Luo said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Immortal White Snake. Since I came to Rychi Cave to study sage art, I am ready to face all dangers, please do it." Very good. The White Snake Immortal was very happy to see Lei Luo's resolute attitude. As long as you have this attitude, you may succeed, then I will start injecting chakra into you. As soon as the words fell, a mortal white snake's neck suddenly stretched, and then bit Lei Luo's neck. Sage art chakra injected into Lei Luo's body through her sharp kiba. Lei Luo suddenly felt a violent energy sprinting through his entire body. Just when the white snake immortal loosened the tip of kiba and returned to its original state, Lei Luo immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the sage art chakra of Rychi cave in his body. Looking at Lei Luo, who was in a state of cultivation, the white snake immortal stared at him for a while, and found that Lei Luo had not changed much. She knew that this human being could be successful in cultivation this time. So the white immortal returned to its original body, and the huge snake body sat cross-legged on the throne, falling into a state of slumber. The three big snakes Haim didn't have such eyes, and standing under the throne, he didn't dare to ask the white snake immortal, so he could only stare at Lei Luo. After a long time, the chakra fluctuations on Lei Luo's body gradually subsided, but there was no change in his body. Only then did the three snakes Haim determine that Lei Luo should have successfully practiced. Sure enough, at this moment, a touch of emerald green eyeshadow appeared on Lei Luo's eye sockets, and it was the perfect sage mode again. Successfully entered the perfect sage mode once. The three snakes, Haim, fell into shock. Lei Luo opened his eyes, a divine light flashed. Feeling the power in his body, he was sure that he had successfully cultivated. Then Lei Luo stood up, exited sage mode, and said aloud to the white snake immortal on the throne. Thank you, white snake immortal. Chapter 156 Sage Art Fusion. Mission completed. A mortal white snake heard Lei Luo's voice, but without opening her eyes, she said directly, since you have successfully practiced, you can leave. And then stopped talking. Lei Luo turned around and walked out of the temple. In Rychi cave, the only person he could see in his eyes was the white snake immortal. Although Haim, the three major snakes, is also a high-level man in Rychi cave, he was not taken seriously by Lei Luo at all. Oh, by the way, there is Shin Kiba who can thank Lei Luo for his interest. Therefore, Lei Luo, who walked out of the temple, did not immediately contact the reverse psychic technique, but turned on the 5-vision omnipotence to find the trace of Shin Kiba. Although Shin Kiba's current strength doesn't seem to be stronger than Wan Shi's, but it is only slightly weaker, but Lei Luo knows that Shin Kiba's potential is much stronger than Wan Shi's. And Shin Kiba's inverse scales have been pulled out by him, and now he is still lying in his ninja bag. Shin Kiba, who has changed his temperament, is still worth taking. With all 5 visions, Lei Luo easily found Shin Kiba in a deep cave in Rychi cave. In the caves around Shin Kiba, there are no other snakes. After all, Shin Kiba, who had reverse scales before, was too cruel, and no snakes were willing to approach. Lei Luo came to Shin Kiba's cave. He kept walking and went straight in. Entering the cave, he saw Shin Kiba licking his wounds. Human, what are you doing here? Shin Kiba looked at Lei Luo, who entered the cave, very alert. Although his inverse scales have been removed by Lei Luo, it does not mean that he is no longer aggressive. He, Lei Luo said with a smile. It's very simple, of course I came here because of you. I wonder if you are willing to obey the contract and fight for me. Shin Kiba was furious when he heard Lei Luo's words, and replied, impossible, it's impossible for me to listen to a human being. I'm not that guy from Wan Snake. Lei Luo looked at Shin Kiba, who was grinning at Kiba with a fierce look in front of him. His expression did not change at all, and said lightly, Shin Kiba, don't think that I came to ask you, just to ask for your consent. I'm just here to inform you. If you don't obey me, I don't mind letting you taste my abilities again. Hearing Lei Luo's words, Shin Kiba's body trembled, but he was still unconvinced and wanted to speak hard. Lei Luo didn't talk nonsense, and directly mobilized chakra to enter the state of the Buddha. Lei Luo, who turned into a Buddha, looked down at Shin Kiba and asked, how is it? Do you agree? It seems that as long as Shin Kiba says, No, Leiluo will immediately teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Shinkiba naturally knew that Leiluo was here for real, not playing with him. He who was pulled out of the back scale, also can't be iron, and said quickly, I agree, I agree. Leiluo exit the state of the Buddha, and said with a smile, very good, when I call you, you must remember to come out for me obediently. Shinkiba looked at the smiling Leiluo, but felt a chill in the snake's body, and nodded quickly. Watching this scene, Leiluo released the reverse psychic art with satisfaction and returned to Konoha. Shinkiba watched Leiluo leave, and just breathed a sigh of relief, when he realized that someone was channeling it. Just wanted to refuse the channeling, but it found that it was Leiluo who channeled it, and hurriedly accepted it. Boom! A puff of smoke cleared, and Shinkiba appeared in the village of Konoha. Leiluo looked at Shinkiba who appeared, narrowed his eyes, and said, Shinkiba, you are a bit slow, you are not trying to reject my psychic. There's no such thing, Shinkiba quickly replied. This is the first time I've been channeled, and I'm just not used to it. Leiluo smiled and replied, then you have to get used to it as soon as possible. In fact, Leiluo doesn't lack Shinkiba's combat power, but since he has already pulled out his inverse scales, let's tune it up. And in the future, if that junior signs a contract with Shinkiba, it's easy to be obedient. Okay, then you can go back, Leiluo said to Shinkiba. Shinkiba couldn't wait to disarm the psychic and return to Rychi cave. After Shinkiba left, Leiluo didn't go home immediately. It's so quiet here, and it's quite suitable for cultivation. Why don't you try the sage art that integrates the three holy places? Do it when you think of it. Leiluo is not a screeching person. Leiluo first turned on his 5-vision omnipotence, looked around, and found that there was no trace of anyone coming. So Leiluo sat down directly with his knees crossed and began to try to fuse the 3 sage art chakras in his body. Sure enough, Leiluo thought to himself. He has successfully mastered the 3 sacred places sage art, and it is much easier to integrate than when he only mastered Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myoboku sage art before. Leiluo just mobilized 3 types of sage art chakras, and they have a tendency to merge. Now for Leiluo, as long as the master has a good fusion ratio of sage art chakras, it is fine. It seems that the sage art of these 3 holy places does have an inexplicable connection, but I am afraid that the 3 immortals are not clear about this connection. Leiluo's attempt. After the time he spent practicing on Mount Myoboku, Leiluo would bring a bunch of seal scrolls with him every time he went out, which sealed enough food and avoided the back on the old road of eating bugs again. After continuous attempts, Leiluo gradually found the ratio of sage art chakra fusion, which is very close. During this period of time, Leiluo had to go to the 3 holy places to absorb natural energy and replenish sage art chakra. It should be successful this time. Leiluo thought to himself. He had a feeling that this ratio would definitely be successful. Sure enough, the sage art chakras were successfully blended together this time. After Leiluo fused all the sage art chakras, a sense of lightness filled Leiluo's body. This feeling is really amazing. Leiluo couldn't help but be a little obsessed. Try the sage mode that combines these 3 sage art. So Leiluo initiated the fusion of the new sage art chakra and entered the new sage mode. Leiluo's eye socket, but on top of the golden eyeshadow, there was a little bit of fluorescent light like a rainbow. Leiluo opened his eyes and felt the terrifying energy contained in the seemingly peaceful sage art chakra within himself. Very good. This new sage mode is called Sanxianliu sage mode. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Leiluo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The real sage art. Congratulations to the host for learning the sage art of the 3 holy lands, and successfully integrating and creating the sage mode of the 3 immortals. Congratulations to the host for getting the quest reward, God level lottery point *1. This is a double happiness for Leiluo. Leiluo couldn't help laughing twice, and then shouted the frequently said words to the system in his mind. System, I want to draw a lottery. Chapter 157 Back in Time. The system heard Lei Luo's call, and did not beep with him. A system **** flew out and appeared in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo looked at it with confidence, and saw that the 6 prizes above were S-Class Item, Mechanical Godzilla. S-Class Equipment, Taigu ** Thor's Wrath, Admiral. S-Class Weapon, Deviant's Sword. S-Class Skill, Back in Time. S-Class Item, Cute Girl Potion. S-Class Items, Devil Fruit * Childlike Fruit. Mechanical Godzilla, from the world of Godzilla, is a Godzilla-like robot with an artificial diamond coating that is immune to fire and heat. Even more terrifying is that his arms and body are covered with countless weapons, tranquilizer missiles, plasma bombs, bliss missiles and so on. But the most terrifying thing is Mecha Godzilla's head. In addition to the mega light cannon that can be fired from the mouth, there are also laser cannons in the eyes and high-power microwave light cannons on both shoulders, which are very terrifying. Taigu * Thor's Wrath, Admiral, from the world of Yuhi's eyes, is a Taigu with the ability to manipulate thunderclouds, which can summon thunder and lightning to attack the enemy. It has a high attack power and a wide range, and it can paralyze the opponent and make it immobile after hitting the opponent. The Deviant's Sword, from the world of the Holy Grail series, has superpower and is a veritable sword that cuts the world. And the strongest state of the Deviation Sword is called the Star of Heaven and Earth Deviation Development. In this state, the deviated sword will be divided into 3 circular Jinchuriki, column-shaped blades that rotate respectively. The pseudo-space rupture caused by the initial opening sword Aya will form an attack similar to a space-time fault and smash all enemies. Basically, it can be regarded as an indefensible attack. Step Back in Time, from the world of League of Legends. This skill comes from the ability of the Time Guardian Kirin in the League of Legends world. As long as the master has this skill, he can inscribe the Time Rune for protection. This rune can be engraved on you or your teammates. Within 5 minutes of the Time Rune being activated, as long as you receive fatal damage, your state will be reversed back to when it was intact, just like Sharingan's forbidden technique Izanagi same. But Sharingan will be permanently closed after 1 use, and you only need to wait a year to use it back in time. Moniang Potion, from the world of Moniang and Heim, what creatures do you like? As long as you feed this potion to them, they will become powerful Moniang or Heim. For example, if you feed it to a cat, it's a cat girl fighting Heim, and if you feed it to a rabbit, it's a rabbit girl fighting Heim and so on. Devil Fruit * Childlike Fruit, from the world of One Piece, the user stops growing immediately after eating the fruit. As long as it is touched with a hand, all that is touched by the creature will completely disappear from the world, and can make a contract, so that it cannot act freely according to its thoughts and obey orders. In fact, the so-called complete disappearance means that the person who has been turned into a toy will be erased from the memory of others. Toys have their own consciousness, their own emotions, and the memories of their lives, and they will become toys permanently when the capable person is conscious. Lei Luo stared at these prizes for a while, and couldn't wait to start the lottery. The **** in his mind turned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Back in Time. Ha 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 ha. Lei Luo couldn't stop laughing when he saw the prize he had drawn, which was the one he wanted the most among the 6 prizes. The time rune inscribed by using time back is comparable to that of Izanagi, and the most important thing is that this time inscription can be inscribed on teammates. Originally, Lei Luo was worried about the safety of Yuhi, Yugao, and Rin. Now he can inscribe the time rune on all 3 women. Although the time rune can only be used once a year for the 3 women, that is enough. After a long time, Lei Luo finally calmed down his joyful mood. Now things are all over. Not only have the 3 major sage art been learned, and even got the god-level skill of going back in time. In addition, the improved version of Impure World Reincarnation has also been obtained from Orochimaru, and now you can back home. I don't know how Minato's investigation is. My awakening light can be used again. I don't know if he found Kushina and his own body. Forget it, go back and ask him to find out. Lei Luo directly got up and walked towards the Konoha village. Konoha village, Lei Luo's psychic beast shop. I'm back, Lei Luo shouted as he walked into the psychic beast shop. Lei Luo-kun, welcome back. Yuhi heard Lei Luo's voice and immediately came out from behind the counter. Lei Luo hugged Yuhi directly and gave a romantic French wet kiss. After a long time, Lei Luo let go of Yuhi when she was about to faint from hypoxia. Yuhi gasped heavily. Yuhi slapped Lei Luo's shoulder, and said, Lei Luo-kun, you're dead. Once you come back, you'll make a mess, and there are still people watching. Lei Luo looked at the shy Yuhi. He smiled and said, there's no one there, aren't you the only one in the store now? Yuhi pointed to the counter, pouted and said, isn't there another one there? Lei Luo was a little puzzled. His five-vision omnipotent didn't see anyone else in the store. Following the direction Yuhi pointed, Lei Luo saw a Cerulean squatting on the counter, covering his eyes with his small hands. Fuck, it turns out to be Cerulean, I said no one. Lei Luo couldn't help but complain. Then Lei Luo said to Yuhi, it doesn't matter, it's just Cerulean. After all, where have everyone else gone? Yuhi opened his mouth and replied, Rin has gone to work at the hospital, Yugao Anbu has a mission, and Naruto is studying at the ninja school. Then he asked Lei Luo-kun, are you done with your work? How long can you stay here this time? Lei Luo hugged Yuhi in his arms and said softly, my business has been completed, and I won't be going out any more recently. Now I have time to spend more time with you. Then Lei Luo suddenly remembered that he should engrave the time inscription on Yuhi first. He was so addicted to the long kiss that he almost forgot. So Lei Luo said to Yuhi, Yuhi, close your eyes, I have something for you. Yuhi asked softly, Lei Luo-kun, what? Lei Luo replied, you close your eyes first, you will find out later. Yuhi nodded and said, then I'll close my eyes first, but you can't do anything wrong. After saying that, Yuhi closed his eyes. Lei Luo looked at Yuhi, looking for a suitable place to engrave the inscription, and finally was attracted by Yuhi's white collarbone, and decided to engrave the time inscription here. Yuhi was still wondering why Lei Luo-kun didn't tell him to open his eyes for so long, only to realize that Lei Luo had placed his finger on her collarbone. Yuhi resisted the shyness in his heart and didn't open his eyes, then felt Lei Luo's fingers grope on her collarbone for a while, and heard Lei Luo's voice. Yuhi, eyes can be opened. Chapter 158_Naruto graduates. Reverse fate. Yuhi opened his eyes, looked at Lei Luo who was smiling at her, and lowered his head shyly. As a result, when he lowered his head, he saw the time rune on his collarbone. I have to say that the time rune flashes a mysterious atmosphere, even if it is used as a tattoo decoration, it is very beautiful. How is it, Yuhi, do you feel any difference? Lei Luo asked. Yuhi raised his hand and touched the time rune on his collarbone, and asked, Lei Luo-kun, is this the gift you said? Lei Luo nodded and replied, yes, this is called the time rune. After you use chakra to open it, if you receive fatal damage within 5 minutes, this rune will activate the time power it contains. It's like going back in time to get you back where you were before. Quote. So amazing. Yuhi was a little surprised when he heard Lei Luo's words. Then Yuhi took the initiative to hug Lei Luo and kissed him. Lei Luo-kun, thank you. Lei Luo smiled and replied, you and I don't need to be so polite. Since it's only you now, let's close the store first and let's go out for a walk. Yuhi nodded with a smile on his face, very happy to be able to go shopping with Lei Luo. So Lei Luo closed the door and took Yuhi out. Years flies, time flies, 3 years flies by in a flash. And today, it's time to graduate from Naruto Ninja School. Namikaze Minato also returned to the village ahead of schedule, ready to record this important moment with the camera again. For the past 3 years, Namikaze Minato has been running around to investigate Akatsuki's information, as well as his and Kushina's bodies, but little progress has been made. Apart from his investigation that Akatsuki's base is likely to be in the Land of Rain, he didn't get any useful information. And there is no way to find the traces of his and Kushina's bodies. After all, so many years have passed, and he only vaguely remembers that before he was swallowed by death, he seemed to see a dark figure, which was his only clue. But he has been searching in the ninja world for so many years, and there is no information at all about the ninja who may be this shadow. Lei Luo heard the information from Namikaze Minato. He was already certain in his heart. It should be Black Zetsu who took the bodies of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. But now is not the chance to destroy Akatsuki, and Lei Luo is not sure if he can keep Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu's strength is not worth mentioning to Lei Luo, but his hidden method and ability to escape not easy. Lei Luo must prepare in advance, and only after making sure that everything is safe can he start. Naruto's years in the ninja school are much better than the original book, and under the care of Lei Luo and Rin, he was well nourished when he was a child, and the current Naruto is a head taller than when he graduated from the original book. Moreover, under the training of Lei Luo and the occasional teaching of Minato, Naruto's strength is much stronger than this time in the original work. The multiple shadow clone technique and Rasengan Naruto have already mastered ahead of schedule, and he is still rubbing balls with one hand. In addition to being inferior to the second Jinchuriki column child in terms of shuriken and theoretical achievements, Naruto's combat power is much stronger than that of the second Jinchuriki column child. Uchiha Itachi is also much better than in the original book. His close friend Shisui is a disciple of Lei Luo. The unstable factors of the Uchiha family have been resolved in advance, and he will not defect. Now he is also Anbu's elite, serving as a sub-commander. It can be said that the entire Konoha has undergone a good transformation under the influence of Lei Luo, and it is much stronger than the original work. Uncle Lei Luo, Uncle Flash. Naruto ran out of the ninja school, looking youthful and energetic. For the current Naruto, the graduation exam is also a pediatric subject, and there will be no small stories like the original, and the Konoha forehead is already on his head. Namikaze Minato had noticed when Naruto just walked out of the school gate, and had already pressed the camera shutter to record this moment. Lei Luo looked at Naruto with a smile and said, "Congratulations Naruto, you are a genin from today." Namikaze Minato followed suit. "Congratulations, Naruto." Naruto also nodded excitedly, his mouth never closing his smile. "Let's go. Your Auntie Rin has prepared a lot of food at home today, to celebrate for you, let's go back." Lei Luo said. "Yeah." Naruto cheered and ran directly towards the Lei Luo Psychic Beast shop. Lei Luo just took a step and was about to follow, but a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, making him stop in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, Reversing Fate. Reversing the Fate, Uzumaki Naruto, as the son of Fate of the Hokage ninja world, the reincarnation of Asura, it is his fate to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya again. As the adoptive father of Uzumaki Naruto, the host has reason to reverse the fate for his son. Please, host, seal kill, subdue Otsutsuki Kagaya before Uzumaki Naruto seals Otsutsuki Kagaya. Task Reward. Seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Reward God Level Lottery Points 1. Kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. Reward God Level Lottery Points 2. Conquer Otsutsuki Kagaya. Reward God Level Lottery Points 3. Lei Luo was surprised when he saw the task content prompted by the system. What the hell? How could this mission be triggered suddenly? The system replied, there are 2 reasons why the host will trigger this person's mission. The first reason, as mentioned in the quest content prompt, is that the host is Uzumaki Naruto's adoptive father. The second reason is because when Uzumaki graduated from Naruto Ninja School, the fate of Destiny Child began to turn. That's why the host suddenly triggered this mission at this time. The system's explanation made Lei Luo understand the reason for triggering this task, but it is not easy to complete this task. If you want to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya, whether it is to seal, kill or conquer, you must first release Otsutsuki Kagaya. To release Otsutsuki Kagaya, you must rely on Rinnegan to summon Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and then absorb the power of the nine-tailed beasts through the magic dragon 9 seals. The magic dragon 9 seals did Lei Luo have it, but Rinnegan and the nine-tailed beast Lei Luo did not. Looks like it's time to go to the Land of Rain. Lei Luo murmured inwardly. Uncle Lei Luo, hurry up, what are you doing standing there? Naruto's cry woke up Lei Luo. This task is not so easy to complete, and now I don't need to think too much. So Lei Luo responded, come here, don't be so anxious. Then Lei Luo strode forward and walked towards the psychic beast shop. Chapter 159 _ Go to the Land of Rain. As in the original work, Naruto's lead class, Jonin, is still Kakashi, and he is still the familiar 7th class. The reason for this is that Tsunade asked Lei Luo's opinion before the arrangement. Now Kakashi is not dragged down by Sharingan, specializing in Raiden, Thunder Style, Ninjutsu and Hatake swordsmanship, with other attribute ninjutsu as a support, and Rin was rescued by Lei Luo. Kakashi is not as immersed in self as in the original work. In the midst of guilt and grief, he did not fall into a state of decadence, and his strength was much stronger than in the original work. That's why Lei Luo decided to still use Kakashi as Naruto's leader Jonin, and Kakashi is Minato's disciple, so he will definitely protect Naruto very well. Naruto has already started the mission, and Lei Luo can also prepare for the system mission to reverse his fate. Time to set off for the Land of Rain. Lei Luo knew that the Akatsuki base was in the Land of Rain, so he settled down at home, and after getting an exit order from Tsunade, he went to the Land of Rain alone. Bordering the country of rain and the country of fire, it is a small country sandwiched between various countries. The Land of Rain has a natural barrier. The low-lying basin is surrounded by mountains. The unique weather and climate make the Land of Rain a spectacle of the rainy season all year round, and the rain never stops. The outside world knows very little about the Kingdom of Rain. They only know that the country is divided into civil wars, fighting year after year, and the security is very strict, and they are afraid of some spies. The ninja village to which it belongs is a Megakure village. This ninja village has very developed assassination skills, so it often accepts commissions from other countries. The leader of the Rain country is the legendary ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander, who gave Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya the title, Konoha Sanin, in the Second Ninja War, and later Pain killed Hanzo of the Salamander, become the leader of the Rain Land. Pain is also the leader of Akatsuki, a person of Rinnegan who owns 6 paths, the ancestor of the legendary Chunin. People in the Kingdom of Rain firmly believe that Pain is a god sent from the sky, and Pain's teammate Conan is an angel. There are 6 people in Pain, all of them are bodies transformed from 6 corpses, and their body is Uzumaki Nagato. To complete the mission, Lei Luo must rely on Rinnegan to summon Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and then capture the 9-tailed beast. But Lei Luo, as a person from Konoha village, is naturally inconvenient to capture tailed beasts from other villages, and he also doesn't have Rinnegan, so cooperation with Akatsuki is the only way for Lei Luo. A few days after leaving Konoha, Lei Luo stepped into the territory of the Land of Rain. As soon as he entered the Land of Rain, Lei Luo felt very uncomfortable because he did not like such wet weather. Lei Luo walked all the way through the rainforest and found that there was no trace of anyone. The Land of Rain is a small country with few people, and it often becomes a battlefield for other countries. This is normal now. Lei Luo also understood why. With Lei Luo's speed, it didn't take long before he arrived in front of a Megakure village. But just as Lei Luo arrived here, he was discovered by Nagato in a Megakure village. The Land of Rain, a Megakure village, Central Tower. Today was the time of Akatsuki's rally. Both Kakuzu and Sasori of the Red Sand died in the hands of Lei Luo. Orochimaru had already sentenced Akatsuki, but Uchiha Itachi did not defect. Akatsuki is not as good as in the original book. Great power. Pain ran around with Konan, and finally managed to gather the members of Akatsuki, but their strength was barely enough. Apart from Pain and Konan, only Deidara and Kisame Hoshigaki had some strength. Pain looked at the members gathered in the central tower and was about to announce some future Akatsuki's strategies and goals, when he suddenly frowned, because he found that a man with a very large chakra came from outside Omegakure village, and his strength was very strong. The rain around Omegakure village is filled with Pain's chakra, which is a detection-type ninjutsu, sweetened, water style. Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu, developed by Nagato, and the person perceived by Pain is Lei Luo. Pain, what's wrong? Konan asked, looking at the frowning Yahiko. Pain raised his brows and said lightly, "It's nothing, it's just that an uninvited guest came to Omegakure village. Although his strength is good, if he wants to come to our Omegakure village to make trouble, he is going to kill himself." "Leader, let me go," Deidara said excitedly after hearing the words. "I feel a little rusty in the village recently." Pain shook his head lightly and said, "The person who came here didn't hide his figure, so he might not be the enemy." Konan replied, "Then let me go out and see what purpose he has in Omegakure village." Pain nodded, and Konan vanished into pieces of confetti. Now Lei Luo is standing in front of Omegakure village, as if waiting for something. The rain drips from his head but can't touch his body at all, and slides directly from his sides. Lei Luo knew that Pain had a ninjutsu called Sweetened Water Style. Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu. When he stepped in here, Pain must have found his trail. He wanted to see who Pain would send. Find him. At this moment, countless scraps of paper appeared in front of Lei Luo. The scraps of paper swirled, and when they dissipated, the figure inside was revealed. A lady with purple hair and long legs was Konan. I didn't expect it to be Konan. It seems that Pain has guessed that I didn't come here as an enemy. Lei Luo thought to Konan, who appeared. Outlander, what are you doing here in Omegakure village? Konan asked with a serious look, looking at Lei Luo. Lei Luo said indifferently, I'm not here because of Omegakure village, but to cooperate with you Akatsuki. Konan immediately became nervous when he heard this, looked at Lei Luo and asked, who the hell are you? Lei Luo chuckled and replied, my name is Lei Luo, you should have my information. Konan replied, Lei Luo. Konoha village elite Jonin, who led the team to destroy the Canopy Bridge in the third battle, defeated the Kumogakure village Abbey combination, and the 3-generation Reikage battle to draw Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled slightly and replied, that's right, it's me. I'm here this time to work with you Akatsuki. If you're unsure, you can enter and ask Nagato. Konan's pupils shrank when he heard Lei Luo's words. Even if ordinary people knew Akatsuki, they only knew that the leader of Akatsuki was named Pain. But Lei Luo didn't know about the doubt in her heart, she just watched Konan and waited for her to answer. Konan pondered for a while and replied, I'm going to bother you to wait here for a while, I'll ask the leader. Lei Luo smiled and replied, please. Konan turned into confetti and disappeared in front of Lei Luo again. Chapter 160_Battle Pain 6 Paths. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Returning directly to the tower where the Akatsuki members gathered, Konan went to Nagato's hiding place, because Nagato couldn't be exposed right now. Konan, why are you here all of a sudden? Nagato asked in a deep voice, but his exhaustion could be heard in his voice. Rinnegan is strong, it has brought a great burden to Nagato's body. The amount of chakra consumed to maintain the Rinnegan 6 Paths clone is not a small amount. If Nagato is not a member of the Uzumaki family, he is born with a huge amount of chakra. Was probably sucked dry by Rinnegan long ago. Konan looked at Nagato's bony body, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes, but she didn't say it, because she knew Nagato didn't want others to worry about him. Konan replied with a serious face, Nagato, that person from outside the village is Konoha's elite Jonin Lei Luo. he said he has something to cooperate with us Akatsuki, and he doesn't know how to get the information. He knows Pain's back. You are in control. Nagato was startled when he heard Conan's words, but he recovered immediately and said, since he has something to ask us to cooperate with, then we have to see what it is, and let him in. I believe with my strength. He alone can't make any waves. Conan nodded, then used the paper again to walk away. And Nagato manipulated Pain, told Akatsuki's members to break up, let them leave the central tower, and waited for Conan to bring Lei Luo in. The Land of Rain, the entrance to a Megakure village. Conan appeared in front of Lei Luo, looked at Lei Luo and said, Lei Luo-kun, the leader has agreed, come with me. Lei Luo is also very confident in his own strength, and he is not worried about cheating. He followed Conan into a Megakure village and walked towards the central tower. Nagato did not meet Lei Luo directly through the main body, and still used the identity of Pain. Pain looked at Lei Luo who walked in with a proud and indifferent look, and asked lightly, are you the Konoha elite Jonin Lei Luo? Lei Luo smiled and replied, yes, I'm Lei Luo. Nagato, are you so careful that you don't even dare to see me with your body? Pain's body is Yahiko, right? Pain didn't change much when he heard Lei Luo's words. Since Lei Luo knew his identity, it was normal to know Yahiko. So Pain said, don't talk about these useless words. Didn't you say you want to cooperate with us Akatsuki? What is the cooperation? Lei Luo opened his mouth and replied, catch the tailed beast. Isn't the purpose of your Akatsuki to capture the nine-tailed beast? It happens that my purpose is too. Pain snorted coldly and said, although I don't know where you got the news, but in order to cooperate, you must have enough strength. Lei Luo smiled slightly and replied, is my strength enough? You will know if you try it. Good. Soon as Pain finished speaking, he shot Lei Luo directly. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Pain's right hand, a strong repulsive force appeared. Lei Luo just wanted to experience the power of the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign, so he did not evade it. The terrifying repulsion slammed on Lei Luo, and it bounced off and smashed the wall behind him. Is that only the power? Lei Luo patted the dust on his body, stood up, and said disdainfully. Pain looked at Lei Luo's attitude and snorted coldly. Feel the pain. In an instant, all Pain's six paths appeared and attacked Lei Luo directly. Judging from the tentative attack just now, Lei Luo's strength should be very strong, but Heavenly Path may not be able to take him down. Five-finger missile. I saw Shiradao raised his hand, and 5 fingers flew out, that is, 5 small missiles, attacking Lei Luo directly. In front of Shiradao is a puppet master, and he has transformed himself into a human puppet. He is good at physical skills and missile attacks. It is a living weapon that can turn into various weapons from all over the body. Lei Luo didn't dare to pick it up hard. When he raised his hand, there were a few laser beams, which directly detonated the 5-finger missile in advance. But Shira Road had already rushed towards Lei Luo after the 5-fingered missile, and punched Lei Luo with a punch. Lei Luo's right hand was empty, and Hirenmaru appeared in his hand, and then Lei Luo swung Hirenmaru to block Shiradao's punch. But Pain's 6 paths has 6 people, and now that Shiradao makes a move, the others won't stand idly by. Animal Dao is good at psychic arts, as long as they are all types of psychic creatures combined with black sticks by the Animal Dao, they can be summoned and exchanged. I saw his hand seal with both hands on the ground, and the big crab that had been ferocious was summoned. It was the Hell Crab. The summoned Hell Crab spit out a lot of foam, and the surrounding area instantly turned white, and the foam made the ground very slippery, trying to limit Lei Luo's movement. But Lei Luo came directly into the air in a flash, waving his hands, light bullets and frost blade aura intertwined and rushed towards the Hell Crab. At this moment, a figure stood in front of the Hell Crab and swallowed all Lei Luo's attacks. It was the way of the hungry ghost. Pain's 6 paths guys are really hard to deal with, it seems that I have to get serious. Lei Luo thought to himself. At this moment, Lei Luo felt a strong suction force, and accidentally fell from the air, and it was Heavenly Path who shot. Lei Luo calmly moved the chakra in his body and entered the form of a big Buddha. Boom! Lei Luo, who fell from the air, turned into a big Buddha and stepped on the ground with both feet, causing the ground to tremble. What kind of power is this? Pain's Rinnegan stared at the big Buddha, Lei Luo, and was shocked. But Pain came back to his senses right away. Maybe Lei Luo is not worth worrying about if he just got bigger. However, Lei Luo still disappointed Pain. The form of the Buddha is not only a bigger size, but an all-round enhancement, especially in physical skills. Konoha Fluid Art. Gain Force Whirlwind. The leg of Lei Luo, who was incarnated as a Buddha, was approved. It was like a battle axe. The Hell Crab and the Hungry Ghost were directly turned into a puddle of flesh under Lei Luo's leg, and the whole ground was cracked. Gap. Buddha Palm. Shockwave. Lei Luo moved the chakra to his hands, and then slapped the Asura Road who had just attacked him. Naturally, Shira Road would not sit still and directly entered the three-headed and six-armed mode, then opened the back mechanism and launched a giant missile directly at Lei Luo. But under the shock wave of Lei Luo, the giant missile was directly ground into ashes, and disappeared without an explosion. You can only use this trick. Heavenly Path looked at Lei Luo of Kamui. His heart was ruthless. He activated the chakra in his body, his hands clasped together, and a black chakra ball floated into the sky. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth.